Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Night settles over a dense forest. A group of masked assassins races through the trees. One of them lands lightly on a branch. The assassins leap rapidly from branch to branch toward their target. They position themselves around a small forest clearing. They spot a campfire and a person sleeping in a cocoon-like bedroll. Their scar-faced leader prepares a knife, intent on killing the sleeper. He notices two subordinates suddenly reacting to something nearby. Realizing something is off, the leader narrows his eyes in alarm. A mysterious attacker releases glowing projectiles down through the trees toward them. One projectile pierces the empty bedroll, revealing it was a decoy. The leader stares in confusion, wondering what happened. An unseen voice calmly calls his attention from another direction. Startled, the leader whips his head toward the source. High on a branch stands a cloaked archer confronting the assassins. The archer's expression is cold and composed as he faces them. He points out they ambushed him armed, so he is justified in killing them all and muses on it. He asks if killing them like this counts as self-defense while readying a branch as an arrow. He draws his bowstring with the branch, imbuing it with power. The archer fully aims, prepared to fire. The assassins scoff at him for using a tree branch, some laughing. One mocks him further, asking if he is joking. Before the mocker can finish, the charged branch streaks past his face. The branch slams into the man's chest in a burst of lethal energy. The struck assassin collapses to the ground, dying. Their leader is horrified as he realizes how deadly the attack is. He and the remaining men stiffen in fear, sweat running down their faces. One panicked subordinate tries to invoke Vis, their power or leader. A different assassin channels a glowing energy attack, preparing to retaliate. The archer dives through the barrage, counting his kills aloud starting from 1. Another assassin is hit and falls as the archer coolly counts 2. The leader trembles, terror etched across his face. Multiple assassins are shot down in rapid succession as the archer continues counting 3 and 4. The archer casually snaps another branch to use as yet another arrow. Only the leader remains, begging desperately for mercy and to be spared. The archer states that anyone who tries to kill must also accept being killed and powers up his bow again. A massive beam of purple energy erupts from his shot toward the last man. The leader's terrified face fills the panel as the attack engulfs him. Later, the archer walks through the forest, satisfied that he has erased all traces of the fight. He lowers his eyes, lost in thought. Addressing someone named Darienne, he notes that the situation differs from what he had been told. He runs and launches himself forward, heading somewhere with urgency. The scene shifts to the human world, where someone dashes through another forest. The runner thinks to himself that the human world is terribly boring. A narrator explains that much time has passed and wonders if the Demon King's traces will remain. In a council room, a robed figure answers that the Forest of Roots is sealed to anything with demonic energy, so it should not matter. Council members admit the forest's demonic aura is unsettling and lament that such a large land cannot be used. The leader with many rings smiles slyly as he gets an idea. He proposes using the deadly demonic forest as a dumping ground for people marked for death. The other council members react in shocked silence. They quickly agree that troublesome people can be conveniently eliminated by sending them into that forest. Elsewhere, a mother screams and begs that her pitiful child be spared and that they take her instead. Priests restrain her and insist the child bears a seed of darkness and must be taken. The baby, wrapped in cloth and glowing, is lifted as a priest orders the ritual to begin while the mother wails. Priests conduct a radiant ceremony, bathing the baby in intense light. The solemn priests stand around the glowing infant, chanting. A masked knight watches the ritual with impassive attention. The mother, held back by the knight, cries desperately toward her child. A narration introduces Root, a place of exile from which not even great heroes or mages have ever returned alive, as she screams Helmut's name. A burst of light appears deep within the demonic forest, marking the baby's arrival. The infant lies on scorched ground, still protected by lingering golden energy. The baby slowly opens his eyes, taking in his new surroundings. Alone in the eerie forest, he starts crying loudly. The narration states that he was dropped into this demonic place where no one had ever come back alive. The swaddled baby lies hidden among the grasses as night settles. Shadows and dark energy swirl around the tiny, isolated bundle. A demonic, cracking heart pulses with purple power somewhere nearby. That demonic energy erupts outward and envelopes the baby. Time-lapse panels show 10 days passing with the infant remaining there. The narration notes that the child somehow clung to life and survived. A pair of glowing beast eyes fix on the scene. A huge spotted demonic leopard approaches the baby on the forest path. The beast roars menacingly as it looms over the helpless child. Instead of killing him, the leopard gently picks the baby up and carries him away. Narration jumps ahead 10 years, saying the boy's fate was decided, as he now chases a rabbit through the forest. The 10-year-old Helmut sprints after the rabbit, cursing it. He leaps down at the fleeing animal with a makeshift spear. Midair, he snarls that the rabbit should just die obediently. He tackles and kills the rabbit with fierce effort. Proud, he calls to the leopard Elaga that he has caught another one. Elaga pads over toward Helmut sitting with his kill. The leopard finishes off the rabbit with a bite, ending its squeal. Elaga asks Helmut if he is getting used to hunting, and Helmut admits he can only manage rabbits so far. Elaga bears bloody fangs from a carcass. The leopard shows Helmut a glowing gem, explaining it is a core that all demonic beasts possess. Elaga further explains that eating cores makes demonic beasts stronger and lengthens their lives, noting this one is small because the rabbit is weak. Helmut, tempted, points out the core came from prey he himself hunted. Elaga knocks him away, preventing him from eating it, and warns him off. Pouting on the ground, Helmut complains that he wants some of the beads too. Elaga retorts that he is human, not a demonic beast, and that eating a core would turn him into one. The leopard adds that if Helmut became a demonic beast he would be trapped in the forest forever. Helmut dismisses this as ridiculous. He reasons that he is stuck here anyway and argues it might be better to eat cores and become stronger. He admits he is still too weak to roam beyond Elaga's territory. Elaga suddenly tells him he actually can leave the forest. Helmut is stunned and asks what Elaga means. Elaga clarifies that Helmut can get out of this forest. Helmut presses, wondering how Elaga knows that when even the leopard cannot leave. Elaga says he assumed nobody could escape because he has never seen it, but someone once told him it was possible. Helmut turns back, asking who told Elaga that. Elaga answers that it was a human he met long ago, shocking Helmut. Helmut repeats in disbelief that there was another human here. Elaga warns him not to think about searching, insisting the man surely died somewhere in the forest. Helmut counters that the man could still be alive and asks if Elaga actually saw him die. The leopard falls silent, clearly unsure. Elaga recalls that the human he met was already old but had once been very strong. Elaga explains that humans inevitably weaken from the forest's demonic energy, unlike Helmut who carries the seed of darkness, and estimates that man would be about 90 now. Helmut argues that humans can live 100 years or more and demands to know where Elaga met the man. As they walk, Elaga grumbles that after raising Helmut he now wants to leave, while Helmut insists he was told to live on his own when grown. Elaga sighs that the man might not even still be there, while Helmut replies he can always come back if not. Elaga angrily glares, conflicted. Finally the leopard snaps that Helmut can do as he pleases and blurts out that the place lies to the east. Immediately, Helmut sprints off at full speed toward the indicated direction. Elaga watches in shock as the boy dashes away down the path. The leopard yells in disbelief as Helmut disappears into the distance. Watching him go, Elaga shouts that he does not care if the boy dies on the way, though his trailing silence suggests concern. Excited, Helmut thinks how amazing it is that there is another human in this forest. He thrills at the idea that the man is a powerful human without the seed of darkness. Overjoyed, he runs on, eager to meet a human who is just like him. Breathing hard, he continues toward his goal. He reaches a wooden palisade hidden in the forest. He realizes this must be the place Elaga mentioned. Peering over the fence, he is amazed such a human settlement exists here. He drops down lightly inside the enclosed clearing. Crouching in the grass, he spots a solitary cabin and thinks he has found it. Smiling nervously, he notes that only humans could have built this and feels he has finally found them. Before he can do more, a man slams him to the ground and grabs his head, causing him to cry out in pain. The man pins him easily, radiating overwhelming power. The masked, yellow-eyed man demands to know who Helmut is and who sent him. Struggling under the grip, Helmut groans that no one sent him and that he came alone. The old man recalls Elaga telling him that a human lived in this forest. After a pause, he accepts this information. Helmut lies exhausted on the ground as the old man's hand reaches toward him. The old man asks Helmut why he sought him out. Helmut warns that if the man just wanted to meet a human, he chose the wrong person. Helmut insists that is not the reason and hesitates to explain. Helmut approaches the man resolutely, starting to voice his desire. Helmut declares that he wants to escape and leave the forest. The man introduces himself as Darienne and asks Helmut's name. Helmut gives his name. Darienne confirms that Helmut wishes to escape. Helmut explains that Elaga said Darienne knows how to get out of the forest. Darienne questions why Helmut wants to leave, warning that the outside world is harsh and not peaceful. Helmut asks what the outside world is like. Darienne explains that humans are physically weak but extremely cruel, cunning, cooperative, or treacherous when necessary. Darienne asks if Helmut was born here and learns he was sent into the forest as a baby. Darienne deduces Helmut carries a seed of darkness, and Helmut confirms it. Darienne explains that such children are usually killed, so Helmut's survival means he likely comes from a noble lineage. Darienne notes that lineage no longer matters since Helmut was abandoned, and mentions owing a favor to Elaga. Darienne tells Helmut to listen carefully. Darienne reveals that Helmut was left in the forest because of the seed of darkness in his body. Darienne warns that as long as the seed remains, Helmut will be hunted and could die fighting other humans even if he escapes. Darienne asks if Helmut still wants to leave the forest after hearing this. Helmut thinks intensely, clearly not backing down. Seeing Helmut's resolve, Darienne agrees. Darienne suddenly grabs Helmut, startling him. As Helmut protests in pain, Darienne lifts him up. Darienne notes Helmut's foul mouth and fiery temper. Darienne says that if Helmut wants to enter the human world, he must first truly become human. Darienne decides to take Helmut with him and make him into a human. While carrying Helmut, Darienne explains that escaping requires passing the forest's barrier, which is impossible in Helmut's current condition. Darienne says Helmut must first become stronger and later meet someone who knows how to cross the barrier. When Helmut asks who that person is, Darienne says he cannot yet reveal it. Helmut, held by the chin, asks how he is supposed to get stronger. Arriving at a cabin, Darienne tells Helmut to simply follow his instructions. Darienne orders Helmut to perform chores, prompting Helmut to angrily question why. Inside, Darienne makes Helmut clean, explaining that humans usually live this way. Helmut complains about the filth and asks if Darienne lived like this too. Darienne pointedly asks if Helmut prefers staying in the forest instead. Frustrated but determined, Helmut holds back his anger. Darienne shows Helmut a straw mat and tells him it is his bed. Helmut tests the straw bed in amazement, repeating the unfamiliar word. Relaxing on the bed, Helmut asks if he can rest now. Darienne calls him lazy and says there is still much work to do. Darienne hands over clothes and tells Helmut to change into them. Wearing the outfit, Helmut complains it is tight, while Darienne says humans must wear clothes and to take care of them. Helmut silently reflects on this change. A cut shows the log they practiced with earlier, implying hard training. Out in the forest again, Darienne says there is more to learn and will teach Helmut which things are safe or unsafe to eat. Darienne adds he will show how to make inedible things edible. Demonstrating with a demonic root, Darienne explains it has a core and lingering demonic energy, but there is a way around it. At a stream, Darienne says water can purify such organisms after the core is removed. He offers the prepared root to Helmut to taste. Helmut eats it, surprised to learn plants can be eaten, finding the idea fascinating. When they finish, Darienne suggests returning for the day and Helmut eagerly agrees. Later, with dark circles from fatigue, Helmut admits he needs human knowledge. While hauling buckets of water, he complains that he does not see how these tasks relate to gaining knowledge. He grumbles that Darienne has been making him do strange chores for days and wonders if the man is just tormenting him. Elaga suddenly appears, startling Helmut and causing him to spill the water. Elaga demands to know what he is doing and if he is trying to joke around. Helmut explains Darienne told him to fetch water, and Elaga questions why he obeys the human when he never listened to her. Helmut says Darienne promised to make him stronger. Elaga asks what Helmut plans to do with that strength and whether he intends to leave the forest. Helmut tearfully answers that since she told him he is not a demonic beast, he must eventually go to the human world. Elaga falls silent, processing his resolve. She then doubts that anything good will come from him leaving. Helmut admits he does not know but believes nothing good will happen if he stays. He tells Elaga he is heading back and will see her later. Elaga watches him go, clearly affected. She looks sorrowful, contemplating his departure. Another view shows her still brooding over his decision. Elaga walks away along the riverside, hoping Helmut will have a good life. Time passes as Helmut repeatedly carries water, continuing his chores. Exhausted and drenched, Helmut pants from the effort. Darienne supervises Helmut's physical training, ordering him to keep his back straight during squats. When Helmut complains of fatigue, Darienne counters by asking if he truly wants to leave the forest. Fired up, Helmut curses and forces himself to continue holding the squat. Darienne notes that Helmut is enduring well. Darienne reflects that surviving this forest has made Helmut different from ordinary kids. Watching Helmut's sweat-soaked efforts, Darienne judges that the boy has talents beyond the seed of darkness and is worth teaching. The sun sets, marking the passage of a long day of training. Darienne finally calls Helmut to stop and sit. Helmut collapses backward from exhaustion. Darienne catches the limp boy and supports him. Helmut weakly says he is hungry, and Darienne agrees to feed him. They sit by a fire outside the cabin, cooking a pot of stew together. Darienne tells Helmut to use a spoon as the boy eagerly eyes the food. Helmut tastes it for the first time. Overwhelmed by the flavor, Helmut devours the stew in delight. Darienne smiles quietly as Helmut praises the soup's deliciousness. Helmut looks up mid-bite, wondering why Darienne is staring instead of eating. Darienne faces away, telling Helmut to listen while he eats. Darienne reminds Helmut that he came to him to leave the forest, and is now training to become stronger. He explains that Helmut is a weak human without claws or fangs and that a human body has limits no matter how hard one trains. Darienne says this is why he has more to teach. He announces that from tomorrow he will start teaching Helmut the way of the sword. Before that, he intends to show Helmut what a sword truly is. Darienne readies his wooden sword and prepares a demonstration. He steps before a massive rock, drawing the blade. Darienne tells Helmut to watch carefully. Darienne swings, sending a powerful arc of energy from the sword. His eyes gleam intensely as he channels power into the strike. The slash releases a huge wave of force that tears across the ground toward the rock. The impact shreds the terrain and rock in a blinding streak. Helmut, stunned, notes that the wooden sword seemed to shine just now. Another view shows the blinding energy emanating from Darienne's strike. The sword wave carves a deep fissure through the rock and earth. The cleaved rock splits apart, revealing the path of the slash. The shattered rocks fall away, framing a gaping chasm before Helmut. Helmut stares wide-eyed at the destruction. From above, the ground shows a clean line of devastation where the sword passed. Darienne tells Helmut that this is how humans manage to survive. Helmut asks in awe what that technique just was. Darienne names the power as Vis and explains that, like demonic energy in beasts, humans possess this hidden force. He adds that Helmut's seed of darkness is simply a power with a different attribute but of the same nature. Helmut excitedly realizes Vis is the power he sensed from Elaga and Darienne and declares he wants to learn it. Darienne knocks him down and says he is too impatient, since his body cannot yet contain this. Darienne tells him that, for now, understanding the sword itself is more important. Darienne silently gauges Helmut's reaction. Darienne warns that the path ahead will be difficult, miserable, and painful. He insists, however, that Helmut must endure without collapsing. Darienne promises that if Helmut dedicates his heart to this path, the sword will eventually reward him. Darienne places the practiced sword into Helmut's hands. Helmut accepts it with a determined smile and agrees. Training continues day after day, with Darienne shouting at Helmut to focus. During one session, Helmut complains his form has been fine for days, while Darienne chides his attitude and demands respectful address. Helmut insists he is doing it correctly, adding a reluctant, "Sir?" But Darienne flatly disagrees. Helmut asks what exactly he is doing wrong. Darienne calls him a brat and says good form alone is not enough, urging him to think deeper. Facing Helmut, Darienne asks if he really needs to spell everything out for him to understand. The boy angrily demands that things be explained clearly from the beginning. The old man admits the boy will not understand if he explains poorly and trails off. The old man reflects that although the boy dislikes studying, he improves with unusual speed. He thinks that the boy's seed of darkness and upbringing among demonic beasts should have made him violent. Yet he observes that the boy is rational, stubborn, and strangely different from what he expected. After considering this, the old man decides to accept him as a student. The old man suddenly swings his staff at high speed. His blow strikes the boy painfully in training, making the boy cry out. The old man comments that the boy's strength has lessened. The boy yelps again and complains about being struck twice. The old man asks how it felt and whether the boy notices any difference. The boy honestly answers that he does not understand. The old man threatens to withhold dinner if the answer stays like that, startling the boy. Panicked by the threat, the boy insists he is beginning to understand. He carefully explains that the two strikes differed in pain, speed, and location. He wonders why they felt different when the motions looked almost identical. The old man explains that merely copying the outer form of a movement is insufficient. He describes subtle differences in muscles and fingertip tremors that affect a strike. He adds that true technique follows speed and flow. Finally, he says mastery depends on one's understanding of both mind and sword. He concludes that all these internal elements must come under the boy's control. Only then, after dedicating himself wholly to each movement, will the boy have truly learned. The old man states that this is how one comes to understand the way of the sword. He criticizes the boy's current swings as meaningless chopping more suited to a lumberjack. He orders the boy to repeat the practice again and again. After training, the boy walks, pondering. By the river, he recalls Darienne saying rest is also part of training but finds idleness boring. A large white leopard named Elaga approaches, and the boy greets it casually. Elaga studies the boy with curiosity. Elaga remarks that the boy seems to have grown larger in a short time, and the boy is surprised. Jokingly, Elaga compares his growth to a small nut becoming a slightly bigger one and promises he will keep growing. The boy remembers that Darienne feels indebted to Elaga, who says he allowed the human to live in his territory. The boy is surprised because Elaga usually dislikes company and asks if he never wanted to fight Darienne, prompting Elaga to tease that living with a human made the boy stupid. Elaga proudly declares himself master of the Forest of Root's central territory, and one who challenges any intruder. Then he awkwardly admits he sometimes avoids fights, having been cautious of a disgusting snake that might ambush him. The boy realizes Elaga means Nahu, the two-headed snake of the western forest, who targeted Darienne. The boy asks Elaga if he is certain he could defeat Darienne in a fight. Elaga falls silent, unable to answer confidently. He finally admits he does not know who would win. Elaga explains that demonic beasts constantly emit demonic energy while humans can conceal their power, making human strength difficult to judge. The boy listens intently, eyes widening at this revelation. He concludes that Elaga might not be able to beat Darienne. Elaga clarifies he is only uncertain and that this uncertainty is why Nahu avoids attacking Darienne despite hating him. The boy asks why Nahu hates Darienne so much. Elaga answers that Darienne destroyed the vile place Nahu had created. When the boy asks what that place was, Elaga hesitates. Elaga then asks if the boy wants to see it for himself. The boy, unable to resist curiosity, eagerly says he wants to know. Elaga agrees to show him. Elaga envelopes the boy in his power, transporting him rapidly. They dart through the forest at extreme speed as Elaga says he will show the truth. Arriving, the boy clutches Elaga and stares ahead in shock at what he sees. Elaga confirms that this scene is the disgusting area he mentioned. Images show humans being bound and abused. More scenes depict slaves being whipped and dragged violently. A woman is seized as others are taken away, emphasizing the brutality. Elaga reveals the location as a human farm. From atop Elaga, the boy looks down at the village where enslaved humans toil. Slaves below notice the distant silhouette of Elaga on a cliff. Horrified, the boy repeats the idea of humans being farmed. A slave collapses under a heavy log. An overseer orders the injured man to work properly despite his pain. Another guard mercilessly kicks a fallen slave, accusing him of faking injury. Watching, the boy asks why the man is being beaten when he is clearly hurt, and Elaga answers it is because the slave failed at his work. A guard yells at frightened girls, forcing them into a hut amid screams. From above, the boy sees lines of captive women and children being herded. One green-haired girl trembles nervously in the line. The boy notices that these humans resemble him yet are somehow different and asks Elaga about them, who identifies them as female humans. He observes the females being locked indoors early, and Elaga bluntly says they are being kept as food. Elaga explains that although they are human like the boy, their gender is different and that Nahu prefers females for their tender meat and lack of muscle. He adds that Nahu lets them grow before eating so there is more flesh. A mural-like image illustrates Nahu devouring females while males labor as lifelong slaves to maintain the farm. The boy now understands why this place is called a farm, while Elaga notes that humans, not Nahu, actually run it and points out their human leader. The bald-robed man named Arago appears, and subordinates address him as they explain a slave's mistake. Arago dismisses the issue and instead asks whether all sacrifices for the day have been assembled. When told they have, he eyes the captives thoughtfully. The captive girls shuffle toward the hut. Arago calls out to the green-haired girl. He grabs her face, startling and frightening her. Smiling cruelly, he says he will spare her for now and let her live longer. Her resulting scream echoes across the farm, reaching the boy who watches from afar. The boy asks Elaga to confirm that this human is the farm's leader, and Elaga explains that the man excels at finding humans dropped into the forest, and that the boy might have been captured by him if unlucky. Arago casually drags the girl as other slaves cringe and cry. Reflecting on this, the boy notes that Elaga never treated him that way. He asks why he was spared such cruelty. Embarrassed, Elaga claims he simply dislikes seeing Nahu's livestock numbers increase. The boy muses over this answer, half smiling. He remarks that the excuse actually fits Elaga's personality. Elaga then says that since the farm is gathering humans now, it is time for them to leave. Suddenly Elaga senses something strange and reacts. A mocking voice remarks on encountering them. Nahu, the massive two-headed serpent, appears before Elaga and the boy in a surge of hostile energy. One of Nahu's heads addresses Elaga, saying it has missed seeing his face. Elaga glares back and calls Nahu by name. Elaga braces himself protectively in front of the boy, remaining silent. Overwhelmed by their auras, the boy trembles in fear. He realizes Nahu is exuding terrifying pressure without even attacking yet. Nahu asks if the boy is the child Elaga has been raising, remarking that young human males are the tastiest. Nahu suggests Elaga let him have a bite of the boy, but Elaga refuses, saying human males are not to his taste. Nahu laughs and says the humans Arago prepares are especially delicious. The boy, smelling something familiar, becomes terrified and hyper-alert. Nahu senses Darienne's scent on the boy and demands to know how he is related to Darienne. The boy flinches in panic under Nahu's scrutiny. Elaga suddenly lunges between them, attacking Nahu. Roaring, Elaga curses Nahu for approaching the boy so closely. Nahu chuckles and claims he is peace-loving, not seeking a fight, even while looming menacingly. He says he is only investigating because the boy's clothes carry Darienne's smell and explains that he has reason to be cautious after Darienne destroyed his farm a few years ago. A memory shows Darienne standing amid flames after annihilating Nahu's original farm. Elaga flatly states that the boy is not related to Darienne and only stole some of his clothes. Nahu accepts this explanation with relief and says that without Elaga present he would have punished the boy. Elaga warns that if Nahu so much as harms a single hair on the boy's head, he will tear the serpent apart. Nahu pretends to be frightened and insists he is joking, saying he does not want to fight an old acquaintance. Elaga nevertheless tells Nahu to leave at once and never return. Nahu retorts that even the thought of Elaga's fur in his territory disgusts him. Elaga shields the exhausted boy as Nahu finally withdraws. Nahu's parting words of goodbye linger as he disappears. The serpent's body recedes into the distance while Elaga remains on guard over the boy. Overwhelmed by fear and stress, the boy collapses, groaning. His consciousness fades completely. Elaga notes from above that the boy has fainted. Later, as they walk home, Elaga warns the recovering boy that because Nahu has now seen him, he must always travel with Darienne. Elaga adds that Nahu is wary of him and likely will not come near, but that danger can never be ruled out. The boy quietly agrees to be cautious. Elaga asks why he looks so down, and reminds him he must take such threats seriously. As Elaga excuses the boy's inexperience due to youth, the boy interrupts to ask something. He solemnly asks whether he can ever become as strong as Elaga and Darienne. Elaga is surprised that the boy is comparing himself to them. Elaga answers that reaching Darienne's strength would be extremely difficult because the man is tremendously powerful. He explains that Darienne has reached a level of strength unattainable for most humans even with a lifetime of effort. The boy repeats this idea about a lifetime of struggle, deeply pondering what it means for his own future. The leopard warns that the upcoming task will be difficult, and that everything hinges on the boy's performance. The boy clenches his fist, silently resolving himself. The leopard says that if the boy truly wants to grow stronger, there is a way. The leopard tells him that if he wants to leave the forest, he must give his utmost effort. The leopard studies the boy seriously. The boy looks back with determined eyes. The leopard pauses, exhaling as if thinking. Sensing a human approaching, the leopard departs, saying goodbye. Someone grips a bundle of straw tightly. The white-haired man remarks that the boy seems to have gone on a little journey with the leopard. The boy greets the man, recognizing him as Darienne. Darienne notes that the sun is setting and suggests they return home. The boy appears thoughtful and subdued. Darienne walks ahead, leading the way back. The leopard watches them from behind as they leave. The leopard then turns away into the forest. The leopard glances back one last time. The leopard internally resolves to keep watch over the boy. The boy's eyes widen as he takes this to heart. He smiles slightly, encouraged by the leopard's promise. The three of them head along the forest path, the leopard following behind the boy and Darienne. Later that night, the boy grits his teeth in pain. Curled up in bed, he curses and thinks his stomach hurts unbearably. Sweating and crying, he fears the pain is so bad it might kill him. The next day, Darienne hands Helmut some herbs, telling him to eat them before bed. Helmut examines the leaves and asks what they are. Darienne calmly tells him they are poisonous herbs, shocking Helmut. When Helmut protests about eating poison, Darienne strikes and orders him to stop complaining, explaining it will suppress the seed of darkness within him. That night Helmut rides again, thinking the herb might truly be poison. He screams that Darienne never warned him it would hurt this much. He clutches his stomach, crying out in agony. Through clenched teeth he demands to know what Darienne is really feeding him. On a cliff under the moon, Darienne calls out to the leopard, Darienne, in concern. He thinks silently about how long it has been. He concludes it has been about 4 years since then. Time passes and Helmut now trains by fiercely swinging a wooden sword along the forest path. Shirtless and muscular, Helmut smashes his practice sword into a tree. He continues striking until the tree trunk is slashed with deep cuts. From a distance, Darienne watches Helmut's relentless training. Darienne observes quietly, saying nothing. Approaching him, Darienne notes that Helmut has begun to enjoy wielding the sword. Helmut demonstrates with a thrust, saying his body feels lighter and his vision clearer lately. He wonders aloud if the poisonous herb is responsible, and Darienne suggests it may be due to the demonic soil, asking if the pain has stopped. Helmut answers that it no longer hurts and instead leaves him feeling refreshed each morning. Darienne reflects that Helmut has been ingesting demonic soil for months and decides the time has come for the next step. Darienne calls Helmut and asks if he remembers their earlier talk about the energy called Vis. He reminds Helmut that Vis is invisible yet can be accumulated without limit. Darienne explains that without a sufficiently trained body and fundamentals, Vis training is meaningless, which is why he waited until Helmut reached this level. He now judges Helmut's body ready to begin taking in Vis. Darienne announces that from this moment they will start. He tells Helmut he will teach him how to train in Vis. Darienne prepares himself, gripping his wooden sword as power gathers. He turns his back, focusing before demonstrating. His hand tightens around the sword as energy stirs. He exhales, beginning to release Vis. Golden energy flares around Darienne as he channels Vis through the practice sword. The display shocks Helmut, who braces himself. Darienne explains that Vis is used by absorbing atmospheric energy into the body and freely controlling it. He shows how that gathered Vis is then materialized through the sword. Darienne states that this is the method of controlling Vis and what Helmut must practice from now on. He orders Helmut to ready his sword. As they spar, Darienne instructs him to keep breathing and draw in nature's energy with each motion. Darienne tells him to keep his thoughts simple and his movements calm. He warns that if Helmut loses the natural flow of energy, Helmut panics as the pressure mounts. Darienne finishes that if the flow is lost, Helmut's body will break before his Vis does. Helmut screams, pushed to his limits. Darienne suddenly appears before him, hand outstretched to stop the reckless charge. With a fearsome visage cloaked in Vis, Darienne reaches toward Helmut. His hand meets Helmut's attack in a burst of light. The clash sends Darienne flying while Helmut's Vis-coated strike tears up the ground. Breathing hard, Helmut tries to continue shouting. Darienne scolds him for losing composure and asks if he is trying to kill his teacher. Helmut curses and forces himself to remember to breathe properly. He steadies his stance, concentrating on his breathing and grip. Straining, he prepares another focused charge. Helmut dashes forward with all his might, sword extended. Darienne casually blocks his rapid flurry of blows. Darienne advises him to sharpen his senses, absorb more energy, and feel its full power. Helmut grits his teeth, struggling to endure. Darienne notes that no one can master this perfectly from the beginning. He says they will keep training this way, even if progress is slow. Time rushes by in a blur of constant practice. Years of intense sparring between Darienne and Helmut pass. Helmut inwardly urges Darienne to simply show him. Darienne glances back, gauging Helmut's resolve. Helmut grips his sword, ready for more. Darienne tells him to demonstrate his will through his sword. Helmut unleashes a powerful, focused strike that warps the air around them. Darienne's voice echoes, ordering Helmut to move without rest and maintain his flow. He urges the boy to move even faster. Darienne commands Helmut to fuse all that gathered energy into his body. Helmut closes his eyes, centering himself. Seasons change as he continues relentless training in the snowy forest. His feet land firmly amid shattered ice and snow as his power grows. Now older, Helmut turns calmly, visibly matured. In a breakthrough, purple Vis surges skyward as Helmut stands enveloped in power. 4 years later, a huge blast of energy erupts in the winter forest. Helmut stands on a shattered stump, having cleaved through another massive log. He straightens up, his breath visible in the cold air. Looking over the felled trees, he exhales and relaxes. He wonders aloud if he should end training for the day. Reflecting on the time that has passed, he notes it has been 4 years. Darienne appears and comments that he has been watching and that Helmut has finally improved. Helmut modestly says he still has a long way to go and asks Darienne for a duel. Darienne replies that before dueling, he wants Helmut to show his vis. Helmut complains that the last time he did that Darienne refused to duel, but Darienne insists. Reluctantly, Helmut agrees. He closes his eyes and begins concentrating his vis. Darienne watches silently, assessing him. Seeing the purple vis manifest strongly around Helmut's sword, Darienne thinks that despite earlier doubts the boy's growth and talent with the seed of darkness are remarkable. Helmut pants, recovering from the exertion. Darienne thinks that this child will one day overturn the world, whether as a great hero or a terrifying villain. Darienne wonders to himself. He questions if the time has finally come. He considers whether it is now time to let Helmut go out into the world. Helmut, holding his glowing purple sword, looks uncertain yet expectant. Darienne approaches and says it seems the moment they have waited for has arrived, addressing Helmut. Confused, Helmut asks what he means and wonders if it is what he suspects. Darienne confirms that he means it is time for Helmut to leave the forest. Helmut protests that he does not feel strong enough yet, but Darienne warns that if his seed of darkness grows further he will be unable to pass through the divine barrier. Darienne stresses that now is the only window and urges Helmut to listen closely. Helmut agrees quietly, ready to hear the explanation. Darienne explains that the human world lies south of the Forest of Roots, and that to reach it Helmut must pass through a divine barrier that has a weak point. He says that, in principle, passing through that weakened section should allow entry into the human world. Darienne adds that although Helmut bears the seed of darkness, a human capable of withstanding the weakened barrier should be able to cross. Curious, Helmut asks where exactly this weak point is. Darienne admits he does not know because he never searched for it, but says there is someone who does. He tells Helmut that in the territory of the two-headed snake lies a human village whose chief, Elaga, and especially a certain leopard know the location of the human settlement. Darienne clarifies that the two-headed snake is the demon Nahu, and that Elaga is the one who manages the humans of that village. The young man realizes the person being discussed is someone he knows and acknowledges it silently. The old man begins his final piece of advice. He explains that entering the human world will expose the boy, who has only known the forest, to many exciting new experiences. He warns that tragedy always comes unexpectedly. The boy listens in uneasy silence. The old man describes how unavoidable tragedy will bring powerlessness, pain, frustration, despair, and even tempt him toward darkness. He raises his hand to stress that despite this, he grips the boy's shoulder to emphasize his next words. He says his only request is that the boy follow this advice and asks if he has any questions. The boy, clenching his fist, asks if the old man truly has no intention of going with him. The old man exhales, momentarily taken aback. He confirms that he will not be accompanying the boy. The boy looks at him with conflicted eyes. The old man ends the talk, saying he will sleep and has something to give the boy in the morning. Turning away, he adds that he wants some time alone after a long while. Later, the boy stands quietly, processing everything. He remains alone on the snowy forest path with his sword. That night he sits by a river under the stars, brooding. He broods with a dark, troubled expression. His companion, a large snow leopard, comes to sit beside him. The leopard notes that he does not seem happy about leaving tomorrow, addressing him by name. The boy admits in a low voice that he does not feel excited. He reflects that though he can finally leave the forest, his feelings are unclear. He recognizes that his emotions are complicated and wonders why he feels this way. The leopard watches him quietly, saying nothing. The beast thinks about what this change in the boy means. The leopard concludes that these confusing emotions prove the boy is gradually becoming human. The next day, the boy grips the door handle of the cabin. Outside, he and the leopard look toward the old man's house. The leopard tersely tells him to go inside. The boy steels himself and opens the door. He steps into the dark room where the old man is. His eyes widen in shock at what he sees. Darienne sits formally on the floor with a sword and a bundle placed before him. His face shows heavy resolve as he waits. The boy nervously calls Darienne's name. Darienne keeps his eyes closed, remaining silent. The boy repeats his name, trying to speak. He narrates that he had a vague premonition. He reflects that his suspicion was correct. He recalls Darienne's back, sensing this would be their last meeting. Accepting it is time, the boy prepares himself to leave. He takes hold of the sword that was set out for him. Now equipped with bag and sword, he faces Darienne one last time. He gazes at the old man with mixed sorrow and determination. Darienne avoids his eyes, looking down sadly. The boy struggles with his emotions. He closes his eyes briefly to compose himself. Then he opens them with renewed resolve. He remembers Darienne standing confidently, as if seeing his mentor's former vigor. Outside, the leopard watches as the boy exits the cabin, ready to depart. The leopard remarks that Darienne's life must simply have reached its end and admits she already knew. The boy, trying to stay calm, says not to look so sad, since all meetings end in parting. She adds that Darienne lived and died according to his lifespan, so the boy should not feel guilty. She then says it is finally time to give him something. She tosses him a cloth bundle, explaining it is what he wore when he was first left there. She tells him to open it because it could help him once he leaves the forest. Inside, he finds a golden pendant on a chain. The leopard explains that the pendant is made of rare pure gold. She infers from it that he must have been born to a noble family. The engraved blessing on the pendant reads, "Let there be light on your path." The pendant's inscription in another language repeats that same blessing and bears a name. He reads the name Margaret Irene from the engraving. The leopard asks if that is the leader's name, and the boy thinks it is probably his mother's. She advises him to search for this woman after escaping, as she may help him understand what happened. She then discusses his plan to reach the human farm, noting that Nahu, the two-headed snake, is hibernating but would sense her if she entered his territory. The boy answers that she need not worry, since he can handle things on his own. She accepts this and urges him to hurry because this is his only opportunity. The boy walks away through the snow while the leopard watches from behind. Without turning around, he bids Elaga farewell and tells her to live a long life. She sadly replies in her heart, telling Helmut to take care as well. Helmut walks down the snowy path, leaving the only home he has known. The scene shifts to an overview of the human farm encircled by cliffs and fences. A hooded figure approaches the outer wall of the farm at night. The cloaked stranger stands silently before the wall, face hidden. Inside, the robed man removes his hood, revealing a bald, scarred mage. He pauses in thought, his expression unreadable. He uses magic on a candle flame, demonstrating his power. His eyes glow as he senses an intruder behind him. Helmut appears with his sword at the mage's neck, ordering him not to move. The narration defines black magic. It explains that black magic is an evil force that can empower even weak mages. Among mages, some overstep forbidden boundaries in pursuit of such power. These mages commit horrific massacres to strengthen their dark magic. One such mage, Elaga, was envious of talented peers and turned to black magic to become strong. To fuel his spells, he needed humans' darkest emotions, so he resorted to kidnapping and trafficking people as materials. The torment and fear of his victims only made Elaga more evil and powerful. Eventually, another mage exposed his crimes to the world. Elaga was captured and sentenced to either death or exile. To avoid immediate execution, he chose banishment to the deadly forest of roots. There he met Nahu, the two-headed snake, and received territory in exchange for loyalty and sacrifices. Elaga then used magic to gather exiled humans, forcing them to submit so demonic beasts would not kill them. This is how the human farm came into existence. Elaga ruled the farm like a king while the other humans were treated as livestock. Nahu, the true master of the area, allowed this as long as Elaga kept supplying sacrifices. Serving Nahu, Elaga continued to pursue his ambitions through the farm. Yet every winter he grew anxious. During Nahu's hibernation each winter, demonic beasts relentlessly attacked the farm. Even amid these recurring crises, Elaga took grim satisfaction in his new life. Now, with Helmut's sword at his throat, Elaga curses winter and demands to know what the intruder wants. Helmut states he wants to know how to escape the forest of roots, having heard Elaga knows the way. Elaga scoffs at his rudeness and calls him an insolent brat. He guesses Helmut must be the disciple Darienne once took in. Helmut ignores the provocation and tells Elaga to simply provide the information he needs. When Elaga questions why he should cooperate, Helmut answers coolly. Helmut warns that if Elaga refuses, he will kill him on the spot. Elaga counters that his death would awaken Lord Nahu from hibernation. Helmut replies that if that happens, Elaga will die as well. Elaga doubts a mere human can face Nahu, but Helmut says it does not matter. Helmut asks whether Nahu can revive the dead and tells Elaga not to worry about his fate, since Elaga will certainly die. Leaning close, Helmut warns him not to attempt any tricks. Elaga argues that only he knows the forest's escape route, so killing him would leave Helmut trapped. Helmut responds that mages obsessively record everything, so he can learn it from Elaga's notes, and is only trying to save time. Elaga hesitates, reassessing Helmut. Admitting the boy is not easily intimidated, Elaga agrees to talk. Helmut keeps the sword at his neck while Elaga, holding a candle, prepares to lead the way. Elaga states that he will explain how to leave the forest. They start descending a staircase into the depths beneath the farm. Helmut follows Elaga down the spiral stairs at sword point. Elaga asks Helmut's name as they walk. Helmut curtly refuses to answer, saying it is none of Elaga's concern. Elaga accepts this and says he will still share one thing with him. He explains that the method he discovered is only theoretical, beyond the ability of anyone he knows except perhaps Darienne, implying Helmut's efforts may be futile. Helmut deduces from this that since Elaga is here telling him this, Darienne clearly never intended to leave the forest. Helmut demands to know what happened to Darienne. When Elaga stays silent, Helmut concludes Darienne must already be dead. Elaga laughs to himself as he pulls a particular book from the shelf. He reaches for the book, but Helmut orders him to hand it over and stop. Instead, Elaga offers Helmut the position of his successor, suggesting he stay and rule the farm. Helmut stares back coldly and dismisses the idea as ridiculous. The old mage flatters Darienne's disciple as the only worthy one among the weak and offers to give him everything he owns. The disciple tightly grips his sword, preparing to act. With his blade at the mage's throat, the disciple rejects the offer, saying he only cares about surviving and escaping. The mage, annoyed, orders him to just hand the demanded item over. Cornered, the mage agrees to comply and presents a book he once found in a dead stealth mage's hideout. Reading, The disciple learns the mage specialized in stealth magic but still failed to escape this place. The book explains that at a southern waterfall where demonic and divine powers clash, one might slip through the surrounding barrier by jumping in. The mage warns that despite that weak point, the divine barrier around the forest of roots is top tier and will incinerate anyone tainted with demonic energy. After sharing everything he knows, the mage hears the disciple decide to spare his life. The disciple internally admits he dislikes the mage, but hesitates to kill him. He recalls Darienne's teaching not to treat lives lightly, remembering he himself survived once only thanks to a leopard's mercy. Suddenly he blasts the mage in the chest with a powerful strike. The mage screams in agony. Later, bound to a pillar, the weakened mage groans. Struggling against his bindings, he cries out in pain as he tries to break free. The disciple tells the tied mage he will be released after some time, and warns him to stop doing evil. Drained of mana and furious, the mage curses the arrogant disciple and insists he will never escape the forest alive. The disciple pauses and turns his head at those words. Smirking confidently, he answers that of course he will. The mage is left alone, tightly bound in the empty hall. Enraged, he strains against his ropes and rants at how a mere brat dared to treat him this way. Dark demonic power begins surging around his restrained body. Consumed by that power, he vows to obliterate the disciple's confidence. A cultist outside begs Lord Nahu to wake as the possessed mage screams amid violent purple lightning. The entire structure starts shaking from the unleashed energy. Cracks open and purple flames burst from the ground. A colossal multi-headed serpent dragon erupts from below in a storm of demonic energy. One of the dragon heads addresses Erago by name, asking if there is truly a reason it was awakened. Terrified, Erago insists this is a serious matter and begs the dragon to listen. He reports that Darienne is dead and that Darienne's disciple is currently inside the forest. The dragon reacts darkly, baring its many teeth. Erago laughs with crazed delight as the dragon's aura surges. The shadowy dragon concludes this is the perfect chance to erase all traces of the hated human enforcers. Declaring it will find the boy, the dragon bores through the earth and speeds away. Watching rubble fall from the ceiling, Erago chuckles and curses the brat. As deadly projectiles rain through the forest, Erago's disembodied voice taunts that the disciple will not escape unscathed after treating him this way. Erago manically proclaims that nothing in this world comes free. The disciple steels himself and yells for someone to brace themselves. He dashes at full speed through the snowy forest as the ground erupts behind him. Explosions chase him, shattering tree trunks. Catching his breath, he curses under his breath. While sprinting alongside fleeing beasts, he regrets not killing Erago earlier. He notices demonic beasts panicking and fleeing without attacking him. He deduces that all the monsters are terrified of something else. Realizing the threat, he pushes himself to run even faster. He exhales in relief for a moment, then refocuses. He decides he must run like mad to survive. His feet hammer the snowy ground as he continues fleeing. He notes he is still inside the dragon's territory and wonders if this is his limit. Seeing the sky dyed with demonic energy, he clicks his tongue at how completely the area is flooded with it. Suddenly something approaches and he winces. He tightens his grip on his sword, preparing for battle. The ground ahead turns into a vast, ominous clearing suffused with purple mist. He keeps running into the corrupted area. He finally finds himself face to face with the towering multi-headed dragon. The dragon greets him, saying it knew the child would eventually return to its territory. It calls him a long-awaited guest and declares it cannot allow him to leave. The disciple calmly answers that in that case he will simply kill the dragon before leaving. Amused, the dragon mocks his new bravery and belittles his frail human body. It tells him resistance is useless. The dragon roars that he should just let himself be eaten as it lunges. A titanic strike slams down, causing an immense explosion of snow and energy. The blast shoots into the sky like a geyser, visible across the forest. The disciple rides the shockwave, cutting through the air as debris flies. Amid swirling dust, he complains he cannot see and gropes for the dragon's presence. The dragon compliments him for dodging the previous attack. It coils around him, hemming him into a deadly circle of bodies. One head jeers at him to keep struggling while he silently endures. Surrounded by glaring eyes, he stands tense as ominous energy presses in. He forces himself to calm down, reminding himself that even against a powerful foe a chance will appear. Determined, he vows he will not just give up. One of the dragon's ally voices shouts Nahu's name as a massive orb of destructive energy forms in its jaws. The disciple rushes directly toward the oncoming energy sphere. At the last moment he drops low, timing his move and shouting that now is the time. He closes in at point-blank range near one of the dragon's heads. The dragon slams its massive tail or body, sending the disciple flying amid another crashing impact. He plants his feet on the dragon's moving body, using it as a foothold. Running along its length, he sprints toward a vital point despite the chaos. He thinks that no matter how strong the demon's energy is, there must be a weakness. He channels his own power into his sword, readying a decisive thrust. He decides that somewhere on the dragon there is a spot his vis can pierce. He commits to stabbing that point directly in its eye. His blade slices across the dragon's glowing eye. The injured head explodes in blood as the dragon recoils while he lands. He notes he has successfully bought some time. Defeating it would be ideal, but this is the limit of his current skill. Feeling drained from using too much vis, he realizes continuing the fight will kill him just as the dragon rages behind him. As the monster bellows, he yells back for it to shut up and keeps fleeing. He concludes that he must escape this battle alive. The remaining head rips off the wounded, blinded head in fury. The disciple looks back in shock at the brutal act. The dragon scolds its lost head for being unable to endure such minor pain. It exhales, relieved to have discarded what it calls a useless part. Eyeing the battlefield, it boasts that it has removed the weak portion. It then turns its fury on the disciple, vowing to erase him as well. The disciple braces his sword against the next overwhelming attack. His face contorts with strain as he resists. Their clashing energies explode through the forest. The disciple is violently struck and sent tumbling. A massive crater forms where he was, with the dragon looming above. The dragon remarks that the boy still managed to hide even after that blow. It acknowledges that losing a head hampers its vision for the moment. Roaring and sweeping its long neck, it searches irritably for the brat. Elsewhere, the disciple gasps for breath, badly exhausted. Sitting against a tree, he admits the dragon is far stronger than expected and wonders if blinding its eye is all he can do. He clutches his chest in pain but consoles himself that at least he bought some time, deciding this is his only chance to flee. Before he can move, a surge of demonic energy approaches, startling him. He sees the one-headed dragon advancing again, surrounded by roiling demonic power. The dragon chuckles that it finally found the disgusting child. The disciple, wreathed in pink flames from the barrier, is mocked for thinking he could hide anywhere in this forest. He clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing he is cornered. The dragon charges at high speed for another deadly strike. Its gaping jaws rush toward him. Pressed against a rock wall, the disciple curses again as he prepares to meet the attack. His hand trembles but he refuses to give up. He rallies himself, shouting that he cannot die here. Just then his eyes widen as something unexpected appears. A powerful blue flame paw slams into the ground, announcing a new arrival. A massive spectral leopard blocks the dragon's advance in front of the disciple. A voice addresses someone with a familiar greeting after a long separation. The dragon recognizes the newcomer and calls it Elaga. The blazing leopard spirit fully manifests, eyes locked on the enemy. The scene clarifies that Elaga is physically shielding the disciple from the dragon. The disciple, stunned and relieved, starts to call Elaga's name. Elaga roars, standing tall and ready to fight the dragon. The disciple feels Elaga's demonic energy wash over him. Elaga tells him it is glad he survived and instructs him to leave the rest of the battle to it. When the disciple offers to help, Elaga simply orders him to go. Elaga reminds him he has more important things to accomplish and urges him to hurry and find them. Elaga defines that crucial goal for him as achieving his own freedom. Hearing this, the disciple's eyes widen as he contemplates the meaning of his freedom. The lightning-reed snow leopard warns the boy not to let its efforts be in vain. The injured boy protests anxiously, starting to argue. The leopard roars and orders the boy to escape immediately. The boy falls silent, lips trembling and bloodied. Bowing his head, the boy thanks the leopard for everything. The boy retreats while the empowered leopard confronts the massive serpent. The leopard charges straight at the serpent with fierce intent. The serpent grimaces in pain as the leopard's attack lands. Furious, the serpent screams, insulting the leopard and raging about being opposed in its own territory. The leopard coldly replies that it is merely doing what it must, not specifically trying to block the serpent. Laughing harshly, the serpent mocks their emotional bond as a pathetic friendship. The serpent sneers that their kind is disgusting. The serpent thanks the leopard for coming alone and vows to kill it, and then devour the boy. The leopard retorts that the serpent failed even with 2 heads and challenges it to try again with 1. The remaining serpent head rears up menacingly. The leopard bares its fangs, fully committed to the fight. Empowered by blue energy, the leopard dives down toward the serpent's upraised form. A blinding slash cuts through, ending the clash. Sometime later, the boy, now older with a sword, wonders if the long struggle has finally ended. A beast corpse collapses on the snowy ground. He notes he has been running and fighting for days since leaving Elaga's territory. Surrounded by slain monsters, he observes that as long as they are weaker than Nahu, he can defeat them. He pauses, thinking intensely, beginning with the word if. He reflects that without meeting Elaga and Darienne, he never would have survived in this place. Resolute, he says he has only one chance and must use it for the sake of Elaga and Darienne. Standing before a great waterfall, he vows to escape the forest of roots. Entering calmer lands, he senses the area is unlike Elaga's territory, and that demonic energy has nearly vanished. Feeling the seed of darkness react near the divine barrier, he is glad he wrapped it in vis to avoid trouble. By the water, he picks up an unfamiliar white feather in puzzlement. A huge radiant bird sweeps overhead as he looks up in surprise. The bird's wind pressure forces him to shield himself. The majestic bird's sharp eye focuses on him. Landing, the bird notes he is a human child and demands to know his purpose in its territory. The boy curses the black mage's easy directions and is shocked such a strong demonic beast guards the divine barrier. The bird introduces itself as Exile and asks the boy's name. Recognizing the name, the boy introduces himself as Helmut. Narration identifies Exile as the ruler of the south. Exile comments on Helmut's familiar smell. Exile recognizes through the blood scent that Nahu's smell clings to Helmut. Exile also detects Elaga's faint scent on him and finds this very intriguing. Exile asks if Helmut belongs to Elaga or Nahu, and Helmut answers that he is Elaga's kin. Exile acknowledges this and prepares to respond based on that answer. Spreading its wings, Exile states that Elaga's kin has trespassed into its domain. Helmut clarifies he did not come under Elaga's orders but for his own reasons. Curious, Exile asks what reasons could justify sparing him and invites him to explain. Helmut steadies himself internally, thinking he must keep calm. He says his goal might hold significance even for Exile. Exile questions how the boy's objective could matter to it. Helmut affirms that this is a perfect chance for Exile to satisfy its curiosity. He declares his aim is to become the first being to cross the barrier and leave the forest of roots. Exile reacts with amused disbelief. As Exile laughs loudly, Helmut listens in silence. Exile calls him a weak human and doubts such a feat is possible, noting the seed of darkness makes him akin to a demonic beast. Helmut insists on attempting it since no other human would dare come here for that purpose. He adds that he will be the only human to try to pass the divine barrier. Exile muses that letting such rare human prey simply burn on the barrier would be wasteful. Helmut replies that humans will keep falling into the forest, but only he can actually get through the barrier. Clutching his chest, he proclaims that person will be him. Exile studies him thoughtfully. After considering, Exile hums in interest. Exile calls Helmut clever and agrees at once to watch him attempt the crossing. Exile concedes he is uniquely reckless enough to risk his life just to leave the forest. Exile says it does not care if he lives or dies but notes that success would make him the first human ever to escape. Helmut agrees and points out Exile would be the first demonic beast to witness such a thing. Amused and intrigued, Exile promises to protect Helmut with its power until he reaches the barrier. Exile asks for any last words in case he dies, offering to relay them to Elaga if they meet. Helmut answers that in that case Exile should tell Elaga he survived and escaped the forest. Helmut gazes ahead with firm resolve. Exile begins to respond, saying that means. Helmut steels himself, thinking that regardless of the outcome he must do this. Exile confirms his determination, seeking his agreement. Exile accepts and promises to tell Elaga exactly what Helmut said. Surrounded by a swirling blue vortex, Helmut prepares at the barrier as Exile calls him Elaga's special child. Helmut exhales as he readies himself, his eyes sharpen with concentration. Knowing he has only one opportunity, Helmut sprints toward the waterfall barrier. He plunges into the roaring water. Underwater, he drives himself forward with fierce determination. Enclosed in a protective bubble, he is swept violently through the submerged passage. Grimacing, he continues to push onward despite the force of the current. He braces and strikes through the barrier as water explodes around him. His inner voice insists he must keep moving forward. He strains onward through the torrent, refusing to stop. His expression tightens as the pressure intensifies. His eyes dim as consciousness begins to fade. Narration shifts, stating this is beyond the forest of roots. Explanatory text describes a divine power of purification. The narration adds that this divinity exists to protect humans. The radiant surface of the barrier water glows ahead. Helmut's body is engulfed in a dazzling tunnel of divine energy. As he forces his way through, he grits his teeth, enduring the searing impact. His vision blurs as the overwhelming power assails him. The narration says he is feeling unprecedented pain while a spear of divine light pierces through him in the water. He thinks he cannot stay conscious any longer. He reflects bitterly that to demonic beasts he is human, and to humans he has become like a demonic beast. Drifting into darkness, he wonders where he is supposed to go. His pendant floats in the water as that question echoes. A wagon marked with the letter P rattles along the road. From the wagon, someone curses at the situation. A mercenary caravan travels near the forest of roots as the leader mentions their location to Tanya. One of the group questions why they are stopping to rest in such a dangerous place. The leader chides Finn and explains they must rest to travel safely. Another warns Finn that if they meet a demonic beast while exhausted, even he, a rank 4 mercenary, will have to fight, so Finn should stop whining and fetch water. Complaining about the darkening forest, Finn curses again, annoying his superior. The leader kicks Finn away in irritation. The group yells at Finn for his manner of speaking and urges him to hurry before nightfall, while he begrudgingly goes. Walking toward the river with buckets, Finn mutters that he has a bad feeling. He decides to grab water quickly and return, then senses something odd. Finn discovers a long-haired figure and wonders why there is seaweed in a ravine. The image reveals Helmut's unconscious body lying on the rocks with his necklace. Horrified, Finn freezes as he realizes what he is seeing. His scream echoes over the forest and river. Back at camp, the others rush to the gasping Finn and ask if he saw a ghost. Panicked, Finn insists there is a corpse in the ravine. The mercenary captain initially doubts him but agrees to check, thinking he is just being cowardly. Shaking, Finn points out the direction where he found the body. The captain orders him to lead the way and retrieve the bucket, driving him ahead. As they reach the site, Finn insists this is the spot while the captain threatens him if he is wrong. Finn suddenly spots the figure again and points urgently toward it. They see Helmut lying motionless on the shore where Finn dropped the buckets. Staring down, the captain admits it really does look like a corpse. Finn insists he was serious and urges them to leave, but the captain pauses, noticing something. She sees Helmut exhale faint breath, realizing he is not actually dead. She urgently calls Finn back over. Cradling Helmut, she announces to Finn that the stranger is still alive. Later, as Helmut stirs, someone remarks that he is waking up. Finn and the captain hover over him, exclaiming that he is awake and asking how he feels. Regaining consciousness against a tree, Helmut wonders where he is and if he truly escaped the forest of roots. The captain reassures him not to be afraid and that he is safe with them. She explains that Finn discovered him in a disheveled state and screamed, but she is relieved to see Helmut alive. The strangers ask the black-haired boy his name, and he introduces himself as Helmut. Helmut, surrounded by mercenaries in the forest, says he remembers nothing aside from his name. Tanya worries about his amnesia, guessing he might have hit his head since he seems uninjured. Tanya introduces herself as a rank 3 silver medal mercenary from the Pace Mercenary Corps. Helmut and Tanya seal their introduction with a handshake. Helmut inwardly notes that he is finally meeting other humans. Tanya asks if Helmut knows where he is, then explains he is in the decay forest, and assumes his memory loss is serious. Tanya asks if Helmut remembers anything at all, and he hesitates in silence. Helmut answers that he only remembers his name, and that he knows how to use a sword. Tanya is relieved he can wield a sword, concludes his body seems fine, and says the doctor should just check his head. Tanya promises they will support Helmut until he can walk on his own and asks him to trust her. Tanya states she will take responsibility for Helmut for the time being. As sunset falls, the mercenary group prepares to move on with Helmut under Tanya's care. Later, alone in the forest, Helmut thanks them and sighs in relief. Helmut reflects that he barely survived and will need time to fully recover. He realizes his body is currently weaker than when he began training. Examining his inner power, Helmut sees the seed of darkness still inside him instead of gone. He acknowledges silently that the seed of darkness saved his life. Knowing he is in the human world, Helmut resolves to hide the fact he carries the seed of darkness by pretending to have lost his memories. He grasps his necklace and begins forming another resolution. Helmut decides he must someday find the original owner of the locket. He tells himself not to rush and to proceed slowly. Watching the sunrise, Helmut vows to move forward step by step on his new path. The mercenaries are shocked at Helmut's transformed appearance after cleaning up. Some remark that no one changes that much just from washing. Tanya jokingly wonders if Helmut might actually be a noble. Finn proudly shows off the now handsome and neatly dressed Helmut. Finn admits he thought Helmut looked like a corpse when he first rescued him. Finn asks if Helmut is a noble or rich child, but Helmut repeats that he remembers nothing about his origins. Tanya ends the speculation by saying that for now Helmut is simply a new recruit in their mercenary corps. Tanya checks if Helmut slept well and comments that he looks far better after washing, while Finn observes quietly. Finn teases Tanya that she is being nicer only because Helmut is good looking. Tanya punches Finn and orders him to help with the group's preparations to depart. Tanya announces they will reach a village in 4 days, tells Helmut to endure the journey, and promises to introduce him to a doctor there. Helmut agrees to Tanya's plan with a small smile. Tanya praises Helmut for responding well and affectionately pats his head. Tanya rallies the mercenaries, telling everyone to gather their things because they are leaving soon. Helmut and a bruised Finn stand together in awkward silence. On the road, Finn worries Helmut is overexerting himself by walking instead of riding, but Helmut says he needs to move to loosen his body. Helmut calmly pets the pack horse, which responds happily. Finn observes that Helmut must like horses, and Helmut agrees, somewhat surprised by his own reaction. Finn thinks that someone who likes pack horses is unlikely to be a noble, yet Helmut still seems unusual to him. Finn also finds Helmut's speech odd and wonders what makes him different despite being the same age. Watching Helmut walk, Finn senses that Helmut acts restrained compared to other youths. Helmut suddenly feels unexpectedly short of breath and Finn calls out in concern. Helmut brushes it off as being out of breath, but Finn urges him to ride so they do not slow the group. Determined, Helmut insists he will not fall behind. Finn sighs and lets Helmut do as he wishes. Finn concludes Helmut behaves like a pampered young master, while Helmut wonders why his fatigue is so severe. Helmut recalls that back in the Forest of Roots he would recover from injuries within a single day. He decides that, despite his condition, he will just keep walking. The group continues on foot and by wagon toward the distant village as Helmut tries to regain stamina. In the village clinic, an old doctor examines Helmut and mutters thoughtfully. The doctor declares that nothing seems wrong with Helmut, and that his body is naturally sturdy. Tanya angrily questions the diagnosis while the doctor, annoyed, says he will still prescribe medicine. Tanya shouts that Helmut had been unconscious and accuses the doctor of being a quack for not examining him properly. The doctor retorts that Helmut merely recovers quickly and that he sees no issues at all with the youth. Finn anxiously asks when Helmut's supposed amnesia might fade, and the doctor says his memories should return eventually since his head is fine. The doctor, offended by Tanya's insults, tells them to take the medicine and leave. Tanya becomes furious at being dismissed by the old man. Outside, others shout for someone to restrain Tanya as she chases after and attacks the doctor. Walking through town with Tanya, Helmut is asked again if he really feels alright after his earlier difficulty walking. Helmut answers that the medicine and rest at the inn have helped, and that he feels fine now. Tanya notes the doctor was impressed by Helmut's well-trained body and grip and assumes he learned swordsmanship from a master. Helmut internally agrees that her guess is correct and says the sword felt familiar the moment he held it. Tanya hints at an idea, beginning to propose something. She straightforwardly asks Helmut if he wants to duel with her. Helmut, surprised, repeats the word duel as they stand facing each other with practiced swords. Tanya tells him not to feel pressured, suggesting the duel as light exercise that might even jog his memories. She points out they are free until tomorrow and invites him again to fight. Helmut silently considers the proposal. He recalls that a rank 3 silver medal mercenary like Tanya is highly respected among humans and decides to accept. Helmut thinks this duel will let him measure his current strength. At the training grounds, mercenaries strike practice posts with intensity. Other mercenaries spar fiercely with wooden weapons nearby. Tanya leads Helmut into the arena where everyone else is already training, which she says is good to see. Sweaty fighters greet Tanya and notice the person standing behind her. They realize Helmut is there to duel Tanya and express interest in watching. The men joke that Tanya should not damage Helmut's handsome face, provoking Tanya's ire. Two of them clown around and end up being smacked down, showing Tanya's quick temper. Tanya stands over the groaning men with a dismissive huff. She tosses Helmut a wooden sword and sets the single rule that they will fight until one of them falls. Tanya, revealing she is the Corps' vice captain, urges Helmut to attack her with everything he has. Helmut, gripping his sword, lowers his gaze and focuses. He thinks that he is not at full strength and cannot use Vis, so he will need to redirect Tanya's attacks rather than overpower her. Helmut steels his resolve for the duel. He raises his sword and reminds himself not to let his guard down. The watching mercenaries marvel at Helmut's poised stance and look forward to the match. The duel begins with Helmut rushing Tanya at high speed. Their wooden swords clash in a powerful exchange. Helmut targets Tanya's left side as he swings. Tanya blocks the strike cleanly with a confident smile. Helmut realizes she parried easily and recognizes her superior physical strength. Tanya becomes intrigued by Helmut's skill. Helmut concludes he truly cannot win by direct confrontation. He attempts a feint and kick while Tanya counters forcefully. Helmut focuses on dodging and slipping inside her guard. Tanya prepares another swift movement, exhaling sharply. She spins with surprising speed, making Helmut retreat. Tanya's counterattack lands a strong kick on Helmut, sending him flying. Helmut cries out in pain and curses inwardly. He laments that his body is not moving the way he plans during the bout. As his vision blurs like being underwater, Tanya yells that he is overthinking. Tanya unleashes a relentless flurry of blows, forcing Helmut purely on the defensive. Helmut roars and pushes himself to match her flurry with desperate strikes. Tanya slips inside his defense and slams her shoulder into him. She then drives her knee or body into his midsection, knocking the wind out of him. Helmut, battered and stunned, struggles to continue. He crashes hard into the ground, skidding across the arena. Tanya stops with her wooden sword at the ready, signaling the end. The watching mercenaries stare in shocked silence at how decisively the duel ended. Helmut, kneeling and exhausted, concedes defeat while Tanya stands over him. Tanya comments that his eyes show clear frustration. Helmut admits he is naturally frustrated after being beaten so thoroughly. He analyzes that Tanya had more openings and inefficient technique compared to Darienne, yet still overwhelmed him. Tanya tells him his performance was still decent, while Helmut wonders if she is even stronger than he expected. Remembering Darienne's warning, Helmut realizes the human world is formidable if even a rank 3 can defeat him. Another mercenary explains that Tanya is an outstanding fighter in their corps and says losing to her is nothing to be ashamed of. The men praise Helmut's skill, saying he almost broke through Tanya's defense, and that he is clearly different from Finn. Their captain introduces himself as Vienne, a rank 2 gold medal mercenary and leader of the Pace Mercenary Corps. Vienne congratulates Helmut, revealing that the duel served as his entrance test which he has now passed. Helmut is surprised to learn the fight was actually an entrance exam. Vienne explains they rescued Helmut and wanted to ensure he would not become a liability, so they decided to test him. Another member adds that because their corps is selective, everyone secretly observed Helmut during the journey. Helmut realizes that only Tanya and Finn interacted with him directly while the others watched from afar and thinks these people chose the inconvenient option of helping him. Vienne says Helmut caused no trouble and, unlike men who pestered Tanya, made a good impression, so the corps agreed to accept him. Vienne hands Helmut a temporary rank 4 mercenary certificate and tells him to formally register at the guild later. Vienne then announces to the training yard that Helmut is officially their comrade and asks everyone to welcome him. Two mercenaries introduce themselves as Byrne and Uter, both rank 3 silver medal mercenaries. More members, Maros and Sean, state their names and ranks, joking that nearly everyone except Finn is rank 3. Finn introduces himself as a rank 4 bronze mercenary. Helmut, recalling Darienne's warning about humans, worries about accepting a human comrade. Helmut asks Vienne how long he must remain with the mercenary corps. He explains he may regain his memories and need to leave someday, and Vienne considers this. Vienne says Helmut can leave freely except during requests, and Helmut agrees. Helmut decides staying with the corps may help him find clues about his origins faster. He also wants to learn what it truly means to have comrades. Someone slams the table, insisting the upcoming mission is very important. The client protests that rank 4 mercenaries should not join this high-level request. Vienne vouches that Helmut will be useful and would not bring him without reason. The client reluctantly allows it because of the Pace Corps' reputation. He reduces the pay for adding an extra rank 4 and notes another mercenary corps will join. He ends the meeting, telling them to be ready to depart at 7 the next morning. The door shuts as the client leaves the room. Fien and Tanya relax, glad the negotiation succeeded. Tanya checks if Helmut's body has recovered, and he says he is fine. Fien explains tomorrow's mission is a large-scale escort where rank 4s will rarely need to fight. Tanya warns the rank 3 mercenaries to be ready since the escort target and enemy strength are unknown. Fien tells everyone to rest well before the mission, making Finn visibly nervous. Someone calls Helmut's name, getting his attention. Fellow mercenaries warn Helmut to ignore provocations from the Tariq Corps, with whom they have a bad relationship. Fien dismisses everyone until tomorrow morning. The group is officially dismissed. That night Helmut stands alone under the stars, thinking. He closes his eyes, reflecting intensely. He acknowledges to himself that he feels angry. He recalls sparring and being outmatched by Tanya. Looking at his healing body, he thinks claiming incomplete recovery would just be making excuses. He admits those excuses hide his own weakness. He analyzes that Tanya left many openings, but he was too slow and weak to exploit them. He exhales, resolving to change. He concludes the real issue is not his temporary loss of this. Helmut decides to focus on regaining physical condition and resumes sword training. His sword cuts sharply through the air. Training in the yard reminds him of when he first learned to fight in the Forest of Roots. The next day the escort mission begins, and Fien urges everyone to stay alert and finish safely for the big reward. Tanya responds confidently that they must work hard for their pay. Finn feels sick and Tanya worries about him while teasingly calling him weak. Helmut thinks Finn is underestimating him for having fallen once during training. Determined, Helmut tells himself he can endure the disrespect. Finn hurriedly clarifies he was just concerned and tries to cheer Helmut up for their first request. Helmut answers curtly, accepting the encouragement. Finn is left speechless by Helmut's bluntness. The Pace Corps reaches the wagons, where Finn laughs awkwardly. Miles greets them, confirming everyone has arrived. Miles shows Fien the cargo to be guarded and assigns the Pace Corps to protect the rear. Orders are given for the Pace Corps to move to the back, and Finn calls to Helmut. A strong man identifies a nearby group as the Tariq Mercenary Corps, drawing Helmut's curiosity. A Tariq mercenary mocks Helmut as a scrawny weakling who probably cannot use a sword. Finn is furious, but Helmut stays silent. The bully continues with crude insults, telling the Pace Corps to hide at the back. Helmut remembers Tanya's warning about the bad relationship, and wonders if Tariq is probing their strength. He reflects that sizing up opponents is common among both humans and demonic beasts. Helmut wonders if the insulting man is the Tariq group's leader. Judging that the man does not seem very strong, Helmut decides to keep watch on him during the request. Later a Tariq member, accidentally, trips Finn. The man pretends clumsiness while actually kicking Finn to the ground and laughing with his comrades. Finn, shaking with rage, yells at them for bullying him during every break. The bully dismisses his anger as overreacting to an accident, and taunts him to retaliate. Standing menacingly with his crew, he challenges Finn to hit him if he can. Finn loses his nerve and falls silent. The bully compares Finn unfavorably to Helmut and crudely insults Helmut's appearance. Helmut watches quietly as Finn suffers the humiliation. Helmut finally tells Finn it is time to leave. Helmut walks away, completely ignoring the bully. Enraged at being ignored, the bully curses Helmut as his companions note he has been obsessive since the request began. One of the Tariq men worries about provoking Helmut further, but the bully insists he can easily handle a mere rank 4. Boasting that he is really rank 3 and only temporarily downgraded due to an arm injury, he vows to beat the Pace rank 4s with one hand. When a comrade starts revealing the real reason for his injury, he throttles him and threatens to kill him if he talks more. He scoffs angrily after shutting his friend up. The bully privately blames his higher-ranked brother for getting him punished and demoted to rank 4. He stews over how Helmut has always been an eyesore and now even ignores him, making him want to kill Helmut. He gathers his men, intending to act against Helmut. His subordinates react nervously, unsure what he is planning. He agrees to proceed, stretching his hand as though making a decision. Smiling wickedly, he tells his men he will need their help later and promises to show them something entertaining. Finn, throwing stones in anger, says he is about to go crazy from the constant harassment. During a break, Finn vents to Helmut that it has only been 3 days and Tariq bullies him every single time. He complains that Caleb, the bully, seems to have no life and that a rank 3 demoted among rank 4s feels unfair. Helmut notes everyone is growing anxious and thinks Tariq treats mercenary work like a joke. Finn goes to fetch water, swearing he will not hold back if they provoke him again. Helmut watches Finn leave, still deep in thought. Helmut silently considers the situation. At the river, Finn grumbles about the effort of hauling water and decides to take just enough for camp. While filling the bucket, he hopes to rest well before they enter demonic beast territory. Wondering when he will be strong enough to fight as rank 3, Finn kneels at the water's edge. He suddenly hears an eerie chuckle behind him. Realizing Tariq has followed him, Finn is startled as a voice remarks what a convenient secluded spot he chose. Caleb and his henchmen loom over Finn with sinister expressions. Finn, terrified, tries to play along by calling it a quiet night to talk. Caleb looms closer and agrees mockingly that it is perfect for a conversation. He pins Finn down and starts prying about Helmut, asking lewd questions. Finn angrily calls him out for perverted thoughts but insists Helmut is definitely male. Caleb says they can verify that directly and reveals he has summoned Helmut there. Caleb notices Helmut's arrival and reacts. Helmut appears with a large ally, and Caleb sneers that Helmut naively came when called. Helmut inwardly confirms he suspected a setup all along. Seeing Finn beaten underfoot, he recalls how demonic beasts also fight for hierarchy through power. Helmut concludes humans acting like this are no different from demonic beasts. He wonders if these are the untrustworthy humans Darienne warned him about. Caleb, grinning, prepares to escalate the situation. Surrounded by Taric rank 4s, Helmut stands ready as Caleb proposes, checking Helmut's body. Though still unable to use Vis, Helmut steels himself, determined despite some nervousness. He grips his sword, reminding himself he has fought Nahu in the forest, and must simply stay alert. He reasons that if Finn is right, these enemies are only rank 4, weaker than rank 3 Tanya, so he will defend and target the weakest first. If defense fails, he plans to rely on Darienne's swordsmanship. Caleb orders his men to seize and strip Helmut, and they all rush him. Helmut's counterattack brutally smashes one attacker's face, dropping him instantly. The remaining Taric men recoil in shock at how quickly their comrade was defeated. Tanya and Fien arrive on the scene, weapons drawn, and demand to know what is happening. Caleb is stunned speechless by this sudden intervention. Helmut regards him calmly without answering. From afar, Fien questions why the Taric mercenaries are harassing the Pace Corps. Caleb nervously claims they were only having a friendly conversation. Tanya coldly says she clearly heard him order his men to strip Helmut. Caleb dismisses it as how men bond and claims Tanya would not understand as a woman. Tanya icily tells him to start using his brain before he speaks. She orders Helmut to take Finn and return to camp. Caleb grumbles at the rank 4s, separating himself as supposedly above them. Tanya reminds him he is ranked 4 now and cannot exclude himself. Caleb trembles with anger at this humiliation. He can only mutter bitterly. Tanya warns that if he harasses her mercenaries again there will be serious consequences. She adds that next time it will not end with just words and tells him bluntly to leave. Caleb, swallowing his pride, orders his own men to withdraw. The Taric group retreats into the forest while Helmut watches. Finn, sniffling, calls out gratefully to Tanya as she approaches. Tanya comforts Finn, telling him such incidents will happen often and they should just fetch water and go back. Tanya sighs to herself that her mercenary comrades can be heartless despite the rule not to meddle in rank 4 disputes. She decides they still need to support the younger rank 4s enough that they do not break before the mission is over. Helmut focuses intently, preparing for combat training. In the forest at night, sword wielders spar, slashing through the air. Helmut practices powerful overhead sword strikes among the trees. He relaxes slightly, exhaling after his training swings. Looking around the training grounds, Helmut asks if he has done enough for the day. Inspecting his healed body, he reflects that a week of rest since taking this request has restored him. Gripping his sword, he notes there is still a problem despite his physical recovery. He tries to draw out power through his sword but nothing responds. Helmut concludes his vitality energy, Vis, has not recovered yet and still will not emerge. Remembering his mentor, he recalls being taught that Vis requires a strong body as its vessel and that training it without that is pointless. Frustrated that he cannot train properly now, he resolves to increase his strength however much he can. Later, a mercenary leader warns the caravan that from this region onward demonic beasts appear often and orders everyone to move only with escorts. Finn and Helmut acknowledge the warning, Finn nervously agreeing. Helmut laments that he cannot even train alone anymore and hopes his Vis returns before the seed of darkness in him runs wild. As they walk, Finn nervously asks Helmut if he has ever seen a demonic beast. Finn explains he has heard terrifying descriptions of demonic beasts, and insisting he is not scared, asks Helmut for information so he can be prepared. Finn forces a laugh about knowledge being power while Helmut remains silent and unimpressed. Helmut calmly explains that while many demonic beasts look grotesque, some are different from those rumors. Finn is relieved to hear that, then suddenly remembers Helmut's supposed amnesia and questions how he can know that. Realizing his slip, Helmut hurriedly claims he was only guessing and curses inwardly. The guarded caravan travels through the autumn forest with mercenaries escorting the wagons. A mercenary curses as his old water bottle stops working and no water comes out. His comrades tease him to buy a new bottle, and he promises to purchase a good one after they finish this request. The man sighs that if he had money he would not need to take such long-distance escort jobs. Other mercenaries chat that the road has been quieter than expected and talk about finishing quickly to go drinking. One proudly suggests they celebrate afterward in his hometown, boasting about its dark beer. Another agrees enthusiastically, about to talk more about food and drink when something slashes across him. Blood splashes onto his companion's shocked face as the unseen attack lands. The survivor looks up in horror at the bloody remains raining down from above. A massive demonic beast appears in the road, holding a half-eaten mercenary in its claws as another stares up helplessly. The beast rampages into the caravan's path, and mercenaries scramble to surround it with weapons drawn. It tears into a victim, crunching and chewing violently. A horrified mercenary points his sword at the monster, stammering in rage and fear. Screaming insults, he charges recklessly at the towering demonic beast. Another mercenary shouts for him to stop, warning him against rushing in. The beast swats the attacker aside, ripping him apart in a spray of blood. It bites down again, its jaws dripping with gore. Laughing cruelly, the beast continues devouring the fallen. The mercenaries panic, wondering where such a terrifying monster came from. Their captain curses their complacency, admitting he never expected a beast to attack so boldly despite the number of mercenaries. The monster plants its feet, preparing another move. Then it hurls a mangled body into the trees, startling everyone. The corpse crashes down elsewhere as the beast darts around the battlefield. A blinding flash erupts in the forest as more creatures appear overhead. The gunwoman realizes the big beast is not alone and orders everyone to ready themselves. The mercenaries form ranks with weapons and this at the ready to fight the approaching horde. Hidden, Helmut thinks the situation was bound to escalate like this. The gunwoman yells for Finn and Helmut to hide under a carriage and not get involved. Finn panics and runs, Helmut following more calmly behind him. Finn drags Helmut toward the rear of the caravan, urging him to hurry all the way back. Under the wagon, Helmut clenches his fist, frustrated that he still cannot use Vis. Observing the battlefield, he senses there are more hidden demonic beasts than those visible and fears that, at worst, everyone here could die. Finn, terrified, begs Helmut to crawl fully under the carriage with him. As they hide, Finn complains in pain, while Helmut judges the situation and doubts they will be truly safe. Helmut eyes the enormous beast outside and assesses its power. Comparing it to other named foes, he judges it slightly weaker yet still extremely strong and wonders if it is the enemy leader. He notes that among the mercenaries only the rank 2 fighters can use Vista, making them key to this battle. Helmut concludes in despair that with his current powerless state there is nothing he can do. The rank 2 mercenaries trade tense looks, preparing for another assault. Other mercenaries, including the gunwoman, also ready themselves with grim determination. The demonic leader glares at them with glowing eyes. It unleashes a roar, its body erupting with raging green vis energy. The rank 2 mercenaries charge toward it at full speed. Their captain cloaks his sword and body in fiery vis as he rushes forward. He leaps high and descends toward the towering beast while his teammates attack from below. The beast swings a massive, glowing strike at the incoming captain. The captain answers with his own blazing attack, clashing with the monster's power. His vis-charged slash lands on the beast in a dazzling explosion of force. The leader reels, crying out in pain from the heavy blow. The captain lands, catching his huge sword, while his comrades regroup. Other mercenaries cheer at the captain's impressive vis and brace as smaller flying beasts swoop in. One rank 3 mercenary boasts that even he can handle enemies of this level. He confidently cuts through the lesser beasts, declaring them easy prey. The captain agrees to maintain the pressure and urges everyone to continue fighting like this. 2 rank 2 mercenaries coordinate, planning to finish the leader when an opening appears. Together with the others, they launch another full-force assault around the raging green giant. The captain closes in again, bearing down on the monster as it roars. His eyes burn with focused power as he prepares a decisive strike. He slams a powerful, burning blow down onto the beast's raised arms. One rank 2 mercenary also channels Vis into his body, ready to follow up. The other rank 2 fighter concentrates Vis into his sword for a synchronized attack. The Vis users surround and slash the leader from all sides in a coordinated, glowing assault. The wounded demonic beast howls furiously, still standing despite the injuries. The gunwoman praises the successful attack as they keep hammering the monster. Watching from hiding, Helmut silently studies the battle, deep in thought. From afar, he marvels that these humans are stronger than he expected. He observes that the rank 2 mercenaries hold the leader's attention with Vis while the others fight independently as needed. Helmut realizes he is witnessing how humans conduct organized combat. He remembers Darienne's words that humans should not be underestimated and silently agrees. The demonic leader remains on its feet, still brimming with dangerous energy. The mercenaries maintain their formation, facing off against the battered yet defiant beast. The monster growls resentfully, its strength beginning to wane. With the lesser beasts defeated, the mercenary leader checks on Fien's remaining Vis for a final push. Fien says he can manage one more use of Vis, and the other urges they finish the fight quickly. The beast suddenly slams its feet into the ground as if preparing to move. To their shock, it launches itself high into the sky to escape. In midair, it grabs a tree trunk as a projectile or support. Then it bounds away through the forest canopy, vanishing into the distance. The captain curses that the monster fled and realizes it always had the option to run. The gunwoman suggests they not pursue, reminding him their mission is escort, so they should focus on the injured instead. As dusk falls over the bloody road, the caravan regroups and begins cleaning up. The gunwoman greets Finn and Helmut cheerfully, relieved they survived. She tells them it is safe to come out, and Finn emerges shakily while Helmut rises calmly. Finn tearfully calls out to Helmut, still shaken by the experience. Half stuck under the carriage, Finn begs to be pulled out because his legs are cramping, leaving others speechless. The captain praises everyone's work and orders the demonic beast corpses checked and collected. A mercenary explains to Helmut that they harvest corpses because materials like skin and the seed of darkness sell for high prices. He shows Helmut a dripping dark gem in his palm, identifying it as a seed of darkness. Seeing it, Helmut is jolted, while others jokingly tell the man to keep it away and remark such seeds can be useful if handled. Finn recounts what he has heard about the seed, saying it can control a human's mind and gradually turn them into a demonic beast, though such cases are usually eliminated or exiled. He adds that these transformed people are normally killed early or sent to the forest of roots, but warns that one can never be too careful. Helmut listens, troubled, knowing that someone with such a seed could become a demonic beast at any moment. Remembering his own past injuries, he wonders if outsiders all believe that anyone bearing a seed of darkness is destined to die fighting humans. He questions whether Darienne always expected him to become a demonic beast that would battle humans. Helmut realizes Darienne taught him this to help suppress the seed inside him rather than to make him stronger for combat alone. He resolves that even if his vis returns, he must conceal its connection to the seed in public, fearing people might associate his power with darkness. Nearby, the senior mercenaries watch Finn and Helmut interact against the sunset. One laughs that watching inexperienced rank 4 mercenaries reminds him of his own early days. Another notes that Finn has grown since a past incident but still has far to go. Finn gestures excitedly while Helmut responds quietly, observed from afar by their seniors. As Finn works near a corpse, he grimaces that the demonic beast looks disgusting up close. Helmut notices something strange about this particular corpse and becomes alert. He stops Finn's hand, telling him to wait before cutting further. Finn assumes Helmut is scared and jokes that this must be his first time seeing a demonic beast so closely. Trying to reassure him, Finn says to think of it as a cooking ingredient, since to a cook beasts and demonic beasts are the same. As he speaks, the beast beneath Finn abruptly moves, shocking him mid-sentence. The gunwoman senses something wrong and turns sharply toward them. At that moment Helmut's eyes flash and his hand gathers dark power, preparing to act. A sudden anguish scream echoes through the forest. Finn, still standing over the corpse, freezes in terror as the supposedly dead demonic beast stirs beneath him. Helmut dashes forward with his sword to strike. Finn stares in shock at what he sees. Helmut focuses sharply as he swings. His blade cleaves through the attacking demonic beast. The beast's upper body is severed and blown away. Finn gasps in terror at the sudden attack. Finn, trembling on the ground, realizes the beast before him has been killed. Finn admits he was terrified and thanks Helmut, who checks if he is unharmed. Helmut, still puzzled by the sensation of his strike, answers that he is fine. Looking at his reflection in the sword, Helmut feels something inside has cleared and wonders if his vis power has returned. The mercenaries rush over, surprised there was a beast left, praise Helmut for finishing it, and compare him favorably to Finn. As they joke about repaying Helmut with soup, Tanya watches from behind and questions if she misread what she saw. Tanya recalls a vision of Helmut surrounded by ominous purple power. She had seen Helmut's body wrapped in dark purple vis while drawing his sword. The memory shocks Tanya, making her eyes widen. She stares intensely at Helmut, sweating as she processes what she witnessed. Later, Tanya silently watches Helmut from the wagons, clearly suspicious of him. That night Helmut's hand again emits the same purple vis. He meditates alone in the forest, vis surging around him as he trains. Eyes closed, he concentrates as the energy gathers. He confirms to himself that his vis truly has returned. Holding a glowing sphere of power, Helmut firmly acknowledges the restoration of his vis. He reflects that his instinctive slash earlier had also drawn out vis, and resolves to be grateful to Finn for provoking it. Examining the power in his palm, he estimates he can restore his previous vis level within about 3 days if he can focus. Finn's distant calls for Helmut interrupt his training, so Helmut suppresses his vis and returns to camp for night watch assignment. The leader explains they will guard in pairs over 3 shifts during the night. He assigns Helmut with Tanya, Finn with Maros, and Sean with Byrne, excusing the injured Uter. The men tease each other about injuries, with one jokingly offering to scratch another so he can skip duty. The leader wishes everyone good night and orders the posted lookouts to stay vigilant as camp settles. Helmut senses the presence of a demonic beast that had escaped earlier that day. Using his newly recovered vis, he can faintly detect it while others sleep, noting his heightened senses. On patrol, Tanya asks if Helmut is tired, but he insists he is fine, so she sends him to wake the next shift and rest afterward. Helmut agrees to Tanya's instruction. Sensing the beasts are waiting for everyone to sleep, Helmut resolves to watch for them alone while also using the time to further recover his vis. While another mercenary rests by a fire, Helmut walks past, sword ready, heading deeper into the forest. The resting mercenary Uter reacts as he notices Helmut. Watching Helmut go, Uter suspiciously focuses on him, thinking about the boy. Uter, revealing malicious intent, decides this is the perfect chance to act against Helmut. Unaware, Helmut practices with his sword in the dark forest, vis faintly wrapping the blade. He evaluates his condition and believes his vis has improved and will be fully restored by tomorrow. Suddenly sensing someone approaching, he grows silent and cautious. He first wonders if it is a demonic beast approaching. Realizing there is no demonic energy, he concludes the presence is human. A pair of booted legs steps toward him through the darkness. Uter appears with a large weapon, greeting Helmut in a friendly tone. Pretending concern, Uter scolds Helmut for being alone and suggests he should stay with others because it is dangerous. Helmut brusquely rejects him, saying he has no interest in Uter and telling him to leave. Enraged, Yuta insists Helmut does not understand his situation and mocks the idea that Tanya will protect him again. He criticizes Helmut's attitude, saying he has looked down on others from the start and needs someone to correct him. Yuta, flexing his hand menacingly, announces he will teach Helmut a lesson even if it means breaking his limbs. He lectures that people grow by taking beatings, claiming Helmut should not resent him even if he dies from it. But as he faces Helmut's calm gaze, Yuta's confidence begins to crack. Helmut coldly asks if, after chasing him all this way, all Yuta wants is to beat up someone weaker. Yuta is momentarily stunned by the unexpected question. Helmut says that in his mercenary corps people protect each other, but Yuta's behavior resembles demonic beasts that prey on the weak. He tells Yuta that if he is human he should live like one, and reminds him of his position as rank 4 of the Tariq mercenary corps. Yuta is rendered speechless by Helmut's rebuke. He suddenly bursts into strained laughter, trying to shrug it off. His mirth turns to fury as he snarls at calling him a demonic beast and telling him to live like a human is not funny. Tearing off his cast to reveal a fully healed arm, Yuta declares humans grow by trampling the weak and vows to show Helmut who is superior. Yuta charges with a murderous punch, swearing he will permanently humble Helmut by mutilating his eyes. Helmut easily catches Yuta's attacking arm in midair. He stares wordlessly at Yuta while holding his arm immobile. Yuta struggles and groans in pain as Helmut tightens his grip. Yuta, sweating in disbelief, realizes Helmut possesses overwhelming strength. The scene shows Helmut effortlessly restraining Yuta, who kneels and trembles from the power holding his arm. Panicked, Yuta demands to know what trick Helmut used. Helmut says he originally thought Yuta was like a demonic beast but now sees that Yuta's eyes are even worse than theirs. Helmut tells Yuta that if he wants to create a hierarchy he should have chosen his opponent more wisely. Still holding Yuta's arm, Helmut brutally asserts that Yuta must learn his place, causing Yuta to scream in agony. Yuta, hoisted by his arm, refuses to accept defeat and shouts that he will not acknowledge Helmut. He angrily swings his massive weapon at Helmut again, insisting he would never beg someone like him. Yuta clutches the hilt tighter as he attacks with renewed desperation. He roars while unleashing a powerful swing. Helmut blocks and counters effortlessly, smiling as Yuta howls in frustration. Their blades clash fiercely as Yuta repeatedly shrieks for Helmut to die. Yuta continues his frenzied assault, cursing Helmut's perceived arrogance. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he senses something terrifying. He sees Helmut's sword engulfed in intense purple vis, and realizes with horror that Helmut is using vis. Helmut turns his back slightly as vis coils around him, leaving Yuta stunned and fearful. In the next instant Helmut's strike slices through Yuta's midsection, sending blood spraying. Yuta falls to the ground grievously wounded, while Helmut crouches nearby with his vis-covered sword. Helmut, disappointed, admits he had not intended to use vis but got carried away when it returned. Looking at the bleeding Yuta, he worries that if Yuta survives he might expose Helmut's secret. Standing over the crawling man with glowing sword, Helmut approaches as Yuta groans in pain. A dark voice in Helmut's mind urges him to finish Yuta off. The seed of darkness inside him pulses at his chest, responding to the killing intent. He thinks that right now he could act on that urge. Vis and blood surge together as Helmut's expression shifts between sanity and a predatory grin. Overwhelmed by murderous impulses, Helmut believes he can kill Yuta and hears the inner command to do so. His eyes glow ominously as the purple energy swirls more violently. The vis flares outward in a powerful blast. Helmut clutches his chest and struggles as the dark power rages within him. Gritting his teeth, he fights to regain control. He recognizes the dangerous phenomenon as the seed of darkness influencing him. Wondering if the long absence of his vis caused this, he clutches his chest while the energy subsides. He reflects that for a moment he felt as if he himself had become a demonic beast. Determined to resist, he orders himself to snap out of it. He reminds himself that he is not a demonic beast. Slowly regaining composure, he breathes as the dark aura around him calms. He steadies himself, reaffirming his identity as Helmut. Feeling drained, Helmut curses under his breath. He notices that Yuta has managed to crawl away, leaving a trail of blood. Yuta drags himself through the forest, gasping for breath. As he crawls, Yuta cannot fathom how someone like Helmut can wield vis and fears Helmut may even surpass his own brother's strength. Desperate to survive, Yuta tells himself he must keep running just a little farther. Before he can escape, a demonic beast ambushes him from above and strikes. Far off, Helmut hears something strange and pauses. He recognizes the distant noise as belonging to that same man. Following the bloody trail, Helmut sees the demonic beast standing over Yuta's mutilated body. The monstrous creature reveals itself, snarling with multiple glowing eyes. Helmut calmly faces the towering green-flamed demonic beast. Addressing the creature, Helmut calls out to get its attention. Seeing the beast standing on Yuta's corpse, Helmut claims the wounded man as his prey. The beast growls back at him menacingly. Helmut instantly decapitates the lesser beast the creature was riding, displaying his speed and skill. Feeling the difference from their first encounter, Helmut judges that he is now strong enough to defeat this demonic beast. With vis blazing along his sword, Helmut advances confidently, inviting the beast to fight him. The demonic beast reels in shock at Helmut's sudden pressure. It instinctively steps back as Helmut's ominous aura presses forward. Realizing the danger, the beast screams in terror. Helmut considers that this creature may be intelligent enough to gauge opponent's strength, and is not an ordinary demonic beast. He warns it to take Yuta's body and leave, or else he will kill it himself. The beast glares warily at Helmut, reassessing the situation. From above, the scene shows Helmut facing the beast across a bloody clearing while it hesitates. The demonic beast growls again, undecided about whether to retreat. Suddenly it sends 2 smaller demonic minions leaping toward Helmut. After effortlessly dispatching them, Helmut remarks that it is unfortunate the main beast fled but assumes it will return someday. As the mercenaries arrive with torches, Helmut worries about how he will explain everything they are seeing. Later, their commander grimly concludes from Helmut's explanation that Caleb is dead. Around the campfire, Helmut confirms something to the gathered mercenaries. Helmut explains that the bully who tailed him around died to a demonic beast. The Tariq leader and the dead bully's brother are left speechless. The Tariq leader accepts that the bully's actions led to his fate and apologizes on behalf of his corps for endangering Helmut. A sudden impact interrupts as someone protests that an apology alone is insufficient. The cowgirl angrily charges Max, saying Helmut nearly died because of someone in his mercenary corps. She accuses the Tariq mercenaries of doing nothing despite knowing about the bully's behavior. A Tariq member warns her to mind her language. The bully's brother says they are speaking ill of his dead younger brother. The cowgirl insists that if Tariq had managed him properly, none of this would have happened. The brother starts to react furiously. He demands to know if she is insulting his brother and their entire mercenary corps. Miles shouts for everyone to stop arguing. Miles tells both sides to calm down and focus on making plans instead of blaming each other. The Tariq warrior admits his corps is at fault for the incident. The cowgirl is reminded that the Pace mercenaries also need to watch their words. Miles says they cannot change the dead man's fate but will give his request fee to Helmut. The cowgirl reluctantly agrees and asks Miles to proceed with that compensation. Miles notes the worsening tension between the mercenary groups and decides to find safer tactics against the demonic beasts. He urges everyone to be more cautious since 3 people have already died, and the others agree. Later, the cowgirl hits Helmut on the head in exasperation. Helmut rubs his head, complaining that it hurts. She yells that it is supposed to hurt because he almost died moments ago. Scolding him, she says he should have asked for backup while on guard instead of wandering alone in such a dangerous place. Helmut thinks he was actually being careful, and hears how shocked she was when only he went missing. She admits she should have paid more attention after clashing with Tariq and feels she has little right to blame him. She firmly tells him he must not travel alone anymore. Helmut silently reflects, sensing a familiar emotion. He recognizes a strange but recognizable feeling arising inside him. Remembering, Helmut apologizes quietly. He compares the sensation to coldness. A memory surfaces of a large man placing a hand on his younger self's head. That touch from his old master and the cowgirl's touch now feels similarly warm. With her hand on his head, she tells him to be more careful, and he feels it resembles Darienne's touch. Helmut accepts and agrees to follow her advice. He realizes he is experiencing what it feels like to be treated as a human. The next day during the march, Miles explains that a mercenary was ambushed and killed last night, likely by the same beast from their first attack, and urges everyone to conserve strength and leave the forest quickly. The others acknowledge his orders as they ride. Demonic beasts suddenly rush the Pace mercenaries, who fight back. More Pace fighters counterattack amidst the onslaught. The line of mercenaries battles numerous demonic beasts on all sides. Tariq's warriors stay near the wagons, watching events tensely. A massive wave of demonic beasts descends on the Pace formation. In the chaotic fight, someone notes the seemingly endless beasts and worries that fatigue will eventually make the battle deadly. Finn curses and wonders why the monsters keep striking only the rear. Helmut, hiding with Finn, senses something more important, the presence of the controlling demonic energy. He realizes the main demonic beast is keeping its distance, circling the column and sending lesser beasts at them bit by bit. Helmut concludes the leader is testing them and believes it thinks the time is not yet right to appear. Later, a mercenary unwraps his bandaged hand, remarking on how long and tiring the day was. 2 exhausted Pace mercenaries rest, one lamenting that soon everyone will end up injured and the other telling him not to jinx them. They argue jokingly about one of them being too slow and getting his legs bitten. Their captain overhears the banter and notes they still have some energy left. He laments the mounting casualties among his men and is shocked by the unrelenting day and night attacks. He consoles himself that at least no one died this latest time and praises Helmut and Finn for holding up better than expected. He explains that Helmut can protect Finn with his sword skills while Finn's knack for dodging keeps him alive. The cowgirl remembers seeing Helmut's strange fighting earlier but forces herself to focus instead on the fact that something else is wrong. She states that the demonic beasts are concentrating exclusively on attacking their Pace mercenary corps. Meanwhile, Tariq's leader remarks that, for some reason, his own side barely had to fight that day. The cowgirl reasons that after 3 Tariq deaths and their earlier dispute, Tariq probably would not help them and advises remaining vigilant. Miles reacts uneasily to this situation. He agrees heavily, troubled by the implication. Determined, he says they must all find a way to survive this ordeal together. That night under the moon, someone silently contemplates. From a wagon, Miles begins a hushed conversation with Paul about the pattern of the recent attacks. Miles tells Paul that the beasts relentlessly strike their rear and suspects the leader is plotting something. Paul, a shadowed figure, responds neutrally. Miles warns that the line will eventually collapse at Pace's position and asks if Tarek should assist despite past conflicts. Paul listens stone-faced. Then he coldly responds. Paul declares that he disagrees with helping. Miles reacts in surprise. Paul acknowledges Pace will be overrun at this rate. With a sinister grin, Paul suggests prioritizing efficiency over safety. He repeats that, instead of worrying about safety, they should focus on efficiency. Paul outlines his plan. Let Pace distract the beasts while Tarek, holding the important cargo, escapes the forest. Miles is appalled, shouting that such abandonment is immoral and unacceptable. Paul urges him to think calmly rather than emotionally. From outside, Paul dismisses ideals like morals and trust as pretty words. He argues that survival is what truly matters. Miles frets that the powerful demonic beast could wipe them all out, and is only waiting for them to grow weaker. He adds that if everyone dies, Miles will never be able to compensate for the lost goods and lives. Paul concedes they can follow any superior method Miles proposes, claiming he only offered an alternative. Overwhelmed, Miles is told that the decision now rests with him. The following day's march continues. Miles complains about the constant ambushes. The cowgirl notes that both men and horses are exhausted, and they still do not know how far they must travel. Elsewhere, Tarek's men grumble that they have stopped helping and only watched Pace fight that morning. Miles admits he is worried something terrible will happen soon if this continues and then notices Tarek suddenly changing pace. The Pace mercenaries see Tarek's wagons abruptly accelerating ahead. From behind, Pace realizes Tarek is racing away, leaving them. Some Tarek men sprint after their own wagons as they flee. The cowgirl and others shout in confusion, demanding to know what Tarek is doing. Miles starts to protest as he realizes Tarek is abandoning them. Paul, riding hard, internally acknowledges that since the beasts focus on Pace, they are deliberately using Pace as bait. Surrounded by eerie green eyes in the dark forest, Miles curses the betrayal. Accepting the truth, Miles states that Tarek has abandoned them to the beasts. Helmut watches silently as events unfold. He reflects that matters have indeed escalated to this outcome. Observing the glowing eyes closing in, Helmut judges it too late to chase after Tarek. They are already encircled. He concludes that Tarek sacrificed the other corps to secure their own escape. Surveying the encirclement, Helmut wonders grimly how many of them can survive at this rate. Demonic beasts gather around the wagon, fully surrounding the small group. Helmut thinks that if he intervenes now, everything will change. Miles warns that the beasts are massing as their numbers dwindle and orders everyone to prepare. The demonic beasts launch a massive assault from the treetops toward the besieged Pace fighters. A blur of dark motion slices through the battlefield, heralding a new action. The mercenaries struggle desperately against the attacking beasts. The cowgirl swings her weapon fiercely as monsters close in from all directions. Miles unleashes a powerful sword technique while defending the wagon. Helmut hesitates, fearing that if he reveals his true power, they will question what he really is. A mercenary curses but claims dying in such a fight would be a fitting mercenary death. Another angrily rejects that notion, saying dying here would be meaningless, and he refuses such an end. Helmut again questions his own identity. Amid the chaos, one mercenary insists his death must be noble, while a comrade mocks that notion. Helmut wonders what people would say if they knew where he truly came from. Watching his comrades crack jokes even now, the cowgirl snarls at them for fooling around. Helmut worries whether they would even see him as human like them. Finn looks terrified as the danger peaks. Helmut steels himself, lips tightening with resolve. He decides that questions about his nature are unimportant. Determined, Helmut faces forward, ready to reveal his true strength. He concludes that such doubts no longer matter. Gripping his chest, he focuses on the people around him. Looking at the embattled mercenaries, Helmut realizes he does not want any of them to die. He recalls Darienne's advice yet decides that, just this once, he will act differently. Helmut chooses that, for this one time, he will go against his usual caution for the other's sake. He resolves to try trusting humans. Helmut calls out to everyone to get their attention. He warns them that what they are about to witness must remain a secret. Helmut unleashes his hidden, purple-tinged power through his sword, revealing his formidable true abilities. The cowgirl watches wide-eyed as Helmut's secret power erupts. The mercenaries stare ahead in shock, crying out in confusion at what they are seeing. Their leader, equally stunned, realizes Helmut has manifested a power called Vis. Demonic ape-like beasts charge forward, roaring ferociously. Shadowy monsters rain down through the forest canopy toward the surrounded mercenaries. One shadow beast is suddenly seized and twisted by a purple energy. A purple slash tears through the charging demonic apes. Helmut appears above the battlefield, spinning while unleashing a wide ring of purple energy that shreds the monsters. The remaining mercenaries find themselves encircled by writhing black shadows being cut down. They gape in disbelief, wondering if this miraculous rescue is even real. Helmut descends with a sword wrapped in blazing purple vis to meet a lunging ape. He smashes into the ground in a purple explosion, obliterating the beast beneath him. Helmut looks confident and composed, gripping his vis-imbued weapon. He steps calmly through the carpet of fallen monsters. Surviving beasts and shadows hesitate as Helmut stands before them radiating power. Purple light beams slice through the demonic apes, destroying their ranks. The beams converge in a blast that annihilates more beasts. Helmut finishes another enemy with a casual backstab and turns away. He relentlessly cuts through more apes at close range, their bodies spraying blood. Standing atop a slain alpha, Helmut sheathes his glowing sword as the fight ends. Helmut gazes ahead quietly, his hair blowing, now the clear savior of the group. The mercenaries, weapons lowered, stare at Helmut's distant figure among the corpses. They mutter that surviving is a miracle and look at Helmut in awe. Helmut thinks about the monkey-type demonic beast that commands these monsters. He notes that the monkey leader fled after its subordinates died and mentally calls it cowardly. Rick nervously asks Helmut how he could possibly do all this. Helmut downplays it, saying his body has simply recovered. Vienne watches him in silence, clearly shaken. In her mind she exclaims that her suspicions about him were right. Remembering the purple energy she once saw around Helmut, Vienne affirms she was not mistaken. As Helmut checks on the others, Vienne marvels that such power is even possible. Rick and Vienne stare at him, wondering just what kind of person they have found. Their rank 2 captain is baffled that even he cannot manifest this while Helmut can at such a young age. The captain asks Helmut where he learned swordsmanship, while the others gather around. Helmut decides he must hide the forest of roots and vaguely says he only remembers living in a forest with his master. The captain remembers Helmut's supposed memory loss and curses that complication. As they move out, someone says anyway to shift focus from the topic. The captain asks what their next move is, concluding the immediate danger seems over. He decides they should first leave the forest. The others agree they must also regroup with the Tariq mercenaries who abandoned them, vowing revenge. The captain asks Helmut what he plans to do now. Helmut answers that he will stay with them at least until they leave the forest and get paid. Rick starts rambling about Helmut's priorities until Vienne smacks him and the captain accepts Helmut's answer. The captain turns to give their marching orders. He tells everyone they will chase after the group that went ahead, and the others agree. The next day, as they travel, the mercenaries remark that rest has healed their injuries and they feel light. Tracking footprints, they confirm they are following the correct trail. Vienne notes there are many tracks but senses no sound or vibrations yet. She and the captain deduce Tariq's group must have run all night, and may already be near the forest's edge. The captain reasons that according to plan Tariq's men should be resting at the first village after the forest, where they can meet them. Another mercenary eagerly imagines that village as the perfect place to take revenge. The vengeful mercenaries fantasize about how terrified the merchant Miles will be when they return alive and demand extra payment. Rick, less bloodthirsty, wonders what will happen to their original escort request now. His comrades point out that all important cargo is with Tariq, so there is little left to protect. They mention only one food carriage remains, prompting Helmut to react to something. Helmut hears a strange sound and wonders what it is. He suddenly darts off ahead, alarming Rick and another mercenary. Rick calls out in surprise, asking where Helmut is going. Helmut looks intensely focused, saying nothing. The others ask Vienne if she senses anything, but she feels nothing unusual. Helmut states he can sense demonic energy gathering in the distance. Using his perception, he realizes a battle is underway, likely involving the Tariq mercenary corps. His comrades gloat that trouble has found Tariq, asking how far away the fight is. Helmut estimates it is about an hour away at their pace and says the powerful leader demonic beast is present too. The captain is stunned that Helmut can sense events happening so far off and begins to question his level. Helmut says if they hurry it will take less time and believes Tariq can hold out until then. Some mercenaries complain about risking another fight with the monkey beast, but others insist they need their money. The captain reminds them they are mercenaries whose job is to complete the request, not just seek revenge. He concludes they must focus on securing the client before worrying about punishing Tariq. Vienne proudly contrasts their own pace mercenary corps with the selfish Tariq group. The captain then orders everyone to move out to secure the client and remaining goods. Meanwhile, Tariq's men desperately battle a horde of demonic beasts around a wagon. One of them is struck brutally, crying out in pain. Tariq shouts orders to maintain formation as they struggle to hold the line. He fights fiercely with lightning-coated spear strikes against the monsters. Gritting his teeth, Tariq curses that disaster has struck again after only one day. He looks upward, sensing a new massive threat approaching. A gigantic green aura ape leader manifests above him, terrifying Tariq. Tariq laments that obstacles keep coming and that the beasts have pursued them relentlessly. He wonders bitterly if the demons were not satisfied with wiping out only the Pace mercenary corps. The ape leader roars ferociously, overflowing with green demonic power. It slams the ground with destructive force, sending Tariq flying. Bruised and sweating, Tariq braces himself after the impact. Another commander thinks in panic that he must flee to survive. He and Tariq unleash energy attacks while trying to carve an escape path through the monsters. During the chaos, Paul calls to Max to discuss their dire situation. Paul warns that at this rate everyone will die, as they can handle the minions but not the leader. Max agrees, concluding from the enemy's strength that the Pace mercenaries must already be dead. Paul responds grimly that, yes, this changes what they must do. They reason that if they run now, leaving no survivors, then no one will know they betrayed the Pace mercenaries. Max agrees that with all witnesses dead their reputation will remain intact, calling it a good idea. Paul publicly orders all his men to scatter, pretending it is a tactical command. Another soldier stares at him in shock, demanding to know what he means. A confused subordinate questions why they should disperse now. Before he can finish, he notices something and turns, alarmed. He sees Paul and Max jetting into the sky, abandoning everyone else. Inside the carriage, Miles shouts for Paul and Max in panic as he senses something is wrong. His aide calls to Sir Miles and prays in terror as he realizes their protectors are fleeing. A sudden shock throws Miles and the clerics as the carriage is struck. Miles berates himself internally, realizing he misjudged everything by trusting the Tariq mercenaries. He thinks he should have foreseen this outcome from the moment they abandoned the Pace mercenary corps. The ape leader shrieks again, its green eyes blazing as it closes in for the kill. One of the merchants screams as the monster's limb hurtles toward him. Miles, paralyzed with fear, watches events unfold in horror. As the demon looms over him through the shattered wagon, Miles thinks he is doomed. He mutters that everyone is going to die and that they are all finished. Another merchant is impaled by a green-charged claw and dies screaming. The monstrous leader leers down at the survivors, drenched in blood and demonic aura. Suddenly a voice calls out to it, causing the beast's eye to shift in surprise. Helmut descends from above, vis-coated sword drawn, commanding the beast to release the merchant. He soars upward again, unleashing a powerful vis-charged attack against the towering ape. Helmut dives in with focused determination, purple energy streaming from his blade. His strike collides with the ape's green aura, creating a blinding clash of power. The impact carves a deep trench between them as Helmut pushes the leader back. In the darkness, Helmut's glowing eyes repeat his demand that the beast drop its prey. The wounded leader growls, still clutching a limp merchant in defiance. It hurls the corpse toward Helmut in a rage. Helmut catches and turns the body aside with controlled force. He silently fixes his gaze on the enraged demonic ape. Earlier, the captain had asked Helmut to scout ahead and check on Tariq's situation. He explained he had a bad feeling, fearing Tariq might betray them again if given another chance. Helmut agreed that a second betrayal would be easy for them and consented to go ahead. Arriving just in time, Helmut notes Fien's warning was accurate and that all the merchants would have died if he were any later. Standing atop the wagon, Helmut, with his vis fully restored, prepares to confront the demonic ape leader. He resolves to put everything he has into this fight with the demonic beast. Helmut launches a massive purple assault that swirls around the ape. The leader howls in agony as the attack blasts into it. In response, more green-horned demonic apes surge forward to aid their leader. Helmut narrows his eyes, readying another vis-charge technique. He unleashes intersecting purple beams that cut through the swarm surrounding the leader. The demonic ape's face twists in fury as the decisive blow approaches. Helmut slashes at lesser demonic beasts with his purple sword aura as a larger monster looms behind him. A massive wolf-like demonic beast roars, wreathed in green energy. Helmut judges that this is the strongest demonic beast he has seen outside the forest, but believes he can still win. Determined not to lower his guard, Helmut advances with his sword fully enveloped in purple energy. The green-lit beast twists in midair, preparing a fierce charge. Helmut watches the enemy intently, gauging its movements. The beast claws tear through the ground, showing its deadly power. Helmut clashes head-on with the monster, purple and green energies colliding violently. He prepares a focused thrust, concentrating power at his blade's tip. His strike pierces the beast's torso, driving purple energy into its body. Helmut follows through his attack, staying ready for the next move. The injured beast staggers and groans in pain, bloody but still alive. Helmut's sword impales the monster from below as it screams and thrashes amid crackling green lightning. Realizing something is off, Helmut notes that the beast's demonic energy has suddenly intensified. He observes that the monster is absorbing surrounding demonic energy, and has become stronger than before. Sensing the nearby Pace mercenary corps will arrive soon, Helmut worries they could get dragged into danger. He decides he must get serious and finish the battle quickly before his allies interfere. Empowered by the absorbed energy, the beast bellows and launches another overwhelming attack. Helmut dodges in the air, facing the towering, flaming green figure. The transformed beast charges at Helmut at close range, cloaked in raging green flames. Their powers clash again in midair, with Helmut blocking a sweeping attack. The beast laughs menacingly, seemingly unfazed by the previous wounds. Helmut concludes his normal strength is insufficient, and decides to raise his power further. He amplifies the purple energy around his sword, resolving to fight with greater strength. Helmut focuses intensely as his power surges for a decisive blow. The empowered beast roars and rushes to meet Helmut's next attack. Helmut unleashes a massive purple arc, cutting through the beast's assault. In midair he notes that the opponent's movements have increased in speed. He narrowly evades a swift claw strike while countering with his sword. Noticing that the beast's claws have regenerated, Helmut decides he must kill it in a single, clean strike. The monster screams again, preparing another ferocious charge. Helmut darts through its flaming body, carving multiple slashes as they exchange blows. Amid the fight, Helmut casually laments that his clothes are getting ruined and he has no spare outfit. Thinking ahead, he remarks that he will need to buy new clothes in town while the beast howls below. The creature gathers an enormous amount of green demonic energy into the eye-like core on its chest. That power erupts skyward as a giant green column visible across the forest. The beast shrieks within the storm of energy, its power peaking. Its chest core mutates into a sinister green eye radiating more demonic force. Helmut watches silently, realizing the enemy is undergoing another, more dangerous transformation. The monster completes its evolution into a taller, armored, dragon-like demon, still overflowing with green lightning. Helmut observes that it has devoured the other demonic beasts around it to reach this form. The transformed beast stomps the ground, radiating shockwaves as it advances. It leaps high into the air while Helmut braces himself below with his purple blade. Seeing its new aerial attack, Helmut is startled and recognizes the maneuver. He recalls that he has previously witnessed this exact kind of attack. The monster descends in a falling slam pattern that triggers Helmut's past memories. He realizes that both the attack pattern and movements are identical to someone he once fought. Smirking, Helmut connects the dots, gaining confidence from this familiarity. The monster's chest pattern glows menacingly as it commits to the strike. Helmut's own power flares, his aura shifting to an intense purple in response. He envisions the giant serpent Nahu from his past, recognizing the similarity to this enemy. He concludes the beast is mimicking the same style as Nahu. Helmut tightens his grip on the sword, ready to counter that familiar pattern. He declares that even with all that absorbed demonic energy, this beast is still weaker than Nahu. His eyes sharpen with resolve as he prepares his finishing technique. The monster hurtles toward him, but Helmut charges straight into the blinding clash. He soars upward, delivering an immense vertical slash engulfed in purple light. Elsewhere, the Pace mercenary corps rushes through the forest toward the battlefield, calling out for Helmut. One of the younger mercenaries anxiously checks if Helmut is all right upon arrival. They find Helmut standing calmly amid the dissipating monster remains, astonishing one member who demands to know what happened. A stunned mercenary realizes Helmut defeated the monster entirely on his own. Helmut confirms it, and explains that the others the monster attacked were already dead when he arrived. The mercenary leader reasons that the group must have died quickly when their formation collapsed. Surveying the corpses, he notes the fallen caravan guards barely managed to resist the demonic beasts. He deduces bitterly that their captain abandoned them and fled alone. Another mercenary criticizes the deserters as men with no loyalty, then notices there is one survivor. They discover Sir Miles alive under broken debris, to the surprise of the Pace members. The leader remarks it is at least some consolation that their client survived. He orders everyone to confirm the remaining survivors so they can leave this dangerous territory. Regaining consciousness, Sir Miles groans and wonders if he is in the afterlife. Still disoriented, he asks if this strange place is the world beyond death. The mercenary leader addresses him firmly, making clear Miles is still alive. Overwhelmed with guilt, Miles apologizes tearfully to the leader he once abandoned. He confesses he should not have deserted the Pace mercenary corps but claims Paul forced him, feeling relieved he can at least apologize now. Miles slowly realizes from the responses that he is actually still alive, not dead. Another mercenary snaps him out of his confusion, telling him bluntly that he has survived. Shaken, Miles asks how he lived and anxiously inquires about the fate of the demonic beast. The leader reassures him that the monster is dead, and he no longer needs to fear dying right now. He adds that Helmut wants his role in killing the creature kept secret. Miles, overwhelmed, thanks God for his survival, while the others remind him that his life was saved by them. As he calms down, Miles senses there is another matter they want to discuss. The leader stands over him and proposes that they now settle financial terms. Realizing the situation, Miles can only gasp weakly. Internally, he begins to accept the harsh reality of the upcoming negotiations. Trembling, Miles reads the new contract drawn up by the mercenary corps. He is shocked to see that they are claiming 80% of the profits from this job. The leader explains they want that high share because Miles also suffered losses and should be thankful they are continuing the escort despite his betrayal. Nearby, Helmut idly plays with a falling leaf as Miles stares at him in disbelief, recognizing Helmut as the true savior. Miles pleads for the percentage to be lowered to 70, saying compensating the families of the dead will leave him in debt. The leader coldly replies that is Miles's problem and says he is free to proceed alone if he refuses, since his goods are already back on his carriage. Terrified at the idea of traveling without them, Miles falters. He reluctantly agrees to give them 80%, and the leader accepts with satisfaction. With the deal settled, the leader urges Miles to finally reveal what exactly they are transporting. He also asks where these goods are headed that required them to face such deadly danger. Miles worries that if news of this cargo spreads it would spell ruin for the Butin Merchant Association. The leader assures him that as members of the Pace mercenary corps they can handle secrets, and he need not worry. Miles warns that even the mercenary corps could be targeted if others learn what they are carrying and asks if they still want to know. The leader points out that a request dangerous merely to know about should have been explained beforehand, pressing him to talk. Cornered, Miles falls silent, realizing he has no choice but to confess. He resigns himself and says there is no helping it, agreeing to tell them everything. Miles reveals that their client is a powerful mage named Antiol. The mercenaries are stunned, recognizing the name as that of the famed archmage Antiol. Miles confirms that this very archmage is the one who hired them. The leader muses aloud that it is suspicious for such a figure to need merchants and mercenaries to cross demonic beast territory, implying the cargo cannot pass normal inspections. Miles explains that the cargo originated from a place where mages are forbidden, making discreet transport necessary. He identifies that origin as the Temple of Lumen. He recounts that the temple's power is immense, and that it is the same organization that once helped defeat the Demon King 1,000 years ago. Originally, the temple existed to protect the world from demonic energy, but has since changed for the worse. Now, the temple uses divine protection as justification to amass wealth and power, effectively controlling most kingdoms. Helmut notes that despite their influence, the temple still cannot fully control independent mages and always tries to get leverage over them. The leader infers that if the temple discovers the Butin merchants delivered a temple item to a mage they are in conflict with, the association will be ruined. He warns that the temple's retribution would likely erase the merchant association entirely. Miles adds that anyone involved, including the mercenaries, would also be in danger because of how overpowering the temple is. He admits they only accepted this risky job because Antiol once saved their association's leader, making refusal difficult. Curious, Helmut asks if Antiol is really such a renowned mage. A mercenary explains that a few years ago Antiol nearly destroyed one of the temple's divine barriers. Helmut, unfamiliar with the term, asks about the divine barrier. They explain that the divine barrier is a dome over major cities to block demonic beasts, but it also detects mage mana and thus restricts mages' freedom. The mercenary acknowledges that while the barrier keeps demonic beasts like those in the Forest of Roots contained, freedom-loving mages rebel against such control. He concludes by saying that Antiol was the mage who almost broke a city's barrier, though the temple quickly hid the incident, which makes Helmut silently recall the name. Helmut reflects that an archmage capable of disturbing the temple's barrier must be extremely powerful. Remembering his own history, he thinks the temple failed to remove the darkness within him and exiled him to the Forest of Roots. He wonders whether magic might succeed in removing his inner darkness where divine power failed. Comparing, he decides the black mage he once saw in the forest was unimpressive and hopes Antiol will be different. Looking toward the bright sky, Helmut inwardly wishes this new mage will truly stand out. Later, after exiting demonic beast territory at sunset, the group decides to make camp and meet Antiol the following day. As they settle in, the leader approaches Helmut, calling out to him. From across the campsite, he asks Helmut if they can speak privately for a moment. Helmut agrees to the conversation. The leader holds out a small pink bead in his palm, offering it to Helmut. The orange-haired man explains that the item is an expensive food swordsmen use to recover their depleted vis or stamina. He adds with a laugh that it might not help much since Helmut naturally recovers very quickly. After eating it, Helmut feels his body warming up and energy returning. The mercenary leader asks Helmut how he feels after taking it. Helmut calmly replies that the recovery item worked well. Wondering about the man's intentions, Helmut asks why he was given something so valuable. The leader hesitantly calls Helmut's name, preparing to answer. He thanks Helmut sincerely. He specifies that the thanks are for protecting the Pace mercenary corps. He says that without Helmut, he and their client would have died long ago. He explains that the recovery item was a token of gratitude, though it is far from enough payment. He continues that if Helmut ever falls into danger or needs help, as Helmut searches for his lost memory and prepares to part ways with them, the leader swears in the name of the Pace mercenary corps that they will surely help him. He tells Helmut that he is not only their savior but also something more. Helmut answers that they are comrades, trustworthy comrades. The mercenary leader smiles silently, moved by those words. They shake hands, reaffirming that they are comrades. Time passes and the caravan travels toward a towering mountain through a leafless forest. The mercenaries ride in tense silence, aware of approaching their destination. Inside the carriage, the older client reacts thoughtfully. Looking out at a gnarled tree, the client says they have finally arrived. Checking the map, the leader notes that they are at the marked spot but sees only a road, not a village, and wonders how Antiol will receive the items. The client corrects him, saying they will carry the items to Antiol's own residence. The mercenaries are surprised and ask if this desolate place is Antiol's hideout as the client steps outside. The client grips a glowing pendant and says it is easier to show them than to explain. Holding the lit pendant, he says they should see with their own eyes. The pendant activates a tree-shaped portal, enveloping them in a bright magical vortex. Tanya stares in shock at the spectacle, trying to comprehend it. The leader realizes it is magic and, overwhelmed, calls it insane. Helmut watches the expanding light silently, focused. The group is transported through a tunnel of light, and someone explains they are leaping through space. The leader, amazed, thinks this surpasses everything he heard about archmages and recognizes this as such a power. Helmut suggests it could be an illusion, but the leader notes the heavy temperature drop proves they are actually traveling a great distance. Tanya spots something ahead and excitedly points it out. They see a robed figure standing before a tall tower in a snowy forest, clearly awaiting them. The robed man greets them, saying they have finally arrived. Introducing himself, he welcomes the guests from the Butin Merchant Association. After inspecting the cargo, Antiol confirms everything he requested is present and praises them for securing difficult items. He then observes they have fewer people than expected and deduces from lingering life force traces that several have died. The client admits many escorts were killed by a huge demonic beast and only a third survived. Antiol acknowledges their hardship and, sensing the demonic energy from the wagon, asks if they brought demonic beast corpses. The client says they processed the corpses and hopes Antiol will purchase those materials too. Antiol agrees, adding the beast to the request fee and valuing everything at 150,000 marks. A porter and young Finn react in disbelief at the enormous sum, remarking that archmages indeed possess and spend enormous wealth. Antiol instructs the client to unload the goods and keep the carriage, which he does not need. Helmut studies Antiol quietly, gauging him. Helmut senses through instinct that this human is extremely strong. He notes that Antiol's power feels unlike Erago's and that the mage is perfectly hiding his mana. Helmut realizes firsthand that this is what an archmage is. Antiol turns his gaze toward Helmut with interest. They face each other in silence, Antiol sounding intrigued. Antiol approaches, remarking that Helmut is very interesting. He explains that high-level mages occasionally glimpse the truth of things, and someone of his caliber can see truths hidden deep within. Helmut sharply tells him to stop before revealing more. Amused, Antiol calls Helmut a daring child as his staff begins to glow. He asks Helmut if the matter he wants secret concerns something specific while they stand inside a bright magical barrier. Antiol declares he is a mage who has studied this world's secrets and respects its underlying truths. Helmut notes that the space inside and outside the barrier is fully separated, while his comrades panic outside, unable to enter. Antiol assures Helmut that his fears will not come to pass and swears under the name of Mage Antiol. Seeing blue chains around Antiol's staff, Helmut asks about them. Antiol explains it is a mage's oath, a promise that, if broken, drains a mage of significant mana. Bound by this vow, he invites Helmut to ask whatever he wishes to know. Helmut, sensing Antiol is entirely different from Erago, decides to ask his crucial question. Antiol repeats that Helmut has something to ask. Antiol then identifies what Helmut means, asking if it concerns the seed of darkness lodged deep within his heart. Realizing Antiol already knows, Helmut admits it and asks if there is any way to remove that seed. Antiol considers the question. He prefaces his answer by saying, in essence, that removing the seed is impossible. He starts to elaborate, saying the seed of darkness is tightly bound to Helmut's life. Antiol explains that the demonic seed sometimes inhabits babies destined to die in the womb, granting them life. Those children are kept alive solely by the seed and must remain its host until the day they die. Therefore, the seed has become indistinguishable from Helmut's heart, and if it is taken out, he will die. Disappointed, Helmut says he had hoped an archmage would know a solution. Antiol reminds him he is only a mage, not a god, and says Helmut is the first person he has seen who can control the seed of darkness. Helmut repeats the word control, surprised. Antiol explains that normally the seed demands demonic energy, driving hosts insane if they resist or corrupting them into demonic beasts if they indulge. He says Helmut is unique because, in theory, one can suppress the seed only with immense mana or vis, and Helmut has actually done that. Antiol marvels that Helmut trained his vis while carefully feeding the seed just enough demonic energy to keep it from rampaging. He finds Helmut fascinating, especially since the temple has not yet discovered his condition. Helmut thinks to himself that Antiol does not even suspect he came from the forest of roots and feels uncertain whether that is fortunate. Antiol adds that even the priests of Lumen would struggle to detect the seed unless they examined Helmut's body closely. He admits that even as an archmage he only perceived the seed because nearby demonic energy made it react. Helmut concludes he should avoid places rich in demonic energy as much as possible. Antiol warns that Helmut's future is precarious but says he will grow stronger and could become very powerful if he stays hidden from the temple. However, Antiol says that like others bearing the seed, Helmut will eventually be devoured by it and become like a criminal or demonic beast. He foresees that if that fate unfolds, Helmut's sword will bring ruin to the world and slaughter countless lives. Helmut rejects that prophecy. He asserts that such an outcome will not occur because he is human. Antiol laughs softly and agrees that Helmut is right. Helmut states that since humans predict fate, they are also the ones who can change it. Antiol, intrigued as never before, says he will keep watching Helmut and warns that if Helmut fails to overcome the seed, Antiol calmly states he may one day have to stop Helmut by force. Helmut silently takes that warning in. Antiol says that if Helmut's power eventually far surpasses his own, then perhaps even darkness itself might someday submit to Helmut's will. Later, the mercenary leader grips a money pouch. He hands Helmut 3/4 of the reward, saying it is Helmut's rightful share. He admits he wishes he could give more but needs to compensate the others for their efforts too. Helmut understands and quietly acknowledges this. The leader rummages in the wagon, saying there is something else. He holds out a bag, explaining they found it among the luggage without an owner and assumes it belongs to Helmut. Helmut realizes it contains the belongings he brought from the forest of roots and thanks Vienne for returning them. Vienne says thanks are unnecessary, that he should have given it earlier but forgot during the chaos. He adds that they should be thanking Helmut, their benefactor, and says he will pray for Helmut's safe journey. Helmut turns as someone calls his name. Finn runs up excitedly, saying the request is finished and eager to show Helmut the mercenary headquarters and all its wonders. Helmut tells Finn he will not be going with them to the headquarters. Shocked, Finn protests that Helmut is leaving already and insists he should visit at least once. Tanya restrains Finn and tells him to stop. She tells Helmut he can keep using their mercenary certificate, which they have upgraded to rank 3. Helmut replies that this privilege is more than enough. Tanya comments that it seems Helmut has something important he needs to accomplish. She suggests that task is even more important to him than recovering his memories. Helmut silently accepts her insight. Vienne says he feels foolish making a big deal out of the farewell, so he will keep it brief. Tanya smiles warmly and asks Helmut to take care of himself, making him promise. Helmut agrees, thanks everyone, and prepares to depart. Other mercenaries thank Helmut and wish him a safe trip. More comrades bid him farewell and hope to meet again. Finn cries loudly, begging Helmut to promise he will visit them. Helmut smiles slightly and begins to respond to Finn. Finn, still sobbing, says Helmut's cooking was delicious. Vienne tells Finn not to cry so hard since Helmut is not dying and calls out to Helmut again. He repeats that if Helmut ever needs a mercenary corps he should come to them and that he will honor his promise to help. Helmut answers okay and walks off down the forest road. As he travels, he reflects that part of his heart aches. The feeling reminds him of when Darienne left him behind. Thinking of Elaga and realizing mercenary work would keep drawing him against demonic beasts, he decides he must change paths despite the pain. It is revealed that the seed of darkness inside Helmut absorbs demonic energy whenever it is used. Helmut reflects that the seed nearly devoured him in the forest and worries whether he could stop the catastrophe Antle warned of, even though mercenary work will not always involve demonic beasts. He clenches his fist, admitting he still does not know if he can handle that future threat. Determined, he thinks that in that case there is only one option left. Surrounded by power, Helmut decides he must become stronger. He resolves to grow strong enough that even the seed of darkness will never control him. Elsewhere, an older mercenary laments he would never have accepted the recent job or brought Caleb if he had known how dangerous it was. His companion says the past cannot be changed and suggests they rebuild their group Tariq and seize the advantage now that Pace mercenary corps is wiped out. Another man coldly says only Caleb's death was regrettable because the rest were mediocre and proposes using this chance to recruit better people, then suddenly notices something. Seeing Helmut's group alive in town, one of the hooded men stammers in shock. He stares wide-eyed, realizing the supposedly doomed group survived. The hooded men spot Helmut and his companions walking by and wonder how they could still be alive. Panicking, Paul exclaims that they survived that situation, while his partner tells him to forget how and hide. The freckled boy in Helmut's group notices something odd and turns. He glances toward the tavern window but sees no one there. His red-haired companion asks what is wrong, and he dismisses it as just a strange feeling. The bearded traitor, hiding, mutters that he also has a bad feeling. Realizing the survivors are in town, and that they betrayed Pace, the two conspirators conclude their situation is hopeless. Walking away, they complain that their plan would have been perfect if they had simply waited to return, speculate the demonic beast had a clear weakness, and regret not killing Pace mercenary corps themselves. One of them predicts the guild will soon learn of their actions, mourns that their mercenary career is over, and worries about how rank 2 mercenary will even survive daily life. Paul broods that despite everything they are still rank 2 mercenaries. He suddenly decides on a course of action and tells his partner to follow him. His eyes harden as he comes to a grim resolve. Paul says if starving is the alternative, they might as well resort to stealing. The scene shifts to evening over a quiet town and an inn lit from within. Inside the inn, a boisterous man brags about having punched someone in the face while slamming down his drink. The innkeeper laughs and jokes that anyone hit by that fist would be dead. The drunk proudly agrees, tells the innkeeper he understands him well, and urges his own men to learn from him. In the background, Helmut quietly eats alone while listening to the loud group. Examining the necklace coin in his hand, Helmut falls silent in thought. He admits to himself that he does not know what to do now. He thinks he had to leave the mercenary corps because of the seed of darkness, and that he must also uncover the secret of the mysterious necklace he brought from the forest of roots. Wandering from village to village, he realizes he cannot keep traveling aimlessly without gaining anything, especially since it took 3 days just to reach this town. Looking at the vast sunset over the town, he muses that if travel between small places takes days, the whole world must be unimaginably huge. He reminds himself that not everyone he meets will be as kind as the Pace mercenaries. Helmut remembers that Vienne gave him a large amount of money, though he does not know its exact value. He opens his bag and sees the separate pouches containing Fienne's reward and the money from Darienne. Comparing the amounts, he realizes that Fienne's reward far exceeds what Darienne paid him. As he looks closer into the bag, he suddenly notices something unexpected. He discovers a folded letter hidden among the money and wonders about it. Opening the envelope, he wonders if the letter is from Fienne or someone else. Reading the first words, he is surprised by what he sees. He realizes the letter is from Darienne. The narrative flashes back to Darienne writing the letter to Helmut, explaining that if Helmut is reading it, Darienne has already died. The letter says Darienne believes Helmut must also have successfully escaped the forest of roots. Darienne writes that Helmut is probably struggling to adapt because his life so far has been unlike that of people outside, and tells him not to blame himself for it. He continues that his own time is nearly over, so he will get to the point and suggests that if Helmut is wandering without a goal, he should travel to the city of Baden. Darienne explains that in Baden there is a school called Greta Academy for children Helmut's age, where Helmut can learn more about being human than Darienne could ever teach. He further explains that Greta Academy accepts both commoners and nobles without prying into origin, and instructs Helmut to find Ethan Kudrow and show him Darienne's sword so Ethan will recognize him as Darienne's disciple and help him. Darienne warns that the human world may be more dangerous than Helmut expects, and that strength alone cannot solve every problem. But because Helmut endured his harsh training, he believes Helmut can overcome this new trial too. The letter ends with Darienne telling Helmut to look after himself. Helmut studies the writing on the paper, taking in the final words. He notices the handwriting is shaky. He stares ahead, processing what that implies. Helmut realizes Darienne was so weak when writing that he could barely hold the pen. He sits quietly with his back to us, absorbing the weight of the letter. Alone at the tavern table, he thinks silently as he finishes reading. Inwardly, he thanks Darienne. He then concludes that the letter has given him a clear destination. Helmut reflects that he had been unsure where to go but is now glad he read Darienne's letter. A server brings out his meal and politely serves him. The server tells him the price of the food is 15 marks. Helmut repeats the amount in his head, realizing that a single meal costs 15 marks. He casually hands over a gold coin as payment. The server gasps, recognizing it as a 1,000-mark coin. Helmut says he will also be staying the night and wants the coin to cover his lodging, which the astonished server quickly agrees to, while the nearby drunk notices. The drunk mercenary turns, intrigued by the display of wealth. Helmut calmly thinks that he received 90,000 marks from his latest request, so the necklace's value must have been far greater than he thought. He decides to sleep at the inn and depart for Baden the next day. The drunk man bursts out laughing and calls out to Helmut. Slamming his fists on the table, he remarks that Helmut seems to have a lot of money. Helmut eyes him steadily without replying. The man's face contorts angrily at Helmut's indifference. He and his cronies loom menacingly, clearly intending trouble. The man demands to borrow 20,000 marks for more drinks, claiming Helmut looks rich. Helmut bluntly refuses and internally wonders what is wrong with these humans. The man erupts in mocking laughter, outraged at being denied. He smashes his fist on the table, escalating the confrontation. He yells at Helmut for talking back, knocking over Helmut's food as he rages. Unfazed, Helmut simply asks who the man thinks he is. Enraged, the man swings a punch at Helmut, but Helmut easily catches the punch, shocking him. Holding the man's fist, Helmut calmly repeats that he said no and asks if the man is deaf. The thug, stunned by Helmut's strength, wonders how someone so young can be this strong. Another gang member charges in, furious that Helmut blocked their boss's punch. Helmut prepares to counter as the second attacker rushes in. He swiftly dodges and counters the man's strike. His punch smashes into the attacker's face, sending him flying. The second thug crashes across the room while the remaining men and the innkeeper stare in shock and the boss struggles to stand. Helmut stands ready, his expression firm and unafraid. The boss, now fearful, demands to know who Helmut really is. Helmut answers by asking rhetorically about himself. He then kicks a chair at the boss and states that he is a mercenary. The boss is slammed into the wall, left dazed. Helmut calmly picks up his money pouch from the floor. Standing over the fallen man, Helmut tells him to leave and not bother him again. The thug clutches his face in pain, unable to respond properly. Backing away with his men's help, he threatens that Helmut will regret defying them. They hastily decide to leave the inn, cursing that they cannot continue drinking there. From the doorway they warn Helmut to watch his back at night, implying they will stab him later, while Helmut remains expressionless. The inn's doors slam as they depart. Helmut narrows his eyes, thinking about what just happened. He concludes that humans like the treacherous Caleb exist everywhere, and considers them a nuisance. The worried innkeeper rushes after Helmut, calling out to him. He frantically tells Helmut he must leave town at once because Black Hawk declaring war on him means serious danger. Puzzled, Helmut asks what Black Hawk is. The innkeeper explains that Black Hawk is a notorious thieves group that rules the underworld. He adds that they are all hardened criminals who will kill anyone for money and warns that if Helmut does not leave quickly, they will come for him. Helmut thinks those men are more troublesome than he expected and decides it might be better to fight them now. Not wanting to dirty the inn where he is staying, he plans to lure them somewhere else for the confrontation. The innkeeper insists Helmut has no time to stay and offers to refund his lodging so he can run, but Helmut simply asks if those men will return. When told they certainly will, Helmut says that if they do, the innkeeper should tell them he went to the forest behind the town. As he heads out, Helmut tells the innkeeper to relay that message, thinking of the coming fight against humans. He walks toward the door, instructing the innkeeper to keep his room ready because he intends to come back. Helmut resolves internally to watch what the thieves will try to do. Later that night, a Black Hawk member asks if they are really going through with the plan. Their leader insists they must, saying their pride demands revenge after the disrespect they suffered. One subordinate nervously points out that Helmut looked very strong and is also a mercenary. The boss mocks him for being scared and calls him useless. Another tells the nervous man to return to headquarters and let the rest handle the matter. Soon after, a scout rushes to the boss, shouting that he has found where Helmut is hiding. The boss asks what the inn employee told them. The scout reports that Helmut is no longer at the inn and supposedly ran to the forest behind town, assuming Helmut knows he would lose if they attacked with full strength. The boss laughs triumphantly at this news. He glares darkly and says the boy chose the worst possible place to flee. Confident, another thief says they know that forest intimately and proposes tracking Helmut's trail and killing him there. The once hesitant man, now sober, quietly acknowledges the seriousness of what they are about to do. The thieves vow to teach this ignorant child that crossing Black Hawk and its dreaded night is the most terrifying experience in the world. Meanwhile, in the forest by a campfire, Helmut lies resting, having deliberately set up camp there. Watching from the shadows, Helmut recalls that his time with the mercenary corps taught him valuable lessons for situations like this. Perched in a tree with his bow, Helmut reflects that many humans behave like demonic beasts. He contrasts that with humans who selflessly protect one another at the risk of their lives. Helmut concludes that human nature is far more complex than he had imagined. Remembering someone named Darienne, he focuses on that person's earlier advice. Watching suspicious movements near his campsite, he recalls Darienne saying strength alone cannot solve everything, yet feels unsure how else to handle such problems. Bow in hand, he prepares to rely on his strength anyway. Even so, he realizes there is at least one clear conclusion he has reached. He deliberately makes a noise on the branch to draw the intruder's attention. The ambushers look up, hearing his call to come toward him. Standing above them, Helmut decides that humans who act like demonic beasts should be handled the same way as demonic beasts since they attacked him in an armed ambush. He steps forward to confront them. His eyes narrow as he focuses on the coming fight. Afterward, he reflects that this Black Hawk group was more unimpressive than he expected. He leaves the scene, leaping away through the forest. While sprinting, he judges that these assailants were weaker even than his acquaintances Fien and Tanya. He thinks Tanya must actually be strong among humans, and that he needs to fight more humans to understand their power. Deciding to resume travel at sunrise, he plans to return to the inn and rest. Suddenly, the demonic seed embedded in his chest flares with dark energy. Startled mid-run, he clutches his chest as the seed violently activates. He crashes into a tree, unable to control his body. Collapsing, he groans in pain. Gasping and drooling, he panics that the seed is acting up for some reason. Bathed in purple aura, he wonders why the seed is reacting now when he was only told to avoid demonic energy, and it never did this while killing beasts. He realizes the only difference this time is that he killed a human instead of a demonic beast. Horrified, he deduces that murder itself may be what nourishes and grows the seed of darkness. He fears this is an even bigger issue because killing a Black Hawk member will cause other humans to hunt him. Cursing his naivety, he regrets thinking he could freely fight humans. Accepting that he cannot kill opponents without worsening the seed, he resolves to avoid conflict with humans as much as possible. Enduring the pain, he hurries toward the city of Baden, his new goal. Meanwhile, at night in another town, Black Hawk's base is shown guarded. Inside, the Black Hawk leader coldly confirms that all the dispatched men have died. A masked subordinate reports that by tracking the killer they can learn the enemy's precise location. The leader agrees, saying he cannot overlook this insult. He orders his men to proceed with their original plan. The kneeling subordinate accepts the order. Another man informs someone called Sir Anton that certain people have now arrived. In the Black Hawk office, Anton reacts with interest as the newcomers enter. He greets the two visiting rank 2 mercenaries, surprised there are actually 2 of them. The 2 mercenaries stand before him as he welcomes them. Anton thanks them for wanting to join Black Hawk at a time when skilled people are scarce. He adds that the group is currently in trouble and cannot accept anyone without conditions. One mercenary bristles and demands to know what that implies. Anton explains he trusts their skills but that Black Hawk differs from ordinary mercenary corps. Spinning knives, he frankly states that they commit many illegal acts. He warns that if they fail jobs because of personal morals it will cause problems. He emphasizes again that such hesitation would be troublesome for them. The scarred mercenary stays silent, thinking it over. He tenses and prompts Anton to continue. Anton says he needs proof they belong with Black Hawk and has a specific job in mind for that. The mercenary understands that Anton wants to test not just their skill but their suitability for Black Hawk. Anton confirms this and hands over the job note, saying it should be easy for 2 rank 2s. He explains that 5 of their subordinates went missing the previous night. He narrates that they apparently fought a lone mercenary and were later found dead in a nearby village forest. From the state of the bodies, he believes they were each killed with a single stab and with no visible weapon. The older mercenary remarks on the 5 versus 1 situation and asks for a description of the killer. Anton says the culprit is a black-haired, black-eyed boy about 15, whose abilities are at least rank 3 level. The older mercenary confirms that their task is simply to kill this youth. Anton promises that if they complete the job and join Black Hawk they will receive more difficult, lucrative requests. He further tempts them by saying they will be treated better there than in their current mercenary corps. The younger mercenary agrees and asks where the boy is. Anton points to a map, saying reports place the target at an inn in a neighboring village. He notes that because the incident happened recently, the boy cannot yet have traveled far from that area. The next day, the story shifts to the bustling city of Baden. A signboard shows the emblem of the local mercenary guild. Helmut arrives at the closed guild doors and prepares to go in. He thinks he had not planned to take another job but sighs. Since he must move without attracting suspicion, he decides working via the guild is his best option. He resolves that this approach is currently his only viable path. Helmut pushes open the guild door. Inside the busy guild hall, people mill about and examine requests. The cheerful receptionist greets him and asks what brings such a young boy to the mercenary guild. Helmut states that he has come to pick up a request. Looking at his papers, she realizes he is from the Pace Mercenary Corps and is impressed by how young he is. She notices he is even registered as rank 3 and asks if there is any issue. Flustered but excited, she explains she is just surprised because there are few young rank 3 mercenaries and confirms he needs a request. Helmut replies that reward size is unimportant and asks for a job he can do on his way to Baden. She remarks that Baden is a large metropolis. She explains that many people wish to travel there, so escort or transport requests for that route are common. She then pulls out a specific request and asks his opinion. Helmut asks what kind of job it is. She says it is an escort mission for a noble lady with a reward of 800 marks, but notes there is a special condition. Curious, Helmut asks what that condition is. She announces that the condition is that the mercenary must be the noble lady's preferred type. Helmut stands awkwardly as she repeats that the escort must match the lady's tastes. He reacts with a flat, unimpressed expression. Time passes and the view shifts back to the city square outside. Helmut thinks that to satisfy the condition, simply visiting a clothing store should be enough. He recalls the receptionist's advice that appearance matters when dealing with nobles. She had explained that even a famous mercenary needs decent attire to make a good first impression. She then told him his face already does half the work and that is why she recommended this request. She instructed him to buy nicer clothes nearby in return, promising to have the paperwork ready. At a clothing shop, the tailor enthusiastically claims he has just the highest quality outfit Helmut is seeking. The tailor presents an expensive, finely made outfit, boasting that even a demonic beast would look noble while wearing it. In the luxurious shop, Helmut silently watches the salesman show off the clothes. As the tailor extols how light and comfortable the outfit is, Helmut cuts in to ask the price. The tailor finally declares that the outfit costs 2,000 marks. Helmut is stunned, realizing the clothing costs far more than the escort job's 800 mark reward. Later, looking over the town, he ruefully thinks he might have chosen the wrong request. Returning to the guild in his new outfit, the receptionist gushes over how he looks. Dressed elegantly, Helmut now gives off a completely different, more refined impression. She fawns over how handsome he is, while he dryly corrects her to use his name Helmut. Laughing, she says she only called him that because his cuteness slipped out. She mentions she has already forwarded his information to the client, so with his Pace Corps reputation he has a good chance of being accepted. She adds that few mercenaries match the lady's taste, so Helmut should be ideal. Noticing someone's arrival, she announces that the client representative has come. A well-dressed butler walks in as she introduces Helmut. Helmut turns to face the newcomer. She politely welcomes the man and confirms he is from House Saringen. The butler affirms this and says he came to assess the mercenary who accepted their request. Studying Helmut, he quietly asks another man if this is the one. From above, the three stand facing each other in the guild hall. The observer notes Helmut is indeed young yet stands tall with good posture. Satisfied, the butler says Helmut's appearance is acceptable and tells him to come along. Helmut follows as the butler leads him out of the guild. Helmut glances back over his shoulder while leaving. The receptionist cheerfully waves goodbye and tells him to visit again. Helmut exits, walking behind the butler toward their destination. Outside, as they depart, a masked Black Hawk agent secretly watches them from behind a bush. The hidden agent continues to stalk Helmut and the butler. After they pass, the stalker quickly slips away, still tracking them. Helmut and the butler walk through the city streets toward the noble estate. On the way, the butler introduces himself as Gilton of House Saringen and asks if Helmut knows anything about Marquis Saringen. Helmut simply replies that he does not. Gilton says ignorance is better than misinformation, warns that the Marquis is of very high status, and asks about Helmut's escort experience. Helmut answers that he has previously completed at least one transportation request. Gilton explains that escorting is similar to transporting, except that the target is a person instead of cargo. He tells Helmut that if the job seems difficult he should simply follow the knight's instructions and promises extra payment upon successful completion. The young mercenary calmly agrees to the butler's instructions. The butler praises the mercenary for answering briefly. The butler notes that silence is crucial for an escort as they arrive at a grand inn. The luxurious flowers hint at the nobility of the place. The ornate chandelier further emphasizes the inn's opulence. The butler leads the mercenary into the lavish hall where guards stand watch. He explains that this is the inn where the Marquis's daughter is staying. Helmut mentally notes Marquis Saringen's high status reflected in such accommodations. A knight greets the butler as he and Helmut enter. The knight eyes Helmut and wonders if this young man is the hired mercenary. The butler says the guild has verified Helmut and asks the knight to teach him if problems arise. The knight accepts, introduces himself as Cedric, and Helmut introduces himself in return. The butler asks Cedric where his lady is, and Cedric answers that she is eating in the cafeteria. Helmut tells them to go to her, while another person remains silently watching. A hooded youth sarcastically comments on someone worrying about him. Lady Xenia complains about the inn's food, praises her house chefs, and invites Lord Elia to visit her manor. The escort group approaches the breakfast table where Xenia gushes over Lord Elia. The butler addresses Lady Xenia, who casually responds while Elia sits beside her. The butler presents Helmut as the newly hired mercenary. Xenia coldly says she has no interest in mercenaries. She tells the butler to manage Helmut himself because she wants to talk with Lord Elia, but he refuses. Aaliyah reminds Xenia they will depart soon and says he needs to rest. Xenia protests that although rest is needed, Aaliyah should eat more. Aaliyah leaves the dining room while the butler and Helmut stay behind. Helmut turns his head toward Aaliyah in curiosity. The hooded Aaliyah also glances back slightly at Helmut. Helmut narrows his eyes, feeling more suspicious. The two face opposite directions as they separate, their tension lingering. Helmut thinks to himself that something is off. He watches Aaliyah walk away and remains uneasy. Helmut concludes that his earlier sense of strangeness about Aaliyah was correct. He cannot pinpoint the reason but clearly senses that Aaliyah is different. Xenia declares she will return to her room as well. She suddenly sprints after Aaliyah, calling his name emotionally. Helmut asks if Aaliyah is also one of the guards. The butler explains that Aaliyah is actually Xenia's guest, famed at the Greta Academy in Baden. He says he met Aaliyah by chance, and Xenia recognized him, so they brought him along. Helmut asks if Xenia attends the academy. The butler says she is 14 and going to take its entrance exam. Helmut acknowledges this with a brief murmur. He recalls that his own original goal had been to reach Greta Academy. The butler estimates 2 hours before departure and orders Helmut to prepare and get a horse. Outside, carriages are loaded as he tells Helmut to come to the nearest one after finishing preparations. The butler says he has personal matters to prepare and tells Helmut to ask Cedric if he needs anything. Helmut agrees and accepts the orders. Later, Helmut rides out on a spirited white horse. He thinks resentfully about the troublesome horse he was given. A flashback shows the horse going wild at the stables, staff warning Helmut but saying it was the only one left, while others mock its showy nature. Helmut notes this horse is completely different from the unruly one he knew at Pace Mercenary Corps. Someone calls out to Lord Aaliyah, inviting him to join the carriage, and Helmut looks over in confusion. Xenia waves excitedly from the carriage roof, calling Helmut over to ride with them. Aaliyah silently watches with his distinctive purple eyes. He steps down from the carriage in his hooded robe. Aaliyah walks toward Helmut, who waits mounted on his horse. Helmut senses magical energy suddenly surge around Aaliyah's body. Recognizing the aura, Helmut realizes something important. He concludes that Aaliyah is a mage. The journey resumes with carriages and riders moving through the forest at sunset. Helmut thinks that if Aaliyah is using magic, it explains the earlier odd feeling he had. He still cannot identify the specific spell or why Aaliyah cast it on himself. Finding it curious, Helmut decides he should keep watching Aaliyah closely. Inside the carriage, Xenia confirms that Aaliyah is top of his magic faculty at the academy, and he affirms it. She gushes that exams must be easy for him, while confessing she is nervous and unsure how to prepare. Aaliyah calmly reassures her that if she has prepared sufficiently, she will do fine. She insists she has studied but is still trembling with nerves. Aaliyah says they will have time to review after arriving and suggests she use that time to study. Xenia agrees but hints that she might need a tutor. Aaliyah explains that the academy emphasizes self-directed learning and she should become used to that. She frets that this only helps after she enrolls and worries about failing the entrance exam and disappointing her family. Her eyes fill with sparkling tears as she imagines that failure. Aaliyah is left speechless by her dramatic reaction. He offers instead to recommend a suitable teacher who is experienced with the entrance exam. Xenia blushes shyly at his kindness. She asks if Aaliyah himself could tutor her, but he says that would be difficult. He explains that he too must prepare for the new semester. Aaliyah suggests that since the trip is long, Xenia should rest. Flustered, she shyly agrees to lie down. Outside, Helmut rides alongside the carriage, silently listening. He admits he was eavesdropping, wondering if anything important would be said. Their conversation reminds him of his friend Finn, stirring memories. Elsewhere, in a dark base, a leader asks if something has been confirmed, and a subordinate reports he witnessed it himself. The masked scout explains that the group received a small escort request and left a few hours earlier, saying they can still catch up. He adds that the party includes several knights and a mercenary, prompting concern that these knights may serve a noble. The bearded leader decides nobles could cause trouble and orders the scout to try killing the mercenary alone to avoid drawing attention. Another man comments on how determined their client must be to hire the Black Hawk group just to kill one mercenary. The bearded leader laughs and says he is merely being cautious. He states the Black Hawk philosophy of slowly tearing enemies apart until they die. His comrade says he hopes everyone present can match that ruthless mindset. The silver-haired man's eyes light up intensely as he agrees. He declares that he really likes the leader's brutal philosophy. That evening Xenia complains to Gilton about the poor inn, but he says it is the only lodging nearby. The village chief welcomes them kindly, noting how late and tiring the journey must have been. Gilton thanks the chief for letting them stay and promises to pay, while the chief insists they rest despite his humble home. Outside at night, Helmut practices, unleashing his purple-vis sword technique in the forest. After finishing a strike, he exhales in relief. He reflects that his vis control has improved greatly since his time in the Forest of Roots. Yet he feels as though something within his power is still blocked. He blames the lack of regular muscle and vis training and hopes to fix this once he reaches Greta Academy. Helmut wonders if he will finally be able to focus on training properly at the academy. More importantly to him, he must find clues there about the mysterious seed of darkness within his body. Suddenly sensing something odd, he looks up warily. He stares at the starry sky, searching for the source of the disturbance. Deciding it was nothing, he mutters that he thought something was there. An owl-like familiar, glowing with magic, flies away from above him. Elsewhere, someone chants Eyes of an Eagle, releasing the spell that controlled the familiar. The mage notes via his wand that Helmut's senses are sharp and that spying longer would have exposed him. Sitting on his bed, Aaliyah thinks that ordinary humans would never have noticed his surveillance spell. He comments that Helmut is a very strange person. Aaliyah broods alone, pondering this unusual mercenary. He recalls seeing many skilled mercenaries but finds Helmut remarkable for reaching rank 3 at such a young age. A knock sounds and Xenia calls through Aaliyah's door, asking if he is awake. She insists she knows he is not sleeping and excitedly calls for him, while maids shout her name in alarm. The maids scold Xenia through the door, saying she must sleep before 9 if she wants her skin to regenerate, as ordered by her master. Xenia protests that she needs only 1 minute to talk to Aaliyah as the maids drag her away. From inside, Aaliyah listens in silence while the maids accuse Xenia of putting on makeup for a late-night visit, and she cries that it might be her last chance. Looking at the lit window from outside, Aaliyah thinks to himself how exhausting this all is. The next day on the road, Gilton suggests they rest for a meal near an upcoming spring where they can drink. The horses slow down as they approach the resting place. They arrive at a small spring that serves as a common stop for travelers heading toward Baden. Cedric eagerly splashes his face and drinks from the spring. He laughs that the water tastes as sweet and refreshing as alcohol. Gilton decides they will eat their meal here. The maids begin serving an extravagant dish for Xenia's party. One maid notes how excessive the noble meal is with so many dishes. Another servant complains that while the nobles feast on salads and meats, the escorts only received bread and jerky. The guards sit apart, joking that they must fill their stomachs with water while the nobles' lengthy meal could last all day. Drinking from his cup, Helmut thinks longingly of the better food Finn used to cook. Suddenly something about the drink catches his attention. He stares into the cup and questions what he is sensing in the water. Tasting it again, he confirms that the spring water seems strange. Helmut wonders if the water has been poisoned. Someone notes that everyone else who drank seems unaffected. The black-haired warrior, feeling exhausted and doubting his judgment, decides to take a nap. After finishing the meal, the mustached attendant wipes his face and admits he is a little tired. The attendant, now drowsy, tells his lady that since packing is done they should depart. He rushes into the carriage in alarm when he sees his lady collapsed on the seat. The young lady is actually just deeply asleep, dreamily mumbling about spending a last night with Lord Aaliyah. Relieved, the attendant wipes his sweat and realizes she is only sleep-talking. Suddenly his face flushes and he panics as something feels terribly wrong. Nearby maids also grow dizzy and remark that they are becoming very sleepy. Realizing people are dropping, the attendant frantically calls out and searches for Cedric. He finds Cedric collapsed on the ground, groaning in pain. As the strange drowsiness overtakes him too, he staggers and asks what is happening. A moment later, everyone around the carriage lies unconscious on the ground. The black-haired warrior sits awake among the fallen guards and servants. He silently observes the situation, letting the drink spill from his cup. He notices approaching footsteps in the forest. Narrowing his eyes, he senses that the attackers are coming. A group of masked men remark that the sleeping potion should have knocked everyone out and that it avoids accidentally killing nobles. One of them explains they chose an untraceable drug, then suddenly realizes something is wrong. Seeing the warrior still standing, they demand to know why he has not fallen asleep. The blue-haired leader recognizes him as the man from Pace and questions his presence. The leader then wonders if his suspicion about the warrior's identity could be true. He asks if this warrior is the one who killed the Black Hawk minions. The warrior replies by identifying the blue-haired man as a rank 2 mercenary from the Tariq Mercenary Corps who disappeared during the Demon Ape massacre. Accusing them of betrayal, he states they have chosen to become Black Hawks. The blue-haired man laughs darkly while his comrade angrily reacts to being called a traitor. He threatens the warrior, saying the boy should know his place before speaking so arrogantly. Other Black Hawks spread out through the trees, preparing their weapons and moving in. Surrounding the lone warrior, they declare that he has become their prey. One of them grips his sword hilt and announces the start of the hunt. The blue-haired leader, eyes crazed, licks his blade and says they should begin the hunt. The warrior calmly draws his own sword as the leader charges in. Assessing the situation, the warrior notes there are far too many enemies to handle alone. A sudden blast of crackling energy shoots across the battlefield. The blue-haired leader barely blocks the incoming magical attack, shocked. Confused, he looks around as purple lightning coils around him. The white-haired hooded youth appears, clearly the source of the strange power. The youth forms a glowing magical orb between his fingers. He tells the assailants to drop their weapons and leave if they do not want trouble. Wreathed in crackling energy, he calmly walks toward them. The blue-haired leader grumbles that they paid a large sum to put everyone to sleep. He complains that despite that, they now have to deal with an insomniac brat and a mage. The warrior glances back at the mage, who remains silent but ready beside him. The mage curtly orders the warrior to stop glancing at him and focus on the enemies, calling the leader a crow. The leader angrily questions his subordinate about the unexpected mage. The subordinate explains they had not anticipated a mage being present, then is struck. Disgusted, the leader insults the subordinate's excuse while the man groans. He calls himself foolish for relying on Black Hawk thugs and orders them to clean up after the fight. He lunges forward, saying he will personally deal with the shabby-looking brat. Rage fills his eyes as he prepares to kill. He dives from above with a powerful, screaming sword strike aimed at the warrior. Mid-swing, he senses something off as his blade clashes with resistance. The warrior meets the blow head-on, blocking it and unleashing blue energy. Another enemy steps forward to join the fight. The bearded man offers the mage a painless death if he does not resist. The mage simply stares back at him, or a crackling. The mage states that a motionless mage is already dead, implying he will not stand still. A branch overhead is shown, emphasizing the tense stillness before the clash. A violent shockwave tears through the branches as the battle intensifies. The warrior and the leader exchange rapid aerial blows across the forest canopy. The leader mocks the warrior, saying he talked big but now seems overwhelmed. While trading blows, the warrior remains silent and focused. He analyzes that he is facing 2 rank 2 mercenaries plus thieves and admits it would be hard alone. He adds that he is fortunate to have the powerful mage fighting alongside him. The enraged leader again charges, screaming for the warrior to die. He unleashes a massive blue sword wave that rips through the ground. The warrior steals his resolve, eyes sharp. The leader lands, surprised that his attack missed or was avoided. He stares at the warrior, baffled by his resilience. From within a cloud of dust, the warrior thinks the leader is more troublesome than expected and taunts him about losing his earlier arrogance. A calm voice reassures not to worry. The leader looks up, startled by what he hears. The warrior tells him the real fight is only beginning. Shocked, the leader mutters in disbelief. Surrounded by swirling dark energy, the warrior thanks the leader for chasing him to this location. The leader shouts that he was the one who cornered the warrior, accusing him of insanity. The warrior's sword ignites with ominous purple energy as he quietly denies it. He fully releases his power and declares that the leader is unworthy of facing him. Recognizing the overwhelming energy as Vis, the leader is horrified. Furious and frightened, he charges again, cursing the warrior. He rants that a lowly rank 4 dares to challenge a rank 2 like him. The warrior closes in, overpowering him with his empowered blade. Vis surges around the warrior as he swings with deadly precision. The leader desperately counters, slashing while the warrior dives past him. Realizing something is very wrong, the leader reacts in panic. The warrior descends with a massive purple strike that engulfs the leader. His expression remains cold and focused as the attack lands. The leader stares in terror at the approaching blade of light. The impact detonates, blasting the ground and sending debris flying. The leader screams in agony from the devastating blow. The warrior steps forward through the settling dust. We see the blue-haired leader lying shattered in a crater while the warrior stands over him with his glowing sword. Bleeding and shaking, the leader gasps in disbelief that a kid can wield so much vis. The warrior strikes him across the face, cutting off his question. He answers that it is none of the leader's concern and, sheathing his sword, offers to spare him if he quietly withdraws with his men. Turning away, the warrior chuckles under his breath. The wounded leader, sprawled on the ground, asks if he is really being told to beg for his life. Laughing madly, he insists he would rather die than suffer such humiliation. The warrior coldly points out that the leader already abandoned all his comrades once, yet did not see that as humiliating. He concludes that the leader values his pride over his comrades' lives. The warrior walks away, leaving the broken leader lying in the crater. The defeated man gives a straying, bitter laugh through his pain. As the warrior departs, the leader's crazed laughter echoes through the forest behind him. Hearing this, the warrior pauses and murmurs in mild realization. Looking toward the distant mountains, he thinks about that guy. Internally, he hopes the mage is safe. Elsewhere, some Black Hawk bandits lie wounded and groaning. One corpse lies before a tree where a discarded cloak hangs from a branch, showing the aftermath of the skirmish. A surviving bandit struggles to rise, groaning in pain. The bearded mercenary, also injured, curses and demands to know what kind of monster the mage is. The mage, holding a charged orb, reminds him that he already explained. Surrounded by a vast magic circle and levitating rocks, he declares his identity as a mage. He hovers amid a storm of floating stones and lightning while the terrified bandits watch. One bandit charges him, shouting in anger. The mage blasts him with a sudden shot of energy. The attacker is hurled away as the mage continues advancing, his magic orbs orbiting him. The mage states he does not care about their goals, but he warns that if they interfere with his business, there will be consequences. To emphasize this, he blasts the bearded mercenary with another powerful spell. The bearded man, scorched but alive, glares at the mage and growls in fury. He leaps in with his sword, yelling that the mage is unbearably arrogant. The mage coolly comments that the man is only pretending to be tough. He unleashes yet another concentrated magical beam at the charging foe. The bearded mercenary is engulfed by the blast, screaming. The force smashes him into a boulder, leaving him crumpled. Other remaining bandits, realizing they are outmatched, declare that they will take everyone present to Baden. The mage casts golden restraining magic and orders them not to move. Terrified, the bandits recognize it as binding magic and try to flee. The mage lashes out with a golden band of energy, asking where they think they are going. One fleeing bandit is caught mid-run by the binding ring, screaming as it wraps around him. The white-haired mage attacks the fleeing bandits with cutting light rings. Surrounded by his own flying rings, the mage prepares another attack. The rings rain down the path and scatter the panicked enemies. Seeing the survivors run, the mage clicks his tongue and notes how fast they retreat. He reasons that since he defeated the apparent leader, things should be fine. The mage walks through the woods and notices something odd behind a boulder. He finds the rock cracked and bloodstained, surprised by the damage. He wonders if the enemies might have already escaped. Nearby, a badly wounded bandit staggers through the forest, gasping. Collapsing, the bandit despairs that the feared group Black Hawk is targeting the kid from Pace. He remembers that no one warned them the target's escort included a powerful mage. Slumped against a tree, he wonders when their plan first went wrong. He questions at what point everything started to fall apart. Hearing something, he looks up in alarm. He is shocked to see an uninjured black-haired swordsman appear beside him. The swordsman calmly surveys the scene. The injured man panics internally, confused that this stranger is unharmed and fearing for his comrade Paul. He realizes in terror that this same man must have defeated the formidable Paul. The swordsman turns away, uninterested. He glances toward the battlefield and starts walking off. Quietly, he reacts but says nothing. While walking, he judges that the mage who fought earlier is quite strong. The injured bandit, writhing by the rock, curses his situation. Back at the carriage site full of fallen bandits, the mage spots the swordsman, and is surprised he is alive. The mage raises his hand to stop him. The swordsman grabs a thorny rope thrown his way and is startled. The mage tells him to tie up the surviving bandits. The swordsman points out that the bandits are already magically bound. The mage says he will send the prisoners to Baden's jail, and does not want to waste more mana maintaining restraints. The swordsman recalls learning that prisons collect wrongdoers and marvels that such a solution exists. Remembering the bandits he previously spared, he regrets letting them go, calling it unfortunate. One of the captured bandits, hood over his head, weakly asks how the swordsman avoided falling asleep. The swordsman remains silent for a moment. He explains it is because he did not drink from the tainted spring. He recalls deflecting the mage's earlier spell with his sword. The mage scoffs that he noticed that subtle move as well. The swordsman watches him closely. The mage then asks how the swordsman also resisted the sleep effect. He openly questions why the swordsman, who drank the water, never fell asleep. The swordsman responds that he clearly saw the mage drink from the same water. The mage calmly states that as a mage he can easily purify such poison. The swordsman, sensing the constant aura around the mage, asks if that protective magic has been active the whole time. Startled, the mage asks if the swordsman can actually perceive the magic shrouding him. The swordsman says it is vague, but he can sense it while securing the captives. Troubled, the mage wonders why the swordsman has been pretending not to notice until now. The swordsman replies that he simply was not that curious. He adds that if the mage wished to hide his power, it was none of his concern. The mage watches him leave in thoughtful silence. The swordsman looks back at him, puzzled by the reaction. As they march the prisoners, the mage mutters in irritation about this annoying crow-like companion. Later, as evening falls, the noble employer remarks they narrowly avoided disaster. The noble gratefully tells the mage they owe him a great debt. The mage modestly answers that he only did his duty as a fellow traveler and wants no reward. He then mentions something else. He points out that the black-haired mercenary also helped and strangely did not fall asleep either. The mage eyes the swordsman with renewed curiosity. The swordsman explains that medicines and drugs do not work well on his body. The noble accepts this explanation, saying he has heard of such immunity, and thanks him. Smiling, the noble says that once they reach Baden he will reward the mercenary beyond the agreed pay. Before he can finish, his excited daughter sprints toward the mage calling his name. The girl throws herself at the mage in adoration, overjoyed he saved her. With hard eyes, she gushes that he rescued her in a dire crisis. Gripping his hands, she declares their meeting must be fate, overwhelming him. Introducing herself as Xenia of Zaringen, she vows to repay her debt to him in any way she can. She begins to confess, starting to ask him to marry her. The mage awkwardly refuses, saying he already has a fiancée back home. He bluntly adds that after graduating from the academy he intends to marry that woman, stunning Xenia. Watching his love-struck daughter's meltdown, the noble and a guard react in dismay. Xenia wails loudly beside the carriage as servants try to calm her. One guard, embarrassed by the commotion, urges everyone to resume their journey. The noble sighs that despite the sleepless night, they have reached their destination safely. The convoy arrives at the grand, bustling city of Baden. Riding in, the swordsman quietly takes in the sight. He inwardly notes that this must be Baden. He joins the crowd entering through the city gate toward the inner district. The noble calls to him as they dismount near the carriage. He thanks the mercenary for his service and promises to recommend him to the mercenary guild. He starts to offer something more. Holding out a pouch, he gives the swordsman 10,000 marks as an extra token of gratitude. The swordsman accepts the money and thanks him. As they part ways at the gate, the swordsman notices the mage turning away. The mage glances back at him while pulling up his hood. The swordsman hesitates, thinking. Then he looks forward again, decision made. He turns his back on the departing group and walks deeper into Baden alone. The mage watches from behind as the swordsman strides away without looking back. The swordsman's steps echo on the stone as he advances. The mage pauses, confused by his own reaction to the farewell. From a distance, the swordsman simply offers his thanks. He specifically thanks the mage for all the help given along their journey. The mage opens his eyes wide at the unexpected gratitude. He snorts softly, trying to hide that he is pleased. The two of them walk separately into the city in the same general direction. The swordsman steels himself, and thinks it is time to begin the next step. Staring at the illuminated gate within Baden, he wonders if he should now enter the academy. Inside the city, he wanders through the impressive academy campus filled with people. Looking around, he feels the place is strangely overwhelming. He notes that this academy city is larger than any village he has seen. He observes that there are far more people here than he is used to. Gazing down at the busy streets, he asks himself if this is what humans call a city. Walking onward, he reflects that the academy grounds are so vast it was difficult to find his destination. Cloaked, he passes under a great archway into the inner academy. Stepping inside, he looks up in awe and thinks about where he is. He realizes he has finally reached the famed Greta Academy. Around him, students in uniforms chat happily as they cross the courtyard. More groups of students laugh and talk on their way to class. He enters a large hall where other cloaked students mill about. He wonders where within this academy he can locate the man named Ethan Kudrow. He approaches an office where a bespectacled staff member is busy writing. He strides up to her cluttered desk. The woman continues working until she suddenly notices someone standing before her. Startled by his silent approach, she jumps and admits he frightened her. Regaining composure, she nervously asks what brings him there. He answers that he is searching for Ethan Kudrow. She clarifies that he means Sir Ethan Kudrow, the swordsmanship instructor, and he confirms it. He introduces himself as an acquaintance, and asks if he may meet the instructor. She agrees and requests his name while beginning to record it. He tells her his name is Helmut. The staff member then leads Helmut down a sunlit corridor. She stops at a sealed red door and indicates that Ethan is inside. Activating complicated magic circles on the door, she begins unlocking it. She politely asks Helmut to wait while she finishes the unlocking spell. Helmut watches and wonders if this barrier magic is also part of the Academy's powers. Facing the now unlocked door, he steels himself to enter. Thinking of Darienne's words, he grows curious about this human Ethan he was told to find. The great door slowly begins to open with a bright gap of light. The staff member steps aside and invites Helmut to go inside. Helmut steps through the doorway, serious and alert. His expression hardens as he senses the presence beyond the door. Inside the room, an imposing man waits with head bowed, while Helmut stands at the entrance ready to meet him. Ethan says he has never heard the name Helmut before. Ethan demands that Helmut state his business. Helmut senses Ethan's impressive aura and judges him among the strongest human swordsmen, though weaker than Darienne. Helmut concludes Ethan is among the very top swordsmen. Ethan thinks that if Helmut were a mercenary, he might rank first. Ethan confirms Helmut's name and insists on asking again. Ethan asks why Helmut has come to see him, and Helmut hesitates. Helmut draws his sword. Helmut presents himself with the unsheathed sword. Ethan, alarmed, asks what this action means. Helmut explains that someone said Ethan would understand the meaning of this sword. Ethan examines the blade, realizing it is actually an excellently made, well-balanced sword despite its plain look. Recognizing its feel, Ethan wonders if the sword is Darienne's. Ethan, shocked, mutters Darienne Depert's name. Helmut confirms that Darienne's prediction was correct. Ethan, stunned that Darienne might be alive, asks if he is still living. Helmut clarifies that Darienne has already died. Helmut adds that Darienne only passed away very recently. Ethan is devastated into silence by the news. Ethan composes himself, saying he understands the situation. Ethan recalls Darienne went missing 20 years ago and that he swore on his family name to repay the man who saved his life. Ethan reasons that Helmut holding Darienne's sword must signify something important. Ethan begins to realize who Helmut is. Helmut states he is Darienne's final apprentice. Helmut affirms this identity with a simple yes. Ethan presses Helmut again to explain why he has come. Helmut steels himself to answer. The two face each other in silence. Helmut says he wants to enroll at Greta Academy. The two stand across the office as Helmut's request hangs in the air. Ethan accepts the idea and says he now understands why Darienne sent Helmut to him. Ethan considers that perhaps Darienne had a particular reason. Ethan suggests Darienne probably thought Helmut would need a guardian. Ethan asks Helmut's current age. Helmut awkwardly answers that he does not know how old he is. Ethan is incredulous that Helmut does not know his own age and internally curses. Helmut guesses he is around 14 or 15, while Ethan marvels that he has lived so long without knowing. Ethan acknowledges this and moves on. Ethan judges from Helmut's aura that he is far beyond a typical 14-year-old entrant. Ethan decides to treat Helmut as 15 and have him take the transfer exam. Ethan notes other transfer students likely skip testing but asks if Helmut must still take the examination. Ethan muses that the apprentice of a divine swordsman should not need a standard enrollment test. Ethan says if Helmut reveals he is Darienne Depert's apprentice, that alone would probably grant him an immediate transfer as proof of ability. Helmut silently recalls Darienne again. Helmut thinks that Darienne continues to help him even after death, from the Forest of Roots to now. Helmut suddenly realizes Darienne had been in the Forest of Roots, which raises questions. Remembering Ethan's words, Helmut is shocked that Darienne was considered missing for 20 years and wonders what happened. Helmut concludes that even Darienne's acquaintance Ethan did not know his whereabouts and that Darienne likely did not go to the Forest of Roots voluntarily. Helmut deduces someone must have sent Darienne into the Forest of Roots and then concealed it. Helmut worries that if whoever exiled Darienne learns his apprentice survives in the human world, new danger will arise. Helmut reasons that instead of curing the seed of darkness in him, such people would simply send him back to the Forest of Roots. Determined, Helmut resolves that this must never be allowed. Ethan, confused by Helmut's refusal, asks why he cannot use Darienne's name. Helmut explains vaguely that revealing he is Darienne's apprentice could endanger his life, so he cannot disclose it. Ethan is shocked by the implication of mortal danger. Ethan angrily demands to know who would dare target Darienne's apprentice. Helmut asks Ethan to be patient, promising to explain everything later. Ethan, after thinking, accepts that there must be undisclosed circumstances involving Helmut and Darienne. Ethan tells Helmut to ask him for help whenever needed since Darienne entrusted Helmut to him. Helmut agrees. Ethan decides to proceed with preparations for the transfer exam and says he first wants to assess Helmut's skill. As they leave the office, Ethan clenches his fist, resolved about the test. Ethan leads Helmut into a large indoor training hall. Ethan explains that this place is his personal training ground. Ethan says he knows Darienne chose Helmut for a reason, but he must still verify Helmut's skill for the transfer. Ethan rolls in a massive wooden log apparatus. Ethan positions the thick log upright and tells Helmut to try cutting it. Helmut prepares to attack, gripping his sword. Ethan stops him and says he must use a wooden practice sword. Ethan directs Helmut to use one of the wooden swords from the rack behind him. Helmut takes the wooden sword and readies himself. Ethan notes that the log is hard white birch and thinks that merely managing to slice it over time would already be an impressive feat for someone Helmut's age. Ethan adds a caveat as he turns to watch more closely. Seeing Helmut's stance and presence, Ethan thinks the boy is anything but ordinary. Helmut channels powerful purple vis into the wooden sword, astounding Ethan. Ethan realizes Helmut is already adept at using this energy. Ethan wonders just how strong Helmut really is as the boy swings. Helmut unleashes a devastating vis-infused strike that cleaves the huge log. The massive white birch trunk splits cleanly apart. Ethan is left speechless at the overwhelming display. Helmut lowers his glowing weapon amid floating shards of the destroyed log. Ethan assesses that Helmut's power is incredible and the feat remarkable. Ethan concludes that with such ability, Helmut's admission to the academy is virtually assured. Ethan acknowledges Helmut truly is Darienne Dupert's apprentice, and Helmut asks if this means he can enroll. Ethan, unsure of Helmut's academic ability despite his high swordsmanship, explains that he still must pass a written exam. Helmut is confused and repeats the phrase written exam as if unfamiliar. Later, Ethan trembles as he looks over Helmut's practice test sheets. Ethan is horrified to see Helmut averaging a score of 4 points, and notes, even random guessing should have done better. With only 10 days until the real exams, Ethan laments the difficult situation. Ethan tells Helmut that with scores like these he cannot enroll, and that even a private tutor probably would not have enough time to fix it. Helmut asks if Ethan himself could teach him, but Ethan declines because faculty are forbidden from privately tutoring entrants. Ethan explains that academy staff cannot personally tutor applicants due to possible issues later. Ethan says that usually academy students act as tutors, but, with exams so near, all the elite tutors are likely already occupied. Ethan stares at the terrible test sheets and mutters that the situation is bad. Helmut silently thinks over the problem. Ethan recalls hearing about a famous mage at the academy. Ethan remembers the description of that mage as an elite student. Ethan asks Helmut if he knows a student named Elia. Helmut confirms he knows Elia, and Ethan explains Elia entered with perfect scores and topped his class, then asks why Helmut brings him up. Helmut reflects that if Elia is top of his class, he must be very capable. Helmut reasons that Elia is the only student he knows and decides he has no alternative but to rely on him. Helmut tells Ethan he will ask that outstanding student for help. Ethan is surprised that Helmut plans to suddenly approach Elia. Ethan agrees Elia is qualified but wonders how Helmut even knows him. Outside at the academy, someone reacts with exasperation to an unseen question. Elia, annoyed, demands to know what nonsense Helmut is asking after suddenly coming to him. Helmut calmly says he does not remember agreeing to meet again, while Elia questions why they are seeing each other. Elia rejects the idea of tutoring, saying he hates teaching idiots, especially empty-headed swordsmen. Elia complains that he thought Helmut came to the city for a commission but now learns it is for academy matters. Elia tells Helmut to study alone if he wants to enroll and states he has no intention of tutoring a mercenary. Helmut replies that he only needs to pass and that others said Elia is more than qualified to teach him. Elia bluntly says he does not want to and therefore will not do it. Elia tells Helmut to leave, saying he has no time to waste and questioning whether Helmut listened at all. Helmut counters that he never asked for free teaching and offers to pay Elia. Helmut reasons internally that humans place great value on money, so this offer should work. Elia scoffs at the idea of being bought with money and challenges Helmut on how much he can even pay. Elia then tells Helmut to name the amount he is offering, doubting a mercenary's wealth. Helmut instead asks Elia how much he wants. Irritated, Elia grits his teeth at Helmut's audacity. Elia names a price of 100,000 marks, demanding full payment in advance and implying it is intentionally exorbitant. Helmut immediately agrees to the price. Aaliyah is stunned into silence by Helmut's ready acceptance. Aaliyah concedes and says he will prepare materials so they can begin tutoring the next day. Aaliyah, now excited, double-checks incredulously whether Helmut is truly serious. Aaliyah warns that the fee is enormous and asks if Helmut misunderstood the amount as 100,000 marks. Helmut recalls the 90,000 marks he earned from the Pace Mercenary Corps. He also remembers the additional 10,000 marks he received for a separate protection job. Helmut concludes he has enough money to cover Aaliyah's fee. Helmut notes there is little time left before the exam and insists they should begin tutoring tomorrow. Aaliyah, overwhelmed, hesitantly suggests they meet at the same place and time. Aaliyah adds that if Helmut fails to bring the money, he will refuse to tutor him. Aaliyah orders Helmut to come back in the morning fully prepared, warning him not to slack off. Aaliyah leaves with a huff while Helmut watches from a distance. The next day Aaliyah hurries through the library, surprised to run into the green-haired boy. Outside, Helmut stands alone, waiting as instructed. Helmut thinks the previous conversation with Aaliyah went acceptably. Hearing something, Helmut turns his head calmly. The green-haired boy secretly observes Helmut walking away through a circular window. From the door, the boy peers out, pondering what he just saw. The boy smirks, seemingly intrigued. Helmut walks across the courtyard toward the building. Seeing the green-haired boy at the door, Helmut wonders if Aaliyah actually had a friend. Time skips to the next day at the academy. Helmut arrives at the building, looking up toward the entrance. He spots Aaliyah waiting for him in front of the library doors. Aaliyah stares at him in tense silence, sweating slightly. Aaliyah is internally shocked that Helmut actually showed up. Helmut stands before Aaliyah, and Aaliyah mentally curses at him. Aaliyah asks about the payment Helmut promised for the tutoring. Helmut reaches into his clothes to take out the money pouch. He hands Aaliyah a pouch containing exactly 100,000 marks. Aaliyah accepts the heavy payment, agrees to tutor properly, but warns he has no prior tutoring experience, and will not refund the money if Helmut fails. Helmut answers that the risk of failure does not matter to him. Aaliyah inwardly regrets not refusing the job and overcharging out of pride. He exhales, trying to compose himself. Aaliyah tells Helmut to wait outside while he goes inside briefly. As he leaves, Aaliyah reassures himself that tutoring cannot be that hard. He further convinces himself that teaching should be simple. He begins preparing study materials, writing notes by hand. Soon both of them are in the library, studying diligently at a large table. Aaliyah watches Helmut work, evaluating him closely. Aaliyah hums in thought, mentally referring to Helmut as a troublesome crow. Observing Helmut up close, Aaliyah concludes Helmut is far more problematic than he expected. Aaliyah admits Helmut's learning ability surpasses typical magic students but starts to address him. Aaliyah bluntly asks if Helmut grew up isolated in a forest, or something similar. Helmut thinks to himself that, as he suspected from a past job, Aaliyah is an unusual mage. Helmut concludes that Aaliyah is no ordinary human mage. He resolves to be more cautious around Aaliyah and aloud asks why Aaliyah is questioning him. Aaliyah gazes at him, thinking before responding. Aaliyah explains that Helmut's focus and memorization are good, and he is clearly trying hard. Aaliyah suddenly slams his fist down, saying there is still a major issue. Angrily, Aaliyah demands to know why Helmut lacks even basic ethics and common sense. Aaliyah points to Helmut's disastrous ethics score and scolds how ridiculous it is. Looking over corrected tests, Aaliyah quotes Helmut's answer about using his father's power to threaten others and criticizes that mindset. Exhausted, Aaliyah proposes they rush through other subjects so they can spend more time fixing Helmut's ethics. Aaliyah reminds Helmut he paid a huge fee to be taught by the academy's top student, and must take this seriously. Aaliyah states that, because of the money and his reputation, he is determined to get Helmut admitted to the academy. Helmut thinks this is about honor rather than money as Aaliyah declares his own pride is on the line. Aaliyah yells that Helmut absolutely must enroll in the academy, and demands his agreement. Helmut is taken aback by the intensity, and is momentarily speechless. Helmut concludes inwardly that Aaliyah is indeed a very strange human. Later, Aaliyah poses an ethics scenario where a poor classmate steals from Helmut and asks for the correct response. Aaliyah tells Helmut to consider the most wholesome and ethical way to handle that situation. Helmut wonders if resolving it ethically just means avoiding a fight. Aaliyah prompts him for his answer once Helmut says he has one. Helmut replies that he would simply steal the item back quietly, which infuriates Aaliyah. Aaliyah, exasperated by that answer, marks it wrong and says he is at a loss for words. Helmut protests, saying his solution avoids fighting and keeps things quiet, while Aaliyah mutters that Helmut is clearly just a swordsman. Aaliyah explains that merely taking it back might end things quietly but would not teach the thief a lesson, so the best solution is to talk with them until they repent and grasp the consequences. He defines proper justice as forgiving the person while not excusing their wrongdoing, as per Academy standards. Helmut reflects that human social rules and ethics are confusing and difficult. He thinks he started learning these social basics far too late for someone living in this world. Helmut resolves that, to become the kind of person Darienne described, he must learn to handle such complicated moral problems. While filling out more ethics questions, he realizes he will need a lot more time to master them. In a humorous aside, he imagines responding to bullying with brute violence, confusing Aaliyah. Helmut also imagines casually grabbing Aaliyah's head while thinking, further baffling him. This leads to a comical scene of Aaliyah scolding him about not using swords and the law while Helmut blankly ponders. 2 weeks later, at the Greta Academy library, exam day arrives. 2 girls excitedly notice Aaliyah waiting nearby and point him out. They gush over Aaliyah's presence at the examination and admire his beauty, wondering whom he is waiting for. One guesses he must be waiting for the person he has been tutoring recently, and Helmut appears in the crowd. Observers suspect Helmut is that student Aaliyah tutored. Aaliyah and Helmut make eye contact as he approaches. Aaliyah asks if Helmut finished the exam and complains about the test being held in the library. Helmut awkwardly answers, suggesting it is because the place is quiet, and Aaliyah notes he was not looking for an answer. Aaliyah explains he had to wait outside because his own materials were left behind due to tutoring, then asks if Helmut thinks he did well. Helmut gives a small nod, implying confidence in his results. As they walk, Aaliyah assumes Helmut will be fine with the upcoming practical exam and asks to confirm that their tutoring ends today. After Helmut agrees, Aaliyah says goodbye and wishes him luck on the practical. Helmut calls out to Aaliyah and expresses his thanks. Aaliyah pauses, his raised hand showing mild surprise at being thanked. From a distance, Helmut finishes, thanking Aaliyah specifically for helping him. Aaliyah replies that he was paid and therefore does not need additional thanks. He waves casually and tells Helmut to work hard from here on. Helmut looks up at the sky, deep in thought about everything that has happened. He reflects that, despite the difficulties, things turned out well thanks to Aaliyah. Helmut thinks that now only the practical exam remains. He heads toward the exam area where other candidates are preparing for their physical tests. A sign indicates he is entering the Sword Arts Transfer student examination waiting room. Helmut follows the other examinees into the busy waiting hall. An instructor tells the gathered applicants to wait there and to join their groups when called. Some examinees glance at Helmut, sizing up the newcomer. Others chat among themselves, creating a tense atmosphere. Sitting down, Helmut decides he should simply wait until his turn comes. Surrounded by candidates, he wonders what he should do once the exam ends. He recalls Ethan suggesting he rest afterward but considers using the time to resume training. Someone suddenly calls out to him and waves a hand in front of his face to get his attention. Helmut looks up, puzzled, at the person addressing him. A well-dressed blonde noble introduces himself warmly as Sabbat Rugal, second son of the Rugal family. Sabbat asks Helmut for his name while extending a hand. Helmut suspects the noble has an ulterior motive for approaching him so suddenly. Sabbat urges him not to worry about academy rules yet and says it is fine to talk before enrollment. Helmut, unfamiliar with such regulations, bluntly asks why Sabbat is speaking to him. Sabbat insists Helmut need not be so guarded and claims he only wants to befriend fellow transfer students. Internally, Sabbat thinks befriending Aaliyah's rumored student could benefit him socially, and notes Helmut's acceptable appearance. Helmut finally introduces himself by the single name Helmut. Sabbat comments that Helmut is an unusual but fitting name, then presses for his family name. He says it would be useful to know which family Helmut belongs to. Helmut is taken aback by the mention of family, a concept foreign to his upbringing. The word family echoes in his mind as he struggles to respond. Sabbat lightly says it would be nice to become friends early since they will all study together if they pass. Helmut reflects that the only clue to his family is tied to the pendant he carries. He recalls the name engraved inside that pendant and its connection to someone called Margaret Irene. Remembering his abandonment in the Forest of Roots, he decides that using that name would be inappropriate. Helmut therefore answers that he has no family name. The surrounding applicants fall silent at his admission. Sabbat, surprised, asks if Helmut is claiming to be a commoner. Helmut calmly confirms that he is. Sabbat laughs awkwardly, offended that he unknowingly offered his hand to a commoner. He continues to speak arrogantly, questioning why Helmut seems so self-assured. Sabbat and another noble mock Helmut, saying he does not know his place and must not have learned shame even after being tutored. Sabbat then directly calls Helmut a commoner and demands to know how he managed to secure tutoring from someone of Aaliyah's status. Before he can continue, an instructor interrupts by addressing the applicants. The instructor reminds everyone to keep the noise down, forbids discrimination based on class or gender, and scolds Sabbat in particular. Looking uneasy, Sabbat is warned to watch his comments from now on as his applicant number is called. The proctor announces that exam instructions will begin shortly and orders all applicants to take their seats, while Sabbat nervously backs off. Sabbat curtly tells Helmut to follow as they prepare to move to their places. Helmut walks beside him in silence, creating a tense mood. As they pass each other, Sabbat hesitates, still stewing over the encounter. He spitefully tells Helmut that a lowborn should keep his head down and avoid mingling with higher classes. Sabbat adds that commoners like Helmut should not approach nobles and cause social confusion, while Helmut glares back coldly. Helmut enters the hall, drawing the attention of the other applicants. An examiner thanks everyone for completing the written test and wishes them success in the practical exam. The examiner explains that the practical exam will be group-based and divided into 2 stages. He adds there will be 4 groups and begins outlining how passing grades are determined. Other examinees size Helmut up, watching him closely. More applicants stare, clearly interested or wary of him. A pair of students also observe Helmut in silence. Helmut feels as if hostile eyes surround him, thinking their gazes resemble that of the man who confronted him earlier. He compares this academy to the oppressive forest of roots he came from. He reflects that humans and monsters are divided into classes despite being of the same kind. Helmut muses that power in the human world depends not only on strength but also on family, wondering if lineage outweighs ability. He resolves that he will learn about this world here and decides to concentrate on the exam. The proctor calls in the final group, including Helmut, for the first stage of the practical test. Outside, they stand before a mounted blackwood log prepared for the exam. The examiner states that the first stage requires applicants to cut the blackwood tree. He says they must use the provided wooden sword, but are free to use any style or vis they like. Helmut grips the wooden sword to begin. The examiner explains there is a 5-minute limit after drawing the sword, but failure to cut the log will not cause disqualification, and they may start when ready. Helmut thinks he simply has to slash the tree and considers the task easy. Inspecting the log, he judges that even if it is hard, it is still only a tree he can break. He channels overwhelming purple energy into the sword and wonders if he should end it immediately. He swings down with full power. The supervisor is shocked by what he sees. Helmut's strike lands with explosive force. The energized blow cleaves the blackwood log apart in a single hit. The stunned supervisor thinks about how even he needs several blows to damage such a log. He watches in disbelief as fragments fly. He realizes Helmut has split the blackwood in one stroke. Helmut calmly asks if the test is finished while the examiner stares at the destroyed log. Stammering, the examiner declares that Helmut has passed the first stage. Back in the hall, the other applicants wait and talk among themselves. The doors open as someone re-enters from the test. A group of noble boys chat cheerfully, one noticing the newcomer. Helmut steps into the room, again attracting attention. The blonde noble sneers that the wood must have been rotten for someone like Helmut to pass and plans to question the supervisor. Helmut silently glares at him. The supervisor, unsettled, gathers the last group and says he will explain the second stage. He informs them that the next stage of the exam is sparring. He explains they will fight one-on-one for 8 minutes under instructor observation, and admission will be based on evaluation. Another examiner adds that opponents are chosen randomly. They clarify that acceptance does not depend solely on victory, so applicants should display their best skills. Helmut thinks to himself that this method seems unfair. The blonde noble mocks that anyone paired with the lowly commoner would automatically pass. Helmut's irritation grows as he listens. The noble pretends innocence, asking if Helmut overheard him. Helmut thinks the boy keeps provoking him without understanding his place. He turns toward the noble, clearly fed up. He decides he should silence the noble. The noble taunts him, asking if there is a problem. He goads Helmut further, telling him to hit him if he has an issue. He repeats the challenge, daring Helmut to strike him if he can. Helmut remains silent but visibly annoyed. Internally, he calls this human irritating. Clenching his fist, he wonders if hitting the boy would finally make him stop. The supervisor interrupts by announcing he will name the first sparring pair. Helmut listens attentively. The examiner calls Helmut, applicant number 29. He then names Andro, applicant number 8, as Helmut's opponent, prompting Andro's displeasure. The blonde noble laments that he missed the chance to beat up the commoner, and says Andro is lucky. Helmut stays quiet, suppressing his annoyance. He thinks there will be other opportunities to deal with the noble and walks out for the duel. He reassures himself that more chances will come. Outside, Helmut and Andro enter the sparring ground before the judges' table. One instructor welcomes the first set of applicants. The supervisor greets the instructors and says they are ready to begin the second stage. Helmut looks puzzled as attention focuses on him. Instructor Ethan recognizes Helmut by name with surprise. Another instructor confirms that Helmut is the candidate Ethan personally recommended and says the other two will assess him. The examiners remark that Ethan has never recommended anyone before and assume this boy must be extraordinary. Ethan hints that once they see Helmut, they will understand. He adds that observing Helmut will explain why he endorsed him. The supervisor reviews the sparring rules, 2 4-minute rounds, stopping only when a contestant can no longer continue, and reminds them the goal is not simply to win. He signals the start of the duel. Andro readies himself, thinking over what he heard earlier. He recalls being told that Helmut is a mere commoner. Gripping his sword, Andro acknowledges Helmut's talent for cutting the blackwood but steels himself. He concludes that Helmut is still an untrained commoner and advances confidently. Determined to rely on the swordsmanship drilled into him since childhood, Andro charges. An instant later Andro is slammed to the ground, stunned by Helmut's overwhelming speed. The instructors watch in shock at how quickly the match turned. Ethan also looks tense yet impressed by Helmut's display. Andro finds Helmut's sword at his throat, terrified. Helmut stands over him, dominating the field. Helmut asks if the round is already finished. The supervisor declares that applicant number 8 can no longer continue, effectively ending the first round. Andro trembles, incredulous that he lost. Humiliated, he hates that his defeat came at the hands of a commoner. The judges comment that Helmut's strikes are unexpectedly fast and powerful for a child. One examiner notes the huge talent gap between the two boys and worries they cannot properly gauge both skill levels this way. Ethan internally confirms his belief that Helmut is exceptional, though even he is surprised by the level of power. Helmut interprets the mention of 2 rounds to mean there is still another chance to fight. A judge admits Helmut's skill is undeniable but stresses that the exam must also measure Andro's ability. Injured yet determined, Andro charges again. The examiners agree that as things stand they cannot judge Andro's true strength. Ethan calls out to Helmut to address this problem. He suggests Helmut stop focusing on outright victory. Ethan asks Helmut to spar in a way that teaches Andro. Helmut turns, surprised by the unusual request. He quietly repeats the word teach, as if unfamiliar with doing so. Ethan confirms and tells him to act as though he is helping someone learn swordsmanship. Helmut grips his sword and considers the instruction. He recalls his own harsh training as a child. Memories surface of practicing swordsmanship under a powerful mentor. Resolving himself, Helmut says he understands the request. Ethan watches Helmut, hopeful about what he will show next. Ethan then calls to Andro again. Andro, still nervous, takes his stance. Ethan tells Andro that regardless of status, he can gain much by sparring with someone more advanced. He encourages Andro, saying he is not lacking compared with his peers and should display his full ability confidently. Andro listens intensely, sweat dripping down. He answers respectfully that he will do so. Andro composes himself and prepares seriously for the renewed bout. He admits aloud that Helmut is strong. He apologizes for underestimating Helmut because of his low status. Andro adds that he has pride of his own and wants to fight properly. Helmut calmly states he will not be defeated so easily this time either. Andro charges with fierce resolve. He rushes Helmut, shouting his attack. His eyes burn with determination as he swings. Helmut coolly tracks the attack. Helmut intercepts the blow mid-swing and counters at close range. While blocking, he instructs Andro that his movements must be faster and less exaggerated to avoid easy parries. Andro groans as the critique lands along with the clash of swords. Helmut's follow-up strikes wrap around Andro's guard. He slams multiple blows into Andro's torso, driving him back in pain. Helmut explains that Andro's balance is wrong and that overcommitting forward shifts his weight dangerously. Andro cries out, struggling to stay upright. He is knocked away again, protesting in disbelief. Helmut appears at his flank, advising that direct charges make turning difficult and that he must watch his sides. After toppling Andro once more, Helmut tells him he lost balance and should retreat when blocking is impossible, continuing to instruct even as the round ends. The instructor criticizes someone's sloppy sword practice and orders them back into proper stance. A close view suggests someone is listening intently. The name Darienne echoes as a memory trigger. In the past, the armored Darienne faces a massive monster in a desperate battle. Bravely wounded and exhausted, Darienne struggles to stay up. Seeing his fatal injury, Darienne believes he is about to die. Accepting death, Darienne lowers his head as the monster's attack nears. A mysterious radiant entity calls out to him, addressing him harshly. Blinding light erupts as the entity reaches toward him. A voice warns the fallen Darienne that if he keeps lying down, he really will die. Darienne sees a glowing swordsman, a powerful ally, standing between him and the monster. The white-haired swordsman commands Darienne to get up. Back in the present, Helmut, now a youth, orders his sparring partner to start again. Helmut finishes the bout, standing confidently with his wooden staff. The mustached man, Darienne, greets Helmut warmly, noticing he has returned. Examiners look over applicant files and decide they have made their selection. The committee notes that this year's applicants differ in strength, with one especially notable. The blonde examiner says they have high expectations for a certain promising applicant. Darienne opens a particular file with growing interest. Looking at Helmut's photo, Darienne predicts this child will rise greatly. A week later in the city of Baden, life continues around the Academy district. Helmut walks through the busy streets, trying to remember where a certain place was. He suddenly recognizes something and reacts. Helmut finds the building he was seeking, marked with the Mercenary Guild sign. A cheerful receptionist welcomes him to the Baden Mercenary Guild. The receptionist asks if Helmut is here to submit a request. Helmut clarifies he has come to take on a request, not file one. Surprised, the boy asks if Helmut is actually a mercenary. Helmut casually confirms it, while the boy assumes he must be from a noble family and asks his corps. Helmut presents papers identifying himself as a member of the Pace Mercenary Corps who left belongings here. The receptionist, new to the job, verifies his identity as rank 3 of the Pace Corps. Wanting to help, the boy asks what kind of request Helmut wishes to fulfill. Helmut thinks seriously about what sort of job he wants. A memory surfaces of him slamming his hand down during an earlier conversation. In that memory, Darienne is shocked that Helmut has acquired a huge sum of 100,000 marks and demands to know how. Helmut calmly explains it is money he saved up working as a mercenary, not borrowed funds. Darienne is relieved but worried that Helmut spent his entire savings on something. Sighing, Darienne decides he needs to teach Helmut basic finance and begins to lecture him. He explains as Helmut's guardian that money is limited and unpredictable, and that living without the means to earn or spend is dangerous. Darienne concludes that a life without money is no better than that of a beast. Helmut interprets the lecture simply as meaning he must keep earning money, while Darienne says he is only stating reality. Helmut decides he will take more mercenary requests during the remaining month before his academy enrollment. Darienne agrees but forbids overly dangerous or long-term jobs like bodyguard work. Back at the guild, Helmut asks for a request located within Baden for now. He adds that it must be completable within a month and preferably highly rewarding, leaving the receptionist flustered. After searching the board, the boy finds one fitting job and pulls the request notice down. He warns that the request's location is unusual and asks if Helmut is fine with that. Helmut silently examines the posted request the boy hands him. Reading it, Helmut sees that the job is at the Greta Academy. Later, at sunset, Helmut walks outside reading the document and mulling over the task. The request explains that an academy ghost has been repeatedly sighted around the school at night, but its exact pattern is unknown. Frightened students are shown encountering a dark amorphous presence in the halls. The job states that no cause has been found so far, so the academy is seeking help to prevent possible danger. The mercenary is asked to identify what the academy ghost really is and to eliminate it if possible, then report back. Helmut chose this request hoping to learn the academy's layout, but notes it is very different from his usual combat jobs. He wonders if he may have chosen the wrong assignment. As he doubts, someone calls out asking if he is Helmut. Helmut turns and asks who the speaker is. A green-haired student excitedly recognizes him as Elia's pupil. The student gushes that rumors of Helmut transferring to Greta must be true, confusing Helmut. Narration explains that Elia, a star of the magic department, has never closely associated with anyone until Helmut. The green-haired boy says their closeness has become a hot topic, leaving Helmut puzzled about Elia's fame. The boy then asks if Helmut is a mage like Elia, and Helmut answers they are similar but not exactly the same. To explain, the boy begins to demonstrate something with his hand. His eyes sharpen in concentration. He shows he can summon a glowing phenomenon with his hand, asking if Helmut means something like this. Helmut, shielding his eyes from the glow, is stunned that it looks like magic. A cheerful light spirit creature appears above them, summoned by the boy. The creature itself insists it is not magic. Helmut realizes the being is actually a demon or spirit, not a spell. The glowing creature zooms toward Helmut's face while the boy watches. Helmut instinctively assumes it is an attack. He clenches his fist, preparing to strike. Helmut throws a powerful punch straight at the incoming spirit. He watches tensely to see the result. His fist sinks into the bouncy spirit harmlessly, merely deforming it. The annoyed spirit then wraps around and slides along his arm. Helmut and the spirit face each other at close range, both surprised. Helmut notes in disbelief that his attack was completely ineffective. The boy bursts into laughter, amazed that Helmut is the first person ever to try punching the spirit rattan. Surrounded by multiple copies of the creature, Helmut asks what exactly that thing is. The boy explains it is a light spirit named rattan, mischievous but not dangerous. He adds that even if rattan were dangerous, a physical blow would never work on a bodiless spirit. He further explains that spirits lack physical form, so they cannot be blocked or struck normally. Only a handful of mages, he says, possess the ability to control such spirits. He proudly indicates that one of those rare mages is the summoner of rattan. Introducing himself, he declares that he, Sion, is Greta Academy's sole elemental mage. Helmut, fascinated, thinks he could actually catch that spirit, which unnerves Sion. Helmut decides Sion seems like an amusing person but says he must focus on his current job. He tells Sion he is busy handling a mercenary request and takes his leave. Sion, surprised Helmut is a mercenary, guesses the request might involve the academy. Helmut confirms it is about the academy ghost and asks if Sion knows anything about it. Sion enthusiastically replies that of course he does and that the rumor had greatly interested him. He offers to help Helmut with the ghost investigation. Night falls over one of Greta's tall buildings, setting the scene for the haunting. Helmut and Sion discuss that they are starting with the most recent ghost sighting location. Sion explains this is a normal building for the swordsmanship department, but students now avoid it after dark. A dark, empty corridor is shown, hinting at something lurking out of sight. From the shadows, someone muses whether a ghost is really so frightening. Helmut and Sion walk the hall with a lantern, Sion doubting the ghost is truly dangerous. Helmut reasons that unless it is a black magic-bound malicious spirit, the professors would have intervened, so it is likely harmless. Relieved, he proposes they split up to search more efficiently, alarming Sion. Sion protests that they should stay together to get a clearer look at the phenomenon. Helmut replies that if they find the ghost, his plan is simply to eliminate it, which startles Sion. Unseen by them, the hooded ghostly figure watches from another end of the corridor. A close-up reveals the eerie hooded apparition with glowing eyes and feathers drifting around it. Sion nervously peeks through a classroom door with rattan, saying nothing. Inside, he and Helmut find no sign of the ghost. Sion agrees the room is empty, and wonders aloud if the ghost moved to another building. Helmut, frustrated with the fruitless search, says they cannot continue like this. He thinks to himself that they still lack any solid evidence. Helmut turns to Sion, about to suggest a different approach. Sion suddenly goes silent as rattan reacts to something behind Helmut. Sion senses something odd and stiffens. When Helmut asks if he noticed anything, Sion lies that there is nothing unusual. The two chibified heads in the hallway casually decide to move on to the next classroom. Sion begins to ask Helmut when his deadline for completing this request is. He then spots something terrifying, his eyes widening. Trembling, Sion says Helmut still has about 10 days left, and then points out something ahead of them. Down the corridor they both finally see the hooded ghostly figure manifesting in purple mist. The specter's hood crackles with strange light, emphasizing its supernatural nature. Helmut stares at it, questioning if this is truly a ghost. He reaches for his sword hilt, preparing for combat. The ghost looms before them as Helmut and Sion face it, ready to confront it. Helmut moves decisively toward it, his boots stepping forward. Sion and Rattan cower while Helmut takes the lead. Internally, Helmut reacts in disbelief and confusion at what he is seeing. A hand pulls back the hood of the supposed ghost. Under the hood is Aaliyah, who calmly asks why Helmut and Sion are wandering here at this hour. Aaliyah stands holding the removed cloak, revealing that the feared academy ghost was actually him. The green-haired boy explains that the white-haired mage is searching for the academy ghost and that he was helping him. The white-haired mage reads that the request pays 3,000 marks upon success and reacts skeptically. Walking together, they question why the rich mercenary took this job instead of resting, and he answers that he simply had free time. The mercenary asks why the boy is here, and the boy says they came because of the ghost hunting request. When asked the same, the white-haired mage hesitates to explain his own reason for being there. He reveals he is also there because he received a request. The boy is shocked to learn that the white-haired mage is a mercenary as well. The mage angrily insists he got the request directly from the academy. The boy is surprised, saying he thought Aaliyah was uninterested in such things and asks if the academy promised him a good reward, but Aaliyah says his reason is personal. Helmut reflects that the academy even issued a separate request, wondering if the situation is that urgent. The boy suddenly gets an idea and says that since things are like this, he proposes that the three of them team up to search for the ghost together to save time. Helmut and Aaliyah stare at him blankly while he celebrates the idea. When the boy nervously backtracks, Aaliyah agrees that they can search together, repeating that more people is better. The boy happily says Aaliyah thought the same thing as him and asks Helmut if he is fine with that. Helmut wordlessly agrees. Aaliyah uses magic to create an illusory map. An illusionary model of the academy appears on the table before them. Aaliyah begins briefing them on the reports of where the ghost has appeared. He shows that those places include their current lecture hall. He lists the swordsman training grounds, the professor lounge, the gymnasium, and he adds that the sparring grounds are also included. Aaliyah notes that all these buildings share one common trait. Helmut and the boy realize something at the same time. The boy exclaims that all of them belong to the Department of Swordsmanship. Aaliyah confirms the ghost never appeared in any magic department buildings, and Helmut wonders if another mage is responsible. Helmut reasons that if a mage cast the spell, someone would have heard incantations, though he admits there are silent spell methods. Aaliyah argues that a mage strong enough for silent spells would not waste time on childish pranks. He concludes that if humans are unlikely, it is more logical to think the ghost is intentionally avoiding mages. The boy enthusiastically agrees and suggests maybe the ghost is weak to spells. Helmut calmly explains that ghosts cannot be harmed by physical attacks. Aaliyah, surprised, asks Helmut how he knows that. Helmut stays silent, not answering. In a flashback, Helmut asks an older man about the rumored ghost. Helmut further asks if the man knows anything more about it. The man recalls that among the students who saw the ghost, one brave student tried to confront it. That student immediately swung his sword at the ghost the moment it appeared. However, his sword passed harmlessly through the apparition. Back in the present, Aaliyah wonders aloud if the entity might truly be a ghost or something similar. The boy thinks hard while Aaliyah and Helmut silently contemplate the situation. Helmut gives a small, rare smile, seemingly pleased with their joint reasoning. Aaliyah internally reflects. He wonders if he has ever before shared ideas on equal footing with anyone. He remembers that in the past any conversations with his mentors were just scoldings or lectures. He also recalls that his talks with the Pace mercenaries were never real discussions either. He thinks that although each of them holds separate knowledge, combining their thoughts lets them consider things together. He realizes that by doing this they slowly discover new answers. He recognizes that this collaborative thinking is what it means. He visualizes the three of them around a table, actively discussing as a group. He identifies this feeling as learning to truly communicate. Back to the planning, Aaliyah addresses Helmut and starts reasoning from the idea that the ghost has no physical form. He asks Helmut what would happen if Vis were used on such a being, since Helmut is adept at handling Vis. Helmut repeats the word Vis in thought, considering the suggestion. He calmly states that if he meets the ghost, he will test Vis on it, shocking the boy. The boy admits Helmut scared him with that sudden resolve. The boy complains that he cannot think anymore and wants to stop using his head. He says they should inspect all swordsmanship department buildings but admits he is too tired to plan further. Helmut decides to rest, closing a box as he prepares to leave. The boy waves goodbye, telling them not to push themselves and to stay safe. The door closes behind Helmut and Aaliyah after they depart. Aaliyah and Helmut remain in the room, facing each other by the window at night. Helmut sits back at the glowing map table while Aaliyah looks at him questioningly. They silently stare, tension hanging between them. Helmut finally asks Aaliyah if he has any ideas. Helmut thinks seriously as he considers his suspicions. He reveals inwardly that he has had a rough idea from the start. He remembers his own spirit companion slipping through his arm harmlessly. He thinks of an existence without physical form. He recalls first seeing the boy's playful spirit floating above them. He notes that this type of being avoids mages and behaves very much like a prankster. He concludes in his head that the culprit is extremely mischievous. Helmut calls out to Aaliyah to share his deduction. He plainly asks where he can find a spirit. Aaliyah proudly says this shows he taught Helmut well. Helmut replies that he is not an elemental mage and therefore cannot easily sense spirits. Helmut asks what they should do next. Aaliyah questions what he means. Then he reminds Helmut that they already have someone who can track spirits. The boy pants as he runs through the corridor with his spirit companion. While sprinting, he shouts that they already possess exactly what they need. Helmut labels him in his thoughts as a skilled elemental mage. Aaliyah and Helmut race down the corridor together in pursuit. Aaliyah wonders where Sion is heading, and Helmut answers that Sion is likely chasing the spirit he can sense. Helmut internally marvels at how quickly Sion located it, and questions what that implies. Aaliyah recalls agreeing to search together following Sion's own phrase about more people being better. He also remembers his earlier surprise at Helmut's knowledge about ghosts. He thinks back to his suggestion of using this against the incorporeal foe. Helmut's serious gaze shows he had suspected the ghost was a spirit from the beginning. While running, Helmut tells Aaliyah that he knew it was a spirit and that Aaliyah deliberately pushed Sion to go locate it. Aaliyah admits he simply got lucky and that provoking Sion was the only method he had. Helmut continues running, accepting this explanation. They exit the building and follow Sion's unseen trail outside. Aaliyah suddenly stops running on the stone path. Helmut asks why he stopped, but Aaliyah says they only need Sion's general direction. Aaliyah kneels and places his hand on the ground. He casts a search spell. A magic grid and spectral footprints appear, revealing Sion's path. Aaliyah studies the footprints and identifies the direction they are heading. He says the trail leads toward the Department of Swordsmanship's training grounds. Aaliyah remarks that Sion likely cannot narrow it down precisely. With a confident smile, he declares that they just need to find the spirit before Sion does. Helmut silently regards Aaliyah's growing ambition. A lock is shown on a door, indicating a restricted area. Magic breaks the lock and bar apart. Aaliyah opens the door, explaining that ordinary people are not allowed into these training grounds. As they enter, he adds that the swordsmanship department is very rank conscious. He further explains that even within the department, training grounds are separated by grade and level. Aaliyah reasons that the spirit is probably using the least frequented area as a base, somewhere quiet among those grounds. He suggests it might be near higher grade scholarship students and begins to outline a search plan. He then notices Helmut has stopped and calls his name. Helmut states that Professor Ethan has his own private training ground at his estate. They arrive at the door marked Ethan, and Helmut identifies it as the professor's personal training area. Helmut concludes that no one else will be using this place, making it an ideal hideout. Aaliyah reacts with surprise as he feels a presence. Helmut wonders if they are really allowed inside without permission. Aaliyah answers that since they are fulfilling a request, Ethan will surely understand, and they walk in. Aaliyah senses something unusual and reacts sharply. He confirms that he feels a presence similar to Sion's and affirms the spirit is definitely here. Helmut addresses Aaliyah again, preparing to question his motives. He asks if Aaliyah truly received this request from the academy. Aaliyah's eye tightens as he considers his answer. He says there is no reason for him to lie now that they have come this far. He admits he dislikes that there is only one elemental mage at the academy. Helmut deduces that Aaliyah intends to capture the spirit and study it. Aaliyah agrees and says that by doing so Helmut will also fulfill the academy's request. He casts a silence spell, muting their presence. A shimmering sphere of silence expands around them as his magic activates. Aaliyah explains that he erased any magical traces of himself because he is a mage. Sitting within the magic field, he asks Helmut to help from now on, and says he needs Helmut to act as bait. Helmut asks what happens if he refuses, and Aaliyah pointedly questions whether mercenaries repay favors by refusing to help. Helmut senses something and looks around warily. He notices eerie black shapes forming on the floor ahead. The white-haired mage asks Helmut what is wrong while holding a glowing spell. He wonders why Helmut suddenly stopped talking. A huge dripping purple spirit erupts in front of Helmut. The mage states that the rumored academy ghost has finally appeared. He praises Helmut for luring it out. Excited, he says he will be the first to greet the ghost and readies magic. He casts a spell that raises massive pink crystal walls. The walls close in toward the ghost. The ghost is slammed and driven back by the walls. The mage shouts at the spirit not to resist and prepares another spell. He activates a large glowing blue magic circle with great effort. A spatial blockade appears, encircling everyone and locking the area. Helmut realizes it is a sealing spell that prevents the ghost from leaving the training ground. The mage explains he must stay still to maintain the seal and orders Helmut to weaken, not kill, the ghost. Helmut agrees and prepares his weapon with purple energy. He recalls that normal swords cannot affect the ghost. Deciding to improvise, he rushes in using this to enhance his blade. Helmut charges straight at the ghost. His flaming strike pierces into the spirit's head. He flashes past as dark energy whirls around. The ghost screams and lunges back at him. Helmut confirms he can cut the spirit by coating his sword in this. After slashing it repeatedly, he asks if the damage is sufficient. The ghost glares angrily despite the wounds. It roars and swells, becoming even more ferocious. Helmut realizes his attacks still were not enough. He squares off again, readying another blow. Determined, he decides to pour in even more power. Energy gathers as he accelerates. His feet dig in as he dashes to attack. He senses that the ghost is about to counter. Elsewhere, a blonde boy conjures a bright golden orb while calling Rattan. Helmut reacts in surprise to the sudden light. The golden magic collides with the charging ghost, halting it. The blonde boy stands between Helmut and the spirit, shielding him with light. He calls out Helmut's name, worried. Someone angrily demands to know what Helmut thinks he is doing. Helmut recognizes the newcomer, Sion, as he arrives amid the golden light. Sion scolds him for recklessly provoking the spirit. Sion explains this raging being is the spirit of darkness, sensitive and requiring a gentle approach. He says he has blocked it with a curtain of light but admits he and Ratten cannot hold that defense for long. Helmut notes that the spirit really does look furious. Aaliyah then asks how they can capture such an out-of-control spirit. Ratten is shocked by Aaliyah's earlier plan, starting to protest. Sion accuses Aaliyah of wanting to capture the spirit child only to experiment on it. Aaliyah calmly answers that Ratten refused to cooperate with spirit research even though he is the only elemental mage at the academy. Ratten snaps back that Aaliyah just wants to do scary experiments, recalling past incidents. Ratten laments that their newly found spirit child is now on the verge of shutting itself off from everyone. Aaliyah warns that losing this spirit would be dangerous and asks Ratten to keep up the sealing magic. Ratten then asks Helmut to stall the spirit for as long as possible without attacking it. Helmut agrees and says he will try to calm the spirit down. He leaps back into the fray, thinking he is unsure how long he can avoid striking it. The enraged spirit slams at him as golden light explodes around. Helmut dodges another crushing blow. He notes that the ghost is extremely fast but still within his ability to track. He dances around it, parrying and deflecting blows at high speed to endure. Watching, Ratten anxiously calls Helmut's name. Ratten pours more power into his magic circle, begging Helmut to hang on a little longer. The spirit howls in fury. Its shadowy limbs lash outward in a frenzied assault. It coils itself, and whips out dark tendrils toward Helmut. Helmut sees the new attack forming above him. He judges that the technique is extremely dangerous. While dodging, he curses that this creature is attacking him precisely because it senses he cannot retaliate. Realizing the spirit has caught on to his restraint, he grows increasingly frustrated. Helmut considers giving it a small scare to break the stalemate. A sudden shout snaps his attention away. Ratten yells up at him not to attack. The ghost's next rush slams into Helmut. Helmut, half defensive, accidentally lets his sword graze the spirit. The impact smashes him into the wall. Reeling from the hit, Helmut cries out in pain. Ratten apologizes, saying he had to weaken the spirit further even though Helmut suffered for it. Bruised, Helmut repeats that the ghost is indeed weaker now. Ratten tells Helmut to leave the rest to him. Helmut steps back, letting Ratten take center stage. The injured spirit faces Ratten as new summoning circles flare beneath it. Frightened, the ghost tries to flee. But a fresh wave of elemental magic crashes into it. Aaliyah strains to maintain the seal as energy surges wildly around them. He warns that the spirit is attempting to break the seal and urges the others to act. Ratten realizes the ghost is wary of them and particularly fears his elemental magic. The spirit trembles, clearly intimidated. It rises high but remains trapped within Ratten and Aaliyah's glowing circles. Aaliyah watches tensely as it looms overhead. The spirit dives straight toward Aaliyah's barrier. Ratten screams Helmut's name, fearing for him and Aaliyah. Helmut sprints forward once more. He reaches Aaliyah's side as the mage groans from the pressure. Helmut recognizes that Aaliyah is in serious danger. He decides that now is the moment to act decisively. Accepting that he has no choice, Helmut unleashes a massive discharged slash. The purple blade of energy swings toward the ghost. The spirit recoils as Helmut's strike forces it back from Aaliyah. Aaliyah curses at the situation while readying another spell. He hastily casts a radiant barrier around himself. The spirit crashes down toward that barrier. It engulfs Aaliyah's shield, trying to crush through it. Aaliyah reacts in shock as the ghost's jaws close in. From above, Helmut's sword arcs again, wrapping the spirit and barrier in his attack. Ratten cries out that the spirit is escaping. Helmut chases, pushing his body to maximum speed. He races down the hall in pursuit of the fleeing spirit. He lunges and slashes at it mid-flight. The ghost's eyes widen in shock at the renewed assault. Helmut charges his sword with more vis and calls out to Sion for the signal. Sion answers with a single word, telling him to strike now. Helmut brings his blade straight down in a powerful finishing blow toward the spirit's head. The spirit screams as the energy cleaves through it. One more piercing thrust follows, and the ghost stares in confusion. Helmut taunts the now-cornered spirit, asking if it is afraid. Ratten cheers that Helmut's intimidation is working. He rapidly weaves complex golden circles around the cowering spirit. Ratten shouts to draw the spirit's focus toward him. Surrounded by blazing sigils, the spirit is dragged back toward Ratten. Ratten chants and commands the spirit to return, activating the sealing magic. The spirit of darkness is absorbed into the brilliant light. Ratten steadies the glowing core as the magic stabilizes. Helmut and Aaliyah watch quietly while the spell completes. Smoke and sparks clear, marking the end of the battle. Ratten looks at the small, captured spirit in his hand with relief. He happily shows the now tame, cat slime-like spirit to the others. The little spirit pouts adorably, clearly displeased with its capture. A narrator notes that only elemental mages are capable of dealing with spirits. It is further explained that handling spirits is exclusively their domain. Exhausted, the three regroup on the training ground, catching their breath. The small dark spirit floats above Ratten's palm, grumbling. Later at the guild, they present the captured spirit to the clerk as the troublesome monster they were hired to resolve. Sion reacts with interest to hearing about a spirit appearing in an unusual place, and says there could be many explanations. Sion lists possible causes like magic, distorted earth forces, or faint traces of darkness, then concludes that everything turned out fine. Sion brags that the request Helmut took would have failed without him, the Academy's only elemental mage, until Aaliyah silences his rambling. The group leaves the guild building and walks through the busy town square. Outside, Sion complains they showed the darkness spirit yet still have not been paid, while Aaliyah reminds him they were told to wait. Aaliyah recalls the client asking them to return in 3 days to ensure the monster is really gone, and chides Sion for being impatient about money. Sion cheerfully declares Helmut their friend now and prompts Helmut to agree. Helmut repeats the word friend to himself, surprised and unsure. Sion confirms again that Helmut is his friend, addressing him directly. Sion explains that he and Helmut now help each other, considers that true friendship, and says it feels like destiny. Helmut hesitantly reaches out his hand. Sion grasps Helmut's hand and asks him to look after him from now on. The word friend echoes in Helmut's mind as he processes this new relationship. Helmut recalls a past moment with another boy, both looking awkward and unimpressed. The memory shows that boy urgently dragging Helmut's head down, seemingly to protect or hide him. The boy from his memory cries as he speaks, leading into the recollection. Helmut's eye shows he reaches a quiet decision about the idea of friendship. Helmut decides that having friends probably will not be a bad thing and firmly shakes Sion's hand. Sion giggles contentedly, clearly pleased with their new bond. Aaliyah runs toward them, exasperated at their dramatic handshake and calling them idiots. As they walk, Sion jokes about using their rich friend Aaliyah to buy them food, but Aaliyah protests they must clean up the damaged training grounds first. Time shifts to a luxurious interior, indicating a change of scene. Later, Helmut reads a document and looks puzzled, seeing the address. 3rd floor, Unit 301. He wonders what this note is about. The dean explains Helmut's dorm has been assigned and asks if he is ready, reminding him all Greta Academy students must live in the dorms. Helmut agrees, and the dean says that since the entrance ceremony is tomorrow, he should use the remaining time to check his new lodging. Helmut thinks it is a good idea to go see where he will be staying. Outside the dorm area, Helmut silently takes in his surroundings. He recalls that only a few days ago, when he sought requests, the academy had been quiet. Now he notes the place is bustling with movers and students, which is new for him. Watching the crowded grounds, he thinks this busy scene is a first for him. A staff member announces that students with dorm assignments should come forward to sort their luggage. Helmut decides he needs to head over to that station. He hands his sealed assignment letter to the staff member. The clerk greets him, recognizes it as a dorm assignment, and starts opening it to check. Reading it, the clerk is startled to see Helmut assigned to the 3rd floor, Unit 301. The story cuts to a view of the cozy dorm room prepared with a bed, desk, books, and plant. In that room, Aaliyah lies exhausted, wondering if he overdid things recently, and thinking he had sworn not to make friends. He reflects that because of strange incidents he got caught up in many troublesome matters, touching a ring on his desk as he thinks. He sits up in his pajamas, muttering in resignation. Elsewhere, Helmut climbs the dorm stairs with his key, blaming all his current complications on that troublesome crow spirit. He grips the key tag for his assigned room. He walks down the 3rd floor corridor, focusing on finding his door. Stopping at Unit 301's door, he confirms this is the room assigned to him. Helmut affirms to himself that this is indeed his new room. Simultaneously, Aaliyah thinks that everything in his life started going wrong after he met Helmut. Aaliyah resolves that when the term begins he never wants to see Helmut again. As Helmut's key approaches the lock, Aaliyah mentally repeats that resolve. He inserts the key into the door, unaware of who is inside. Aaliyah, in his nightgown, vows emphatically that he will never meet Helmut again. That night in town, someone pants in a dark alley, setting up another scene. A scarred man rages at companions, demanding if they think he is lying. The furious man threatens terrified underlings with a knife, boasting about the strength of the Black Hawks. A frightened subordinate insists the problem is Baden's tight security, not cowardice. The enraged leader is about to attack when another masked man named Max coldly suggests they simply execute the prisoners. Max says they should kill the captives according to Black Hawk regulations. The scarred leader, worked up, laughs and agrees that disobedient subordinates must be executed. A sinister voice interrupts from above, questioning who they intend to execute. The mysterious speaker condemns them for bullying innocents when they could not even kill a single child, causing the men to panic and demand to know who is there. The unseen figure says their previous failure made them easy to track and calls anyone claiming to be a Black Hawk a ruined loser like them, as a dark apparition forms behind them. One of the Black Hawks howls in anger and rushes to attack. He charges wildly, only for a dark force to slice past him. The other man is slashed across the face and begins bleeding. He realizes in horror that his comrade Paul has been struck down. The survivor stares in shock at Paul's fallen body. Trembling, he shouts into the darkness demanding to know who is attacking them and ordering the foe to show themselves. The shadowy entity mocks the idea it is hiding at all. It grabs the leader and taunts him, asking who the real coward has been hiding all this time. After the slaughter, the frightened captives gasp while the dark presence laments that such scum stained the Black Hawk name. A hooded real Black Hawk appears with a bloody dagger, saying the imposters kept abusing their group's name but lasted surprisingly long. He steps toward the trembling captives, prompting another ominous remark. The hooded man says he actually had questions for the imposters. He turns that intent on the two captives, asking if he can interrogate them instead. Their terrified screams echo through the alley. The narrative returns to the peaceful dorm room the next morning. Aaliyah again thinks he has been overworking himself and feels exhausted, despite once deciding not to make friends. He reflects that he keeps getting dragged into bizarre situations everywhere he goes. He resigns himself with a quiet affirmation. Meanwhile, Helmut holds the dorm key tightly as he reaches the third floor. The hallway outside the dorm rooms lies quiet and sunlit. Aaliyah insists that problems only started after he met Helmut. He decides he must avoid Helmut completely once the semester begins. At the same time, Helmut's key slides into the door lock from the outside. He turns the key, beginning to open the door. Aaliyah steels himself with determination to avoid Helmut at all costs. Helmut finishes opening the door to room 301. He steps into the tidy double room and looks around. Helmut pauses silently, taking in the space. He judges the dorm to be humbler than Kudrow Manor, but still far better than sleeping in the forest. Thinking about his past, he grows reflective. He recalls leaving the forest of roots and surviving harsh wilderness. He remembers forming a partnership with the Pace Mercenary Corps. He notes that now he has even gained admission to Greta Academy. Helmut feels he is finally at the starting line and resolves to focus on building his strength here. His eyes firm up with resolve. The narration hints that something significant is about to follow. Hearing movement from the bed area, Helmut prepares himself. He spins forward ready to strike, reacting on instinct. Mid-motion, he realizes he forgot to bring his sword today. He and Aaliyah suddenly confront each other in the doorway, both startled. Recognizing him, Aaliyah cries out Helmut's name in shock. Helmut, equally surprised, addresses Aaliyah. Aaliyah demands to know why Helmut is in his room and admits he almost attacked him. When Helmut explains, Aaliyah is horrified to learn they have both been assigned to room 301. Aaliyah protests that this arrangement cannot be right while Helmut calmly asks why not. Aaliyah's eye widens as he starts to suspect the worst. Muttering in frustration, Aaliyah realizes the presence of two beds means he truly has a roommate. When Helmut asks where he is going, Aaliyah snaps that he is only heading to the bathroom and should not have to answer such questions. Before leaving, Aaliyah warns Helmut not to touch anything in the room or he really will blow him up. After Aaliyah slams the door, Helmut is left alone, told not to go anywhere or move. Helmut internally wonders what he did to deserve such hostility from Aaliyah. The scene shifts to the exterior of Greta Academy under a bright sky, signaling a new day. Sunlight streams through the large office windows. Someone sets down a teacup on a desk in that office. The man is introduced as Liam Weiss, Dean of Greta Academy, calmly enjoying his tea. Aaliyah bursts into the office shouting for the Dean, startling him so much he spills his drink. The Dean winces in pain while Aaliyah demands an explanation. Aaliyah angrily asks how the Dean could approve assigning a roommate to his room. He reminds the Dean that as top student in the magic department he was promised a private room and insists that promise should stand. Liam privately admits he expected this complaint, realizing Aaliyah has learned about the change. The Dean apologizes, explaining that dorm renovations reduced available rooms, so he needs Aaliyah's understanding. Aaliyah objects that a promise is still a promise. He insists the Dean knows why he needs a private room, panicking over what will happen if Helmut discovers he is actually a girl. The Dean rubs his head in exasperation, troubled by her concern. He argues that with her archmage-level magic, a swordsman like Helmut should not be able to notice and urges her simply to be careful. Aaliyah counters that the Dean, of all people, knows how dangerous her true enemy is. The Dean listens silently, sweating as he considers her words. He then points out that giving her a private room while others have none would be blatant favoritism and says he already did what he could by pairing her with someone close to her, asking her to endure one semester. Aaliyah is incredulous that the Dean considers her close to Helmut. She protests that she only tutored and spent time with Helmut because she was paid, not because they are actually close. Aaliyah anxiously thinks that he barely knows Helmut and that they do not meet often. A memory shows Helmut and Aaliyah together in a dangerous situation. Aaliyah recalls working with Helmut in the library. He remembers Helmut leaping to protect him in battle. Aaliyah is left speechless by these thoughts. The principal says it is his duty to help Aaliyah build friendships and promises a private room if Aaliyah gets along with Helmut this semester. Aaliyah reacts in surprised silence to the condition. Morning light fills the office after the conversation. The principal sighs in relief, uncertain if Aaliyah was fully convinced. He reassures himself that Helmut is said to be a good kid. Helmut waits in Aaliyah's room, leaning against the wall. Aaliyah confronts Helmut, accusing him of being pleased that his plan to force a shared room worked. Aaliyah looks uneasy and conflicted. He asks Helmut if he really wants to share a room, then says it is simply necessary. Aaliyah explains he used to have a solo room for topping the magic department, but now must accept a roommate. He admits honestly that he dislikes the new arrangement. Helmut listens quietly. Aaliyah proposes secretly teleporting Helmut to and from school, but Helmut refuses, saying Ethan and others would notice. Aaliyah insists he is very picky about whom he lives with. Helmut warns that living with him might be uncomfortable and asks if Aaliyah still wants this. Helmut ponders Aaliyah's resolve. Aaliyah firmly answers that he does. Helmut confesses that Aaliyah is more important to him than anyone else and assumes the feeling is mutual. Aaliyah is stunned by Helmut's candid affection. Aaliyah reflects that despite everything, Helmut is the person he talks to most at the academy and far preferable to the rowdy swordsman. He nervously touches his face, conflicted. Aaliyah regrets having helped Helmut during the entrance test, which allowed this situation. Time passes to a new day at the academy. Carriages arrive at the school courtyard. Helmut steps out, beginning life as a dorm student. He arrives with luggage at the academy. Helmut glances toward the dorms, ready to move in. He thinks his belongings are already in the room and imagines Aaliyah planning their shared space. Inside the dormitory, the stairs lead up to their floor. Helmut opens the door to the room. Aaliyah greets him, asking if he is back. Helmut asks if Aaliyah has decided how they will use the room, and Aaliyah says the plan is already visible. They enter and stand in the simply furnished room divided by curtains. A view shows Aaliyah's neat half of the room with bed and desk. The curtain partition stands prominently between their spaces. The two examine the layout from opposite sides. Aaliyah declares that the curtain side is his territory, that Helmut already has more space, and that a warning spell will punish any attempt to cross. Helmut silently accepts these strict rules. Aaliyah continues listing house rules about noise, smell, cleanliness, and forbidding visitors, especially magicians, while Helmut listens. Aaliyah then adds that Helmut should call him if he needs anything, promising to respond eventually. After finishing this lecture, Aaliyah tells Helmut to resume what he was doing. Helmut watches him with a mild, unreadable expression. Aaliyah calls Helmut by name to get his attention. Helmut replies that he hopes they will get along well. Aaliyah silently turns away, mulling over their new relationship. Evening falls over the swordsmanship dormitory. The academy grounds glow under the sunset. Elsewhere, upperclassmen gossip about the commoner who passed the transfer exam. They mention that Principal Ethan is personally supporting that student. One sneers that the commoner is arrogant and deluded by backing from a noble. Their blonde leader says he is eager to deal with this newcomer named Sabbat. He predicts the commoner will soon learn the uncrossable gap between classes. They agree to teach him a lesson the next day when there is no swordsmanship class. One of them laughs excitedly about the plan. A new school day dawns over the academy. Helmut, now in uniform, puts his hand on a classroom door. He steps into the swordsmanship department building wearing his new uniform. He notes that the uniform is surprisingly easy to move in. Thinking of Aaliyah's advice, Helmut plans to finish class and head straight to the private training rooms. A green-haired boy recognizes Helmut in the stairwell and calls his name. Nervously, the boy asks if Helmut just came out of room 301. When Helmut confirms, the boy panics because that is Aaliyah's room and assumes they are sharing. Helmut answers that they are roommates, and the boy is shocked since Aaliyah normally has the privilege of a solo room. The boy mutters that Aaliyah must have a weakness for good-looking people. Patting Helmut's back, he warns that living with hot-tempered Aaliyah will be difficult. He then remembers that the first swordsmanship class is today, and Helmut confirms it. The boy reassures Helmut he will pass class easily but warns him to avoid the sword department's notorious crazy dog. Helmut, confused, asks if the department literally keeps a dog, and the boy explains it is a violent student's nickname. He describes Asuka, the strongest second year, who knocked out everyone who fought him and even maimed one student, causing his dropout. Helmut listens, expression unreadable, to this warning. The boy says Asuka was only suspended briefly because of his skill and advises Helmut to be careful. Before leaving, the boy tells Helmut his own room number and offers help whenever Aaliyah throws tantrums. Helmut stands alone, processing this information. The scene shifts to the outdoor training grounds where second-year students gather. Swordsmanship students mill about before class begins. Their instructor arrives, orders the second years to attention, and tells them to form 4 rows. The students, including Helmut, shout their acknowledgement and scramble into formation. The instructor greets them and announces that the first class will focus on basic physical training. He declares that real swordsmen would not laze around on vacation and orders them to run 20 laps around the field. At his shout to run, the students take off around the track. While they complain about the distance, Helmut thinks 20 laps is barely a warm-up. A noble student running beside Helmut glares, resenting being next to a commoner and disliking his composed appearance. Helmut runs calmly, unfazed. The noble schemes to trip Helmut as payback, thinking it is the perfect chance. He thrusts his foot out to catch Helmut's. Helmut reacts instantly, causing the noble to stumble while he keeps running. The noble is stunned that his attempt failed. Helmut continues running ahead without concern. Disbelieving, the noble watches him and wonders who this guy really is. He keeps trying, but Helmut repeatedly evades each attempt to trip him. Frustrated and sweating, the noble realizes Helmut is deliberately avoiding his interference. His inner thoughts curse Helmut as an arrogant bastard. He decides to escalate, and vows to make a move Helmut cannot dodge. He lunges again with his leg, aiming another trip. Helmut counters smoothly, sweeping the noble's leg instead. The noble crashes face first into the ground with a pained cry. When the instructor notices and questions him, the noble lies that his foot twisted. Helmut briefly glances back at the fallen student. Then he simply returns to running with the rest of the class. The humiliated noble seethes with rage at Helmut. Under the hot midday sun, the punishing run finally ends. The instructor calls for a short break while the exhausted students pant. He asks for a volunteer to help him carry equipment, and someone quickly offers. Helmut, tired but composed, exhales. The bruised noble marches up to him and angrily calls out. Pulling Helmut aside, he demands to know what his problem is. Helmut calmly points out that the noble tried to trip him first and asks why he is blaming the victim. The noble fumes that a mere commoner dares talk back and vows to make Helmut regret it if he steps out of line. He leans in threateningly, saying status matters outside the academy and that commoners must know their place. A blonde upperclassman intervenes, telling the noble named Aaron to stop wasting energy starting fights. The blonde suggests leaving Helmut alone for now and getting revenge later during sparring practice. Aaron backs off but mutters a threat for Helmut to wait. Helmut watches him go, unimpressed. He internally scoffs at nobles who rely on birth for superiority, and wonders if such weak humans can really rise in status. Aaron clenches his fist, dark energy flaring, deciding to put Helmut in his place immediately. Another voice cuts in, repeating Aaron's use of the word commoner. Helmut turns toward the new arrival. A blue-haired student descends the steps, drawing everyone's attention. Helmut and Aaron both look toward him. Smiling, the blue-haired boy asks if their talk about a commoner was aimed at him. The full scene shows him standing above them, repeating his question about whether he is the commoner in question. Aaron, confused and defensive, demands to know who this newcomer is. The blue-haired boy replies that he does not know Aaron either, and wonders if Aaron might be a transfer. Approaching them, he says he kept hearing someone whining the word commoner again and again. With a sharp smile, he asks if Aaron has some sort of problem with him. A noble student complains about commoners in the swordsmanship department, and Asuka retorts that he will not tolerate their attitude either. Asuka provocatively asks the noble what will happen when he stops putting up with him. Another student restrains the angry noble called Sabbat, telling him to stop. Sabbat listens as his friend hurriedly whispers something to calm him down. Sabbat hesitates, sweating with restrained frustration. Sabbat backs off, mocking the commoners for helping each other and telling them to stick together. Helmut and Asuka realize Asuka's absence made them late for their first class. A younger student's warning is recalled about avoiding the swordsmanship department's crazy dog, the top second-year Asuka. Helmut studies Asuka with interest. Asuka similarly realizes Helmut is the rumored new guy. Wooden practice swords are prepared for swordsmanship training. The instructor orders the students to assemble, step forward in order, and take a wooden sword. The instructor spots late Asuka trying to slip into the line and calls him out. Asuka lies that he was late because he was consulting instructor Patricia for advice. The instructor flatly reveals Patricia is actually on leave today. Asuka internally despairs as the instructor criticizes him for being such a half-hearted liar. Asuka is punished to run extra laps and panics at having to do 30 of them. When asked if he has a problem with the punishment, Asuka nervously denies it while classmates snicker. Helmut notes that Asuka also has a bad reputation, which is expected given such behavior. The instructor sends the others to train individually with their wooden swords, promising to monitor them. The students answer in unison, affirming the instructor's order. A pair of hands grip a wooden sword in preparation. Helmut begins disciplined practice, swinging his wooden sword overhead. He continues slashing fluidly, showing impressive swordsmanship form. Helmut dashes forward as his training swings generate visible force. With intense focus, he practices rapid, powerful cuts. He keeps moving, drilling combinations with smooth, relentless motions. His eyes glow with concentration as he pushes his training to a higher level. The instructor notices Helmut's extraordinary practice. He turns away, leaving Helmut to continue his training. Helmut pauses, slightly out of breath from his exertion. He reflects that Ethan said the first class would be simple but senses something is missing and wonders how things will change in coming years. Helmut starts walking with resolve. Asuka comes up behind Helmut, calling out to him. Asuka smugly asks for thanks, claiming he stopped Helmut from getting into a fight earlier. Helmut coldly answers he never asked for help, which shocks Asuka, who confirms Helmut is a commoner. Asuka cheerfully extends his hand, saying he is also a commoner and suggesting they get along. Helmut looks at the offered hand, unsure how to respond. Asuka's hand briefly glows with blue energy as Helmut brushes it away. Helmut narrows his eyes, clearly displeased by Asuka's behavior. Asuka comments that Helmut has sharp instincts, realizing Helmut noticed the trick. Helmut says it is fine but warns Asuka up front about something. He tells Asuka not to cling to him just because they are both commoners and says he dislikes people seeking his help. Helmut's eyes show irritation at being treated that way. Asuka waves goodbye and says they should only get along superficially, calling Helmut his commoner friend. Helmut silently touches his shoulder where Asuka grabbed him, still wary. Later, Helmut wonders aloud in the dorm if he seems like someone easy to pick a fight with. His roommate, brushing teeth in cute sleepwear, looks at him curiously. The roommate disagrees, saying Helmut has had it rough since day one. The roommate explains the bullies are nobles relying on their status, and that proving himself will eventually solve things. Helmut recalls Ethan's advice against starting fights, while the roommate says it depends on making the others throw the first punch and that more opponents can even be advantageous. When Helmut asks for another method, the roommate says Helmut must endure things until proper sparring lessons begin. Helmut looks troubled, still thinking about the situation. The roommate eyes him, amused, as he continues brushing. The roommate asks what is bothering Helmut, remarking that the old Helmut would already have started swinging and that he is glad he taught him restraint. Helmut quietly takes in that comment. He folds his arms, mulling over what to do next. He then asks seriously if, as a top-of-the-class student, it is acceptable to stop tolerating things and just fight, surprising the roommate. Helmut says that if not, there is someone whose behavior he cannot understand. The next day, Asuka walks down a corridor and encounters Sabbat and his group coming from the opposite side. Asuka looks bored while noticing Sabbat's group approaching. Sabbat's friends walk past Asuka warily. A mocking thought addresses Sabbat, saying he must be thrilled now that Asuka has a commoner friend. Asuka stops at that taunt about his new commoner acquaintance. Sabbat smirks, vowing to use Asuka's academy grades to tame the so-called mad dog into an obedient one. Asuka listens in silence, his expression hardening. Suddenly Asuka strikes one of Sabbat's followers in the back of the head. The hit follower yells in confusion, asking Sabbat why he was hit. Asuka feigns innocence, saying his hand moved from excitement, and inviting them to make him obedient right now instead of waiting. He asks what Sabbat thinks of that proposal, eyes shining with challenge. Narration explains that Greta Academy claims equal treatment regardless of status. Yet the narration adds that Academy rules cannot erase entrenched social hierarchy, so bullying and condescension toward commoners persist. It clarifies that such abuse by nobles is already widespread beneath the surface. Sabbat's group faces Asuka nervously, confronted by his reckless aggression. Narration notes that nobles usually suppress that behavior only when Asuka is involved. Sabbat and a friend look tense, unable to hide their anxiety. It is because Asuka's reputation as top student and mad dog is genuinely intimidating. Asuka menacingly asks if they expect him to obey just because they glare at him. Sabbat recalls hearing how Asuka went wild last year, living up to his nickname. He taunts that after Asuka's suspension he has been oddly quiet, asking if Asuka is now too scared to fight. Sabbat insinuates that Asuka fears another suspension that could really hurt him. Asuka stands in shadow, eerily calm as Sabbat provokes him. He stares back coldly, pressure rising. Sabbat steps forward, saying he will grant Asuka what he wants. He leans in and orders Asuka to punch him first. Sabbat adds that if Asuka does, he will suffer not only defeat but also social consequences. Asuka thinks to himself that Sabbat is right, because whoever throws the first punch will clearly be at fault. Sabbat then mocks Asuka in front of everyone, laughing that the mad dog is scared of losing his place. Asuka lowers his head as if backing down. In the next instant he lunges, eyes crazed, about to strike Sabbat. A wooden sword suddenly intervenes at high speed. Asuka is smashed in the face by the blow. Sabbat is also struck and sent flying. Both boys crash to the ground, groaning. Instructor Patricia arrives, demanding to know if they entered the swordsmanship department just to act like thugs. She scolds them for daring to brawl on school grounds, impressed only by their nerve. Patricia stands over them, clearly furious. Asuka protests that the others started it, and insists he was alone against the group. She silences him with a shout, ordering Asuka to shut up. Patricia repeats that randomly punching others solves nothing and wonders why Asuka keeps doing it. She then tells Sabbat he is no better and reminds them that Greta students must judge others purely by skill. Sabbat is taken aback by being reprimanded as well. He quickly agrees and says he will remember her words. Patricia dismisses the group to prepare for the next class and orders Asuka to accompany her. She curtly tells him to follow without arguing. Sabbat's friends fuss over him, and he steadies himself, adjusting his clothes. Sabbat decides to let things go for now and leaves with his companions. As Patricia walks with Asuka, he looks sullen beside her. She abruptly raises her hand. Patricia smacks Asuka hard on the shoulder, making him yelp. She berates him for still causing trouble and calls him an idiot for failing to control himself. Patricia reminds him he already got suspended once and warns him not to repeat that mistake. She sighs and says he was excused only because he is a top student but that she will not protect him again. Patricia explains she understands his frustration, yet urges him to endure for now so he can gain recognition and not ruin his promising future. Asuka clenches his jaw, struggling to accept her advice. Patricia mentions hearing that the new student Helmut completed his first class without incident, which surprises Asuka. She tells Asuka that Helmut is also a commoner and suggests Asuka should treat him kindly since they share similar circumstances. Asuka realizes she is referring to Helmut and recalls their earlier encounter. He waves off the idea, saying he is not interested in getting along with anyone and that Helmut is rude enough to manage on his own. Asuka broods, thinking to himself that perhaps there is more to this situation. Scene shifts to an empty, sunlit training hall. The students then stand assembled inside as Patricia prepares to teach the next class. A wooden sword slams the floor to grab everyone's attention. Patricia calls the class to order and tells them to check if anyone is missing. A student reports that Helmut is not present yet. Patricia confirms that Jerome did inform Helmut of the classroom location, and he lies that he did. She orders one of the students to go find Helmut. Meanwhile Helmut, now in a different room, walks quietly among other students. Something shifts near a bookshelf as he passes. Helmut and another student enter, unaware they are being watched as the next development approaches. The instructor questions Helmut about his lateness, and he explains he did not know the assembly location had changed. Another student claims he clearly told Helmut the correct assembly point when the instructor asks. The instructor ignores the classmate and directly asks Helmut if he truly received the information properly. Helmut silently considers how to respond. The lying student anxiously waits for Helmut's answer. Other students snicker among themselves at the situation. The instructor concludes Helmut probably was not properly informed and gently urges him to answer honestly. Helmut takes the blame himself, saying he must have misheard the message and apologizes to the instructor. The instructor is surprised by Helmut's unexpected admission. The blue-haired student silently observes, looking intrigued. The liar smirks, pleased that Helmut covered for him. The instructor accepts Helmut's excuse with some doubt. She still punishes him for delaying class, ordering him to run 10 laps after class, and he complies. She then announces the start of their lesson. The blue-haired student mentally judges Helmut as just another commoner who submits to nobles. The instructor takes almond-shaped wooden balls from a crate. She explains that today's basic training will focus on endurance, which is essential for stable swordsmanship. She outlines the exercise. Each student will balance an almond ball on their sword tip and prevent it from falling. She adds that anyone who keeps the ball up for 30 minutes may leave early, urging them to give their best. She demonstrates with swift sword movements as the class shouts their acknowledgement. The instructor calls Helmut to help distribute the balls, and he agrees. The blue-haired student watches Helmut with growing hostility. While handing out balls, he thinks Helmut initially seemed hot-tempered but now just appears cunning and submissive. The blue-haired student views himself as different from Helmut as the ball smacks into his face. He internally vows never to bow to nobles, even at the cost of his life. Jerome and another student mockingly toss balls into each other's faces. Helmut coolly notices Jerome's antics. Helmut calmly takes a ball and prepares to throw it. He hurls the ball with immense force toward Jerome. The throw is so powerful it blasts Jerome off his feet. Jerome has a brief moment of confusion as the ball hits him. He collapses, vomiting from the brutal impact. The instructor is shocked and horrified by what just happened. The blue-haired student is equally stunned by Helmut's strength. Jerome writhes on the ground, gasping and retching from the pain. Helmut casually apologizes, claiming Jerome was just too far away when he threw. The blue-haired student watches, baffled by Helmut's attitude. He inwardly questions what is wrong with Helmut. Training dummies stand in the academy's outdoor practice yard. A wooden dummy is struck repeatedly by rapid, powerful blows. A muscular trainee continues battering the spinning dummy with a wooden sword. Jerome inspects a large bruise on his chest left by Helmut's throw. He curses the injury, realizing the bruise will take time to heal while another noble trains nearby. Furious, Jerome fumes that a mere commoner dared to injure him like this. His noble friend dismisses the incident as just a ball to the gut, but Jerome insists Helmut's throw felt like being hit by a stone. Jerome complains that first Asuka and now this new commoner have humiliated them, asking Sabbat if he will tolerate it. Sabbat wipes down, listening while still focused on his own training. Jerome gripes that commoners like Asuka and Helmut are forgetting their place, blaming them for growing insolent. Sabbat silently considers the situation. He drops his towel, making up his mind about how to respond. Sabbat calmly tells Jerome not to lose his temper and to treat those commoners more kindly from now on. The other nobles are bewildered when Sabbat appears to suggest getting along with commoners. Jerome corrects them with a sneer, saying he never told them to befriend commoners. Sabbat darkly explains they should be nice only because they will not be seeing those commoners for very long. Jerome realizes Sabbat is hinting at something ominous. Sabbat smirks, confirming his hidden intentions. He ominously says they will understand later, implying he has a plan against the commoners. Time passes to a bright day at the academy campus. Helmut's friend excitedly greets him, having heard about his punishment, and wanting to check on the troublemaking transfer student. Helmut responds with a small, amused smile. He cheerfully admits things simply turned out that way. The green-haired boy stares in shock at Helmut's unexpectedly bright mood. Another roommate complains about the intrusion, while the green-haired boy explains he came because Helmut looks different from what he expected. The green-haired boy teases the annoyed roommate, saying he is only there for Helmut. The white-haired roommate protests that he never allowed them into his room, while the green-haired boy argues Helmut is allowed and so he should be too. The white-haired boy obsessively wonders why Helmut was accepted as a roommate when he never shared before and fixates on what Helmut has that he lacks. Frustrated, the roommate finally shouts and drives both visitors out of his room. In the hallway, the green-haired boy calls the roommate extremely antisocial while Helmut stands there holding his pillow. The green-haired boy shrugs off the incident and apologizes to Helmut for dragging him into it. Helmut smiles and tells him not to worry, saying the expression he is making does not suit him. Walking together, the friend asks why Helmut seems in such a good mood, and Helmut replies he feels a bit proud of himself. Helmut inwardly justifies that while his throw will not solve everything, no one was seriously injured so he handled it humanely, while his friend nervously begs him not to become like Asuka. Helmut reassures him he has no intention of acting recklessly, and that causing scenes would only embarrass Ethan. However, he adds that he will not simply endure abuse forever and plans to settle matters through his own skill if they end up sparring. The green-haired boy listens carefully to Helmut's resolve. He studies Helmut's expression more closely. He then invites Helmut to spend the upcoming weekend exploring downtown together. Helmut answers that he actually planned to visit Ethan at home, share a meal, and talk before heading back. His friend accepts this, thinking it over. The boy quickly asks if he can tag along on Helmut's visit home. Helmut is surprised and asks what they would even do at the Kudrow mansion, while the boy insists visiting a friend's house needs no special reason. The green-haired student argues that building good relationships is important and believes Ethan will be pleased Helmut brought a friend. Helmut silently contemplates this idea. Still unsure, he hesitates while his friend pushes the suggestion. Helmut finally agrees to let him come. The boy happily declares their plan settled. He runs off excitedly, reminding Helmut not to leave without him on the weekend. Left alone, Helmut wonders what exactly he has just agreed to. The scene shifts to a nighttime view of the city under a starry sky. The perspective narrows to a particular building in the city where figures in cloaks move about. Someone nervously opens the door to a dim room lit by a single candle. A hooded figure walks in, cloaked in secrecy. An underling gives the hooded branch manager a new request letter that arrived that day. The hooded leader sits and starts examining the stack of request papers. He mutters that naive young nobles have sent yet another trivial mission, but since they paid he will still consider it. Removing his hood, he prepares to deal with the request seriously. He explains that imposters recently sullied their group's reputation by extorting money under their name, turning Black Hawk into a byword for riffraff. He tells his subordinate he will set priorities after reviewing the letters and dismisses him for the moment. Reading one request, his expression changes in concern. He calls the subordinate back, asking if he recognizes the name on the request. The subordinate does not, and asks why the name matters. The leader silently thinks, clearly unsettled. He orders them to handle another client first, and put this suspicious commission on hold. He further commands a background check on the requester and to report all findings directly to him. Alone again, he broods over the troubling request. Looking at the paper bearing Helmut's name, he admits to having a bad feeling about the commission. Narration explains that on weekends at Greta Academy many students go to downtown Baden for permitted outings. The emptied campus becomes quiet and somewhat eerie as Helmut prepares to leave. Cloaked and armed, Helmut walks toward a waiting carriage to depart. He hears his name called from behind. The green-haired boy appears in casual clothes, ready to travel, and Helmut questions his small amount of luggage. Helmut comments that they will be gone only 2 days, but notes how lightly his friend travels. A flashback shows Helmut surviving in the forest of roots with minimal belongings, and he wonders if that habit of traveling light still affects him. As they board the carriage, Helmut asks if Aaliyah is in his room, and his friend believes so. During the ride, the friend mentions that apart from rare trips downtown, Aaliyah is almost never seen outside and might never have gone home. Laughing, he clarifies he is only observing Aaliyah out of rivalry, not stalking him. Helmut listens quietly, watching his energetic companion. He offers to ask Aaliyah directly about his habits if his friend is so curious. The green-haired boy smiles faintly at the offer. From outside, he hesitantly starts to refuse. The scene shifts to the bustling downtown area with a grand cathedral and market stalls. Elsewhere, the blue-haired commoner eats meat skewers. Enjoying the fresh air, he notes that being out of the academy feels much less suffocating. As he walks through the marketplace, he grumbles about nobles who want to control him even though they cannot defeat him, baffled by their obsession with pride. He briefly doubts himself, wondering if his defiant way of dealing with nobles is wrong. He quickly rejects that thought, insisting he would never be satisfied bowing his head to them and would rather die than submit. His thoughts turn to Helmut, puzzled by how Helmut usually tolerates nobles but occasionally strikes back hard, and he wonders if Helmut is simply good at enduring. He recalls the image of Helmut standing calmly in his uniform. Remembering Jerome being knocked down by Helmut's throw, he admits it was entertaining to watch. He decides he does not intend to befriend Helmut but might start talking with him from next week onward. A lone step lands on the stone street, beginning the scene. The blue-haired boy walks through the bustling market and looks around. He narrows his eyes, sensing something off. The story shifts to a wide view of the lively plaza and academy-like building. He wanders between stalls, hands in his pockets, looking irritated. Turning his head, he notices someone tailing him. From an upper level, a cloaked man observes the plaza and the boy below. The boy's steps carry him into a quieter alley. Confronting 2 men ahead of him, he recognizes them and demands to know who sent them. He faces the 2 thugs in the alley, calmly holding a stick or thin weapon. The pair glare back in silence, sizing him up. 2 more rough-looking men appear, blocking the alley exit behind him. Realizing he has been lured into a trap, he says he already has a guess about their employer. He notes bitterly that his sword is at the smith for repairs, leaving him unarmed. Mocking them for involving adults in a kid's feud, he muses about which noble family has this much free time. The 2 men in front draw short blades, ready to attack. Annoyed that they will not even talk, he mutters a curse and goads them. Suddenly he loudly calls out to an approaching instructor, drawing the assassin's attention. Using that distraction, he explodes forward with incredible speed toward them. He leaps past 1 man, charging in with electrified momentum. 1 assassin braces and punches but meets the boy's attack. The boy slams a fist into 1 thug's jaw while the other readies his weapon. Following through, he drives another crushing blow downward toward them. He skids to a halt at a distance, having created space. Power surges around his body as he readies himself again. He dashes away at blinding speed, leaving the men stunned. One attacker shouts in disbelief at how fast he is and orders the others to chase. The blue-haired boy sprints through the alleys, maintaining his enhanced speed. While running, he suddenly notices something ahead. He stops sharply, water splashing at his feet from his movement. He crouches, wary and tense, still holding his thin weapon. Elsewhere, a cloaked blonde man waits in the shadows. Another cloaked swordsman moves into position with him. From above, multiple cloaked figures, including these two and earlier men, converge on the boy in the street. Seeing how many enemies there are, the boy decides to accept their challenge and play along. Night falls over the Kudro mansion, indicating a later time. An extravagant dinner spread is shown, setting the scene inside the mansion. The mustached host thanks Xian for coming and hopes the meal suits him. Someone politely places a hand on their chest in response. Xian courteously praises the food and mansion, speaking formally to Mr. Kudro. The host laughs and tells Xian he can just call him instructor, surprising a dark-haired student beside him. The instructor privately thinks Helmut's friend seems polite and normal and wonders why humans' attitudes change so much. Xian cheerfully asks Helmut if he wants to visit downtown Baden over the weekend. Helmut tries to refuse, but the instructor enthusiastically supports the outing, saying Baden is a big city worth seeing. Helmut looks resigned and slightly troubled by how the conversation is going. Later that night, Helmut walks through the academy grounds with Xian, thinking this must be why Darienne sent him here. Xian jokes about Helmut trading his luxurious home for poor dorms and a roommate with a bad temper, while Helmut says Aaliyah has no problems with him. Xian complains that Aaliyah instead torments him with endless spirit summoning for research, even at dawn. Helmut notes Xian has improved his summoning a lot, which Xian admits is his only consolation. Xian, clutching a small fire spirit, asks Helmut to use his influence with Aaliyah on his behalf. The three of them gather, Xian holding the glowing spirit and Helmut looking at the battered blue-haired boy who has just arrived. Xian screams in shock upon seeing the injured boy and starts to recognize him. The boy Asuka, battered and shirt torn, tells them they appear just in time and he needs their help. The group stands in the plaza, unaware that more cloaked enemies are closing in. 3 Black Hawk members with swords drawn advance toward Asuka, Helmut, and Xian. Xian nervously asks who these men are. A close-up of a red gem on a cloak marks the attacker's affiliation. Recognizing the gem, Helmut identifies them as the assassin group Black Hawk. Asuka curses that they waited until he was without his sword, while Xian is shocked they would attack a Greta Academy student in the city. Asuka angrily retorts at Xian's comment, asking if he even knows him. Xian falls quiet, startled by Helmut's serious focus on the attackers. Helmut approaches the advancing assassins, intent on confronting them. Drawing his sword, Helmut remarks that their timing is perfect because he has his own questions for them. Xian and Asuka watch as Helmut moves ahead to face Black Hawk alone. Xian, confused by Helmut's sudden words, wonders what he means. Helmut reflects that Black Hawk will kill for money and concludes someone powerful must be behind this attack. He recalls having recently killed some Black Hawk members and suspects they already gathered information about him. A flashback shows Helmut slaughtering assassins in a forest, emphasizing his experience with them. He reasons that Black Hawk surely knows about him yet assumed Greta Academy's status would protect him. Helmut, certainty shaken but curious, decides he must find out who dares to move against him despite the Academy's protection. One assassin anxiously asks his long-haired leader what they should do now. The leader explains that they must eliminate all witnesses, including the students. He orders his men to attack all 3 at once and prioritize killing the swordsman Helmut. Helmut launches himself into the fray, attacking with overwhelming speed. One assassin desperately swings his sword to counter Helmut. Helmut's blade carves a deadly arc through the night air. He cuts down one opponent in a single sweeping strike while moving past him. As another thug screams, he realizes how dangerous this kid is. Helmut advances with powerful footwork, closing on his next target. His kick smashes into an attacker, sending him flying. From above, his sweeping blade dominates the battlefield as multiple enemies fall. The camera follows the path of his sword through the academy courtyard. The sword continues its deadly spin high above the ground. Light flashes along the blade, highlighting its speed. A wide view shows the streak of his sword's path cutting through the area around the assassins. Within that streak, Helmut batters the remaining men one after another. The attackers collapse one by one, overwhelmed by his relentless strikes. 2 of them are struck again as Helmut continues the assault. Another thug is cut down while trying to attack. A final enemy is disarmed and hurled away as Helmut's sword finishes its arc. One would-be killer is blasted back, mortally wounded by the last strike. Helmut stands calmly as the last conscious opponent crumbles. Xian and Asuka watch in stunned silence at Helmut's overwhelming display. The street lies filled with groaning Black Hawk members while Helmut stands over them. Helmut looks coldly at the defeated assassins. Asuka thinks in disbelief that Helmut dispatched them instantly without even using this. Asuka wonders why someone with such skill lives like a student. Helmut checks a glowing gem on his chest called the Seed of Darkness, and notes it did not react, deciding everything is fine as long as he does not kill the men. Xian complains that Helmut finished the fight before he could help and asks who these big guys are, and Helmut answers that they are Black Hawk. Helmut notes that Black Hawk will target anyone for money as one assassin weakly reaches for his sword. Helmut steps on the man's hand, stopping him from grabbing the weapon. Helmut says he needs to hear directly who hired them and hints he already has a suspect, but also has his own question for them. With a chilling expression, he thinks that if he cuts off their fingers one by one, even trained assassins will eventually talk. Xian and Asuka recoil in horror at how casually Helmut suggests torture. Xian shouts in protest that torturing them would go far beyond self-defense, even if they attacked first. Xian insists that since the attackers are subdued they should call the guards and let them handle the interrogation. He reassures Asuka that harming an academy student is a grave crime, so the guards cannot ignore it, teasing Asuka about always making enemies. As Xian heads off to summon the guards, he warns Helmut not to touch the assassin's fingers while he is gone. Helmut agrees with a simple response as Asuka stands beside him. Helmut then glances back at the fallen assassins, clearly still tempted. One of the downed men lies near Helmut's boots, barely conscious. Helmut pins the man under his foot and intensely demands to know how much he knows about Helmut. The terrified assassin, confused by the question, starts to protest. Helmut studies his reactions closely, expression dark. From above the academy courtyard, Helmut concludes that he has learned all he needed from the man's response. The narrative shifts to a quiet academy corridor later that night. A female staff member enters a room saying she heard what happened and is glad the students are safe. She tells them to rest and report to the dean in the morning, offering to call a nurse for Asuka's bad wounds, but he declines. Walking down the corridor, Xian and Helmut suggest Asuka at least see the nurse now and ask if he will really be alright. Asuka insists that some sleep and Xian's earlier first aid will be enough, prompting Xian to exclaim that such resilience is monstrous. Helmut warns the stab wound could reopen and suggests treatment elsewhere, but Asuka says he is broke and healing magic costs too much. Xian smirks, hinting that he knows a way Asuka can be healed for free. Helmut and Asuka look at him curiously. In his room, Aaliyah, the white-haired mage, looks tired but awake. The three arrive at his door, and Xian cheerfully greets Aaliyah, relieved he is still up. Aaliyah threatens to blast them away with wind magic if they do not explain themselves, while Xian says they just need a favor. Asuka bluntly observes that the famous Aaliyah looks like a girl and rudely asks who this guy is. Xian hurriedly cuts him off, explains Asuka is badly hurt, and reminds Aaliyah he can use healing magic. Aaliyah glares and asks if they really expect him to treat a rude stranger in the middle of the night. Xian feels Helmut's eyes on him, realizing he now has to convince Aaliyah despite Asuka's behavior. Helmut quietly pleads for something. The white-haired healer hesitates at the doorway, looking conflicted as Helmut faces him. The healer pinches his nose in frustration, clearly troubled by the request. Relenting, he allows them inside, while Helmut's green-haired friend celebrates their success. As he leads them down the hall, the healer warns that his healing magic is expensive and he expects compensation. He angrily calls Helmut out, asking why he has to pay when he only let the others in because Helmut requested it. The healer demands to know what Helmut will do for him if he agrees to heal Asuka. Thinking it is troublesome, Helmut nevertheless promises to do anything within his ability in return. The healer pauses and considers Helmut's offer. He smirks and tells Helmut not to forget the promise he just made. Helmut looks uneasy as he realizes he may have agreed too readily. Inside, the healer rudely orders the injured Asuka to sit, telling him to get treated quickly and leave, provoking Asuka's anger. Helmut watches them bicker, wondering if his earlier answer was a mistake. He questions inwardly whether he should have been more careful with his promise. Magic light flares from the infirmary window as the healing begins. The healer finishes his spell and announces that Asuka's treatment is complete. Asuka checks his once injured shoulder, surprised to find it fully healed. Asuka eyes the healer silently, while the healer tells him to speak up if he has something to say. Asuka awkwardly starts to say it is nothing. Helmut watches the exchange, confused by Asuka's hesitation. Asuka narrows his eyes, scrutinizing the healer and Helmut. Getting dressed, Asuka admits the healer is skilled, says his own business is finished, and moves to leave. Helmut and the healer walk away from the infirmary in silence. The healer grumbles about Asuka being an uncivilized brat, and wonders if such people are worth healing, while the green-haired boy argues that having the top student owe them could be useful. The friend compares Asuka to a dangerous dog, while also insisting that helping him is still preferable to doing nothing. Helmut states bluntly that he does not need anyone's help, dampening the mood. The green-haired friend advises Helmut not to take relationships lightly, saying even someone strong has limits, and should prepare before it is too late. Helmut falls silent, mulling over this advice. The friend adds that the same lesson applies to Aaliyah too, while Aaliyah complains about being stuck with such troublesome companions. Aaliyah notes he already helps Helmut with spirit research as part of a mutually beneficial deal, while Helmut listens thoughtfully. Helmut reflects on the word relationships and what it means for him. He internally repeats the idea of relationships, pondering it seriously. Time shifts to the academy grounds the next day. A narration marks the beginning of a flashback to events from yesterday evening. Documents on a desk summarize how 4 suspects ambushed Asuka in the city. The report continues, stating they tried and failed to harm Helmut and Xian and were imprisoned. The academy head, troubled, informs the students that the criminals have escaped from prison. Hearing this, Asuka, Helmut, and the green-haired boy react with shock. Outraged, Asuka yells that the prison escape makes no sense, while being told a guard was apparently involved. Helmut and the green-haired friend press the dean on how the guard and academy plan to respond, insisting the threat to students cannot be ignored. The dean assures them the matter will not be dropped, and explains that swordsmanship students are being questioned as part of the investigation. Outside afterward, Asuka trembles with anger over the escape. Walking with Helmut, Asuka regrets not torturing the attackers when he had the chance, echoing Helmut's harsher approach. As he vents about how easily the four escaped, the green-haired friend says the investigation is ongoing and should eventually reveal the truth. Asuka complains that waiting patiently is the one thing he is worst at, while the friend wryly notes he is at least honest about his flaws. Helmut tells Asuka that if he wants to pick a fight he can, but not to involve him. Asuka retorts that Helmut will be next on the criminals list. Helmut replies that Asuka should solve his own problems, and that he will handle things himself if they ever directly concern him. The others tease Helmut for being cold and acting like a model commoner, while the green-haired boy tries to calm them. The green-haired friend waves goodbye, saying he is heading back to class and hopes the matter is resolved by Helmut's next summons from the dean. As soon as he leaves, Asuka declares he doubts the situation will be settled so easily. Helmut starts walking off. When Asuka asks where he is going, Helmut answers that he is heading to train, having been too busy to do so recently. Asuka follows, commenting on how hardworking Helmut is. They continue down the corridor, Asuka trailing behind. Helmut notices Asuka on his heels and grows suspicious. He finally asks why Asuka is following him, and Asuka claims he is just going the same way and tells Helmut to ignore him. The scene shifts through the arches as they walk together toward their destination. Someone calls out to get Helmut's attention. Asuka remarks that Helmut is skilled and asks if it does not anger him to see nobles advancing only through their status. Helmut listens silently, not immediately responding. He answers that Asuka himself is the one currently irritating him, and that even if he hates discrimination he refuses to act like Asuka. Helmut adds that by hitting a noble child with a ball, Asuka has already made himself a target. Asuka warns Helmut not to try proving himself via duels, saying even as the top student it only made him more of a target. Helmut counters that Asuka's problems might simply stem from his own bad personality, which enrages Asuka. Helmut explains he sees no value in starting fights, especially when he has been told to get along with his classmates. As they reach a door, Asuka jokes that Helmut must be an obedient son who listens to his parents, and asks if they told him to befriend nobles. Helmut unlocks the door, preparing to enter. Inside, he states that while he will not stoop to crawling for favor, he also will not tolerate anyone trying to climb over him, including Asuka. Asuka is taken aback by Helmut's chilling declaration. He backs off, saying he understands and that Helmut is getting too serious. They step out into a private training area together. The room is stocked with weapons, showing it is meant for combat practice. The vast stone hall is revealed as an exclusive training ground. Asuka realizes this is Instructor Kudro's private training room, and Helmut explains he has permission to use it freely. Asuka is shocked that Helmut has been enjoying such a good facility alone and demands to use it too. Helmut bluntly refuses and tells Asuka to stop interfering with his training and leave. Left outside the closed door, Asuka stares in disbelief. As the sun sets over the academy, Asuka mutters that Helmut is a cold-hearted brat. Light streams through the academy's corridors as time passes. Someone's hand grips a door handle, about to enter a room. An instructor steps in, looking anxious and sweating. Inside, he is asked if he revealed anything during questioning, and he insists he claimed to know nothing, complaining about how strictly he was interrogated after Asuka implicated them. One of the plotting students explains that the academy cannot officially trace their connection to the mercenary group Black Hawk, and that with noble backing they can evade punishment. Another noble student presses Sabbath to explain their predicament, and is told their failed scheme has left them in serious trouble. Sabbath silently digests this, clearly worried. He curses Black Hawk for failing to handle a mere child and vents his contempt for the peasant mercenaries. Realizing the academy will keep investigating, he concludes their involvement cannot remain hidden forever. He clenches his teeth, stressed by this realization. Determined, Sabbath thinks that if exposed he will instead make Helmut's life so miserable that Helmut chooses to leave the academy himself. Sabbath glares intensely, resolved to continue his harassment. Meanwhile, Asuka and Helmut stand side by side, with the narration warning that their ordeal with these enemies is far from over. In swordsmanship class, Instructor Kudro announces that sparring classes will begin the following week. Helmut listens in the crowd, thinking the schedule moved up faster than expected. He reflects that his patience is nearly gone and that if he cannot avoid punishment, he might use the sparring classes to resolve his conflict with the nobles. The noble students who targeted him stand among the class, unaware of his thoughts. Helmut recalls Asuka's advice not to prove himself through a duel, weighing it in his mind. He also remembers Asuka saying even being top of the class only made him a bigger target, and contemplates this as well. Helmut decides that if his plan fails he will think of another solution later, while the instructor reminds the noisy students there is another important event before sparring. She announces that there will be a graded pop quiz the next day and tells them to study their textbooks. Helmut looks serious as he realizes the implication of needing textbooks. He then suddenly remembers he never bought any textbooks at all. Later, Aaliyah is shocked to learn Helmut still has no textbooks. Helmut says he must have forgotten about the quiz amid the chaos, and Aaliyah asks whether the academy warned him before he joined. Helmut recalls Ethan originally telling him to buy textbooks after being assigned a dorm. He also remembers deciding to purchase them after returning from the manor but then getting sidetracked by the attack incident. Remembering that conversation finally jogs his memory about the long-delayed task. Realizing his oversight, Helmut reacts with a start. Aaliyah advises him to request a pass and go buy the books, saying the academy will easily allow it for that reason. Helmut thinks that even if he wants to, he has no money at the moment. Aaliyah, exasperated, asks what happened to the large commission payment Helmut previously received and mutters that he expected this after seeing him hand over such a huge sum so casually. Aaliyah then asks directly what Helmut wants from him. Helmut explains that he left his payment with Ethan for safekeeping and lacks time to retrieve it, so he wants advice on quickly getting money and trusts Aaliyah's knowledge. Aaliyah silently considers Helmut's request. He says Helmut should just straightforwardly ask to borrow money, offering to lend it and be repaid later. Helmut readily agrees, promising to pay him back this weekend, which surprises Aaliyah by how quickly he accepted. Aaliyah decides to accompany him into town and tells Helmut to wait while he gets ready, though Helmut says he could have gone alone. Aaliyah insists on going because he does not trust Helmut to spend his money on the correct books and is free anyway, so suggests they leave together. Helmut is a bit taken aback by Aaliyah's eagerness. Helmut reasons that if Aaliyah went alone into Baden he might face the same danger Asuka did, so going together will be safer for everyone. The group later arrives in the bustling city marketplace as evening falls. As Helmut and Aaliyah walk, Helmut narrates that he initially expected only the two of them to be going. Instead, Asuka and the green-haired friend have tagged along as well, leaving Helmut wondering how the outing turned into a group trip. The green-haired boy cheerfully says he also needs a book and decided to join for the fun of it. Asuka claims he knows the city well as a swordsmanship student and offers to guide them, mostly wanting any excuse to leave the school grounds. Aaliyah notes that troublesome people have begun sticking to Helmut, while Helmut mutters that he never asked for such company. The group reaches a large bookstore in the city at sunset. Inside the grand store, customers browse many shelves as the four students enter. Helmut looks around the bookstore, taking in the surroundings. The green-haired boy revels in the smell of new books and points out where the swordsmanship textbooks are located. Aaliyah asks if Helmut remembers which books he needs, and Helmut lists several specific titles required for his classes. Soon Helmut holds a heavy stack of textbooks, surprised by how many there are. Aaliyah, carrying additional books, asks if Helmut needs anything else, and Helmut replies that this pile is sufficient. Helmut reviews the newly bought books and complains that they only cover basics he already knows, wondering why he must purchase them. Asuka suggests Helmut also buy an extra orange book, but Helmut notes it is not a textbook. Asuka explains that instructor Patricia makes tricky exams not based directly on the textbook, so he has been training with advanced problem books and recommends this one. Helmut, carrying a stack of books, notices Aaliyah watching him. Asuka, seeing their expressions, asks why they are staring at him. Helmut sarcastically praises Asuka's unexpected wisdom with a proverb, angering Asuka, who yells that he is actually top of the class. Another student asks Aaliyah to pay for his books too, but Aaliyah refuses and tells him to use his own money. A sign indicates the way to the counter. At the counter the clerk totals their purchases at 2,000 marks. While others chat, Helmut thinks that 2,000 is a small amount compared to the money Aaliyah gave him. When the clerk recognizes Aaliyah as a famous figure, Aaliyah hurriedly denies it and leaves, saying they have the wrong person. Outside, Asuka laughs about how hard it is to be famous and teases Aaliyah for refusing a fan, while Aaliyah grumbles that Asuka is drawing even more attention. Helmut comments that it is natural for Aaliyah to become famous after entering at the top of the class with historic scores. Helmut silently reflects on this as he walks under the night sky. Asuka, Aaliyah and the others continue joking together on the street, showing their growing camaraderie. Watching them, Helmut quietly takes in the scene. Helmut realizes with surprise that what he is experiencing might be genuine personal relationships. Night falls over the academy buildings. Later, Aaliyah complains he is exhausted and regrets spending so much effort on earlier matters. As they walk, Aaliyah asks if Helmut even bought textbooks, and Helmut retorts that of course he did and is not someone who forgets such things. Helmut clarifies that he only meant Aaliyah already knows a lot without textbooks and was wondering if they actually help him. Aaliyah listens seriously. Aaliyah explains that knowledge shifts with perspective, textbooks help objectify what one knows, and warns that relying only on personal experience will eventually cause Helmut to hit a limit despite his talent. Helmut is left speechless by Aaliyah's thoughtful explanation. Aaliyah concludes by telling Helmut not to get arrogant and to study diligently. Aaliyah also warns Helmut to take good care of the books because he will not replace them if they are lost again. Helmut looks uneasy but accepts the warning. The next day at the academy, Helmut's earlier promise to be careful is about to be tested. Narration notes that fate immediately seems to mock Helmut's half-hearted resolution. The story states that the promise made that night is broken the very next day. Opening his locker, Helmut is shocked to find something wrong. He discovers his textbooks are missing and angrily shouts, while Asuka realizes someone is now even robbing lockers. Helmut crushes the locker door in frustration as Asuka asks if his locker was hit too. Helmut, furious, prepares to respond to whoever is responsible. In swordsmanship class, the instructor begins a dueling lesson, explaining that opponents must agree mutually, and that using this is forbidden. Asuka and another noble student glare at each other amid the gathered class. The instructor encourages them to spar with unfamiliar partners because facing new opponents is good experience. He announces that once everyone chooses opponents, the duels will start, and the class answers in unison. Someone steps across the training floor with purpose. A group of nobles, including Sabbat, looks over when someone calls out his name. Asuka approaches Sabbat with a practice sword, saying he wants to talk. Sabbat responds mockingly, asking what the top student wants with him. Asuka says Sabbat clearly dislikes him, so he is offering a chance to fight, assuming Sabbat will not run from a duel as a swordsman. Sabbat slyly claims his group is already paired up and tells Asuka to find another partner. He then taunts Asuka about obeying the instructor and suggests Asuka spar with his commoner friend instead. Realizing Sabbat is provoking him through Helmut, Asuka smirks and accepts the setup. Sabbat and his ally exchange uneasy looks as they anticipate their scheme. Sabbat finally volunteers himself as Asuka's opponent. Helmut, holding a wooden sword, approaches, clearly ready to fight as well. Helmut calmly states that even if they all attack him together, the outcome will not change, calling ganging up the tactic of weaklings. Sabbat is irritated by Helmut's confidence. One of Sabbat's followers scoffs that Helmut is bluffing and insists he alone can beat Helmut. He tells Sabbat that if Helmut is so confident, they should let him try. The scene shifts to the locker room, hinting at the earlier sabotage. The lockers are shown as the source of the current conflict. A flashback begins with Sabbat instructing his followers to ransack Helmut and Asuka's lockers so they will challenge them in sword class. Sabbat tells them that when the victims confront them, they should provoke them a little and then agree to the duel. One follower worries they cannot beat Asuka and asks if Sabbat really expects them to let themselves be beaten. Sabbat reveals his real plan, saying they will secretly use Vis during the duels. The others are shocked at the suggestion. When they protest that Vis is strictly banned, Sabbat urges them to listen. Sabbat explains that if they claim they were only defending themselves from retaliation, they will only face discipline. But if they maim Helmut or Asuka, those two will be forced out of the swordsmanship department, which Sabbat thinks is worth the risk. Another student hesitates but says Sabbat's plan might be worth the trade. Aaron agrees to participate in the scheme. Aaron tells Jerome that if he will not help he should stay out of it, but then bargains to be the one to fight Helmut. Aaron says he personally wants revenge on Helmut for past humiliation. Sabbat agrees, saying he has also been wanting to put Helmut in his place. Sabbat grins, looking forward to the upcoming sword skills class where he intends to execute the plan. Jerome watches nervously, realizing how dangerous their plot is. Time returns to the present as someone steps onto the training floor. Asuka and Sabbat face each other with wooden swords, preparing to duel. Asuka fixes Sabbat with an intense gaze, his fighting spirit flaring. Sabbat thinks smugly that Asuka has taken the bait and is ready to spring his trap. Sabbat anticipates Asuka's first charge so he can injure him badly enough that he will never wield the sword again. His inner monologue reveals his intent to teach Asuka, as a commoner, not to overstep his place. The two combatants take their starting positions in the arena. The training hall quiets, tension building as the duel is about to begin. Nearby students pause their own sparring to watch. Others also turn to observe, sensing that this match is unusual. Sabbat waits tensely, sword raised to respond. As the two stare each other down, Sabbat suddenly feels something is wrong and wonders what is happening. Asuka's aura becomes terrifying and predatory, and Sabbat panics because Asuka refuses to attack first. Jerome thinks to himself that Sabbat underestimates Asuka, who becomes a relentless hound when holding a sword. Jerome recalls that Asuka watches his opponent like a hunting dog, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Jerome concludes internally that Sabbat's plan was doomed against someone like Asuka. Sabbat, already panting, senses things going badly for him. Asuka's eyes sharpen with lethal focus. He suddenly lunges forward at incredible speed. Asuka closes the distance in an instant, startling Sabbat. Sabbat realizes Asuka is attacking and braces himself. Predicting a low right strike, Sabbat thinks he can block it. He manages to intercept the blow with his wooden sword. Asuka follows up with overpowering force, driving Sabbat back. Sabbat reels, shocked at the strength behind the attack. Asuka pins Sabbat to the floor with a crushing downward blow, leaving him stunned. Sabbat lies face down, thoroughly beaten. Jerome and the others watch anxiously as Sabbat struggles. The scene shows Sabbat sprawled on the ground while Asuka stands over him, victorious. Asuka thanks Sabbat for at least having the courage to act on his arrogance, saying it made beating him satisfying. Writhing in pain, Sabbat realizes something is broken and curses that a low-born student has humiliated him. He convinces himself he can still claim self-defense since Asuka attacked first, planning to escalate using Vis. Sabbat resolves to draw on Vis and finish the match with a single decisive strike. Before he can act, Asuka smashes him with another powerful blow. Sabbat chokes in agony, barely able to react. Asuka relentlessly continues striking, driving Sabbat around the arena. Asuka glares with grim determination, refusing to let up. Under a barrage of blows, Sabbat panics, realizing he has no chance to even activate Vis. Terrified and realizing Asuka might cripple him, Sabbat tries to surrender. Even as Sabbat gasps out his surrender, Asuka slams another strike into his body. Asuka smiles darkly and tells Sabbat he cannot quit yet because the beating has only just begun. Asuka coldly says Sabbat should show the same persistence he did when bullying others and warns that every time he begs for surrender the punishment will only increase. Sabbat can only pant helplessly, overwhelmed by fear and pain. Meanwhile, Eren grips his sword, preparing for his own duel. He addresses Helmut, taunting him about worrying over his commoner friend and implying Helmut will be next. Helmut steps forward calmly with his wooden sword, ready to face Eren. Helmut tells Eren that instead of worrying about others, he should focus on his own situation. Sounds of heavy blows echo through the hall, signaling more violent clashes to come. Sabbat takes yet another brutal hit. Asuka's attack sends Sabbat crashing to the ground repeatedly. Sabbat staggers and trembles, barely able to stay on his feet. Asuka mocks him for playing dead, ordering him to stand because the fight is far from over. Sabbat, shaking and furious, tells himself he cannot accept losing as a prestigious swordsman of the Rugal family. He mentally curses the onlooking students for not stopping the duel and expects the instructor to intervene. Instead, he finds himself alone on the ground as everyone simply watches, heightening his panic. Realizing the other students are staring at him with a hostile gaze, Sabbat is horrified. He cannot understand why their eyes now judge him rather than Asuka. He thinks desperately that he should not be the one under that condemning gaze. Determined not to be seen as weak, Sabbat grabs his sword again. Still shaking, he rises to his feet in front of his classmates. Asuka faces Sabbat once more as the battered noble drags himself upright, the duel clearly still not over. Asuka notices something and grips his wooden sword, looking tense. Sabbat recalls something and mutters to himself in agitation. Consumed by hatred, Sabbat channels energy into his sword and decides Asuka must disappear. Asuka calmly intercepts Sabbat's wild overhead strike. Asuka counters with a powerful blow that sends Sabbat flying and disarms him. Sabbat crashes to the ground, badly hurt and stunned. Asuka lands from his attack while Sabbat struggles on his knees. Asuka, sword crackling with power, says Sabbat broke the rules so he is justified in retaliating. Asuka raises his charged sword over the fallen Sabbat, preparing to strike again. Jerome shouts frantically for Asuka to stop. Asuka ignores the shout and charges forward enveloped in energy. The watching students stare in shock at the escalating duel. Asuka's sword smashes into the floor, shattering the stone instead of Sabbat. The instructor restrains Asuka's sword as Sabbat collapses in front of the crater. Asuka looks shaken as the situation sinks in. The instructor declares the duel over, orders Sabbat to get treated, and summons Asuka to his office. Asuka protests that Sabbat was the real rule breaker, but the instructor rebukes him for disrespect and excuse-making. The instructor grumbles that he does not understand why Patricia keeps defending Asuka. Asuka listens silently, bothered by the criticism. The instructor tells the others to take Sabbat to the nurse and reprimands Asuka for letting a recent incident affect his behavior. Another student hesitantly calls out to the instructor. The student nervously asks if it is really okay to leave some people alone. The instructor is puzzled as Asuka slips away in the background. The scene shifts to the academy's exterior, signaling a transition. Someone questions Eren internally about why he did not stop Sabbat. Two students talk privately, with one saying Sabbat's trick was never going to work on Asuka and that rule breaking will cost them too. Jerome asks Eren since when he became close to Sabbat, confused by his concern. Eren points out that Sabbat's misdeeds are obvious to everyone if Jerome would just open his eyes. Jerome is taken aback, realizing he has missed what others saw. Eren explains that Sabbat avoids punishment only for lack of proof. Eren elaborates that everyone knows Sabbat used others and even the Black Hawk against Asuka, earning Noble's contempt. Eren notes Sabbat has already lost favor, remembered only as a disgraced figure. Eren concludes it is convenient for them if Asuka destroys Sabbat and gets him expelled, freeing them from interrogation. Jerome silently sweats, uneasy with Eren's cold reasoning. Eren cheerfully admits he wanted to crush Helmut himself and plans to drive both Helmut and Sabbat out by defeating Helmut without using this. Eren grips his wooden sword, ready for the duel with Helmut. Eren thinks that Sabbat should not resent him and that nobles have always survived by such ruthless calculations. Helmut approaches Eren in the practice hall and says he has a question. Helmut bluntly asks Eren if he was the one who tampered with the book in his locker. Eren smirks and implies that Helmut has no other likely suspect besides him. Helmut narrows his eyes, silently confirming Eren's guilt. Helmut decides to drop further questions, saying he should not have asked. The two adopt their stances and begin their duel in the training hall. Eren taunts that Helmut's defense is full of openings. Helmut wonders if Eren is bluffing or overconfident, and resolves not to hold back. Eren starts with an aggressive downward strike aimed at Helmut's legs. Helmut meets the attack directly, their wooden swords clashing violently. Eren is shocked mid-swing as something unexpected happens to his weapon. The clash shatters Eren's sword while Helmut's counterattack sweeps past him. Eren stares at the broken stump of his blade, confused because he is sure he swung properly. Helmut lunges in with terrifying speed, smashing Eren's weapon further. Eren is struck hard and reels from the impact. Helmut follows up with a powerful body blow that knocks Eren away. Eren howls in pain as he collapses to the floor. Gasping and clutching his throat, Eren internally panics that he cannot breathe. An armored foot approaches purposefully across the floor. Eren lies on the ground coughing desperately, trying to draw air. Helmut reminds Eren that on the first day Eren questioned him, and now Helmut will return that question. Looming over Eren, Helmut asks if Eren really believes his noble status will protect him once he leaves the academy. Helmut coldly states he could have killed Eren with his last attack and mocks the notion that a noble would be spared from death. Eren shakes in terror as Helmut's words sink in. Eren realizes in horror that Helmut seems inhumanly frightening. Overwhelmed by Helmut's ominous aura, Eren mentally screams, wondering what kind of monster Helmut is. Helmut apologizes, noting that Eren now cannot speak because his vocal cords are torn. Helmut stomps down on Eren's hand, inflicting further damage. Eren convulses in agony as Helmut grinds his foot into Eren's hand. As Helmut's killing intent surges, a purple stone at his chest pulses ominously. Eren claws weakly at Helmut's grip on his uniform, still coughing. Helmut glares down at him with a terrifying, shadowed expression as his aura flares. The instructor rushes in, shouting that the duel is over and ordering Helmut and Eren to drop their swords. Helmut turns with a dark, oppressive look that startles the instructor. The instructor and other students freeze, aghast at the brutality they are witnessing. Everyone sees Helmut choking Eren while holding a sword, the atmosphere tense. Helmut's crazed expression softens slightly as he regains awareness. He slowly comes back to himself, realizing what he was doing. Helmut releases Eren's collar, looking unsettled. Eren collapses fully to the ground, badly beaten. Helmut stands panting, trying to calm his breathing. He straightens up, still breathing hard but more composed. Helmut faces the instructor, awaiting judgment. The instructor orders Jerome to administer first aid and take Eren to the nurse. He then tells Helmut to accompany him immediately. The scene moves to the closed office door where the reprimand will occur. Inside, the instructor offers Helmut a chance to explain himself if he has anything to say. Helmut and Asuka stand silently, offering no excuses. The instructor says their silence is wise since they are in no position to justify their actions. He admits Asuka might normally act this way but says he is disappointed that Helmut resorted to such brutality. Helmut insists he did not actually break any duel rules. The instructor skeptically asks if Helmut truly believes that. Helmut says he checked Eren's condition before coming and knows exactly how badly he was hurt. He explains that Eren's windpipe was torn and his sword hand's bones were shattered. The instructor adds that without quick aid Eren might have suffocated and may never properly wield a sword with that hand again. Asuka angrily reminds the instructor that their opponents once tried to kill him with Blackhawk, so he sees nothing wrong with crippling them. The instructor smacks Asuka on the head to shut him up. He tells Asuka he was not asking him, then presses Helmut on whether crippling a classmate was not excessive even within the rules. Helmut replies that he cannot see why he is being blamed at all. Helmut argues that Eren, though weak, repeatedly humiliated both him and his friends, which Asuka loudly affirms. Helmut calmly states he only taught Eren that some boundaries must never be crossed. The instructor counters that even if they were provoked and robbed, using a duel to cripple people they dislike would make them unfit for the academy. He says such conduct violates the spirit of the swordsmanship faculty. Helmut snaps back, asking whether abusing and robbing commoners is somehow acceptable under that same ethos. The instructor replies that he is not taking sides, which is exactly why he is constrained in what he can do. Helmut says he simply resolved a problem the instructor had failed to address, acting in line with what a swordsman should do. The instructor reacts by drawing his sword in irritation. He slams the blade down beside Helmut and Asuka, startling them. The impact leaves a mark in the room, showing the force of his anger. Helmut looks at the damage, realizing how serious the instructor is. The instructor accuses Helmut of merely using superior strength to bully the weak. He asks Helmut if he would accept it as fair were the instructor to beat him down right now as punishment. The instructor explains that nobles and commoners, strong and weak, all exist together and none have the right to trample others. He asks Helmut how his actions differ from nobles who despise commoners. Asuka watches silently, chastened by the argument. Helmut, still confused, asks what else he should have done in that situation. The instructor considers his question in silence. He then admits that he and the academy bear responsibility for letting the bullying go unchecked and apologizes. He reiterates that the academy's purpose is equality, not domination over others. Helmut and Asuka listen quietly, absorbing the academy's ideals. The instructor says nobles and commoners, strong and weak, are all just people and urges them to remember this to find better answers. He adds that despite everything, both Helmut and Asuka are undeniably outstanding students. Helmut reflects on these words, still deep in thought. The instructor announces that as punishment they are banned from duels for now, except that they may duel each other. Asuka reacts with surprised delight at being allowed to fight Helmut. The instructor hands a thick stack of papers to Asuka. He gives both boys written assignments as part of their punishment. He reveals that besides duel restrictions, they must each write 50 apology letters before they can leave. Asuka wails in dismay while Helmut remains mostly expressionless. Outside, the instructor orders them to finish the letters before theory class, dismissing their complaints as lenient treatment. Time passes to night with the moon shining over the academy. After hours of writing, Asuka's hand throbs painfully. Asuka stares at his numb, aching hands and complains that he can no longer feel them. After finishing their punishment essays late at night, Helmut clutches his chest while his classmate curses their strict instructor. Helmut silently grips his glowing, painful chest. He reflects that he does not regret using his powers. Realizing he lost control of himself despite all his training, Helmut berates his mistake as his chest throbs with power. He wonders how he could have become so careless in that moment. His friend notices his gloomy mood, asking if Helmut's hands hurt from all the writing. Walking together, Helmut complains he could not train because they spent the day writing apology letters, while his friend calls him relentless for wanting to train even now. The friend says Helmut seems far too skilled for someone with little training, and Helmut retorts that he is always locked away in a private training room. The friend then asks if he can use Helmut's private training room. Helmut refuses, and the friend protests that a friend should do at least that much. From a lit office window, Instructor Alan watches the two boys outside. Alan thinks about Helmut, acknowledging his talent but feeling uneasy. He recalls Helmut's earlier display in the courtyard. Alan wonders if the murderous aura Helmut showed was actually demonic energy. Shaking off the thought as too extreme, Alan decides Helmut at least listens better than Asuka. He hopes Helmut will continue to learn properly without going down the wrong path. Looking at his damaged office, Alan surveys the destruction caused by the earlier fight. He resigns himself to the repair costs being deducted from his paycheck. Night falls over a rough, slum-like city. The view focuses on a fortified building within that city. Inside, a candle burns in a dimly lit room. A hand presses against the floor, tense. Several rough men kneel, sweating nervously before their superiors. Their bearded leader sits calmly on a chair while others stand around him. The leader stares down at the men with a cold expression. The candle flickers as tension fills the room. The subordinates bow even lower before the leader. The leader says he lost a spy and bait in rescuing them. The kneeling men apologize, acknowledging their humiliating failure. They insist, however, that the boy who beat them did not move like an ordinary second-year academy student. One adds that the boy's skill was at least comparable to a rank 2 mercenary before the leader cuts him off. The leader explains he did not summon them to berate them, and even says they deserve rewards for surviving. The men glance up in confused surprise. Ordering his aide Chromo to explain, the leader signals him to speak. Chromo asks if among their opponents there was a black-haired, pale boy with noble-like features and dark eyes. The thugs suddenly recognize the description, remembering that single boy beat them all. Chromo identifies the boy as Helmut, a former member of the Pace Mercenary Corps who once annihilated one of their branches, and says they have long sought him without knowing he was at the academy. The men are horrified to hear that the boy who crushed them had previously massacred their comrades. The leader notes that they can only gather limited intelligence from Baden and praises Helmut's clever choice of hideout. He muses that it is unwise to provoke such a beast at home, yet if Helmut still bears a grudge he may attack them someday. When a thug nervously asks what they should do, the leader says he will give them a new mission. He assigns them the simple task of delivering a report to higher UPS, promising a vacation afterward if they complete it quickly. Relieved, the men thank him enthusiastically and swear not to fail again. After they leave, the leader remains seated with Chromo, watching them go. He then orders Chromo to have those same men eliminated as soon as they finish the mission, likening them to wounded dogs that could turn on them. Smiling to himself, the leader thinks that this situation might even allow them to meet a certain important person. Back at the academy under the moon, the building stands quiet. Someone approaches and begins to open a door. Helmut slips into his dark dorm room, trying not to wake his roommate. He walks down the dim corridor toward the beds. Still uneasy, he peeks around the divider. A voice suddenly comments that he has come in late. Helmut's roommate Asuka says he is awake, and jokes that Helmut sneaking around like a thief was too noisy to sleep through. Helmut apologizes for disturbing him. Asuka casually mentions that he heard Helmut beat the bullies so badly they were left senseless, and congratulates him. Helmut, sitting on his bed, grumbles that he had to write apology letters because of that and missed training. Asuka notes that Helmut achieved what he wanted but does not seem pleased about it. Helmut looks away, still conflicted. He apologizes for losing Asuka's textbook, and says he will avoid asking for help next time, as Asuka had wanted. Asuka is taken aback by this earnest apology. Flustered, Asuka abruptly sits up and yanks aside the curtain between them. He and Helmut stare at each other in awkward silence. Asuka struggles to respond while Helmut waits, confused. Panting slightly, Asuka says he cannot tell if Helmut is bold or simply naive and asks if his gloom is just because of the textbook issue. He explains that he never expected Helmut's books to be stolen, so Helmut is not to blame and should not count this against himself. Asuka adds that if Helmut feels that sorry, he can simply repay the cost of the books, which Helmut accepts. Helmut thanks him sincerely. Peeking from behind the curtain, Asuka secretly watches him with softened eyes. Asuka then announces he is going back to sleep and closes the curtain. Curled up again, Asuka hides his blushing face. Still embarrassed yet touched, Asuka lies awake in silence. The scene shifts back to the moonlit academy exterior. The next day light streams through the academy corridor. Helmut tries another door, rattling the handle. He wonders why the training room door will not open. Thinking he has the right key, he suspects it might be broken, when a staff member calls out to him. Helmut turns and answers. The The old janitor explains that the private instructor's training grounds are closed for cleaning and suggests Helmut use the shared training grounds instead. Helmut agrees, though he privately notes that training among others will be different. Time passes and a bell tower or hall interior is shown as the day goes on. Helmut opens the large doors to the shared training hall. Inside, he walks among many students already practicing. Several students notice his arrival with wary curiosity. Helmut silently surveys the room. Narration states that a week has passed since the incident. It adds that many changes have occurred in the swordsmanship faculty. Helmut notes that ever since the dueling class, classmates who once ignored him now approach him, claiming they never liked Sabbat. He thinks these fawning attitudes are not the equal relationships his instructor had urged him to form. He concludes they are merely pretending to be equals out of fear and aristocratic pride. He wonders what benefit there is for him in becoming their equal at all. Turning away from them, Helmut focuses on a wooden training dummy. Someone calls Helmut's name from behind, making him glance back. A messenger student tells him that instructor Ethan Kudrow wants to see him. Helmut sighs, realizing training will once again be interrupted. He thinks to himself that there will be no training today either. He enters Ethan's office as the instructor is writing. Helmut slips through the doorway tense. Ethan continues writing on a scroll with a quill. Inviting him in, Ethan looks up from his paperwork. Helmut says he came because he heard Ethan was looking for him, and Ethan mentions there was an incident during sparring class. Expecting a reprimand, Helmut braces himself internally and answers. He decides it is safer to show remorse, apologizing for causing trouble. Helmut explains that he thought proving who was stronger was natural but now understands, after Alan's lecture, that he was also somewhat at fault and will be more careful. Ethan pauses his writing, listening. He considers Helmut's words with a thoughtful hum. Ethan internally notes, he had not called Helmut to scold him, but now the situation almost forces him into that role. Instead, he says Helmut's remorse is enough and assures him that the bullies who tormented him will soon be punished. When Helmut expresses confusion, Ethan asks if Alan has not told him anything yet, and Helmut confirms he has not. Ethan then informs him that the 2 students who harassed him will be expelled based on testimony Alan obtained. He adds that hiring the Black Hawk group is a grave offense even for nobles. Helmut silently absorbs this news. Ethan remarks that Helmut looks surprised and assumes Alan must have scolded him harshly, explaining that Alan is an idealist. Ethan shares his own view that a swordsman has a duty to oppose injustice, though it must be done within limits. He concludes that if this incident taught Helmut where that limit lies, Helmut should simply follow it from now on. Helmut listens quietly, reflecting on this advice. Ethan laughs, admitting he caused similar trouble in his youth and saying such incidents are common in the swordsmanship faculty, as long as students avoid suspension. Alan's past advice echoes. Helmut should bring some friends home for the holidays. The words also remind him that he at least ought to get along with his schoolmates. Picturing noisy classmates around Asuka, Helmut thinks he cannot promise that level of socializing. Believing the conversation is over, he wonders if he can leave when Ethan mentions he has obtained new textbooks for him since the originals were destroyed. Ethan sets 2 bundled stacks of textbooks on the desk. Helmut looks at them in surprise. Ethan explains that one set is for Helmut and the other for his friend Asuka, asking Helmut to deliver Asuka's share. Though Helmut mentally questions why he has to deliver them, he resigns himself, thinking arguing would be pointless. Later in the dining hall, Sion eagerly calls Helmut over as he arrives. Helmut approaches, slightly puzzled by the greeting. Carrying both bundles, Helmut joins Sion and Asuka, while Sion jokes about always inserting himself into everything and calls it sociability. Helmut hands Asuka his textbooks, prompting Asuka to ask why Helmut bought his as well, and Sion comments that Helmut is more loyal than expected. Helmut clarifies that instructor Ethan arranged both sets, and Sion jokes about how convenient noble wealth is before trying to resume his earlier conversation. Sion then turns to Helmut with a grin, saying he had wanted to speak with him anyway and asks if Helmut is free this weekend. The dark-haired swordsman looks confused and slightly anxious. The narrative shifts to a lively weekend scene in the city of Baden. Crowds of cheerful people fill the streets as they enjoy the outing. A tavern sign with a griffin and barrel marks a notable pub. Narration explains that on weekends Baden becomes busy. It is said the city is full of special treats for academy students on outings. A green-haired student boasts that the Griffin pub on Eidorfen Street is the best place. Inside the pub, the 3 friends sit down to drink, told to celebrate justice being done in their recent incident. The green-haired boy announces that Asuka is treating them, though Asuka protests while Sion offers to split the bill. The swordsman says he wishes Aaliyah were with them, though admits Aaliyah dislikes such places and is surprised Helmut could not persuade him. He remembers Aaliyah's harsh refusal to hang out with Sion and the so-called mad dog, calling the idea headache-inducing. Lost in thought, he goes quiet while holding his drink. He takes a sip, grimacing at the flavor. Internally, he wonders how anyone could enjoy such a terrible taste while his friends browse the menu. The green-haired boy praises him as a rising star of the swordsmanship faculty, though Helmut downplays it. Sion notes that other students now fear Helmut after he crushed nobles who mocked him for being a commoner, and says the trouble is over. Helmut reluctantly agrees. The green-haired friend asks what is bothering Helmut. Helmut admits it is not exactly a problem, but something else on his mind. He says people find him easy to hate, and asks why they still spend time with him. The two friends pause, surprised by his insecurity. They tease that he has a cute side for worrying about that, while Helmut thinks it is easy for them to say. The green-haired boy earnestly says he sensed from the start that being near Helmut would always lead to something fun. Sion jokes that following them just for fun makes him a pervert but reassures him he is not that entertaining, which annoys him. Sion points out that the green-haired boy himself trails after Helmut like a puppy, while the drunk boy insists he is only restraining himself from beating Helmut up. Sion explains he simply likes competent people like Helmut, though he dislikes Helmut's condescending attitude and only despises those who do not know their place. Upset, Sion demands to know why Helmut treats him so harshly despite having fought Black Hawk together and even buying him books. He appeals to Sion for support but suddenly notices the green-haired friend slumped over. They realize the boy has already passed out at the table. The two stare down at him in disbelief. The drunk boy lies face down, completely unresponsive. His head reddens as he mumbles nonsense, obviously wasted. Sion laughs loudly at how little it took to get him drunk after all his talk about drinking Helmut's wallet dry. Helmut decides he will simply buy the boy a drink whenever he causes a commotion in the future. He drinks more despite still disliking it. He confirms to himself that he is still unconvinced about alcohol. Narration states he remains unsure about this whole drinking experience. Night falls over the academy city. Outside, the thoroughly drunk green-haired student is being slapped awake. Sion tries to haul him up and complains that one glass was enough to knock him out, wondering why he came. The drunk boy slurs, calling Helmut a woman and asking how she knows him, while Helmut is baffled by his rambling. Nearby, a group of excited female students crowd around someone, laughing. Helmut notices the commotion and watches. He realizes the person surrounded by girls is likely Aaliyah. A hand reaches toward a book on a shelf. Earlier that day, Aaliyah had been calmly reading while standing on a ladder in the library. He searches the shelves with his finger for a specific volume. He notices the book is missing and wonders whether he misfiled it or left it at home. Still puzzled, he scans the row of identical books. He reflects that he reread that book many times and decides he may just buy another copy in Baden. The memory of Helmut inviting him to Baden resurfaces in his mind. Helmut had asked Aaliyah to join him, Sion, and Asuka on a weekend trip to Baden. Aaliyah, recalling that invitation, touches a similar book. He now regrets not having gone with them back then. The scene returns outside to the academy at night. Aaliyah, who dislikes crowds, feels overwhelmed in the bustling city after leaving the library to look for the book. Surrounded by fawning girls in Baden, he internally curses coming out and tries to refuse their offers to accompany him to shops or buy him books. He bluntly tells the girl he does not need her to buy him a book and to get out of his way, while she flirts and begs for tea together. Thinking his words are not getting through and that he cannot just blast them away with magic, he grows increasingly frustrated. Amid the fussing girls, Aaliyah spots Helmut and the others in the distance. Surprised, he looks over at them. Helmut awkwardly raises a hand, having been caught watching. Aaliyah's eyes sharpen with resolve. He abruptly steps away from the girls, heading straight toward Helmut. Helmut stiffens as Aaliyah approaches. Aaliyah grabs Helmut by the shoulder. He curtly tells the girls he already has plans with Helmut and asks them to leave them alone. Helmut is taken aback by Aaliyah's sudden claim. Sion recognizes Aaliyah and blurts out that he had refused to come earlier, while Aaliyah internally tells him to shut up. One of the girls protests, saying Aaliyah should not be associating with guys like them, or it will damage his reputation. She specifically disparages the barbaric swordsman, upsetting Sion and the green-haired boy. Another girl nervously realizes Sion is the infamous Man from the swordsmanship faculty. The two swordsmen radiate murderous aura, terrifying the group. Sion demands the girls finish calling him mad and threatens them as they cower. The girls, now whispering, wonder who Helmut is standing next to the fearsome swordsman. Sion orders them to stop bothering the group and leave before he bites them. The girls flee in panic. Aaliyah, Sion, Helmut, and the green-haired boy are left alone, with Sion remarking on the chaotic situation. Helmut asks Aaliyah why he is here in Baden after refusing their invitation. Aaliyah avoids explaining, merely staring back. He vents his annoyance by lightly punching Helmut, telling him to stay away because he reeks of alcohol. Sion complains that Aaliyah first asked for help and is now acting standoffish. Aaliyah insists he did not need saving and was only angry that Helmut watched him suffer without stepping in. Helmut replies that he assumed Aaliyah could handle it, and did not see the need to interfere, leaving Sion exasperated. Aaliyah then notices the miserable green-haired boy and asks what is wrong with him. Sion says the boy has been mumbling for something and, at Aaliyah's suggestion, starts checking his pockets despite grumbling about the order. Aaliyah tells him to stop arguing and just search properly. Sion finds a small vial among the boy's things. Aaliyah explains it is an antidote potion commonly carried by magic students and says pouring it into his mouth will wake him up, while Sion gripes about the trouble. The potion is administered as the drunk boy sluggishly drinks it. His eyes snap open as the antidote takes effect. Now sober, he sees Aaliyah standing there, and calls his name in surprise. He gushes that Aaliyah actually came because he was worried about them, while Sion and Aaliyah wonder if the potion truly detoxified him since his rambling has only worsened. The boy excitedly suggests they all go to a dessert shop, but Sion insists it is too late, and orders him back to the dorms as Aaliyah and Helmut look weary. Later, Aaliyah quietly exhales, remembering the night. Helmut also recalls it, watching Aaliyah thoughtfully. Walking together, Helmut invites Aaliyah to visit the Kudrow mansion with him the next day if he is free. Aaliyah looks surprised by the personal invitation. He asks if Helmut intends to involve Sion and Asuka again, and Helmut assures him he only asked Aaliyah. Helmut explains he feels Ethan wants to meet Aaliyah and that is why he wants to introduce them. Aaliyah silently contemplates this. When he wonders why Helmut invited only him, Helmut points out that Aaliyah would refuse if others were included, which Aaliyah admits is true. Helmut adds that he also feels indebted to Aaliyah for many things. Aaliyah listens, visibly moved though still reserved. He eventually agrees and asks when they are leaving. Helmut suggests leaving early in the morning so they can avoid running into Sion on the way out. Later that night, the friends banter as they return to the dorms, with Aaliyah nagging the green-haired boy about upcoming midterms and the boy jokingly calling him his mom. Narration reflects that Helmut still does not fully understand human relationships. However, he is certain of one thing. He feels the distance between himself and Aaliyah has decreased a little. A hand slaps a desk as that thought ends. Back in the present, Helmut looks nervous facing Aaliyah before an upcoming team battle. Aaliyah ominously tells him their team's objective is to crush Sion and Asuka and win. Helmut tries to reassure Aaliyah that he will not lose and that his plan has no flaws. Aaliyah coldly says that if they lose despite following his plan it will be entirely Helmut's fault, so he must fight harder and ensure victory. Helmut is left sweating at the pressure. He internally wonders what on earth is happening. The scene shifts to the academy the next day under clear skies. Students walk the halls while Helmut and another student pass by. A dorm room door creaks open. Aaliyah inside, holding a book, looks up and asks if Helmut is back. Helmut stands in the doorway, slightly surprised. Aaliyah teases him for looking confused and says Helmut probably expected him to be at the library. He explains he only came to fetch a book and will return to the library, then casually asks if Helmut's midterm preparation is going well, to which Helmut gives a vague answer. Aaliyah criticizes Helmut's lukewarm response and Helmut admits he is not worried about the practical exams. Aaliyah deduces that Helmut lacks confidence in the theory exam, and Helmut admits he barely passed the transfer exam and struggles with the liberal arts course. Aaliyah asks which liberal arts class Helmut is taking and is unimpressed when Helmut says history of the continent and understanding of magic. Helmut complains that transfer students have almost no real choice in liberal arts and are disadvantaged, while the academy refuses to reform the system. Aaliyah still insists that Helmut should aim for top marks anyway, but Helmut suggests instead outperforming others in the practicals. Aaliyah vehemently rejects that idea and scolds Helmut for not even researching how the grading works. Aaliyah explains that until third year the swordsmanship faculty uses absolute evaluation, ranking students purely by measured progress, with ranks grouped into grades. He adds that even if someone can score far above perfect, the system caps scores and multiple students share each rank. Aaliyah notes that liberal arts scores decide the real difference, and Helmut says he can rely on that from fourth year. Aaliyah provokes Helmut by asking if he can really tolerate Asuka flaunting victory over him. Helmut is taken aback, clearly imagining that scenario. Aaliyah ominously approaches Helmut in the library as tension rises. Aaliyah offers help on the condition Helmut grant him another wish. He completes the offer by saying he can assist Helmut. The two stand in silence in the library, considering the proposal. Helmut recalls Aaliyah had said he was only going to the library. The narrative shows the busy library where students are reading and studying. Helmut watches Aaliyah walk inside, still processing things. Aaliyah tells Helmut to follow him to a specific place. Aaliyah leads him to the library's private reading rooms, which require prior permission and are for Dean's List students. Aaliyah remarks that he normally has many private places but, thanks to Helmut attracting attention, public spaces are troublesome for him. Aaliyah begins to open a private room for Helmut, saying he is making a special exception just until the exam. Inside they find Asuka and a green-haired boy already using the room, and Asuka starts to apologize. Aaliyah and Helmut stare in confusion at the unexpected occupants. The green-haired boy recognizes Aaliyah with surprise. He happily greets Aaliyah, glad to see him there. The boy nervously asks why they are there, then justifies that he and Asuka can use the room because they are top students of their faculties. Aaliyah questions why Asuka and the boy are together, and Asuka defensively argues that sharing the room is efficient and not disruptive. The green-haired boy agrees, saying it is wasteful if only one person uses the room. Aaliyah silently reacts, clearly displeased. The boy then apologetically asks Aaliyah and Helmut to use a different room because they need to concentrate. Helmut, sensing something odd, remarks that they need to focus on studying. He privately tells Aaliyah that the boy's behavior is strange since he usually tries to cling to them. Aaliyah suddenly acts understanding, saying they must not disturb the other's study. The boy flatters Aaliyah for understanding him and hints he has an idea related to studying. He becomes nervous as Aaliyah's stare suggests looming trouble. Aaliyah cheerfully proposes that Helmut and Asuka remain in this room while he takes the green-haired boy to the next room to study together, calling it an efficient arrangement. When the boy hesitates, Aaliyah insists nothing is wrong with the idea and reminds him he had wanted to study with Aaliyah. Aaliyah darkly asks if the boy is hiding something from them. Asuka and the boy resign themselves with awkward expressions. Time passes, showing the library shelves as the scene shifts. Asuka deduces that Helmut fears losing first place, which is why Aaliyah is tutoring him. Aaliyah counters that Asuka is overestimating Helmut, pointing out their similar past quiz scores despite Helmut lacking a textbook. Asuka claims that score was only thanks to Aaliyah's help, which Aaliyah argues is exactly the point of concern. Asuka explains he expected to match Helmut in practicals and beat him in theory, but with Aaliyah's help Helmut might surpass him, so he sought extra tutoring. Aaliyah teases that Asuka is more timid than expected and asks if he had planned not to help Helmut otherwise. When Asuka asks if Aaliyah truly intends to help Helmut, Aaliyah affirms it, irritated that his motives are doubted. Aaliyah questions why the green-haired boy chose Sion as tutor when he is top student, and claims he surpasses Sion in magic liberal arts. The boy says that now it has become a competition, inviting Aaliyah to bet on whether Helmut or Asuka will take first place. Aaliyah replies that he will win anyway, so betting seems pointless, but the boy presses him to join a wager. The boy proposes that the losers must run 100 laps around the playground without magic and challenges Aaliyah not to back down. Aaliyah is visibly provoked by the challenge. Asuka whispers and doubts the boy's confidence, but the boy insists he has a plan. Aaliyah smiles slightly, suggesting he has his own thoughts about the bet. Helmut watches Aaliyah's reaction quietly. Helmut continues to observe, contemplative. Later Helmut tells Aaliyah to follow him and warns that if they lose the bet it will be Aaliyah's fault. Aaliyah sternly urges Helmut to push himself to get first place, making it clear he expects victory. Helmut agrees, thinking Aaliyah seems to have forgotten that he was helping only because of a granted wish. Helmut declares that Helmut's grades now affect his own pride and that they will study relentlessly without breaks until finishing chapters. Aaliyah begins tutoring Asuka and the boy as well, telling them to open their books and review basic concepts. Asuka and the boy sit together, ready to study. A frustrated inner monologue wonders why those two are still studying in the same room instead of moving next door as planned. Rain begins falling outside, setting the passage of time. The downpour intensifies over the academy courtyard. The boy comments from the window that the rain has suddenly become heavy. Back at the desk, he talks while holding a paper filled with Helmut's answers. Aaliyah reviews the paper, noting that the results are really bad, with many marked errors. Aaliyah sighs in exasperation, while Helmut watches nervously. Aaliyah laments the lack of progress, and Asuka mocks him while reminding him the bet still stands. Aaliyah tells Helmut the multiple-choice questions are manageable if he memorizes principles. He then angrily demands to know what Helmut was thinking with his disastrous descriptive answers. The sheet shows Helmut's nonsensical responses where he was supposed to discuss normal versus dark mages and their harm. Aaliyah criticizes the simplistic, experience-based statements about dark mages and asks if Helmut truly considers them valid descriptive answers, while Helmut protests that he only wrote his honest thoughts. Aaliyah corrects him, saying he should have written based on theory rather than personal experience, and complains that such claims are unbelievable, while Helmut insists they are true. Asuka and the boy excitedly rush over, wanting to see Helmut's embarrassing answers too. They read the paper together, intrigued. The boy realizes Helmut has never written essay-type answers before and explains that transfer exams he took were mostly objective questions. Asuka identifies the subject as understanding magic and wonders why Helmut chose such a difficult liberal arts course. Helmut's friends point out that transfer students cannot choose many subjects, and the boy suggests Helmut might want to give up this semester because even Aaliyah may not be enough. The two laugh, but their fun stops when Aaliyah slams his hand on the table. Aaliyah, angered by the suggestion to give up, mutters that quitting is nonsense. He fiercely declares he will not let his student lose to Asuka, leaving Asuka unsure how to respond to his intense seriousness. Aaliyah decrees that they will start over from the basics of writing descriptive answers and that Helmut will not be allowed back to the dorm until he masters it, despite Helmut's training schedule. Time passes to sunset over the academy, showing their long study session. Helmut continues writing practice essays at the desk. Asuka and the boy also continue their own work, clearly exhausted. Later they return with food, interrupting Aaliyah, who reacts angrily as they cheerfully unveil snacks. Plates of pastries and bread are set out on the table. The four boys share the snacks together, briefly relaxing from studying. Rain fades and the leaves glisten in calmer weather, marking another passage of time. Helmut goes back to writing diligently. Helmut wonders aloud whether the others will return, and Aaliyah answers that they probably went to sleep full and complacent, which will cost them later. Helmut quietly says Aaliyah is struggling because of him. Aaliyah looks up, surprised by Helmut's concern. Helmut tells him to work hard unless he wants to see Helmut run 100 laps, then casually asserts that Aaliyah will keep first place anyway, which Aaliyah confidently agrees with. Helmut asks Aaliyah if there is a reason he is so obsessed with being number one. Aaliyah pauses reading, clearly thinking about how to answer. He closes the book, preparing to respond. Aaliyah says that everyone has a secret they do not want to reveal and implies his reason for wanting first place is tied to such a secret. Helmut silently reflects on that while continuing to write. Narration emphasizes the idea of a secret one does not want to talk about. Helmut acknowledges inwardly that he understands the feeling of having such a secret. He thinks Aaliyah is incredible and destined to become an archmage someday. Helmut reasons that when Aaliyah reaches that level he will inevitably discover the seed of darkness within Helmut, so Helmut plans to part ways with him before that happens. Helmut looks troubled, weighed down by this hidden fear. Aaliyah refocuses the lesson, asking what principles Helmut is struggling with, and Helmut mentions difficulty understanding irregular magic receptors. Aaliyah moves closer and asks to see the confusing part. Aaliyah leans over Helmut's shoulder to look at the material. The proximity makes Helmut nervous and flustered. Aaliyah calmly explains that the theory proposes people have different locations that receive magic, and that irregular receptors are unfixed and unproven. He adds that their professor enjoys debate and might test them on this topic. Aaliyah advises Helmut to decide his own stance on the theory in preparation for such a question. As Aaliyah speaks seriously at close range, both of them suddenly become aware of how near they are and lock eyes. Aaliyah appears startled, his heart seemingly racing. Helmut also feels his heart pound, confused by the reaction. Aaliyah snaps at Helmut for spacing out and reminds him he hates repeating explanations, prompting Helmut to apologize. Aaliyah notes Helmut's difficulty concentrating and suggests taking a break, which Helmut gratefully accepts. Helmut holds his head, wondering if he has simply studied too much. Aaliyah abruptly grabs his book with determination. He walks away holding the book, lost in thought. Blushing, Aaliyah presses the book to his cheek, clearly flustered by his feelings. A bright sky signals the next day. The scene shifts to the bustling swordsmanship training hall. A classmate tells Helmut he heard about the bet with Asuka. Helmut reacts with mild surprise. The classmate says everyone knows about the contest for top position, especially since Aaliyah is involved. He confidently says he believes Helmut will win, explaining it as a swordsman's hunch and sensing more of a top student aura from Helmut than from Asuka. Helmut is slightly embarrassed but takes in the compliment. The narration identifies this supportive classmate as Andro. Andro is shown with his practice sword, smiling at Helmut. Helmut recalls first meeting Andro during the transfer exam, when they sparred. He explains that after that they often helped each other with posture as partners and became relatively close in their small class. Helmut admits the written test is a challenge but, as Andro said, he has no intention of losing overall. Andro laughs that he would like to see Asuka lose for once since many dislike his arrogant behavior. Asuka suddenly appears behind Andro while he is speaking, and Helmut looks on silently as Andro realizes he has been overheard. The blue-haired boy accuses his classmate of blaming him for their own incompetence, and the other hastily denies it. Another student asks Helmut if he knows that today's class will be a sparring session with first years. The dark-haired girl explains that it is a special sparring event specifically against first-year students, surprising them. The blue-haired boy assumes it is just a pre-midterm morale event and complains he wanted a real duel with her. They mention there will also be an official duel with first years after the written exam and that some of the newcomers are reputedly excellent, which the blue-haired boy takes as doubt in his ability. One boy adds there is a first-year girl far above the rest in skill, and the others are surprised she joined the demanding swordsmanship faculty. They say this girl is both very talented and beautiful. The blue-haired boy hopes he does not have to fight her yet admits he would still beat her up if necessary. The dark-haired girl silently reacts, clearly thinking about what they said. Alone in her room, she reflects on the mention of first-year students. She looks at her ornate sword, drawing it to inspect. She grips the hilt resolutely. Sitting on her bed, she quietly contemplates while holding the sword in her modest room. The scene shifts to the academy buildings under a bright sky. Students' footsteps echo as they head into the hall. Groups of uniformed students walk in, buzzing with anticipation. The second-year commoner group, including Helmut and Asuka, lines up on one side of the hall opposite the first years. Two second years note that the lively crowd must be the incoming first years and reminisce about when they were the same. Helmut watches the first years, thoughtful. A friend whispers to Helmut that the impressive first-year girl he mentioned earlier is right there. Helmut and his friend stare as the long-haired first-year girl walks past, her hair swaying. The first-year girl, Charlotte, is shown in a striking introduction, confirming her beauty. Second-year nobles comment that she is as pretty as rumored and carries a clear noble aura. One of them remarks that Charlotte strangely resembles someone they know. They glance from Helmut to Charlotte, comparing their similar looks. The nobles jokingly ask Helmut if he has a secret noble family since he and Charlotte look alike, confusing him. Helmut is startled by their talk of family. He looks at Charlotte again, pondering the implication. The word family echoes in his mind. When pressed if the rumor is true, Helmut flatly denies having any hidden family. Among the first years, one asks if those across the hall are the commoners, and another warns him to watch his words since they are also seniors. The arrogant noble complains about having to call commoners his seniors but admits those commoners are actually the top fighters of the second-year class. Some first years mock that the commoner seniors look decent, and joke their rankings might be based on looks. Asuka and friends look uneasy at the nobles mocking. Asuka smiles thinly, holding back his irritation. Internally he sees that these naive nobles do not know how scary the world is and deserve a harsh lesson. He thinks that having them experience the brink of hell in this sparring will be good for them, while his friends are unnerved by his mood. A narrator notes that the outcome of this event is completely unpredictable. The instructor gathers everyone, announcing that first and second years will spar in duels as an exchange exercise. She explains that first years should learn from seniors, second years should teach without arrogance, and begins calling names. She calls first year Charlotte, who steps forward and answers respectfully. Hearing her name, the second years, including Helmut, get excited about such an interesting first matchup. Helmut muses that their similar appearance might relate to his unknown origins and considers asking her later. Charlotte walks toward the platform while Helmut watches from the second-year line. The instructor then moves on to announce the second-year opponent. She calls Asuka from the second years, stunning him. Both Asuka and Charlotte react in disbelief at being paired together. Asuka laments his bad luck at being matched with a girl, and his friend wails that they will again have no girls left, while another tells them to quiet down. Asuka rushes to the instructor, questioning if he is really the right choice, but she replies that matching top students makes sense. He protests that, knowing his ruthless nature, putting a girl against him seems wrong, while classmates whisper at his self-admission. Some first years, seeing Asuka's behavior, assume he is afraid of losing to a first-year girl. Asuka silently clenches his teeth at being misunderstood. The instructor ends debate and orders the chosen pair onto the sparring platform. Asuka looks tense but determined as he prepares. Charlotte takes her position opposite him on the platform. She tells him not to hold back just because she is a girl. Asuka dismisses the idea of going easy on anyone and warns her not to cry when she gets hit. The instructor informs Helmut and Jeffrey that their match will follow next and they should get ready. Helmut focuses on the duel, watching intently. Another second year evaluates that the first years really are high level after sensing Charlotte's presence. Helmut judges that one particular first year boy's aura already rivals an average second year, though true ability remains to be seen. The instructor signals for the first match between Asuka and Charlotte to begin. Asuka and Charlotte face each other with wooden swords as the duel starts. Charlotte quickly assumes a strong stance, ready to fight seriously. Asuka sits in a low, relaxed guard as he studies her. Observing her posture, he is surprised that her stance is better than expected. As they circle, Asuka casually asks why she chose the swordsmanship faculty. Charlotte answers that she joined simply to become stronger, as no other reason is necessary. She adds that she has heard of Asuka's skill and respectfully asks him to fight seriously regardless of her gender. Asuka accepts her request and prepares to go all out. With a shout, he charges in, swinging his wooden sword aggressively. Charlotte meets his first strike with a solid block. The clash sends both of them sliding back as they exchange powerful blows. Asuka presses the attack with rapid continuous swings. Their weapons collide repeatedly, filling the platform with shockwaves. Charlotte dashes after him, refusing to give ground. Watching from the side, nobles are shocked by the intensity of the fight. Charlotte's hand trembles slightly from the force of Asuka's blows. She admits to herself that actually feeling his sword proves the rumors of his strength were understated. Asuka scoffs that he is not even warmed up yet and declares he will test how long she can endure. Charlotte readjusts her grip, refusing to back down. She steels herself, eyes firm. She warns him that she will not be an easy opponent from here on out either. A narrator introduces Asuka as the top second-year swordsman of Greta Academy, whose swift, irregular sword style defines him. His technique is so fast and unpredictable that classmates cannot track it, explaining why it made him the strongest of his year. The duel escalates into a flurry of high-speed exchanges that shake the air. Charlotte manages to catch and block one of his heavy downward strikes. Asuka notes that even without him going full power, she keeps up and defends with impressive concentration. He concludes from her movements that she has thoroughly mastered the basics. He considers easing up to allow her a chance to counterattack. Charlotte tightens her grip again, ready to act the moment an opening appears. As he rushes in close, she is startled by his sudden acceleration. She narrowly dodges his follow-up strike. She counters with a swift body blow that forces him back. They reset with both still standing, the fight clearly far from over. Asuka reacts with interest, impressed by her resilience. They face off amid dust and scattered debris, both alert for the next move. Asuka wonders if her last action meant she will not fall for cheap tricks or if she has something else planned. Charlotte, breathing hard but focused, decides to change her approach. She surges back into close range, trading heavy blows with him. From above, it is clear that their swords and bodies are clashing in a relentless, evenly matched exchange. Charlotte's eyes stay sharp beneath her raised weapon as she endures the pressure. Locked blade to blade, Asuka asks if she intends to drag the duel out to a draw. Charlotte suddenly lands a solid strike on his side, staggering him. She tells him she dislikes arrogance but despises people who lack self-respect, implying his earlier behavior annoyed her. She criticizes him for assuming defeat from the start out of fear of hurting her, especially against a commoner like himself, and questions whether his earlier bravado was only bluff. Her words and attitude show new resolve as she stands ready with her sword. Asuka is stunned as she declares that anyone who does not aim to win should put down their sword and quit, since others would fight in their place. The watching nobles are taken aback by the scolding coming from a first year. Helmut privately thinks that, strangely, Asuka's harsh statements make sense. Charlotte silently reflects on her own attitude, feeling a bead of sweat as she acknowledges the truth in what was said. She admits she had only sought to learn regardless of social status but now realizes that mindset lacked determination. Smiling, she thanks Asuka for making her aware of her thoughtlessness and says dueling him was worthwhile. She lowers and then raises her wooden sword again with renewed purpose. She steps forward decisively to resume the fight. Charlotte now stands in the center of the stage in a new one-handed stance, radiating confidence. She asks Asuka for another favor, clearly meaning that he should continue to push her seriously. Asuka notices her changed posture and braces himself. He rushes in again, thinking her new stance will not change the outcome. Charlotte launches forward to meet him, unleashing a fierce offensive. Asuka's eyes widen as one of her strikes comes frighteningly close. She presses the near hit, forcing him into a desperate defense. The impact of their clash sends both sliding and the floor cracking beneath them. They rebound off the floor and close again amid explosive force. Charlotte whirls her sword overhead, gathering momentum. She delivers a powerful blow and follow-up kick that drive Asuka back. Asuka responds with his own rapid counter-strike. He swings in a large arc, trying to overpower her in one huge motion. He is shocked as she somehow anticipates and moves with the massive attack. Eyes glowing with fierce determination, Charlotte believes she has finally caught him with her counter. The scene freezes on Charlotte executing a dramatic sweeping strike, the outcome of the duel hanging in the balance. During the duel, Asuka flips his opponent into the air and moves in confidently. Asuka mockingly warns her to brace herself or she will get hurt. Startled, Charlotte realizes she is about to be hit. Asuka slams her down with an overpowering attack. The two crash violently onto the stage floor, Asuka on top. Charlotte winces as Asuka's wooden sword strikes near her head. Asuka tells her she fought well but was unlucky to face him. Dazed and pinned under the sword, Charlotte lies there catching her breath. Two classmates watch, sweating nervously at the outcome. The instructor raises a hand and begins to announce the duel's victor. The winner is declared to be second-year student Asuka as the hall reacts. Asuka's expression tightens as he reflects on the match. He admits to Charlotte that her mid-fight stance change nearly matched his speed and surprised him. He explains she only lacks experience, and would become strong once she masters that technique, prompting her hesitant reply. Charlotte, still under him, awkwardly complains that he is heavy. Asuka freezes, embarrassed by realizing their close position. He hurriedly moves off and apologizes, while Charlotte, flustered, says it is fine. Smiling with a blush, Charlotte tells Asuka he is kinder than she expected. Asuka looks away, sweating slightly at the compliment. Other students heckle him as a pervert for falling on top of a girl, and he angrily challenges them to say it to his face. Charlotte backs up his challenge, inviting the taunters to come fight if they think they can handle it. Among the students, Helmut quietly watches Charlotte with interest. Charlotte glances back at Helmut, curious about him. Helmut also looks at her, a bit unsettled and sweating. Charlotte gives a small, confused smile in response to his gaze. Helmut considers something silently as he keeps his eyes on her. He closes his eyes, coming to a decision. The instructor calls Helmut and Jeffrey for the next duel, and Charlotte steps down from the podium. Jeffrey coldly scolds Charlotte for losing to a commoner, and shaming the first-year nobles. Charlotte's eyes flash sharply in reaction to the insult. She walks past Jeffrey, warning that his prejudice will cost him because true skill ignores status. Jeffrey blushes and broods over her words. He starts down the steps toward the stage for his match. Helmut watches Jeffrey go, calmly preparing himself. Jeffrey smirks at Helmut and replies that they will see whether her statement about nobles and commoners is true. A classmate asks Helmut whether strength or technique matters more in swordsmanship. Helmut silently considers the question. The classmate guesses strength is primary, since technique exists to support it, and Helmut listens. The classmate admits he lacks natural power, feels he can never match those born strong, and thinks it is unfair. Helmut bluntly calls those worries useless, and the classmate complains and asks if Helmut never felt that way. Praising Helmut as the strongest and most skilled second year, the classmate asks how he would handle someone stronger than him. Helmut thinks about the question. A heavy footstep signals the start of a duel. Helmut faces a large senior opponent on the sparring floor. The senior smiles, saying he is glad to finally face Helmut. Helmut responds that the feeling is mutual. The senior wonders if Helmut is the rumored commoner but doubts he is strong enough to have beaten someone so badly. Helmut recognizes the arrogant, superior look in the senior's eyes. The instructor calls Helmut's name to get his attention. She warns him in advance not to go overboard in this match. Helmut wordlessly acknowledges her warning. Two classmates remark that hearing the instructor scold someone else is strange for Helmut, then tease him to treat peers better, and he jokes he will only beat them up for now. The instructor asks both duelists to ready themselves, and Helmut takes his stance with a wooden sword. With a stomp and shout, the instructor officially starts the second duel. The senior immediately charges and swings a powerful overhead strike at Helmut. Helmut raises his sword and moves swiftly to defend. His eyes widen as he notices something mid-exchange. The senior's footwork pounds across the floor as he presses the attack. Helmut narrowly evades a fierce horizontal blow. The senior unleashes a huge sweeping strike that forces Helmut back. Their clash creates a shockwave that tears up the floor around them. Watching students are stunned by the power on display. Helmut remains calm in the settling dust. The senior praises Helmut's quick judgment for dodging instead of blocking, saying the wooden sword would have shattered otherwise. He hopes Helmut will do more than just evade and urges him to fight back. Helmut wonders if the senior is truly that overwhelmingly strong. Helmut thinks he is tired of opponents who rely only on brute strength. He suddenly launches his own swift attack. Helmut slips inside the senior's guard to strike while avoiding another swing. The senior's wooden blade whips past Helmut's face. Helmut stays close, letting the blow pass harmlessly. He bends further, narrowly letting another slash miss. Using the opening, Helmut darts behind the senior. The frustrated senior yells at Helmut to stop dodging and attack him. Helmut internally notes that even the strongest blow is useless if it does not land. Remembering his promise not to cause trouble, Helmut decides to end the duel quickly instead of dragging it out. From the audience's perspective, the senior keeps swinging wildly while Helmut keeps evading. Onlookers complain that the match is boring and think the senior is underestimating the first-year opponent. Charlotte watches and wonders what Helmut is planning. Helmut and the senior pause for a brief standoff. The senior is already breathing hard from expending his strength. He grits his teeth in frustration. He derides Helmut's evasive style and says he expected nothing from a commoner, but still finds this disappointing. Helmut asks if the senior understands how birth and background create different starting lines for people. The senior arrogantly insists that noble upbringing, a strong body, and elite training give him an unbridgeable experiential advantage over commoners. Helmut considers this a boring attempt at provocation and realizes the senior is trying to stop him from simply stalling. The senior mocks the teacher who trained Helmut, implying his style reveals low-level instruction. Helmut's expression darkens at the insult. The instructor angrily orders Jeffrey to mind his manners, then tells Helmut to ignore distractions and focus on a controlled duel. Helmut exhales, steadying himself. He remarks that even humoring Jeffrey is proving more troublesome than expected. Helmut suddenly rushes in with a decisive strike. Jeffrey hastily tries to counterattack. Helmut's speed overwhelms him, landing a powerful blow to Jeffrey's leg. Jeffrey reels in shock as dust flies from the impact. He tries to step forward again. Helmut appears beneath his guard, ready to follow up. Jeffrey swings downward, but Helmut moves in close at an angle. Helmut's attack slams into Jeffrey's leg again, knocking him off balance. Jeffrey staggers away, struggling to maintain distance. Jeffrey scoffs that Helmut's hit was too weak to even scratch him. His smugness vanishes as sudden pain or numbness hits. Jeffrey drops to one knee, clearly unable to stand properly. Horrified, he realizes his leg has been seriously damaged. Helmut explains that no matter how trained a body is, repeatedly targeting one weak point will eventually make it collapse. Jeffrey stares in dawning fear at this realization. Helmut repeats the senior's earlier talk of superior experience with clear sarcasm. He tells Jeffrey to add losing to a commoner to his life experiences as well. Jeffrey furiously insists the duel is not over yet. Helmut moves in again without hesitation. Jeffrey attempts a desperate overhead swing while Helmut is low to the ground. Helmut uses his position to hook Jeffrey's leg with his sword. Jeffrey crashes to the floor as Helmut's maneuver sends him flying. Jeffrey scrambles in panic to retaliate. Helmut batters Jeffrey's arm, knocking the wooden sword away. Jeffrey looks up in shocked disbelief. Helmut states that as a mere transfer student he has little to teach, but suggests Jeffrey use the time he spends belittling others' teachers to improve himself. The instructor urgently yells for Helmut to stop, saying the duel's result is already clear. Nevertheless, Helmut lands one final body blow on Jeffrey. The impact sends Jeffrey tumbling once more across the floor. Other second years watch uneasily at the overwhelming display. The instructor sighs in exasperation at Helmut's excess. Jeffrey lies beaten and battered on the ground. The result is officially announced, declaring second-year Helmut the winner of the second duel. A weapon clatters to the floor, signaling the fight's end. In another match, the red-haired Park Jaemin sends his opponent sprawling. Jaemin laughs and taunts his fallen opponent. The instructor scolds Jaemin to show respect, and he sheepishly apologizes. Jaemin then helps his opponent back to his feet. Narration notes that the second-year students achieved complete victory in all the duels that day. It adds that the first years became keenly aware of the gap between themselves and their seniors. This realization breeds a wary determination toward the second years within the first year's hearts. Later, the sun sets over the academy grounds. At an outdoor fountain, someone scoops water with their hand. The water falls back as the person straightens up. Footsteps approach the fountain. Helmut finds Charlotte there, and she stiffens nervously when she notices him. Flustered, Charlotte greets him with a hesitant exclamation. Helmut looks back at her quietly. She awkwardly introduces herself, and he gives a brief reply. Helmut thinks her name, Charlotte, and wonders if he should question her now. She smiles curiously at his serious look. Helmut resolves that he wants to ask about the name engraved on his pendant, Margaret Irene. He overthinks how to begin, debating whether to ask directly or avoid rushing and exposing himself. He worries that revealing his family connection would also reveal too much about his own identity. Helmut fears that if Charlotte learns he bears the seed of darkness, any human noble would side with the temple against him, even Ethan Kudrow. Meanwhile, Charlotte, intimidated by his reputation from the duel with Jeffrey, wonders if she has somehow angered this scary senior. She timidly asks Helmut if he has something he wants to say. Helmut backs off, saying it is nothing after all. Charlotte compliments his duel and modestly thanks him when he returns the praise. Surprised he knows her name, she says everyone in the swordsmanship faculty knows about him, which he considers troublesome. She then asks if he would be willing to duel with her sometime in the future. Helmut listens in calm silence. She hurriedly clarifies that only if he has time and that he should not feel pressured, and he agrees they can spar someday, which delights her. She happily declares that she will look forward to their eventual duel. Charlotte smiles brightly, clearly excited by the promise. Helmut starts to say something more but hesitates. His blue-haired friend suddenly jumps in, slinging an arm over his shoulder and calling out to him. Charlotte realizes the two boys know each other, and Helmut's friend explains they only coincidentally met there. Charlotte waves goodbye, saying she will eagerly anticipate their future match. Helmut walks away with his friend as she departs. The friend teases Helmut about chatting with the pretty new student, while Helmut denies any romantic implication and tells him to stop clinging to him. Walking together, Helmut insists he is not like his flirtatious friend, who protests and mock offense. The friend yells for Helmut not to just ignore him. The scene shifts to a new day at the academy, marked by a bright view of the main building. A quiet day at the academy begins, sunlight pouring through a tall window. Helmut sits at a desk, writing answers on an exam or assignment. Helmut hesitantly calls out to Aaliyah, saying he has a question. Aaliyah, reading by the window, looks up and responds. The two face each other in the study room, Helmut holding his pencil while Aaliyah reads. Helmut stares at Aaliyah, feeling something is off. Aaliyah's gaze sharpens as if he senses Helmut's unease. Helmut thinks that his senses have not been this sharp since harsh training with Darienne in the Forest of Roots. He realizes those awakened senses are now warning him of danger coming from Aaliyah. Worried, Helmut carefully asks Aaliyah if something bad has happened. Aaliyah falls silent, lips tightening as he decides what to say. Aaliyah closes his book and says he has a question for Helmut instead. Helmut asks what the question is, bracing himself. Aaliyah bluntly asks if the rumor is true that a first-year girl invited Helmut on a date. Seeing Helmut choke and cough, Aaliyah concludes the rumor must be true. Helmut denies it, while Aaliyah teases that the rumor is everywhere and the girl is said to be attractive, assuming Helmut is thrilled by the attention. Helmut asks if Aaliyah is angry about this, and Aaliyah loudly insists he is not, even as he explodes. Helmut firmly repeats that the rumor is false, and explains the girl only asked to duel him next session, nothing romantic. Aaliyah answers that he believes Helmut, and would never think Helmut lies to him. Aaliyah accepts Helmut's explanation and tells himself he should not trust rumors so easily. Aaliyah then says since Helmut is his closest roommate, there is something he has long wanted to tell him. Aaliyah, serious, says Helmut is too trusting and must listen carefully to some advice. Aaliyah passionately warns Helmut never to trust girls who approach him, because many may just be using him as a way to get closer to Aaliyah. Helmut is stunned speechless by this outrageous claim. Helmut doubts Aaliyah's logic, but Aaliyah insists he is right, reminding Helmut of the hordes of admirers constantly chasing him. Aaliyah adds that some stalkers are clever enough to disguise themselves as boys and sneak into the dorms. He argues this means there could be a skilled actress among them who could easily fool naive Helmut. Helmut, now understanding Aaliyah's jealousy-tinged concern, says he gets it. He interprets Aaliyah's warning as telling him to avoid Charlotte, which flusters Aaliyah, who says he only described how such schemes work and the choice is Helmut's. Helmut tells Aaliyah to drop the pretense, and just say he finds Charlotte suspicious and wants Helmut to keep his distance, adding that he himself is indifferent anyway. Aaliyah is taken aback that his real feelings were seen through so easily. Helmut casually accepts Aaliyah's concern and says that if Aaliyah feels that strongly, he will go along with it. Helmut continues, advising Aaliyah in turn that, as a commoner, he must be wary of any strange girl who approaches, since nobles might betray him. Helmut privately admires Aaliyah, thinking that Aaliyah is, as always, flawless. A narration notes that Helmut is utterly unaware of something important about himself. It explains that Helmut is handsome enough to be very attractive to most girls. Elsewhere, a green-haired boy screams in despair. A sign on a waffle shop door declares the place closed. We see that the scream came from the boy kneeling before the shut shop while Helmut, Aaliyah, and Asuka stand behind him. Asuka and Helmut watch the boy's dramatic wailing in awkward silence. Narration states that this whole incident began a short time earlier. That night, lights glow in a few windows of the academy building. Aaliyah looks over a sheet of written answers. He sits grading Helmut's work alone in the study room. Helmut stands nearby, watching Aaliyah's reaction tensely. Asuka and the green-haired boy hover in the doorway, nervous about the outcome. Aaliyah's mouth tightens as if he is about to deliver a verdict. To everyone's relief, Aaliyah says Helmut is finally producing somewhat useful answers. Helmut's friends cheer at his progress while Helmut exhales in exhaustion. Aaliyah praises Helmut for enduring his harsh tutoring, while Helmut wonders why his rivals seem so happy for him. Aaliyah immediately reminds Helmut not to relax, saying the answer is still imperfect and Helmut's real goal is becoming top of the class. Asuka protests that Aaliyah should at least let him celebrate. The green-haired boy calls everyone to attention as he gets an idea. He announces a special event to reward their hard work studying for midterms. Grinning, he suggests a trip to a Waffle House for late-night snacks to accompany their study session. Asuka complains that the boy only ever thinks about food, but the boy retorts that people cannot live without bread and insists they will regret not coming. He tempts them further by describing hot waffles topped with strawberry cream, which makes even Aaliyah visibly hungry. Aaliyah reluctantly agrees that going out once will not hurt, and the boy insists there are plenty of late-night restaurants catering to academy students. Helmut thinks about the idea of visiting downtown Baden at night. Narration says that this is how they ended up in their current predicament. Back in the present, the group finds the waffle shop closed for the night. The green-haired boy kneels before the door in despair while Aaliyah calmly tells him today simply is not the day and suggests he can come alone another time. The boy sobs that eating here by himself would be too lonely. Aaliyah asks if they should just return to the dorm or look for another place, pointing out they may as well eat something if they are already outside. Still sniffling, the boy suggests they go to a nearby toast shop instead. Aaliyah immediately agrees to the toast idea and urges the boy to stop whining and lead the way, surprising the boy. Under the night sky, the boy mutters that Aaliyah has no sense of romance. The group arrives at a warmly lit establishment in town. Inside, the tavern-like restaurant is bustling with many patrons. One of the boys picks up a menu. Asuka panics at the menu prices, wondering why a simple sandwich is so expensive. Helmut and the green-haired boy ask why Asuka is acting so poor when academy students usually get financial aid. Asuka explains his family only covers tuition. The green-haired boy, realizing Asuka's hardship, awkwardly jokes about scholarship money, provoking Asuka's anger. Aaliyah notes the shop is tidier than expected, while Asuka smacks the green-haired boy as they discuss how noble standards force restaurants to stay clean. Aaliyah defends his fussiness, saying mages must be sensitive to any dust that could interfere with experiments, and calls the others dull for not being as careful. The green-haired boy protests that spirit magic is highly sensitive too. Helmut confirms he has already placed the order and quips that spirits, not the boy, are the sensitive ones. Candles burn in a chandelier above as the group waits. A server brings out the first plate of toast, and the boys thank him. The green-haired boy proudly says the basic meal arrives fastest and asks what everyone else ordered. Asuka replies he also chose the basic set. A waiter serves an enormous layered toast, announcing it as the Greta Swordsmanship Faculty Special Toast. The sight of the towering sandwich shocks the green-haired boy and Aaliyah. Helmut, realizing what he ordered, stares at the massive dish in dismay. Asuka bursts out laughing at Helmut's choice and teases him about how he will even carry that back to the dorm, while Helmut meekly explains he just saw the word swordsmanship special. The green-haired boy jokes that swordsmanship students must have 5 times normal stomach capacity, then offers to help Helmut eat it if it is too much. Helmut agrees to share, while in the background the others marvel at how many patties are stacked inside. Suddenly several upperclassmen arrive at the table, greeting the group as seniors. Charlotte cheerfully says it is a coincidence to meet them here, while the tall boy behind her looks uncomfortable. Helmut acknowledges Charlotte by name. Charlotte nervously introduces the serious-looking upperclassman as Jeffrey. Charlotte excitedly says they came specifically to eat the Greta Swordsmanship Faculty Special Toast too, startling Helmut's group. Asuka explains that Jeffrey wanted to make a bet over finishing the toast, scolding him for competing with a girl about food. Charlotte takes offense, asking if Asuka is looking down on her and insisting that as a swordsmanship student she can eat as much as she trains. She turns to Helmut, asking if he agrees with her stance. Helmut watches silently as the green-haired boy readies knife and fork to cut the huge toast. Helmut smacks the boy's hand away to stop him from slicing the sandwich. He answers confidently that of course he agrees with Charlotte's claim about eating and training. Charlotte then warmly suggests that, since they met by chance, they should all eat together. Asuka and the green-haired boy look on, sensing something awkward in the air. Aaliyah stands opposite Charlotte, staring at her intensely. Helmut notices Aaliyah's reaction and glances back questioningly. Charlotte, a bit flustered, confirms she is indeed Charlotte. Aaliyah introduces himself as Aaliyah and asks if she knows who he is. Helmut and his 2 friends watch this exchange in utter surprise. They continue staring, frozen, while the green-haired boy quietly resumes cutting the giant toast. The scene shifts to the academy the next day under a clear sky. Sunlight streams once again through the academy's stone windows. Instructors watch intently, gathered to observe a practical test. During the grading duel, Helmut clashes wooden swords with Charlotte. Helmut overwhelms her with swift movements, forcing her back. He presses the attack relentlessly, demonstrating his superior technique. Charlotte grimaces as Helmut's strikes narrowly miss her. Helmut lands a decisive blow that sends Charlotte reeling. Charlotte struggles but keeps attacking, pushing herself to continue the duel. Yet another clean hit lands on her, sealing the outcome. Charlotte is knocked down, and her weapon flies from her hand while Helmut remains standing. The examiner calls an end to the match as Charlotte lies defeated. Cradling her injured wrist, Charlotte admits she lost. The instructors exchange surprised looks, acknowledging Helmut's performance. The blonde examiner praises Charlotte's effort and tells her to wait while scores are calculated, and Charlotte respectfully agrees. Charlotte walks past Helmut, clutching her wrist and avoiding his eyes. Helmut narrows his gaze, thinking intently about something involving her. Later that night, the sign of the same eatery glows again in the dark. We return to the present conversation where Aaliyah reintroduces himself to Charlotte and asks if she knows who he is. Charlotte flusters, saying of course she does since everyone knows he is the top student of the magic faculty, and shyly says it is an honor to meet him. Aaliyah reacts with mild surprise at being treated as such a celebrity. Helmut silently watches Aaliyah and Charlotte from the table. Charlotte covers her face, inwardly panicking over her own nervousness around Aaliyah. Asuka, annoyed, realizes that with dazzling Aaliyah around, the rest of them have no chance of getting girlfriends. Helmut looks on with a deadpan expression, seemingly oblivious to the romantic turmoil surrounding him. Aaliyah silently thinks, her expression calm. She continues to watch in silence. Helmut looks at Aaliyah, gauging her reaction. Helmut studies Aaliyah's face, analyzing. Helmut concludes from Aaliyah's reaction that she had been honest. Remembering their similarity, he decides there is no proof they are related and resolves to keep his distance and hide his identity. He focuses on his main priority, deciding that getting stronger comes before everything else. He reflects with determination. He longs for the power to overcome any hardship he faces. Time passes and the academy hallway stands quiet. Sion lounges in a chair, rocking restlessly. Sion mumbles that if he can just avoid suspension for the rest of the semester, he will be fine. Helmut suddenly speaks, startling Sion, who yells at him for appearing without warning. Sion brushes it off as talking to himself, then asks Helmut about his duel with Charlotte, and assumes it was difficult. Helmut explains the duel itself ended quickly and that they were delayed because instructors scolded him for finishing it too fast, which annoys Sion. Helmut notes Sion seems relaxed, so he assumes Sion's practical exam went perfectly, and warns him to prepare hard for the theory test to avoid Aaliyah's anger. Aaliyah appears, agreeing Sion must study, scaring Sion again as he complains about both of them startling him. Aaliyah confirms Helmut's exam is the subject understanding of magic and tells him to open his textbook for a final review. When Helmut asks about Aaliyah's own exam, Aaliyah says he finished earlier and tells Helmut to focus on himself because that is how he can best help. Sion asks why Aaliyah is alone. Aaliyah replies he does not know where Sion is and assumes he is studying for his own test. Hearing this, Helmut silently criticizes Sion's lack of responsibility. Aaliyah impatiently urges Helmut to take out the textbook so they can start. Helmut, distracted, says he was just thinking, and Aaliyah asks if he dreads running the 100 punishment laps that much. Aaliyah says he dislikes losing bets even more and is anxious about leaving any variables uncontrolled. He explains he wants to be thorough since being top of the class benefits Helmut too, then tells Helmut to stop chatting and open the book while Sion comments on how extreme he is. Aaliyah snaps at Sion to leave so he does not interfere with Helmut's studying, but Sion refuses, arguing Aaliyah does not own the room. Helmut sides with Aaliyah, saying they cannot reveal their strategy to their future opponent, and Sion retorts that if they dislike it they should leave, threatening a scuffle. Helmut inwardly complains that because of these interruptions, training will be difficult for a while. The desk is covered in heavily marked study notes. Helmut writes diligently in his textbook notes. Aaliyah observes Helmut's work with a thoughtful expression. Hours pass as Aaliyah reviews Helmut's answers while Helmut sighs with effort. Helmut studies the dense text of the magic book. He keeps taking notes, sweating yet persevering. The next day dawns bright over the academy. Students gather in a large lecture hall for the written exam. The instructor announces that they have 2 hours and may begin the exam. Helmut calmly starts writing his answers. Midway through the test, he notices one particular question. He reads a scenario about accidentally obtaining a forbidden dark power. The prompt states that losing this power would mean death and asks examinees to describe what they would do. Time skips forward after the exam. Sunlight streams through a window of the academy building. The now quiet hallway reflects that the tests are over. Later, in the library, Aaliyah asks Helmut how the exam went. Helmut, slightly nervous, prepares to answer. He says he thinks he did well and that most questions matched Aaliyah's predictions, though one question was unusual. Curious, Aaliyah asks what that peculiar question was. Helmut recounts the dark power scenario and the condition that losing it means death. He explains that the exam then asked what he would do in that situation. Aaliyah mutters about dark power, clearly intrigued. He notes that this teacher occasionally asks such hypothetical questions and that a thoughtful answer should not cost Helmut any points. Helmut then asks Aaliyah what he himself wrote as an answer. Helmut reveals he wrote that he would accept the dark power and find a way to use it while continuing to live. Aaliyah is taken aback but listens closely. He says it is not a bad answer and that the teacher likely will not view it negatively. Helmut then asks how Aaliyah would have answered that question. Aaliyah hesitates, clearly considering his own beliefs. Aaliyah answers that the standard response would be to seek help at the temple since dark powers fall under its control, and nobles are expected to say so. However, he adds that personally he would have answered similarly to Helmut. Aaliyah admits he would make the same choice even if it meant becoming an enemy of the temple. Helmut looks at him in surprise, grasping the weight of that statement. Helmut asks again if Aaliyah truly means becoming an enemy of the temple, and Aaliyah explains that the temple of Lumen ruthlessly handles dark powers and would likely kill anyone who voluntarily reports. So he believes seeking his own solution is better. Helmut agrees that finding one's own solution is preferable. Aaliyah concludes that Helmut probably did well enough to place first in his class but warns him not to speak such opinions outside the academy, where they could be reported as heresy. Helmut quietly accepts the warning. He reflects silently, knowing better than anyone the danger of dark powers and temples. His inner voice confirms that he already understands this reality well. Time shifts to the day when midterm results are announced. At Greta Academy's central plaza, students crowd around the publicly posted results board. It is explained that exam rankings are displayed openly in the plaza. The system is intended to stir the nobles' competitive pride and sense of reputation. Helmut observes that there is no better way to motivate them. He checks the Faculty of Magic list, looking specifically for Aaliyah's name. His gaze moves across the grade board. He sees that Aaliyah has achieved first place with a perfect score, with Sion right behind in second. Helmut thinks to himself that this outcome is exactly as expected. He notes Sion must have studied hard and, since this is not Sion's first success, assumes Sion is calmer than he looks. Nearby, another student with green hair looks shocked and horrified by the rankings. That student stands stunned in the crowd while Helmut glances over. The green-haired student suddenly screams in disbelief, demanding how the results can be true. Aaliyah appears and calmly asks what is so strange, while the panicked student demands to know what Aaliyah did and swears for an explanation. The green-haired student rants that understanding of spirits is a new subject, and that although he has been distracted, he thought he was still ahead of Aaliyah. Aaliyah grabs his shoulder to steady him. Aaliyah pats his shoulder, regarding him with gentle amusement. Aaliyah tells him that 3 months is more than enough to master a single subject, implying he should not be surprised. The student is mentally blown away, speechless. Other classmates excitedly praise Aaliyah's flawless victory while Helmut watches from nearby. The green-haired student insists their bet is not decided yet, saying the contest is still a draw so he was never going to lose completely. Attention shifts to another results board for a different faculty. On that list, Helmut is ranked first in his class. The green-haired student again yells in disbelief at Helmut's first-place score. Helmut watches the outburst calmly. He is a bit stunned by the intensity of the reaction. Aaliyah also turns, noticing Helmut's top ranking. Aaliyah smiles slightly and congratulates Helmut, acknowledging that he did it. Helmut smiles back and thanks Aaliyah. Sion complains about missing first place by just 1 point, calling it a frustratingly close loss. Aaliyah comments that Sion does not seem very angry. Sion admits he feels bad about losing but not furious. Sion says that even so, he prefers losing first place to Helmut rather than to someone else. With renewed determination, Sion vows that next time he will challenge Helmut head-on without anyone's help. Someone clenches a fist firmly, emphasizing their resolve. The green-haired student accuses Sion of betraying him by losing on purpose so he alone would receive the punishment. Sion hits him in annoyance, saying he is the one who proposed the bet and should accept the punishment without complaining. The green-haired student begs Aaliyah and Helmut to reduce his penalty, arguing that running 100 laps might kill him. Helmut blandly remarks that 100 laps are not enough to kill a person, while Sion protests that Helmut should not assume everyone has his stamina. The green-haired student pleads with Aaliyah specifically, pointing out Aaliyah's own poor stamina and proposing they compromise at 50 laps. Aaliyah looks at him with a cold, unreadable expression. A faint, dangerous smile appears on Aaliyah's lips. Aaliyah coldly replies that they are not close enough for such leniency. He adds that since the student worried about gaining weight from late-night snacks, this punishment will actually be good for him. Crushed, the green-haired student collapses to his knees while the others watch. Night falls over the academy under a full moon. Gasping and cursing his friends as heartless, the green-haired student runs his punishment laps around the campus. Later, a new day shows the academy courtyard from above. Students practice combat techniques under the supervision of instructors. During training, a red-haired classmate tells the group that next week they will have a camping class in the forest. Sion and the others react with surprise to the news. Sitting in a circle, they discuss how some of them have never camped before, teasing one another for their sheltered upbringings. The red-haired boy bluntly explains that the most troublesome part of camping is dealing with bodily needs in the wild, which disgusts the others. He continues with more practical but gross advice about needing a shovel and avoiding mountain mosquitoes, then asks Helmut, as a former mercenary, if life in the mountains is really like that. Sion admits he has only camped during travel and has no serious mountain experience either. Helmut calmly says there is nothing to worry about, mentioning simple ways to handle mosquitoes and even waste. Sion complains that Helmut's comments only make him more anxious instead of helping. Sion decides he should at least buy supplies beforehand and asks Helmut to accompany him to shop over the weekend. Helmut considers the request. The scene shifts to a sunny day over the nearby town. The bustling main street of the town is shown, full of people and shops. Various townsfolk, including adventurers and merchants, move through the streets. Arriving at a crowded shop district, Sion says they are here to buy gear but admits he has no idea what they should purchase first. Asuka jokingly claims he naturally tags along with the group like air when asked why he is there. Helmut notes Asuka seems fully recovered from being forced to run 100 laps, and Asuka nervously credits healing magic for his quick recovery. A flashback shows Helmut watching in confusion as a dark spirit, disguised as Sion, runs the punishment laps at night. Narration explains Helmut realized Sion cheated by making a dark spirit run in his place that day. It adds that Helmut overlooked the trick, deeming even half the laps impressive. Sion energetically proposes they first plan how to deal with bugs for the upcoming trip. In a shop, Sion suggests buying mosquito-repelling scented candles, and Helmut advises choosing a weaker one if they will use it while eating. Sion says they will also need a lamp for the dark hills, and Helmut warns to choose one just bright enough not to attract predators. Sion silently stares at Helmut, surprised by his thoroughness. Sion comments that Helmut is more meticulous than expected, and Helmut replies that planning ahead avoids later hassles. Sion worries that a candle falling while they sleep could start a wildfire. Helmut responds by proposing they buy an item that can handle that risk. Sion proudly shows a magic scroll that extinguishes bushfires by creating a vacuum, excited by how it works. Helmut is alarmed that such a scroll could kill a person, and Sion hurriedly insists people do not think of using it on humans and begs not to be implicated in murder. As they continue shopping, Asuka eyes a thin portable grill for cooking and considers buying it while Helmut starts to object. Helmut realizes their practical shopping trip has turned into preparing for a picnic. Asuka heads off to buy gloves, and Helmut tells him to go ahead. Helmut thinks about the upcoming camping outside Baden and decides he cannot relax without seeing the area himself. Walking alone, Helmut reflects that while Black Hawk is unlikely to attack where students and an instructor are present, a past incident means he must stay on guard. He finds it burdensome to always worry about Black Hawk and resolves that once he grows stronger he will settle things with them. Hearing something, Helmut looks toward a nearby stall. A vendor spins pink sugar into cotton candy. The vendor loudly advertises Baden's unique cotton candy dessert. Helmut watches a girl buy cotton candy at the stall. Curious, Helmut notes that the cloud-like thing called cotton candy must be edible if it is a dessert. Helmut reaches for the cotton candy. A girl approaches, explaining how cotton candy is made from melted sugar spun into threads and marveling that such technology feels like magic. Helmut glances at her as she comes near. The blonde girl with cotton candy steps close to Helmut. Smiling, she identifies Helmut from the magic theory class. Helmut does not recognize her, so she teases him for his disinterested look and says they are classmates. She introduces herself as Teresa, says she is interested in Helmut, and asks if he has time to talk. Helmut silently recalls something, looking thoughtful. He remembers Aaliyah warning him never to trust girls who approach him because they might be using Helmut to get to Aaliyah. Helmut politely refuses Teresa, saying he came with someone and will leave, while she protests that he is being too cold and tries to stop him. Helmut bluntly tells her that if she is interested in Aaliyah she should speak to Aaliyah herself. Teresa feigns confusion about Aaliyah, claims others may use Helmut for that reason, but insists she is personally interested in him. She reaches a hand toward Helmut. Another hand suddenly intercepts hers. Aaliyah appears between them, blocking Teresa's advance while Helmut watches. Helmut looks surprised at Aaliyah's sudden appearance. Aaliyah irritably asks Helmut what he is doing here. Teresa greets Aaliyah with affected surprise, claiming she did not know he was also present. Aaliyah narrows his eyes suspiciously at her. He recognizes her as Teresa, top of the third-year class, and says he only meant to speak with Helmut's roommate, urging her to lower her guard. Aaliyah, glowing a bit, asks if Teresa has business with him. Teresa blushes and is momentarily flustered by Aaliyah's charm. She stammers that she might have business with him after all. Aaliyah calmly agrees that she indeed might. He promptly ends the exchange by telling Helmut they should leave, ignoring Teresa's panicked calls to wait. The scene shifts to a busier area as Helmut and Aaliyah walk away through the crowd. Aaliyah tightly grabs Helmut's sleeve as they go. Still holding on, Aaliyah scolds Helmut for listening to Teresa and asks if he took his earlier warning as a joke. Helmut explains he tried to distance himself, but thought completely ignoring a senior would be rude. Aaliyah grumbles that Helmut's overdeveloped ethics are a problem and says if Helmut dislikes something he should be firm so Aaliyah would not need to intervene. When Helmut tells him to simply ignore situations he finds troublesome, Aaliyah angrily protests that he cannot just do that. Aaliyah drops the subject for now, saying they will talk later. He then asks where Sion and Asuka are, reasoning that Helmut would not come to such a place alone. Helmut answers that they are nearby, and Aaliyah decides they should all go together and asks Helmut to lead the way. Helmut wordlessly reacts, uncertain how to deal with Aaliyah's behavior. Watching Aaliyah march ahead, Helmut thinks he cannot tell whether Aaliyah wants involvement or not, and finds him hard to understand. They then meet Sion and Asuka, who are overloaded with party supplies and decorations. Aaliyah covers his face in exasperation while Helmut looks on, confused by their shopping choices. Night falls over the city, setting the scene for what follows. Sion happily concludes that with all their purchases the upcoming camping class will go smoothly. Walking back with loaded bags, Sion notes they might have bought too much, while Helmut suggests they can distribute extra items to others. Helmut jokes that Sion's spending habits explain his lack of money, and Sion retorts that he never used his own funds. Helmut suddenly senses something alarming and stiffens. The group walks through a dim passageway near the academy at night. Helmut looks around warily, scanning their surroundings. Narration states that Helmut habitually stayed alert to his environment. It adds that despite this, he failed to notice what was about to happen. Helmut continues walking, still on edge. Nearby, a cloaked, bandaged figure staggers out from the shadows. The masked man collapses violently onto the ground before them, bleeding. The scene shifts to a moonlit window, foreshadowing another location. A candle burns inside a dark stone chamber. A cloaked person clutches his side and approaches, injured. More robed figures kneel as the wounded man arrives at a hidden base. The bearded leader thanks him for coming and begins to introduce himself as Anton, the branch manager. Ominous darkness and mist swirl at the open entrance behind them. Anton hesitates mid-sentence as something unsettling happens. Blood splashes, hinting that the wounded newcomer suddenly attacks. The masked man's cloak lashes out like tendrils, slaughtering the other robed members. Anton stares in shock as the bloody cloak wraps around him. The masked man tells him to keep talking and not stop, implying he will listen while killing. Anton, terrified, agrees and thinks to himself that this man is one of Black Hawk's strongest operatives. Narration names the attacker as Fascio the Entertainer, a member of Black Hawk's elite Hawkeye group. Anton presents a dossier, explaining they have a target they cannot easily eliminate, and offering the file for more details. Fascio reads the documents intently. The report describes Helmut's status as a rank 2 mercenary from Pace Mercenary Corps and current second-year Greta Academy student, and Anton wonders if any instructor there can even teach someone like him. Anton adds that Helmut is strong enough not to need the academy, and seems to be hiding there with backing from noble Ethan Kudrow. Fascio asks if they discovered anything about Helmut's earlier mercenary past. Anton admits they could not, and that their first information is Helmut joining Pace during a mission, with all prior history unknown. Fascio flexes his clawed fingers while holding the file. He muses about Helmut's mysterious origins, training, and high-level skills despite being only an academy student. Anton, sweating, says he has never seen anyone with a more suspicious identity. He nervously wonders if Black Hawk has provoked someone they should have left alone. Fascio stabs the dossier with a clawed finger. He replies that Black Hawk never targets easy prey, declaring that if someone dies and their corpse vanishes, it is as if that person never existed. Anton, frightened but obedient, vows to eliminate Helmut. Fascio's claw pierces the paper right through Helmut's picture, marking him as the target. Narration concludes that this hunt for Helmut will not be simple. The next morning dawns bright and clear over the academy. Students and carriages gather at the academy gate as preparations for the outdoor training begin. Someone presents an expensive wine bottle as a gift. Instructor Helmut's benefactor recognizes it as rare 32-year-old wine and is pleased. The student who bought it panics when the instructor says he will share it with colleagues, lamenting the allowance he saved. The instructor reminds the students that outdoor training is not a picnic and that unnecessary items will be confiscated. The complaining student points at Sion, whose overburdened horse makes him look like he is going on a picnic, while Sion insists everything he brought is necessary. The instructor orders Asuka to repack within 10 minutes, keeping only essentials so the horse is not overloaded, saying lighter luggage is better. Asuka frets over what to remove while Helmut watches nearby. Helmut quietly observes the scene. Narration notes that on a warm Monday morning, the Academy's camping class departs outside the city. The group rides through forested countryside under clear skies. Their horses continue along the trail toward the training site. Riding, Helmut reflects that he has not left Baden in a long time and that the outside air feels different from downtown. Sion remarks that Helmut's noble patron got him a fine horse and asks what breed it is. Helmut says he thinks Sion's horse seems good as well, but Sion insists there is an obvious price difference. Sion then asks what Helmut has named his horse. Helmut admits he never named it, and questions whether a horse needs a name, prompting Sion to call him Heartless. Sion explains that swordsmen usually name their longtime horse partners and urges Helmut to name his now, while Helmut struggles to think of one. Helmut decides to just name the horse based on whatever comes to mind when he looks at it. He stares at the horse's flowing blue mane. Inspiration strikes Helmut as he glances from the mane to Sion. He proposes calling the horse Asuka, which horrifies Sion, who begs him to choose another name. Helmut asks why that is creepy and suggests that if a human name is needed, Aaliyah's would work better, arguing that Aaliyah does not resemble the horse. Sion indignantly shouts that he does not look like the horse either. Night falls as the riding party approaches their remote campsite. At the site, an instructor announces their arrival, tells everyone to rest briefly, and instructs them to unload luggage and remove saddles before he explains the schedule. Asuka complains about the long trip to the campsite and asks how far they still have to go. Helmut looks ahead in silence, listening. Helmut recalls the camp's schedule of rest and barbecue, then hunting, and finally a group activity on the third day. He notes with relief that nothing strange has happened on the way so far. He reasons that the third day's group activity will be the best chance for enemies to target him and decides to stay cautious until then. Asuka calls out to Helmut, who answers. Asuka asks Helmut where his horse is. Helmut reacts in shock to Asuka's question. Asuka repeats the question about Helmut's missing horse. Helmut's shock deepens as he realizes something is wrong. He looks at the reins in his hand. He notices the end of the reins severed cleanly. Helmut concludes the reins were cut with a sharp object. He is stunned that the reins were cut while he had been holding them the whole time. More disturbed, he wonders how he failed to notice the cutting even while holding the reins. Asuka casually points out Helmut's wandering horse and scolds him for being careless. Helmut sees his horse tied alone among the trees. He stares seriously, realizing something is off. Helmut asks Asuka to lend him his sword for a moment, insisting he only needs it briefly. With Asuka watching from behind a tree, Helmut approaches the area with the borrowed sword. Sword in hand, he carefully advances through the forest. He circles his horse, inspecting the surroundings. Sensing no one nearby, Helmut calls the horse toward him. A mysterious green eye watches from hiding. Helmut flinches, feeling that gaze. He surveys the grass around his feet for anything unusual. He spots something hidden in the grass as he nudges it with his boot. He recognizes it as a hunting trap placed there. Observing how well it is concealed, he thinks poaching should be forbidden on campgrounds. He concludes the trap is no coincidence, but a deliberate warning aimed at him. He imagines a sinister hunter marking him as prey. Helmut lets out a steady breath, undaunted. Amused by being treated as prey, he decides he might as well enjoy the situation. He casually names the white horse, White, and calls it over. When the horse does not respond, He reasons it is only natural since he just named it. Mounting up, Helmut resolves that whoever is targeting him will simply be eliminated if they block his path. With a faint smile, he hopes his eventual opponent will be worthy. Night falls over the camp nestled in the mountains. An instructor gathers the students and announces he will explain the group instructions before dinner. The students assemble before him. He explains that all activities will be done in fixed groups, and that each group leader receives a communication marble to contact instructors if issues arise. The marble is shown being handed over. Helmut receives his marble and examines it quietly. Someone calls out to Helmut, snapping him from his thoughts. Asuka reminds him that as head leader he cannot space out and tells him their group is this way. Several of the group members look on, curious. 2 more group members, including the red-haired James, watch Helmut. Helmut stares at them blankly. He remarks that he does not recognize many of their faces, prompting protests that he chose them himself. A gray-haired boy cheerfully suggests they introduce themselves and starts by giving his name as Andro. The others introduce themselves in turn as Michelle, Bashel, Dino, and Wesley. When Helmut asks who James is, James yells that they have already met before and begs him to remember. Helmut says he will remember and tells the others to introduce themselves as well, while they note everyone already knows Helmut and Asuka. James admits everyone knows the famous pair, while Helmut excuses himself to report something to an instructor and asks the group to handle dinner. Asuka asks what he needs to report, and Helmut explains he discovered a trap in the woods while searching for his horse. Asuka is surprised because hunting is illegal on campgrounds, and Helmut says that is exactly why he will report it. As they walk, Asuka guesses the trap is what has been bothering Helmut and insists on coming to see it too. 2 groupmates glare, thinking Asuka is using this as an excuse to skip cooking. The moon shines over the quiet campsite. The grass rustles softly where the trap had been. Helmut brings an instructor to the spot and explains there had been a trap here. The instructor asks if he is sure, and Helmut replies he merely stepped on it and remembers clearly. The instructor says that without physical evidence nothing can be done but promises to warn everyone to watch out for traps. Helmut accepts this. Asuka asks Helmut if he is absolutely sure about the location. Helmut notes from the pressed grass that the trap definitely sat there until very recently. He realizes the culprit not only removed the trap to erase evidence but also timed it to show he is nearby and still watching Helmut. Reflecting on lessons learned from Elaga, Helmut recalls techniques for hunting stronger prey. He remembers that the key is persistence. The memory continues, showing humans slowly wearing down dangerous beasts through relentless pursuit. The hunter finally stands victorious over the exhausted beast. Later, Helmut and Asuka walk back toward camp. Helmut thinks his stalker is cautious yet misunderstands him, since fear is not something he dwells on. He concludes there is no real threat to him as long as they remain in the mountains. A classmate greets Helmut and Asuka for arriving late, and explains they started grilling and eating meat already. The plate they are offered holds only charred, inedible chunks. Seeing the burnt meat, Helmut and Asuka think of it as a danger to their lives. Night deepens over the campsite again. Properly grilled, juicy meat is then served. The boys react with joy at the sight of the well-cooked meat. After tasting it, they praise how juicy and delicious it is and realize they had been eating cold before. Asuka scolds them for not even knowing how to grill. The others admire Asuka's skill, saying commoners are different, while he retorts that their comments are irritating and jokes they should stick to coal. Helmut quietly observes the lively scene. Bashel approaches Helmut, urging him not to be so stiff and saying he has something special. He proudly reveals a smuggled bottle of strong liquor. The others are shocked to see a rare spirit and ask how he snuck it in. Bashel smugly claims there is always a way. He explains he hid it using a cloak enchanted with storage magic, confident the instructor never suspected anything. The group marvels at the trick and wonders how far he went just to drink, while Bashel insists a barbecue needs alcohol. When someone complains there is only one bottle, Bashel says they should be grateful, warning that greed will backfire. He plans for them to drink properly after Miss Patricia's impending surprise inspection. Flames crackle in the campfire as the mood shifts. Miss Patricia appears holding several confiscated bottles taken from other groups. She questions Bashel's group suspiciously since they alone seem to have no alcohol, while they nervously insist they have none and blame Helmut and Asuka for putting them under scrutiny. She directly asks Helmut if they really have no bottles, and he calmly confirms. She studies him intently. Accepting his answer, she reminds Helmut that as team leader he is responsible for his teammates' misconduct. She tells them to enjoy dinner and leaves, while they politely wish her a good night. Once she is gone, 2 boys smirk with relief. They whisper that they seem to have passed the inspection and can now safely bring the bottle back out. The boys raise their cups together and toast. Some struggle with the harsh drink while others urge them to keep drinking since it will not kill them. Helmut sits quietly, looking pensive. A classmate asks why he looks so gloomy and wonders if he dislikes the drink. Helmut says the taste is not the problem, and Asuka suspects he is still thinking about the trap, noting he is not usually this worried. Other students insist it was probably just a hunter's trap and say Helmut, as the top swordsman, has nothing to fear. James boasts about how strong Helmut is, saying he even surpassed Asuka to become the academy's top student. Curious, another asks Helmut where he learned swordsmanship and whether he is from the city. Helmut replies that he grew up in the forest and was taught by his master. They assume his master must be a powerful recluse and beg for an introduction. Helmut answers that it is impossible because his master has already passed away. The table falls into an awkward silence at this revelation. One boy apologizes, but adds that Helmut's late master must be proud of him for being the academy's top swordsman. Helmut smiles faintly and agrees that maybe his master would be. The others share a soft, understanding look. Someone suggests they stop dwelling on sad topics, have another drink, and clean up quickly before getting caught, offering Helmut a refilled cup. Helmut drinks while thinking that, as with a past friend named Sion, humans seem to bond quickly through alcohol, and that this is a useful lesson. Later that night, the campsite grows quiet as everyone falls asleep under the moon. The dining area lies abandoned, littered with dirty dishes and an empty bottle. Several students are shown passed out asleep from drinking. Others are also sprawled around the campsite, snoring. Asuka, tipsy, asks where Helmut is going. Helmut says he is going to throw up, and Asuka tells him to go far away to do it. Helmut instead heads alone into the forest with his sword. Using his vis, he neutralizes the alcohol in his body and declares himself sober and ready. He assumes his hidden enemy is still observing him. Now truly alone, he invites the watcher to keep looking and wonders if they will finally attack. Under the bright moon, he walks deeper into the forest, waiting for a move. He listens calmly to the night sounds, concluding that his stalker is extremely cautious. Helmut thinks that is only natural. He continues forward, alert, as the forest stays quiet. He then notices a solitary hut in the distance. Helmut identifies it as likely being the campsite manager's lodging and considers it silently. A young man with sharp eyes quietly observes, alert for something. A small wooden cabin stands alone in the forest at night. A fist knocks firmly on the cabin door. The swordsman who knocked waits at the door, sword on his back. Light from inside the cabin flickers to life after the knock. An old hooded caretaker opens the door slightly, wondering who visits so late. Seeing the visitor's uniform, the caretaker notes he is a swordsmanship student, and the student says he has a favor to ask. The student explains he discovered a hunting trap in the forest and asks for increased patrols to prevent injuries. The caretaker doubts a trap could be there, saying everyone knows they would be heavily fined for placing one in Petica Forest. The student insists he is a trained swordsman with sharp senses, so he is certain about what he saw. Realizing it could be serious, the caretaker admits the situation is bad. The caretaker agrees to raise patrols starting tomorrow and remarks that bear traps are hard to notice. The student steps inside decisively, foot thudding on the floor. As the caretaker starts closing the door, the student watches him leave. The student realizes something is wrong, thinking he never specified what kind of trap it was. The caretaker, partly hidden by the door, gives a suspicious smile. The caretaker continues closing the door as the student stands outside uneasy. The student repeats to himself that he never mentioned the trap's type. The caretaker briefly reveals ominous red eyes. The caretaker laughs it off, claiming he only assumed it was a bear trap and asks the student to describe the trap instead. The student eyes him warily, still suspicious. The caretaker smirks subtly, hiding his intentions. His concealed hand grips his robe tensely, hinting at nervousness or hostility. The student narrows his eyes, silently analyzing the situation. He calms himself, saying the caretaker was right but noting inwardly that the man judged too quickly without hearing details. The student warns that the trap is very well hidden and urges caution, while the caretaker cheerfully says he will handle it. As the caretaker closes the door, he calls out again to add something. The student asks about the annual swordsmanship hunting competition and where it is held. The caretaker explains that the competition occurs in the mountains north of camp and that other group activities spread across the area's 12 peaks, as usual. The student acknowledges this information thoughtfully. Outside under the moon, the student thanks the caretaker and departs. Walking away from the lit cabin, the student looks back, still uneasy. He thinks to himself that the old man is strange. He notes he cannot sense any magical energy from the caretaker, and concludes the man seems to be just an ordinary custodian. Despite that, his instincts remain on edge, and he considers whether threatening the caretaker might force out the truth. His hand grips his sword hilt as he toys with the idea of using force. He decides against acting rashly, reminding himself that other people are around. He resolves to wait and strike back when the mysterious enemy eventually reveals himself. At the campfire, a blonde female student jovially drinks while exhausted classmates groan around her. A brown-haired girl silently watches the drunken chaos. The blonde notices something and looks forward with a suddenly serious expression. Under the moon, someone laments that certain things could not remain hidden forever. Morning comes over the forested mountains where the students gather for the hunting event. Sweating swordsmanship students complain about the heat as they stand in formation. An elderly professor fans himself tiredly beneath a canopy. The main student protagonist stands among his peers, holding a bow and ready to participate. An instructor confirms everyone is present and begins explaining the rules of the hunting competition. He emphasizes that safety is paramount and tells them to be sure of their targets and never shoot at people. Another supervisor explains they will move in pairs for safety and should contact Professor Dwayne with a crystal ball if someone is injured. The instructor says each participant will receive a bow, arrows, map, and food, though they may use their own bows if they brought them. He adds that rankings and prizes will be based on hunting results, urging them to do their best. When a student asks if simply catching the most animals wins, the instructor starts explaining further to prevent abuse like mass catching small prey. Two scheming students, who clearly had such ideas, nervously react to this clarification. The instructor states rankings depend on the value and rarity of the game, with bears worth more than foxes, and foxes more than rabbits. He concludes the briefing, states the hunt ends at 5 p.m. because the forest darkens quickly, and sends them off. A blue-haired student confidently claims their victory in this match is assured. Throwing an arm over the protagonist's shoulder, he confidently adds that the certain victory is for the two of them together. Other students protest to the instructor that allowing the top two of the class, Asuka and Helmut, to team up is unfair. The instructor replies that team formation is free and he cannot stop them, leaving the complainers frustrated. Asuka taunts the others to beat them with skill if they think it is unfair and warns them not to follow if they want an easy hunt. The sky brightens overhead as the hunting competition truly begins. Asuka reminds Helmut that they are the strongest swordsmen in the faculty. As they walk into the forest, Asuka happily talks about how they can seize first and second prizes, while Helmut thinks he actually hopes to separate later to confront his real enemy. Asuka asks Helmut to share good hunting spots since he is experienced, but Helmut initially refuses. Helmut suddenly has an idea and glances ahead, eyes sharpening. He thinks that if he lets Asuka secure the first good catch, he might send him back early and gain time alone. He agrees and tells Asuka to follow him, which Asuka eagerly does. They arrive by a clear stream where the water runs over rocks. The stream widens into a pool beneath a waterfall in a secluded valley. Hidden in bushes, the two students observe the area around the water. Helmut explains that animals will come here to drink, making this an ideal spot to ambush prey. When Asuka complains about waiting, Helmut argues that wandering around risks alerting animals, whereas patience will pay off. Helmut tells him hunting requires patience and suggests he use this to train it, but Asuka insists he is already patient. Helmut mentions having seen fresh claw marks earlier, and warns that a large predator may be nearby. Soon a bear appears at the lakeshore, drinking from the water. The bear moves closer, standing over a bloody fish it has caught. Asuka excitedly claims the big bear as his target, and proposes they shoot together on a count of 3. Both knock arrows and aim at the bear from their concealed position. Helmut starts the countdown as they prepare to loose arrows. Mid-count, Helmut suddenly wonders if killing animals might also awaken his dangerous seed of darkness. He decides this is not the time to experiment with that, and restrains himself from fully committing. When Asuka finishes the count at 3, their arrows fly, though Helmut is hesitant. The arrows strike the bear, wounding it in the chest and enraging it. The bear roars furiously in pain. Asuka sees the bear trying to flee and scolds Helmut for not landing his arrow decisively. Determined not to let it escape, Asuka charges after the fleeing bear. He rapidly fires more arrows at the running beast. He empowers his arrow with crackling energy, imbuing it with magic. The charged arrow pierces the bear, dealing a devastating blow. The bear finally collapses, dead, with several arrows stuck in its body. Asuka celebrates enthusiastically, shouting that he got the kill. A sudden distant scream interrupts his celebration, echoing through the valley. Asuka and Helmut both freeze and look in the direction of the scream. Helmut nervously asks if bears make such sounds, clearly realizing the cry was human. More faint cries continue from the forest beyond the trees. Helmut's expression hardens in alarm as he listens. Concluding the scream is human, he tells Asuka to stay with the downed bear while he goes to investigate alone. Sprinting through the forest, Helmut anxiously wonders if the incident involves the trap he saw. Branches shake overhead in the direction he is running. A projectile slams into the branch, showing someone has been shooting through the forest. More arrows or bolts streak past, striking multiple points along the path. Another arrow whistles by, emphasizing the danger ahead. Helmut leaps down from above, hurrying toward the source of the screams. He sees a caped student standing near another classmate who has collapsed on the ground with his leg caught in a metal trap. Helmut approaches, taking in the scene with concern. The uninjured boy panics with the crystal ball in hand, stammering that he does not know how to use it to call for help. Startled by Helmut's sudden appearance, the boy screams loudly. Recognizing Helmut, he asks how Helmut knew where they were as the injured friend rides beside the sprung trap. The trapped student groans in agony, his leg mangled by the device. A close look shows his boot clamped in the blood-soaked metal jaws of the trap. Helmut identifies it grimly as a hunting trap, confirming his earlier suspicion. The uninjured boy begs Helmut to help remove it, but Helmut warns that pulling it off carelessly will cause more blood loss and says he will handle it. Helmut moves into the brush, searching for something useful. He rips up a particular herb from the ground. He bites and chews the herb to activate or soften it. Concentrating, he works the chewed herb in his mouth, preparing a remedy. Holding the plant, he gets ready to use it, determination on his face. Examining the herb, he seems satisfied that it is the right one. He also gathers a pair of rocks to use as tools. Returning to the others, he holds the herb and rocks while the worried boy asks what he is doing. Helmut wets one rock with water from a canteen to clean it. He hands the canteen to the boy and tells him to hold it while he works. Helmut grinds the herb on the rock, making a medicinal paste. The other boy watches in stunned silence at Helmut's improvised treatment. Helmut confirms the boy is close friends with the injured Basor and prompts his answer. The boy suddenly feels something tight around his abdomen as Helmut begins the next step. As the boy cries out in shock, Helmut uses the torn cloak as a bandage while continuing treatment. Helmut forcibly pries open the trap's jaws around Basor's leg. He then reaches for an arrow, intending to use its point to dismantle part of the trap. Helmut explains he will cut and dismantle the trap's fixing mechanism and instructs the friend to hold Basor firmly while he works. A girl channels crackling purple energy into her hand, preparing to strike. She smashes the glowing hand down, shattering a metal bear trap around the boy's bleeding leg. The boy stares in confused shock at what just happened. Later, he examines the now broken trap, realizing how it worked. Nearby, another student groans in agony while his friend anxiously supports him. The disarmed trap snaps harmlessly in the grass, showing how close it came to maiming. Someone grinds herbs into a paste, preparing medicine. The injured boy writhes as another student applies treatment to his mangled ankle. The blonde student looks at the healer, surprised and a bit awed. The healer calmly explains that the herb will stanch the bleeding and stabilize the patient. He tells the blonde student to quickly contact Professor Dwayne, and the boy agrees, using a crystal. The wounded boy still moans in pain while lying on the ground. The healer watches intently, thinking through the situation. He reflects that he came ready for the worst, but so far, the culprit only seems to be pulling dangerous pranks. Studying the trap's loose joint, he notes it was intentionally weakened and that a properly set one could have severed the ankle. He reasons the trap was not aimed specifically at him and worries that the perpetrator is reckless enough to endanger nobles, giving him a headache. Suddenly he remembers that Asuka is currently wandering the forest alone and could be in danger. A hand slaps a rock wall as someone races along it. Asuka catches up to Helmut, exhausted, after chasing him through the woods. Asuka angrily scolds Helmut for sprinting off alone despite the rule to work in pairs. When Helmut sighs, Asuka gets even more irritated, thinking he is blaming him for being slow. Wesley returns and reports that he has already contacted Professor Dwayne, who will arrive soon, prompting concern about his tattered clothes. Wesley nervously praises Helmut for staying calm and capable, while Helmut downplays it as prior experience. Wesley bows and solemnly thanks Helmut for saving Basor, promising to remember it as a noble. Helmut is quietly taken aback by being thanked so sincerely. He clarifies that Professor Dwayne will actually save Basor and instructs Wesley to watch for infection. As Helmut walks away, he reflects that this is the first time since coming to the academy that someone has thanked him. Time passes and the scene shifts to the surrounding mountains. Professor Dwayne uses healing magic to mend Basor's injured leg. The professor commends whoever handled the first aid, saying they left little for him to fix. An instructor tells Helmut he did well, acknowledging his efforts. Looking at the scattered traps, the instructors discuss filing a complaint about a possible poacher. The female instructor asks Wesley how Basor ended up stepping on the trap. Wesley recounts that Basor suddenly ran towards something he saw, then triggered the trap and fell screaming, not knowing what lured him. The instructors decide Basor cannot continue camping and arrange to carry him back to base with Wesley's help. They allow Helmut and Asuka to keep hunting but warn them to watch out for additional traps. Asuka cheerfully boasts of their good catch. The instructor says she looks forward to seeing their haul, and Asuka cockily tells her not to be too surprised. Walking together, Asuka confirms that the animal he caught belongs to him, while Helmut replies that he will catch his own and Asuka can go ahead. Asuka worries Helmut might encounter another trap alone, but Helmut insists he will not be caught and notes unattended game might be stolen. Asuka suddenly realizes something he had forgotten, reacting with a gasp. He then runs off first, telling Helmut not to overdo it and to bring back a decent catch. Helmut agrees. Once alone, Helmut narrows his eyes, becoming fully serious. He sprints through the forest, intent on tracking the hidden trapper. Thinking this is his chance, Helmut reasons that if the culprit has been watching them, he must be nearby. Helmut focuses his senses with Vis to locate the enemy's position. Surrounded by swirling purple energy, he enhances his body and leaps forward with bow in hand. A streak of purple power surges out, slicing through the air. Helmut, mid-dash, notices a nearly invisible wire at neck height crossing his path. He twists and swings his bow in a wide, glowing arc, cutting through the deadly line. The force of his leap carries him high between the trees as the wire snaps. He lands in a skidding splash along the forest path, having narrowly avoided decapitation. Looking around, he sees multiple taut wires strung between trees, forming a lethal web. He scans the surroundings, fully alert. One of the wires is shown buried deeply into tree bark, proving how sharp and dangerous it is. The camera pulls back to reveal the long corridor of trapped trees that Helmut has just traversed. He looks up in alarm as he realizes the extent of the setup. Another segment of wire glints in the bark, confirmation of the intricate trap. Helmut approaches and grasps one of the wires to examine it. He recognizes it as steel wire and thinks that if Basor had been snared here, the injuries would have been far worse than simple bleeding. Helmut checks for additional snares, concluding there are no more nearby. His eyes widen slightly as he notices something else. He hears movement through the trees ahead. A deer is revealed tied up and struggling in the wires between trees. Helmut observes the bound deer and deduces it was bait, likely what tempted Basor earlier. He debates whether he should take the trapped deer with him as his catch. He calmly finishes the animal, preparing it for transport. Time skips to the hunting contest ground where students gather and display their game. Various small animals are laid out on mats as entries in the competition. Among them lies a massive bear that startles onlookers. Students and an instructor stare in stunned silence at the sight of the bear. Someone remarks in disbelief that Asuka actually caught a bear. Asuka smugly lounges against the carcass, marveling that bears even live in this forest. A red-haired classmate suspiciously asks if Helmut caught the bear for Asuka, but Asuka indignantly denies it and hints Helmut has his own trophy. Helmut presents the deer he brought back, standing beside it. An evaluator confirms it is a deer and notes that venison will be tasty. The teacher addresses the gathered students, saying he has reviewed all the catches and will now explain the prizes before announcing rankings. He reveals that 5th place earns 10 meal tickets and 4th place receives a fine quill and ink set. 3rd place will get bookstore vouchers, while 2nd place earns a private training ground pass. Finally, he announces that 1st place will receive all of the previously listed prizes together. The combined prize bundle is displayed on the table, shining enticingly. Asuka tells Helmut he does not care about the quill and jokes about giving it to him if he wins it. The teacher moves on to announce the rankings, starting with 5th place. Night falls over the forest as the campfire glows below the moon. The students cook their catches over the campfire. Someone comments that a private room at the academy is rare unless you are a top student like Aaliyah. Another boy agrees it is only for a week but still a luxurious reward for a hunting contest. He tells a sulking Asuka not to be too disappointed about finishing second. Asuka explodes, protesting that catching a bear should have guaranteed 1st place and demanding what could possibly top it. It is explained that Bruce's extraordinary white fox was considered worthy of 1st place, as if he had brought back a mythical creature. A girl reminds Asuka that he wanted a private training room anyway and that his 2nd place prize is more useful than a quill. Asuka grudgingly admits that is true, while noting Helmut also received a practical reward of 10 meal tickets for 5th place. They console themselves that at least Asuka's bear means everyone can eat bear meat, and those who caught nothing must help with butchering. The group sits quietly around the fire, digesting both food and events. One boy breaks the silence, saying he has something on his mind. He remarks that the circle feels empty now that 3 of their classmates are missing. 2 of the boys stare into the flames, sharing the same uneasy feeling. Their female classmate also gazes at the fire, pensive. Narration notes that Bashal's accident is understood, but the fates of the other 2 require explanation. The story signals a brief flashback to reconstruct what happened a few hours earlier. It shows Wesley being injured when a bridge collapses under him while he is carrying the already hurt Bashal. Then Michel is shown falling into a pit trap and badly injuring his leg while hunting in another area. Text explains Michel's fractures were so serious he had to be rushed back to the academy. As a result of these incidents, only 5 students remain at the campfire. One boy wonders how their group alone suffered multiple accidents, recalling that the instructor even asked whether they should reorganize the teams. Helmut privately concludes it is no coincidence and suspects the unseen enemy is targeting his companions instead of attacking him directly. He debates whether to tell his friends the truth about someone likely plotting against them. Another student hopes the injured classmates are alright and grumbles that they at least get to sleep in beds while the rest must camp on bare ground. The others mentally label him heartless for focusing on his own discomfort. Someone reassures himself that tomorrow they will camp as teams at a safe campsite, hoping there will be no more traps and that they can return without further trouble. Helmut listens silently, watching his friends and weighing his decisions. He ultimately decides not to mention his suspicions yet, reasoning that it would only cause needless anxiety. Under the moonlit sky, he tells himself that since upcoming activities will be in groups, he can protect everyone by staying close. The next day, the remaining students travel in formation through the forest toward their new assignment. Helmut studies a map that marks their destination. An instructor points out their assigned location on the map, estimating that it is a 4-hour ride by horse. Helmut accepts the plan, urges the horses forward, and leads the group out. The scene shifts to sunlit mountains, marking the journey's progress. The sun sets over dense forest as they near their remote campsite. Upon arrival, the red-haired boy calls the others over to see something. Helmut and Asuka approach on horseback to inspect the area. They find a flat clearing with a spring and rocks, an ideal place to make camp. The red-haired boy praises the spot for being level and having nearby water, feeling fortunate to find it in such rough terrain. Helmut dismounts and tends to his horse, starting to settle in. He scoops up some spring water in his hand and inspects it. After tasting, he is relieved the water is clean, recalling a previous job guarding a noble girl when contaminated water caused problems. Asuka teases him for drinking the moment they arrived, asking if he was really that thirsty, while Helmut stays quiet. Another classmate suggests they unpack and rest since they arrived earlier than expected and have plenty of food, planning to gather firewood soon. As they stretch out sore backs from riding, they relax into the new campsite. Helmut watches the others with a faint, thoughtful expression. As dusk falls, their tent is pitched and the 5 students sit around a new campfire in the secluded clearing. The students sit around the campfire in gloomy silence. Other classmates also sit quietly, worried. Helmut notices Asuka and the others looking dejected. Helmut thinks everyone is down because 3 students were injured and sent back, so their anxiety is understandable. When Asuka gets up, Helmut asks where he is going and Asuka says he will gather more firewood. Asuka insists on accompanying Helmut because being with the others is tiring, and Helmut thinks Asuka never leaves him alone. Night settles over the dark forest as they head out. Helmut starts picking up fallen branches from the forest floor. Asuka proudly asks if the bundle of sticks he gathered is enough. Helmut tells him the sticks are wet and unusable, explaining that damp wood will not burn. Asuka complains about how dark the forest is and jokes that city lights will hurt his eyes when they return. Helmut silently watches him, not responding. Annoyed, Asuka asks Helmut to at least answer him, and Helmut just orders him to bring proper firewood. Asuka wanders off collecting dry branches while singing to himself. Helmut calls Asuka's name, interrupting his singing and startling him. Helmut takes the bundle of wood from Asuka's arms. Helmut tells Asuka to carry the firewood back to camp ahead of him. When Asuka questions the sudden change, Helmut claims he has something urgent to do. Asuka misinterprets it as Helmut needing the toilet again and tells him to go far enough away that the smell will not reach camp. Helmut walks alone through the forest, listening intently. Under the moonlit sky, ominous sounds echo through the woods. The scene shifts to a secluded, grassy area among trees where someone is waiting. A masked man carves a wooden stake with his knife. Helmut's footsteps approach the clearing. Helmut arrives and comments that the masked man seems fully prepared. The two face each other in the forest, Helmut gripping his sword while the masked man sits on a stump. The masked man thanks Helmut for making the preliminary games fun and for accepting his invitation. He says they have much to discuss and invites Helmut to sit and talk. Helmut loosens his sword from its sheath as he prepares. The masked man keeps sharpening stakes, unconcerned, while Helmut sits opposite him. The masked man says he is pleased because he can finally talk with Helmut face to face. He adds that he has watched Helmut so much he is sick of seeing his face, and asks how it feels to meet the predator targeting him. Helmut dryly says the man has strange taste in masks and deduces that he is too shady to show his real face. The masked man notes that Helmut is very different from his usual prey. He explains that most hunted people just flee, but Helmut kept pursuing him like a predator, which he found amusing. A sharpened wooden stake lies pointing directly at the seated Helmut. The masked man says they are alike and that revealing himself is giving Helmut one last chance. He suddenly launches an attack with the stake. Helmut reacts instantly, drawing and swinging his sword to counter the strike. The bug-like parasite the man used earlier writhes on the ground. The masked man introduces himself as Fascio, an elite member of Hawkeye serving directly under the Black Hawk leader. He says he has authority to recruit valuable talents into Black Hawk and considers Helmut too gifted to kill. Fascio offers Helmut a place in Black Hawk if he eats the parasitic bug, explaining it will gnaw at his heart unless treated but has no other side effects. He then threatens that, if Helmut refuses, his subordinates will kill all of Helmut's friends, urging him to think carefully. Helmut silently processes this, suspicious. He concludes that Fascio is lying and clearly not someone who commands others. Fascio dismisses whether Helmut believes him and laughs ominously. Helmut asks if Black Hawk is not worried about recklessly killing nobles, and Fascio replies that not all nobles are the same, and that only unimportant ones remain. Helmut recalls his noble classmates, realizing they might be considered expendable. Fascio insists Helmut should not overthink it, claiming he has no real choice and must accept the offer to survive. The parasitic bug continues to twitch menacingly. Helmut stares down at it from his seat, weighing the threat. His eye tightens as he makes up his mind. He closes his eyes, calm and resolved. Helmut says they supposedly have a lot in common. The bug crawls near him, still offered as the price of joining. Instead of eating it, Helmut stomps it into the ground. He declares that Fascio clearly did not research him properly. Power surges as Helmut leaps forward with a glowing sword attack. Fascio is forced to block as Helmut's powerful strike slams into him. The impact drives a wooden stake into a tree, showing the force of the clash. A massive explosion tears through the forest. Shockwaves continue blasting the surroundings. Surrounded by intersecting sword auras, Helmut prepares another devastating technique. An even larger burst of pink and blue energy erupts as he unleashes his full power. Helmut dives toward Fascio within the swirling energy, intent on finishing him. He reasons that killing Fascio here will resolve all the problems. He brings his sword down in a violent, focused strike. Fascio uses a strange red power to create a protective sphere around himself. Dark tendrils of that power surge outward behind him, while Helmut remains at the edge. Fascio says Helmut wasted his last chance and vows he will not leave the forest alive. Fascio's hidden wires or blades flash through the air toward Helmut's sword. Multiple projectiles or stakes rain down around Helmut, forcing him on the defensive. Helmut looks up in alarm as the attack closes in. The scene cuts to a quiet cup on the camp table. The cup suddenly rattles from distant tremors. Helmut's friends notice the shaking cup and look around uneasily. Hearing the distant roar, they wonder if it is a landslide and question how that could happen without rain. They realize Helmut is still missing and joke nervously that maybe he is constipated, assuming nothing serious could happen to him. Footsteps approach the campsite through the grass. The boy who went to feed the horses returns carrying their fodder, looking uneasy. The others ask why he brought the feed back and whether someone moved the horses from the pond. He insists no one touched the horses, yet they were gone, which the others find impossible. The scene shows a cut rope on a tree, evidence of the horses being taken. The boys discover the empty, cut tether lines where the horses had been tied. They confirm none of them moved the horses and wonder how 5 could vanish without noise or tracks. Startled by a sound, they all turn toward the woods. Hearing rustling nearby, Asuka and the red-haired boy nervously stare into the darkness. A shadowy figure slowly steps out toward them. Asuka and the redhead freeze in fear as the silhouette appears. It turns out to be Helmut, returning bruised and exhausted from the battle. The others shout in surprise that he scared them and start to mention the missing horses before noticing his condition. Helmut urgently asks if all of them are present, which confuses the two in front of him. Asuka and the redhead exchange anxious looks. Helmut thinks it is time to stop hiding the situation from them. He gathers everyone around the fire to talk. Helmut tells them there is something important he must reveal. The campfire crackles as they brace for his explanation. Asuka and another boy listen tensely, sweating. The red-haired student also listens, worried, while the black-haired boy stands by. The redhead summarizes that Helmut angered the Black Hawk group, which sent an assassin now trying to kill them all. Helmut confirms that this is correct. Another boy trembles as he realizes the earlier injured students were likely attacked for the same reason. The redhead panics, protesting that they never wronged Black Hawk and asking why they have to suffer. Asuka angrily smacks him, telling him to shut up since they are not even sure they will die. Asuka wonders if their classmate Sabbat might secretly hold a grudge, but Helmut says it is more likely tied to his own past. Helmut explains that before joining the academy he worked as a mercenary and killed several Black Hawk members, so they are probably seeking revenge. A flashback shows Helmut standing over fallen enemies in the forest from his mercenary days. The group falls silent, shocked by the revelation. The redhead asks how many Black Hawk members Helmut killed, assuming they were experienced adult fighters. Helmut downplays it, saying they were only around rank 3 mercenaries, then internally regrets mentioning the killing. Instead of being scared, the others stare at him in awe, thinking he looks incredibly cool. Asuka admits Helmut is more experienced than he thought, and now understands why Helmut's combat skills are so superior. Helmut remembers they, too, are aspiring swordsmen who understand such things. He agrees it is unfair for others to suffer for his feud and states that he will take responsibility and handle the assassin himself. The others question whether he should fight alone and suggest contacting instructors, but Helmut reminds Asuka about the crystal ball they brought. Asuka reaches for it, saying to wait a moment. He fumbles through his clothes in front of the group. Embarrassed, Asuka realizes the crystal ball is missing. The others explode in outrage, accusing him of losing it and speculating the assassin might have stolen it along with the horses. One boy anxiously asks what they should do now and whether they should leave immediately, while Helmut notes the area is likely full of traps and moving blindly in the dark is dangerous. Helmut thinks carefully about their options. He lays out a plan. At dawn they will leave on foot and should reach the instructors within 12 hours. He adds that Fascio will definitely try to stop them, is avoiding direct combat because he knows he cannot win fairly, and is relying on ambushes. Helmut concludes that if he guards the rear, the assassin will find it hard to strike and that he will personally eliminate him if he attacks. Asuka and the redhead quietly absorb Helmut's determination. The redhead agrees to the plan, and Helmut tells everyone to rest and save strength since running for 12 hours while staying alert will be exhausting. Under the moonlit sky, they discuss their limited food and decide to ration it carefully. The campfire burns steadily as the night deepens. A distant view shows their lonely campsite among the dark woods as they prepare for the dangerous journey at first light. Someone pulls aside the tent curtain as if stepping out. 2 male students emerge from the tent, looking wary. Helmut sits outside with his sword, already on watch. Helmut asks why they are awake, and they explain they decided to keep watch in rotating pairs instead of leaving it to one person. Helmut tells them not to overdo it, but they insist that as swordsmen they cannot entrust their lives entirely to someone else. They ask Helmut about going without sleep. He says he can last 3 days, and they call him a monster. One boy remarks that the assassin must fear Helmut since he has not appeared for hours. Helmut warns them not to relax because the assassin never gives up on prey, and the boy says he was only making small talk. Helmut suddenly senses something and tells them to be quiet. Helmut silently signals the others to stay alert. The 3 boys fall silent, watching Helmut for cues. A rustling sound comes from the dark forest nearby. The 3 students draw their weapons and prepare for an attack. Helmut cautiously leads them toward the source of the noise. The movement in the bushes turns out to be the hindquarters of a horse. They see a calm horse eating grass in the forest. One boy recognizes the animal and notes that it is his horse. Elsewhere, the assassin becomes alert, his eye sharpening. Back at camp, a girl urgently shouts to James and Dino to retreat from the forest immediately. A monstrous figure suddenly swoops down behind Dino as the girl realizes the danger. Dark claws of energy surround Dino as he looks up in shock. James and Helmut react in alarm and rush toward Dino. A violent strike sends Dino flying while the attacker is knocked back. The impact creates a huge explosion of smoke and debris in the forest. Helmut and James continue their assault amid flying debris. Someone screams Dino's name as more explosions rock the area. Helmut shields himself from the smoke, tense and ready. Two boys stumble out of the tents, coughing and confused by the noise and smoke outside. A trembling hand shows how shaken one of the students is. James panics, clutching his head and screaming in terror. Helmut calms James, explaining it was only a smoke bomb and warning that the enemy could strike again at any moment. James, shaken that Dino was captured, hears Helmut reason that Dino was still conscious and that the enemy would have killed him already if that were the goal. Helmut reminds James he normally does not let others decide his fate and tells him to keep his head if he wants to survive. James struggles to regain composure, sweating but trying to steady himself. Other classmates run up through the smoke, asking what happened and where Dino is. Helmut privately worries that the assassin understands human psychology well and may be far more experienced than they are. The others demand to know where the attacker went, and Helmut admits he might still be nearby. One boy frets that they cannot abandon Dino but also wonders how they can rescue him. Helmut dryly asks if they are suggesting they flee and leave Dino behind. James anxiously asks if Helmut is considering abandoning Dino, and Helmut replies that he is not doing that yet. Helmut explains that moving as a group would fall into the enemy's plan, but going alone would leave the camp defenseless. The group falls into frustrated silence, asking why they are being put through this ordeal. James suddenly grabs Helmut by the collar in anger. James snaps that the situation is Helmut's fault and threatens not to allow Dino to be abandoned. Another boy restrains James, saying blaming Helmut is useless and urging him to calm down. Helmut answers evenly that he never intended to abandon Dino. He adds that he cannot risk everyone's lives for one friend and that his responsibility is to bring back as many survivors as possible. James argues that this still sounds like being willing to leave Dino, while others try to pull him away and cool him down. The others drag James off, telling him to calm down as he resists and shouts. Afterward, one classmate asks if Helmut is alright and admits James was not entirely wrong. The same boy says he understands Helmut's logic but agrees with James that they cannot leave Dino. He suggests they wait until James has calmed down and then all think together to devise a rescue plan. Helmut silently contemplates this suggestion. Night deepens over the moonlit forest. The campfire crackles as the group regathers. Helmut stands by the fire, brooding over their situation. James hesitantly approaches Helmut from behind, wanting to speak. James apologizes, admitting he was too scared earlier to think clearly. Helmut gets to his feet, acknowledging James's apology without much reaction. James gathers the others and says he has something he wants to ask everyone. Helmut tells them that they do not know Dino's location and that even if they all fight together he cannot promise they will survive, calling a safe rescue almost impossible. He then points out that despite this, they still believe they must not leave Dino behind. James admits he has known Dino since childhood and refuses to abandon him. Another boy agrees that abandoning a comrade is disgraceful and says that even without strong loyalty he hates the idea of running away. Helmut studies their determined expressions. He accepts that they all want the same thing. Helmut declares that there will be no more sleep and that they must devise a way to defeat the assassin and save Dino. Something suddenly shoots through the air toward their camp, catching Helmut's attention. A flashback shows Fascio attacking with a thrown blade, linking to the incoming projectile. The spinning arrow streaks across the night sky toward them. It slams into the ground in front of the group with great force. The students stare at the embedded arrow in shock. One boy notices there is an object tied to the arrowhead. The object is revealed to be a small pouch fastened below the arrow's tip. Helmut opens the pouch while the others anxiously watch. Their faces darken as they glimpse what is inside. The pouch is shown to contain a severed human finger. A boy stammers that it appears to be a human finger. James shoves the pouch at Helmut, asking if it belongs to Dino and assuming it must be. Helmut analyzes the wound and notes that the finger was cut while blood still flowed, meaning Dino was alive when it was removed and likely still alive. He concludes from this that the enemy probably does not intend to kill them yet. Another boy, holding the pouch, notices there is something else inside. He calls Helmut over and points out an additional item in the pouch. Helmut pulls out a rough map marked with locations. The note states that if they want their friend back, one person must come alone to the marked spot before dawn. Studying the map, they identify the place as a cliff or rocky hill, and one boy recalls seeing it on their way here. Two boys examine the map closely. One points to a spot, confirming it as a large rocky hill and remarking that it is quite far away. Helmut calculates he can reach it alone in about 15 minutes at full speed, surprising the others. They wonder what the assassin is planning, and Helmut points out that insisting he come alone is clearly meant to separate him from the group. James argues that Helmut should ignore the demand and that they should all go together to rescue Dino and fight the enemy. Another classmate warns James that rushing could endanger Dino further, and says they should play along with the demand for now. He concludes that their only option is for Helmut to go alone, while the rest wait at camp for his return. Helmut says he does not mind going alone but warns that the assassin will likely target the others first while he is away. The blue-haired boy boasts that they can hold out for 30 minutes and even welcomes a fight. He adds that he has just thought of a clever plan. The others stare at him expectantly, waiting to hear it. Time passes under the moonlit sky as they set the plan in motion. A swift movement through the dark forest signals someone traveling rapidly toward the rendezvous. The sound continues as Helmut races through the woods. Helmut arrives alone at the rocky clearing where Dino lies on the ground. He lands near the cliff edge, readying his sword. From a distance we see Dino's prone body and Helmut approaching. Helmut surveys the cliff area cautiously. He scans the surroundings, looking for any sign of ambush. Another glance confirms the cliff top appears empty. The view of the precipice reinforces that no one else is visible. Helmut thinks that Fascio is not present and decides to retrieve Dino quickly and return. He kneels beside Dino and touches his shoulder. Seeing Dino's condition is not as bad as expected, Helmut tries to wake him and urges that they hurry back to camp. As he does, Helmut suddenly realizes something is wrong. Dino's eyes have turned red and lifeless, and dark marks appear on his face. Helmut reacts in alarm as he understands the danger. Dino convulses in agony, screaming. His body writhes and begins to transform unnaturally. A surge of power erupts from him, blasting the ground. Helmut recognizes the aura as demonic energy, and is horrified that Fascio used such a method. An explanation appears that demonic energy is pure berserk power. It states that if unrefined demonic energy enters a normal human body, chaos ensues. Further narration explains that human and demonic energies clash until both are exhausted, at which point the body itself fails. Dino's now inhuman foot slams down, showing his transformation. Helmut faces Dino, who has turned into a monstrous, muscular figure wreathed in demonic aura. Helmut grips his sword, preparing to fight his transformed friend. A close-up shows Dino's fully corrupted face with empty, red eyes. Dino, now a berserk monster, launches a furious attack at Helmut. Helmut blocks the enormous punch with his sword. The clash sends shockwaves through the area as the two exchange blows. They charge at each other again within the expanding shockwave. Helmut drives in for another strike as Dino counters. Their battle smashes the rocky ground, debris exploding into the air. Helmut dives down with his sword toward the transformed Dino. Landing from his strike, Helmut faces Dino, who rises from the rubble with glowing red eyes. Helmut calmly judges that Dino is merely a human warped by demonic energy, and should not be hard to kill. Seeing Dino's crazed face, Helmut hesitates with a lingering concern. Dino roars as his monstrous form swells with a surge of demonic power. The demonic outburst causes the dark seed embedded in Helmut's chest to react violently. Startled, Helmut realizes something is happening inside him. He notes that the seed of darkness in his body is responding to Dino's pure demonic energy after a long time. Helmut focuses his gaze, reassessing the situation. He squares off again with the looming monstrous Dino amid the settling dust. Dino snarls, fully intent on attacking. Helmut briefly clutches his chest, still feeling the seed's reaction. Accepting the situation, he acknowledges the influence of the seed of darkness. Dino stomps the ground and prepares to charge. The monster rushes Helmut at tremendous speed. Dino swings a massive arm at Helmut, initiating a fierce close-quarters clash. Helmut counters with swift sword strikes, trading blows within Dino's flurry of attacks. Their slashes collide repeatedly, shaking the ground. Dino unleashes a huge overhead strike aimed directly at Helmut. Helmut meets the incoming blow head-on without flinching. Dino's punch smashes Helmut into the cliff behind him. The impact shatters the cliff face around them. The collapsed rock forms a deep pit as the two fall amid debris. Dino looks around in confusion, sensing a shift in the battle. Helmut's eyes sharpen as purple energy gathers from the seed of darkness. Wreathed in dark aura, he darts in low toward Dino to strike. Helmut impales Dino with a seed-charged attack, causing Dino to scream in agony. Helmut tells Dino to stay buried and meditate for a while, promising to free him later. Massive boulders rise above Dino, trapping him beneath the collapsing cliff. Dino's eye widens in fear as the rocks come crashing down. From afar, the entire cliffside collapses in a thunderous landslide. Dust and rubble settle over the devastated area. The rocks finally come to rest, hiding Dino underneath. Dino's immobilized body is shown wedged among the stones. Helmut stands over the half-buried Dino, preparing to deal with the demonic taint. He places a hand on Dino's forehead to begin purification. Helmut calmly channels power while examining Dino's condition. The seed of darkness activates as he draws demonic energy out of Dino's body. Helmut explains that the seed of darkness absorbs demonic energy, notes this energy is weaker than what he saw in the Forest of Roots, and decides he can burn it all away with this. Corruption continues to flow from Dino as Helmut maintains contact. Dino's face gradually relaxes as the demonic influence weakens. The corruption recedes further, returning Dino toward normalcy. Dino lies peacefully unconscious while Helmut completes the cleansing. Helmut, surrounded by dense purple aura, concentrates on finishing the absorption. He opens his eyes once the process stabilizes. Helmut thinks that burning away such a large but weak mass of demonic energy will still take time and is relieved that Fascio is not here as he decides to head back now that Dino is safe. He prepares to move Dino from the rocky mound. Supporting Dino's upper body, Helmut urges him to muster some strength so they can hurry back to their dire situation. As he lifts Dino, Helmut suddenly senses the ground behaving strangely. Cracks race outward from beneath them, warning of another collapse. Realizing the earlier impacts destabilized everything, Helmut panics about the ground giving way. The cliff fully crumbles again, sending rocks cascading down. Time passes and the scene shifts to a quiet night landscape under the moon. Elsewhere, a student grips his sword tensely, waiting. One boy asks how long Helmut has been gone, while another tells him to forget Helmut for now. The three boys stand back to back with drawn swords, concluding that Helmut's real fight is just beginning. A bare foot steps toward their camp from the darkness. The masked assassin with wild red hair, Fascio, appears holding twin sickle blades. Fascio strides toward the campfire while the boys brace themselves. The assassin grins menacingly, clearly amused. One boy recognizes him as Dino's kidnapper, while another warns everyone to face forward and stick to their plan. Asuka steels himself, aware of the assassin's terrifying approach. He reflects that Fascio's stealth abilities surpass normal detection. Helmut's earlier explanation is recalled, saying humans cannot sense Fascio directly, which makes one boy question if they can handle him. Helmut's flashback continues, outlining a formation where three watch different directions in an open area to counter Fascio. Helmut adds that when a chance appears they will use Asuka's plan to strike. Asuka remembers this, sweating yet resolved. Now, Fascio counts the visible students while drawing his blade. He notes that one boy is missing but is satisfied that the 4 remaining targets, including Helmut elsewhere, are accounted for. The blue-haired boy anxiously interprets Fascio's words as hinting Dino's death, while his friend snaps at him not to believe the enemy and to ignore such taunts. Fascio mockingly identifies Asuka and names the 2 noble boys Andrew and James. He formally introduces himself as Fascio of Black Hawk and says he is hunting them because they befriended the wrong person. The 3 boys tighten their formation, ready to fight together. Fascio admits that killing 2 nobles is risky even for Black Hawk and that he dislikes needless danger. Raising a finger, he says he has an alternative proposal. He suggests that since one of them is a commoner, they should help him hunt that boy in exchange for the nobles' lives. James reacts nervously to being the implied expendable weak link. Andrew is equally shaken by the suggestion. Fascio tempts them further, saying this is a perfect chance to get rid of the troublesome commoner, and promises to keep their betrayal secret, even faking their injuries. Asuka angrily asks if they are really considering the offer and urges them not to fall for such lies. James struggles internally, sweat dripping as he stays silent. Fascio calls out Asuka's name, expecting an answer. James suddenly declares that he is thinking more clearly than ever. Asuka is startled by his firm tone. Andrew gives a faint, supportive smile. James loudly rejects the offer, declaring that no swordsman would sacrifice a comrade and vowing that all 3 of them will defeat the assassin and return alive. Fascio clicks his tongue, annoyed by their stubbornness. He crouches into a ready stance, deciding to kill them all for wasting his time. Asuka shouts for everyone to focus as Fascio attacks. The assassin blurs and vanishes with terrifying speed. Asuka is shocked to realize he has lost sight of their enemy. Fascio reappears behind them, closing in silently. Asuka warns that Fascio has disappeared from view but tells the others to remember that only his presence is hidden and to hold formation. The 3 stand tightly together in the open campsite, watching every direction. One of them grips his sword with a trembling hand. James and Andrew pan heavily, tension wearing them down. They wonder why Fascio is not attacking yet, and Asuka explains he is waiting for their concentration to lapse. Andrew curses that the assassin is toying with them. Fascio suddenly lunges at Andrew from below. Andrew manages to block the strike with his sword but is nearly overwhelmed. Asuka checks on James, who insists he block the blow. Fascio analyzes their formation and decides James is the weak point. Leaping high, Fascio decides to eliminate James first. Asuka realizes Fascio is targeting James and urges him to endure while they respond. Fascio darts low past the group to attack again. James panics internally, fearing the next strike. Fascio's blade clashes with James's sword, injuring James badly. The impact jars their whole formation and Andrew cries out in pain. Asuka, frustrated and bleeding, admits the assassin is making fools of them. Fascio lands lightly, preparing yet another assault. He mocks their poor skills and complains that they are spoiling his hunt. Deciding to speed things up, he warns them he hopes they do not break too easily. Fascio slashes Asuka's shoulder from behind, drawing blood. Blinding arcs of attack sweep across the battlefield. The trio desperately deflects wave after wave of strikes. More slashes rain down around them, forcing constant defense. The relentless assault continues, each pass cutting closer. The 3 boys stand together, visibly wounded but still holding their positions. Bloodied and gasping, Andrew braces himself to keep fighting alongside the others. Night deepens over the mountains as their struggle drags on. Blood pools on the ground, showing how brutal the fight has become. The trio huddle together, barely standing yet refusing to fall. Watching from a tree, Fascio laughs that they now finally look like true prey and says their efforts were entertaining. James pants with a bleeding face and shoulder, near his limit. Andrew, similarly bloodied, fights to stay conscious. Asuka, gravely wounded, forces himself to keep his guard up. He wipes blood from his mouth, stealing his resolve. Fascio taunts that Asuka seems to be enjoying this, and warns he will regret trying to finish things quickly. Asuka smiles and proposes dismissing his 2 injured friends so he and Fascio can fight one-on-one, promising an even greater thrill. He adds that he cannot fully unleash his power while burdened with 2 deadweights, implying he is ready to show his true strength alone. The masked red-haired assassin observes calmly, ready for bloodshed. Asuka proposes sending his injured teammates away so he can duel the assassin alone. Asuka, bloodied but smiling, looks excited by the impending fight. The assassin eyes him with interest, reacting to the provocation. Asuka's wounded comrade weakly calls his name in concern. The assassin asks if Asuka is begging for his friends' lives and mocks the sentimental request. From his perch he questions why he should agree, while Asuka insists a one-on-one fight will be more fun and less cramped. Asuka yells that the assassin is underestimating his skills and has been misled about his strength. Asuka argues that if the assassin cannot beat him, he will also lose miserably to Helmut, taunting him for preying on the weak. The assassin's eye narrows as Asuka's words hit a nerve. The assassin drops to the ground, accepting the challenge and closing the distance. Walking forward with both sickles, he calls the taunt crude but admits it perfectly suits his tastes. He explains he enjoys prey that resists, decides Asuka's attitude is fine whether arrogant or calculated, and grants time to send the others away. Asuka steels himself, outwardly composed but inwardly tense. He orders his two comrades to retreat despite their protests. James is told his bleeding is life-threatening and that they must trust Asuka while he gets treated. As James and the other student hobble off, Asuka faces the approaching assassin alone. The assassin smirks, clearly pleased by the solo confrontation. Asuka resets his dislocated arm, bracing his injured body. He announces he is ready and urges the assassin to attack. Asuka surges forward with his sword as the assassin flashes in behind him. The assassin's sickle slashes deeply into Asuka's back mid-charge. Asuka is badly wounded but uses the momentum to swing his sword toward the assassin. The assassin turns in surprise, realizing Asuka's counterattack is faster than expected. Asuka unleashes a spinning, energy-filled sword strike that carves a wide arc through the ground. Gritting his teeth, he presses the assault despite his injuries. The clash sends Asuka crashing into the ground while the assassin prepares another strike. The assassin's relentless attacks batter Asuka again, drawing more blood. Asuka braces and meets another sweeping sickle strike head-on with a powerful downward slash. Their blows devastate the terrain, leaving Asuka crouched in a crater opposite the assassin. Asuka reappears beside the first-year girl, having protected rather than abandoned her. The assassin flinches, startled by this unexpected move. A tiny cut opens on his mask, showing Asuka has managed to graze him. Infuriated yet intrigued, the assassin launches himself at Asuka again. He notes internally that Asuka's sword style has changed mid-fight, and wonders if his earlier assumptions were wrong. Asuka takes another heavy hit, his body shredded but his resolve intact. The two fighters trade blows at high speed, their weapons tracing lethal arcs. Remembering Helmut's advice, Asuka focuses Viz through his whole body to heighten his nerves and time his counters perfectly. He recalls the first-year girl's precise sword technique and strives to imitate her accuracy. Asuka blocks another attack, still getting cut but refusing to fall. The assassin's sickle tears through him again, sending blood spraying as Asuka staggers. From afar, his comrades watch in horror as the duel shakes the forest. They recognize Asuka's current swordplay as similar to that of the talented first-year girl. Powering up with blue Viz, Asuka clashes yet again, leaping to strike down the assassin. The assassin counters and chases him relentlessly across the battlefield. Asuka, panting and covered in blood, strains to keep moving under the constant assault. The assassin suddenly breaks into manic laughter, unnerving Asuka. He admits Asuka was not bluffing and delights that, like Helmut, Asuka becomes sharper when cornered, making him excellent prey. However, he says he must end the game soon because the real target will return any moment. Raising his sickle, he declares their fight fun but announces it is time to send Asuka to his grave. Asuka roars back that he will not die just because the assassin has decided so. The assassin closes in for a killing blow, his sickle arcing toward Asuka's neck. The blade reaches Asuka's throat, seemingly about to sever it. A sudden explosion of blue Viz erupts, disrupting the attack as Asuka reacts in the last instant. Asuka's friends scream in shock at the violent clash they witness. The assassin senses a strange energy rising around them. Asuka channels all his Viz into his arm, physically grabbing and halting the sickle blade against his throat. The assassin realizes with surprise that Asuka hardened his arm with Viz to block the fatal cut. He then senses something else inside the wraps around that arm, noticing the concealed object. Asuka addresses him mockingly as a prestigious Black Hawk assassin. Smiling coldly, Asuka asks if the assassin has ever trained to hold his breath. The assassin's expression shifts as powerful energy flares from Asuka's arm. A flashback reveals Asuka previously bought a vacuum magic scroll among camping supplies, knowing it activates if torn or damaged. He had wrapped that scroll around his arm, planning to lure the assassin into attacking it when he went for the finishing blow. He calculated that for a brief moment after activation, the vacuum would create an opening. The scroll triggers, unleashing a massive vacuum blast centered on Asuka and the assassin. Within that instant of disorientation, Asuka expects the assassin to expose a gap he can exploit. Seizing the chance, Asuka crushes down the assassin's arm with Viz strength and force. He drives his sword straight at the assassin's torso amid the swirling energy. Their weapons clash violently as the vacuum shockwave tears across the clearing. Asuka's sword pierces into the assassin's side, but the assassin blocks enough to survive. Asuka realizes grimly that the blow was not lethal and that the assassin defended exactly as he himself would in a sudden crisis. The assassin retaliates with a vicious kick, sending Asuka flying. Asuka smashes into the ground and tumbles across the forest floor. The assassin collapses to one knee, clutching his bleeding wound, clearly injured by Asuka's strike. Cursing the students as arrogant monkeys, he begins to unleash his rage. Suddenly a metallic orb rolls between him and Asuka, drawing both their attention. Asuka, lying on the ground, stares at the orb in confusion. The assassin recognizes it as a communication crystal and is shocked, convinced the students had lost it earlier. A brief flashback shows Helmut's group earlier, hinting someone recovered the crystal. Asuka remembers how he had secretly kept that crystal in his vest pocket. The assassin's eye twitches as he realizes what this means. He now understands the orb came from Asuka's back pocket. Asuka grabs the crystal with trembling fingers. He frantically calls out to the instructors through the orb, begging them to save the students from the assassin. The assassin charges to stop the call, shouting that he will not allow it. His thrown weapon shatters the crystal just as Asuka shields himself. From the fragments, a distant instructor's voice briefly answers, asking Asuka what is happening before the link cuts. Both fighters are left panting amid the broken pieces, the rescue attempt only partially successful. Asuka taunts the exhausted assassin, saying that with Professor Dwayne's teleportation magic the instructors will arrive soon. The assassin clenches his fist, vowing he does not even need that remaining time. He lunges again, declaring he will kill Asuka before any instructors can intervene. As he moves, he suddenly senses an overwhelming new presence. The treetops above darken as something powerful descends. The assassin looks up to see a black shadow streaking toward the battlefield. He recognizes the oppressive aura and realizes who has returned. Terrified, he thinks to himself that Helmut is back. A beam of destructive power crashes down, forcing the assassin to leap away. Helmut's arrival is confirmed as the assassin faces the source within the settling dust. Helmut's silhouette appears through the smoke, sword resting over his shoulder. Helmut stands revealed, carrying the unconscious Dwayne while Asuka watches from the ground. Assessing the situation, the assassin decides the mission has failed and that he must retreat. The students see the assassin's black smoke trail vanish and wonder if he has fled. Relieved, they confirm he is gone and suspect he ran away. Asuka's friends praise Helmut for saving them, while he notes how badly injured they all look. Asuka angrily complains that Helmut arrived later than the promised 30 minutes, though Helmut says something unexpected delayed him. Dwayne lies unconscious but alive at Helmut's feet. Helmut acknowledges that despite everything, the students endured until the very end. James and the red-haired student give weak, relieved laughs at the compliment. Asuka crosses his arms, still sulking but clearly relieved as well. James explains he already used the recovered crystal to summon the instructors, so help is on the way. Helmut, face shadowed, says he must deal with the remaining problem before they arrive. Elsewhere in the forest, the wounded assassin races away through the trees. He notes he only managed to retrieve one of his daggers while fleeing. Convinced Helmut is pursuing him, he thinks the forest is filled with his own traps and believes this will give him the advantage. Though admitting he must return in disgrace, he swears to at least kill Helmut, his original target. A sudden purple beam of energy streaks toward him from behind. The assassin dashes through the forest, trying to escape the oncoming attack. The beam slams into his back, catching him off guard. The impact blasts him through the air in a burst of purple light. Grimacing, he uses his remaining sickle to shield his vitals as he is hurled away. Another thrown sickle is intercepted and deflected by Helmut standing calmly on a tree branch. Helmut appears wreathed in dark purple energy, bow in hand, clearly the source of the devastating shots. Another blast strikes the assassin, sending him crashing and gasping in pain. He tumbles violently along the ground under the relentless ranged assault. From a tree, Helmut mockingly congratulates him for being the first Black Hawk assassin to survive that attack. The assassin spits blood and demands to know how Helmut reached him without triggering any of the forest traps. Helmut replies that he has never once fallen for the assassin's traps, implying he bypassed them all with ease. The assassin's eye widens as he realizes his preparations were completely useless. He looks back toward the forest entrance in shock, thinking to himself that Helmut must have already dismantled or neutralized every trap along the way. In the dark forest, metal stakes jut from the trees, revealing a deadly, prepared kill zone. Someone observes that an opponent has charged straight through all of these lethal traps. The purple-haired swordsman unleashes a powerful beam of violet energy from his blade. The blast slams into the ground, exploding with destructive force. The red-haired masked attacker dodges and realizes the swordsman manipulated tree branches to kill 5 past victims. The masked man admits being cornered but boasts that such tricks cannot defeat him as he rushes in. Watching from a tree, the swordsman comments that prey struggling when cornered is entertaining. Surrounded by dark aura, he coldly states he has no intention of toying with the enemy as he hunts. He steps forward decisively, beginning his approach. He stands alone in a clearing, aura flaring, waiting for the assassin's next move. The masked man thinks Helmut has made a mistake chasing him into this dark forest, questioning if Helmut can handle his attacks here. Helmut calmly draws his second sword, readying himself. Smiling, he senses the assassin's approach and announces that he has located him. The red-haired assassin appears behind Helmut, swinging his weapon in a surprise attack. Helmut instantly turns, sword wreathed in violet energy, and counters with a heavy downward strike. The assassin's eyes widen in shock as the counterattack connects. Helmut follows through with a sweeping, aura charged slash that sends the assassin flying. Staggering away, the assassin panics that Helmut somehow detected his stealth approach. He watches in fear as Helmut stands wreathed in dark purple flames, an overwhelming presence. The assassin tells himself Helmut only got lucky once and resolves to fight using his full power. He sends countless sharpened branches slicing through the air toward Helmut. Confident, he notes that darkness, tree shadows, and falling leaves should perfectly hide his presence. He reasons that with Helmut's eyes and ears compromised, Helmut should not track him at high speed. Yet Helmut, cloaked in aura amid the storm of leaves, still intercepts the assassin. Startled, Helmut briefly wonders what just happened. The assassin lands a brutal kick while slashing past, striking Helmut through the leaves and energy. Reeling, the assassin realizes Helmut's interceptions are not coincidence. He insists it should be impossible for a mere human to see through his refined stealth skills. Helmut, bleeding but focused, races forward again with aura blazing. He closes his eyes, concentrating intensely as if relying on senses beyond sight. The assassin's expression twitches, sensing something is wrong. As they clash again, he suddenly suspects a disturbing explanation. Helmut hurls him away with another massive, aura-charged slash while reflecting on stealth. Helmut concludes internally that no stealth can fully conceal the killing intent released during an attack. The assassin realizes Helmut can instantly sense faint murderous aura, locate its direction, and counter accordingly. Thinking back on the berserk human and countless traps Helmut has overcome, he decides this perception exceeds normal human senses. Standing over him, Helmut taunts that the assassin seems to be out of tricks. Helmut then declares that since the assassin is done, he will take the initiative and come to him. His aura flares brighter as he advances with sword in hand, radiating overwhelming power. The assassin recognizes this as embodiment of Vis and judges Helmut to be at least rank 1. Examining his bleeding arm, the assassin notes that he is nearly out of Vis and cannot safely continue stealth, but believes Helmut cannot maintain embodiment long either. He decides to hide and simply wait until Helmut's Vis runs dry. Helmut stomps the ground, launching himself forward again. He appears like a dark phantom and swings a huge, aura-coated tree trunk toward the hiding assassin. The assassin, cursing, desperately braces his arms as the attack descends. Their clash creates a blinding shockwave as Helmut drives in from below. Helmut flips and dives, sending another devastating vertical strike down on the assassin. The impact sends trees and blood flying as the assassin's body is savaged. The forest canopy shakes and a distant plume of smoke marks the catastrophic blow. A felled tree lies across the foggy forest floor, showing the scale of destruction. Gravely wounded, the assassin collapses to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Helmut approaches, noting that the assassin has lost his weapon and coldly asking what else he can do. Coughing blood, the assassin laughs weakly and says there is only one answer he can give. He raises an empty hand slowly as if yielding. Kneeling with both hands up, he declares his surrender. Helmut stares at him with a doubtful, darkened expression. Instead of accepting, Helmut kicks him hard, drawing a pained cry. When the assassin mocks him for attacking someone who surrendered, Helmut replies that this is not a duel, so such rules do not apply. Helmut lifts his boot again, preparing further punishment. His stomp crushes the assassin's fingers with a sickening snap. As the assassin screams, Helmut warns him not to think about escaping. Panicking, the assassin offers to stop chasing Helmut and even persuade Black Hawk to cease the hunt if his life is spared, but Helmut notes killing him removes an immediate pursuer. The assassin urges Helmut to think carefully, saying he is only one member of Black Hawk and others, stronger and in groups, will come if he fails to return. He presses that when that happens Helmut may not be able to protect his companions like he did today. Helmut turns away thoughtfully, causing the wounded assassin to flinch in unease. Helmut then ruthlessly stomps on the assassin's hand again, ensuring he cannot move. The blow sends a shock of pain through the hand, emphasizing Helmut's mercilessness. The assassin howls while Helmut pins his mangled hand to the ground with his boot. Helmut leans close with murderous eyes and states that the assassin will die here and that he will also kill anyone else who comes for him. The assassin realizes he has no choice but to accept this deadly resolve. Helmut raises his sword to finish things, saying that if there is nothing more to say, he will end it. Terrified, the assassin suddenly cries out for Helmut to wait. A new voice politely asks Helmut, the swordsman's student, to halt for a moment. Helmut turns to see a hooded figure standing nearby, presence heavy and mysterious. Helmut eyes the newcomer warily. The hooded man smiles and says losing the wounded assassin would cause them many problems. Helmut stands between the cloaked stranger and the fallen assassin, tense as wind rustles the trees. The stranger pleads, saying his hands tremble and begging Helmut to spare the man. Helmut thinks that this person's presence is even harder to sense than the assassin Fascio's, and that he can barely tell if the man is alive or dead. The dying assassin weakly whispers the name Talon, shocking Helmut. Helmut internally realizes this newcomer must be Talon. He recognizes Talon as the leader of Black Hawk. Talon assures he is not asking for the assassin's life for free and offers to compensate Helmut if he spares him. Helmut refuses, saying the assassin must pay with his life and that only death balances his crimes. Talon admits this is troublesome because Black Hawk is short on manpower, and the assassin is too competent to lose. He proposes offering money and information valuable enough that Helmut might overlook the matter. Helmut listens silently, considering the proposition. Talon gauges Helmut's strength, and, seeing no opening to strike in his own injured state, decides he should avoid a fight. Helmut reasons that killing Fascio will trigger backlash from the Seed of Darkness, and that since Talon does not seem eager to fight, forcing a hard battle would be unwise. Talon offers not only to end all pursuit but also to reject any future assassination requests targeting Helmut. Talon asks if these terms are not overwhelmingly favorable for Helmut. Helmut keeps his boot on the assassin's ruined hand while considering the offer. His expression tightens as he weighs his options. He finally admits he needs both the money and the information being offered. Talon calls him greedy but agrees to grant both as requested. Talon tosses a heavy pouch to the ground as payment. He explains the pouch holds about 300,000 mark and tells Helmut to verify it. The pouch is slit open, revealing a pile of gold coins. Talon then offers to answer any question Helmut has for free, but Helmut insists that a single answer is not enough and the deal will be off. Pointing his sword at the assassin's throat, Helmut demands at least 5 pieces of information from both Talon and Fascio. Talon's hidden eyes glint red in reaction to the bold demand. Talon says he expected Helmut to push for more like this. He explains he has traded in information for decades, can read customers' curiosity from their faces, and sees that same hunger in Helmut now. Helmut stiffens slightly, realizing he has been read. Talon raises his hand and states he also has a condition to add. He says that together he and Fascio will give a total of 5 pieces of information, insisting he cannot concede more since the deal already puts Black Hawk at a loss. Helmut frowns but continues to consider. For his first question, he asks Fascio where the remaining stolen horses are hidden. Fascio reluctantly answers that the horses are tied in front of a large cave to the east. Helmut then asks whether Hawk Eyes would come after him for revenge if they believed he had killed Fascio, and is told they work alone, barely cooperate, and some might even welcome Fascio's death. Helmut looks down, processing that killing Fascio might not bring the group's collective wrath. He taps his sword against Fascio's mask, making the wounded man flinch. Fascio panics, asking what Helmut intends to do next. Helmut slices off the mask, revealing Fascio's true, grotesquely aged face. Helmut is momentarily disturbed by how hideous Fascio really looks. Turning away, Helmut dryly remarks that Fascio should keep the mask on in future. Helmut then tells Talon that Fascio's real face does not count as one of the promised answers and says he still has 3 information chances left to receive. Talon steps forward as if to honor the bargain. He produces a familiar crimson crystal ball in his hand. Talon explains it is a secret communication crystal that links directly to Black Hawk's leader and promises Helmut 3 future questions answered through it at the level of top state secrets. Helmut is told the crystal ball will function for 10 years, after which Black Hawk will have no further obligation to him. Helmut points out that Talon's cape contains storage magic and demands it too so he can hide the crystal ball from suspicion. Talon agrees and begins removing the enchanted cloak. He tosses the cape to Helmut, ending the negotiation. Helmut catches the cloak and pulls it over himself. Wearing the cloak, Helmut looks at Talon with a wary yet composed expression. Talon now appears as a harmless, smiling elderly man in plain clothes. Helmut recognizes him as the seemingly ordinary campsite administrator and questions how he had hidden such energy back then. Talon says disguise is his specialty and asks Helmut to accept his revealed face as proof of sincerity. He drops the old man guise entirely, revealing a younger, sharp-eyed man with red eyes and facial marks, the true Talon. Helmut silently looks down at the gravely wounded masked assassin lying at his feet. Helmut grabs the assassin by his clothes. Helmut hurls the assassin through the air toward Talon, who is waiting below. Talon catches the bleeding assassin, who groans in pain. Helmut orders Talon to take the assassin away, warning he will kill him if they ever meet again. Talon thanks Helmut for sparing the assassin. Helmut, called by name, is told he is badly hurt and urged to return quickly for treatment. Helmut walks away alone through the forest. Helmut stops, remembering there is something he wants to ask Talon. Talon analyzes Helmut's behavior, saying he can kill without remorse yet always hesitates before striking, perhaps from uncertainty or overthinking. Helmut replies that there are times when one must swing a sword without hesitation. Talon asks if the remark is advice for him, then apologetically admits he offered it unconsciously. Helmut says Talon is not wrong but explains he is just a swordsman's student at Greta Academy. Talon laughs, teasing that Helmut claims he will not kill because he is a student, finding him unexpectedly amusing. As Talon and Fascio vanish in dark energy, Talon says he will wait for Helmut to contact him. Helmut watches them leave thoughtful. Night passes over the vast forested mountains. Talon and Fascio ride a horse quickly through the forest. Fascio, ashamed, laments that Talon had to sacrifice money, his cape, and information to save him. Fascio vows to repay Talon and promises to kill Helmut next time to reclaim what Talon lost, while Talon asks if the price seemed too high. Talon smiles slightly at Fascio's resolve. Talon asks whether Fascio really thinks he nearly succeeded in his mission today. Talon answers his own question, saying he disagrees and that Black Hawk will no longer interfere with anything concerning Helmut. Fascio argues they could still kill Helmut by mobilizing all their forces, insisting they must eliminate him before he grows more dangerous. Talon laughs, saying Fascio is just humiliated that Helmut tore off his mask and that his idea is irrational. Talon concedes that using all of Black Hawk might kill Helmut, but says the cost in resources and manpower would be too great for someone who is not worth such a sacrifice. Talon reminds Fascio that Helmut spared his life and accepted Talon's conditions, implying that should guide their judgment. Talon concludes Helmut, who can show mercy even to an enemy, is unlikely to betray allies and that befriending him would be more valuable than treating him as a foe. Talon tells Fascio he still has much work ahead and orders him to focus on recovery, which Fascio accepts respectfully. Talon reflects that Helmut is like a wild beast in some ways. Dawn breaks over the forested mountains. Instructors rush to Helmut, relieved he is safe and asking if he is hurt. Helmut answers tiredly that he is fine. Helmut glances toward his classmates. His 3 battered classmates rest against trees, exhausted but alive. Dino lies shirtless while the old healer channels glowing magic into his chest. The instructor scolds Helmut for recklessly chasing the assassin alone, but Helmut insists nothing happened and that he simply lost his target. The instructor protests that Helmut's safety is what matters, while the female instructor grumbles that he is such a handful. Helmut repeats that nothing happened in the end. The healer sighs in relief after finishing his work. Helmut approaches and quietly asks the healer how Dino is doing. The healer explains Dino's finger has been reattached and his external wounds treated, though lingering demonic energy remains that he cannot remove. The healer, having heard Helmut save Dino, asks him to explain what occurred. Helmut recounts that Dino suddenly transformed into a rampaging monster and then collapsed from exhaustion, shocking the instructor who asks if demonic energy was truly in Dino's body. The healer says demonic energy burning human veins usually leads to death, but Dino survived because only a small amount was infused and it leaked out. With temple purification he should fully recover. Dino lies unconscious, breathing faintly. The female instructor apologizes, saying they never expected assassins here and were complacent for not guarding the trap site. Helmut inwardly admits he actually endangered everyone by drawing danger to himself. He reflects that at first he simply enjoyed having a strong enemy nearby. He realizes that because the enemy also targeted those around him, he could no longer take pleasure in the fight. After saving Dino and seeing the injured in the territory, a strange anger rose within him. Helmut wonders if he has been changing ever since entering the academy. The healer calls out that the mage has arrived and gestures Helmut over. Helmut looks up, alerted. He turns to see a robed figure approaching. Aaliyah, the white-haired mage with violet eyes, removes his hood. The instructor recognizes Aaliyah from the magic department and asks why he is here. Aaliyah says Professor Dwayne urgently sent him and asks instructor Alan what to do. Alan acknowledges this and thinks about how to use Aaliyah. Alan decides that since Helmut has not received medical treatment yet, Aaliyah should heal him first. Aaliyah agrees. Helmut calls Aaliyah's name as the mage tells him to sit and show his injured arm. Aaliyah casts luminous healing magic over Helmut's wounded arm. While healing, Aaliyah remarks that the situation must have been far more chaotic than expected if even Helmut was injured. Helmut watches quietly as the warm magic surrounds him. Helmut addresses Aaliyah and recalls that in a previous ethics lesson Aaliyah had said saving a life in danger is a virtue. Helmut questions why people willingly throw themselves into such horror when failure to save someone would leave them suffering afterward. Aaliyah listens intently, contemplative. He looks away, pondering an answer. Nearby, Helmut's classmates rest together in the forest clearing. Aaliyah asks if those classmates are why Helmut is troubled, and Helmut admits they are all alive now but nearly died because of him, and he doubts he can save everyone again. Helmut concludes that he is still not strong enough. Aaliyah's eyes sharpen as he prepares to respond. Aaliyah challenges Helmut's view, asking if helping others is charity and explaining that people help because they also expect help, so the concept of being helped makes helping meaningful. He elaborates that humans survive by supporting each other since individuals have limits, though he admits few people can truly aid someone like Helmut. Aaliyah points to Helmut's friends, saying they also contributed to everyone's survival today and might help Helmut someday even if he did most of the work. Helmut worries the others might hate him for nearly getting them killed. Aaliyah finishes healing and tells Helmut to ask them directly if he is curious, then leaves to speak with Professor Dwayne. Helmut watches Aaliyah walk away, still thoughtful. His 2 nearby classmates turn to see him approach. Helmut calls out to them. He apologizes, saying their injuries are his fault, but one classmate quickly insists he should not blame himself since they all survived. That classmate says he realized through Helmut that they are still powerless in the outside world. He adds that such deadly situations can happen again in the life of a swordsman, and that they were fortunate Helmut was with them. He continues that because of this, his own goal has become clearer, and he wants to thank Helmut. Helmut listens, surprised by this gratitude. Another classmate excitedly asks whether Helmut defeated the assassin. Helmut replies he did not exactly, though he doubts the man will bother them again. The blue-haired classmate snaps that this outcome is good enough and jokes that Helmut only managed it because of the damage he inflicted on the assassin's arm, though he says he personally does not care. Helmut looks at him in mild surprise. The red-haired classmate reaches out a hand toward Helmut. We see him fully, warmly offering a handshake despite his bandages. Helmut is taken aback by the gesture, their hands clasped together against the backdrop of the sunrise. While shaking hands, the red-haired boy says he heard Dino was infused with demonic energy and went berserk. He admits he thought he might die, but confesses he insisted on bringing Dino along and that Helmut only agreed out of consideration, so he feels responsible. Nonetheless, he says Helmut's actions ensured no one died. He vows never to forget this debt and promises to rush to Helmut's aid without hesitation if he can ever help him. Helmut starts to protest that they survived thanks to their own efforts, not just his. Helmut's eye widens as their words sink in. He remembers the noble he once saved, swearing to repay him. He recalls Aaliyah's statement that helping others is not mere charity. He also recalls Alan's teaching that nobles, commoners strong and weak, are all simply humans. Helmut concludes that if he keeps that idea in mind, he will one day find the answer he seeks. He realizes he wants strength not to dominate but to protect and connect with others. He defines this ideal strength as one that links hearts and hands through shared struggle. That strength, he thinks, is based on mutual trust and support. Helmut gazes upward, reflecting on this newfound understanding. He pictures himself and his comrades, past and present, literally joining hands, recognizing this as the true strength of humans. The red-haired boy jokes that beyond all that, the ordeal has made him feel stronger, and that their earlier spar with the sword department now seems trivial. The blue-haired boy retorts that all he did was get beaten up and scolds him for bragging, while the gray-haired boy chides him for being harsh to someone who shared a life-and-death experience. Laughing and stretching in the sun, the group says it simply feels great to be alive. Helmut watches their laughter, touched. He looks at his own hand, remembering the many bonds he has formed. Time passes in the bright autumn forest around the training camp. Helmut sits alone on a rock, quietly contemplating under the midday sky. Aaliyah approaches from behind and calls Helmut's name. Aaliyah explains he will return to the academy with Professor Dwayne via teleportation and invites Helmut to accompany them, saying he has justification to leave early as a witness. Helmut pauses, thinking. He smiles and declines, saying he wants to return together with his team. Aaliyah is quietly moved by his answer. Aaliyah accepts, saying he will see Helmut back at the academy, and turns to leave while Helmut answers okay. Aaliyah walks away blushing slightly, flustered by his own reaction. Helmut watches him go, then turns his gaze back to his surroundings. Someone off-screen asks what Aaliyah said to Helmut. Helmut explains that Aaliyah had offered to return with him first using teleportation magic. The unseen speaker is surprised Aaliyah offered this only to Helmut, wondering if it is because they are roommates, and asks what Helmut replied. Helmut says he told Aaliyah he did not want to. The other person remarks that Helmut's refusal was the perfect answer. Narration states that the turbulent outdoor training finally ended. It notes that the sunlight filtering through Petica Forest's canopy felt unusually refreshing that day. Yet, the narration warns that this sense of peace was only an illusion. It foreshadows that soon they will come to loathe the very sight of sunlight, as danger approaches the city under the bright sky. A vast desert fortress stands silent as wind and sand swirl around its closed gate. Someone in a cloak approaches, their boots stepping onto the dry ground. The cloaked figure stops before the massive gate, facing the imposing fortress. The figure pulls back their hood, thinking that this is the place where their grandfather once lived. The hooded traveler is revealed as a young white-haired man who studies the fortress intently. He identifies the place as the Basor Kingdom. The scene shifts to a peaceful day at a large stone academy complex under a bright sky. Narration explains that after the various incidents during the night lesson at the academy, a week quickly goes by. Large academy doors swing open with force. Shocked students recognize someone entering and exclaim in surprise. Dino returns to class beaming, joking that he is touched by everyone's enthusiastic welcome. Classmates immediately ask Dino if the rumor about him being kidnapped by the assassin is true. Dino bashfully admits being kidnapped, and says he heard his group struggled greatly to rescue him. A friend tells Dino he owes his rescuers lifelong gratitude, leaving Dino sweating awkwardly. One loudmouthed student is suddenly struck on the head for talking too much. Asuka scolds the others, saying they just run their mouths and challenges whether they could survive being kidnapped. The boys are stunned that Asuka seems to be defending Dino, and he snaps that he only intervened because they were being idiots. Another student points out that Helmut was the one who actually drove away the assassin, prompting Asuka to angrily argue over who really fought him to near death. Other students add that the assassin fled because he feared Helmut, and say Asuka also owes Helmut lifelong gratitude. Furious, Asuka grits his teeth and curses at them under his breath. Elsewhere, classmates wonder where Helmut is and conclude he must be training even harder than before in his private room. A quiet training room door stands closed in a shaft of light. Inside, a hand rests on a knee while purple demonic energy swirls around it. Helmut sits cross-legged, body wrapped in that purple aura as he meditates. He notes inwardly that the seed of darkness within him has noticeably grown. Helmut reflects that absorbing a large amount of demonic energy seems to have strengthened him, while also increasing his vis. He analyzes how battling a powerful foe, expending and regaining vis, and new experiences have all contributed to his growth. Unsure of his exact improvement, Helmut thinks it would be good to find an opportunity to test his new strength. A knock at the door interrupts his training, drawing his attention. Opening the door, Helmut finds instructor Patricia, who says instructor Ethan is looking for him and asks him to go to Ethan's office. Helmut is surprised to learn that instructor Ethan specifically summoned him. He wonders why Ethan would suddenly be looking for him. The view changes to another part of the academy's grand buildings in daylight. In Ethan's cozy office, the instructor welcomes Helmut in and invites him to sit down for tea. Ethan asks if Helmut has recovered from his injuries and praises him as uniquely capable of surviving a duel with a rank 1 assassin. Ethan adds that if Helmut's master Darienne knew of this feat, he would be very proud. Helmut silently considers that Darienne would probably scold him for losing rather than praise him for winning. Ethan moves on and says he will get straight to the reason he called Helmut there. He explains that school break follows the final exams and asks if Helmut has any plans for the upcoming break. Helmut replies that he intends to travel and take on mercenary work, and Ethan asks if he has a specific destination in mind. Worried, Ethan asks if Helmut is planning to leave Greta Academy altogether, saying he cannot stop him but believes Helmut still has much to learn there. Helmut reassures him that he still has things to learn at the academy, and would notify Ethan in advance if he ever decided to leave. Thinking of the night lesson, Helmut acknowledges inwardly that he has indeed learned a lot, and Ethan offers further help with any training difficulties, especially in swordsmanship. Helmut realizes Ethan has a point and begins to mention how he feels about his recent progress. He tells Ethan that the recent incident pushed him to a new level and he would like a way to measure how much he has improved. Ethan is delighted by this news. Ethan says he has one more question that might help and asks Helmut what it is he wants to know. Ethan then brings up the Basor kingdom and asks if Helmut has heard of it. Ethan explains that Basor is where Helmut's master, Darienne, was born and raised. Ethan has also heard that a fighting competition will be held in Basor during the break and suggests that facing its skilled swordsman would show Helmut how strong he has become. When Helmut asks about the competition, Ethan confirms it but hints there is a complication. Helmut points out that if anyone recognizes the divine swordsman's techniques he uses, matters could become troublesome. Ethan agrees and says Helmut's concern is valid. Ethan reminds Helmut that the world must not yet know he is the divine swordsman's apprentice and that in Basor, Darienne is revered, so using Darienne's sword style would immediately reveal Helmut's identity. Ethan adds that while not everyone would notice, Darienne's former Palma Knights would certainly recognize those techniques. Helmut thinks seriously about the mention of the Palma Knights. He mentally repeats the name, understanding the danger of being recognized by them. Ethan suggests that if Helmut enters the competition, he should fight using only public sword techniques, which are still strong enough for him to do well. Helmut says he will consider that, and also wishes for a way to hide his face so he does not draw pursuit again. Ethan sympathizes, recalling Helmut's ordeal with Black Hawk's assassins and acknowledging how difficult that pursuit was. Ethan asks if Black Hawk is truly no longer a threat, and Helmut calmly says he has good reason to believe they will keep their promise to stop chasing him. Ethan accepts this but advises caution and encourages Helmut to think carefully about joining the fighting competition, then asks if he will return to training. Helmut answers that he is heading to class instead because there will be an announcement about the practical portion of the final exams that day. Ethan expresses confidence that Helmut will do well and jokingly asks him not to resent the instructors who designed the tests. Helmut looks puzzled at the remark. The scene cuts to the academy courtyard under the bright sun again. In class, the practical instructor announces that this time's test will be an anti-monster combat ability assessment exam. The students listen in stunned silence at the mention of monsters. Helmut, among them, reacts with mild curiosity and confusion. The instructor stands before the class, ready to explain the exam structure. A student blurts out in shock that they will be fighting monsters. The instructor explains there will be 10 progressive stages, each taken alone, and that higher stages yield more exam points. Some students, including Dino and others, grow visibly nervous about the challenge. The instructor reminds them, using Dino's kidnapping incident as context, that demonic energy and monsters are not distant threats. Helmut listens as the instructor explains that many monsters live in nearby forests and often clash with humans. The instructor tells them that, as future swordsmen, they will inevitably have to fight such monsters and that this normally higher-level test is being extended to them because of recent events. A worried student asks if they will really fight monsters, and the instructor says the type remains secret but reassures them these will be illusionary constructs, not real creatures. Relieved, the students relax, saying that beating up illusions should be manageable. The instructor chuckles ominously, making them uneasy again. He remarks that even senior students started this exam overconfident. Two boys grow serious as the instructor tells them simply to do their best. Helmut thinks about monsters and what this test might entail. He recalls far more terrifying monsters he has fought before and feels somewhat eager for the challenge, since monster battles are familiar to him. After class, Asuka asks Helmut how he did on the written exams. Helmut says his written score will likely be similar to before, and Asuka laments that the practical will again be crucial, wishing Helmut had tried harder so they could compete. Helmut listens quietly, expression unreadable. Asuka declares that he plans to clear the final stage and warns Helmut not to give up early. Helmut is again left slightly puzzled by Asuka's competitive enthusiasm. Helmut comments that Asuka just said aloud what he himself had intended to tell Asuka, then agrees to see whose performance will be better at stage 10. Time passes and the test day arrives at the academy grounds. An announcement calls examinee number 15, Asuka, into the exam. After his run, Asuka staggers out sweating, having only reached stage 7. Helmut waits outside while Asuka recovers, clearly exhausted by what he experienced. Asuka, furious and shaken, rants that the monsters were absurdly strong and unlike anything normal swordsmen would face. He points out that he alone managed to get past stage 5 while most classmates collapsed much earlier, questioning whether the exam was fair. Helmut calmly notes that the test does not require clearing all 10 stages, but Asuka insists that is not the real issue. The examiner calls examinee number 16, Helmut, to proceed to the test room. Asuka, still rattled, refuses to explain and urges Helmut to at least reach stage 8 so he will understand why Asuka fled. Helmut, now curious, wonders what exactly Asuka saw in there. The heavy doors to the illusion arena open for the next participant. Inside is a large enclosed arena with observation balconies and a magic altar for the examiner. The examining mage greets Helmut by name. The mage remarks that this is their first meeting since the night lesson and waves from the platform. Helmut recognizes him as Professor Dwayne, and Dwayne says he remembers Helmut clearly despite rarely dealing with swordsmanship students. Dwayne says Helmut once gave an unusual answer about magic on the midterms that caught his attention. Helmut listens in silence, slightly reserved. Dwayne explains that after reading the more conventional answers from magic students, Helmut's response was refreshing and that he has high expectations for Helmut in this practical. Energizing a glowing green orb, Dwayne asks if Helmut is ready to once again confront the power of darkness. Helmut grips his sword hilt, preparing himself. He draws his blade and reassures himself that he only needs to fight as he always has. A green summoning circle flares to life before him. The test begins with an illusionary rabbit-like monster charging at Helmut as stage 1. Helmut immediately rushes into strike, moving without hesitation. He destroys the first monster in a single decisive blow, shocking the watching professor. Dwayne stares down in amazement at Helmut's swift victory. Helmut notes calmly that this is how an illusion feels when it is struck. Dwayne thinks to himself that Helmut showed absolutely no hesitation and that such performance reflects a vast depth of experience and training, not mere talent. He becomes eager to see just how far Helmut's abilities can go. Helmut rapidly clears stage 2 by dispatching a wolf-like monster. He then crushes an armored foe in stage 3 with a powerful strike. Stage 4 falls as he maneuvers around and defeats a large serpent. Stage 5 is cleared when he slams down onto a towering beast's back. He slices down giant wasp illusions to complete stage 6. Helmut cuts through a huge mantis monster to conquer stage 7. A new fiery magic circle appears on the floor, signaling the start of stage 8. Helmut steels himself, thinking this next stage is where Asuka quit, and wondering what sight caused his friend to flee. The summoning circle intensifies with crackling red energy. From it emerges a gigantic, terrifying centipede-like monster towering above Helmut. The monstrous centipede fully reveals itself, looming over Helmut as the decisive stage begins. Helmut steels himself, realizing the terrifying monster would scare anyone and understanding why Asuka quit. A grotesque centipede-like monster lunges as Helmut braces himself. The giant centipede crashes through the arena, causing massive destruction. The monster thrashes violently, filling the area with dust, blood, and shattered ground. Helmut sprints up the monster's body, closing in for an attack. He charges forward with his sword, racing along the monster. Helmut raises his blade to deliver a decisive strike. His attack tears through the creature's body. The centipede is brutally sliced apart, its segments scattering while Helmut lands. The old wizard examiner looks up in stunned amazement at the result. Helmut thinks that even this monster is nothing compared to how frightening Nahu is. He calmly steps forward in the ruined arena. A notification declares that Helmut has cleared stage 10. The test officially ends with praise for the successful challenger. Feeling nauseated, Helmut thinks the stage 10 monster reflected the examiner's malice. The wizard meets Helmut outside and verbally congratulates him. The professor notes Helmut's growth, saying very few ever clear stage 10 and that he is the first second year to do so. Helmut blandly acknowledges this information. The professor explains that clearing stage 10 entitles students to commission an artifact as a reward, which surprises Helmut. The professor offers to personally craft whatever artifact Helmut wants and tells him to visit the lab when he decides. Helmut suddenly gets an idea while thinking. He asks if an artifact can alter his appearance, like changing his face or hair, and the professor replies that such a simple request is easily possible. Helmut says he wants it to avoid troublesome situations when going out, and the professor sympathizes, recalling the recent dangerous incident. The professor agrees and says he will notify Helmut when the artifact is finished, and Helmut thanks him. A sudden tremor shakes the ground, startling both Helmut and the professor. The professor senses the quake is coming from the adjacent magic department testing ground. Purple magic power gathers in someone's hand. Aaliyah unleashes intense purple magic that surges through the testing ground. His spell detonates in a massive explosion that obliterates the surroundings. Aaliyah, eyes glowing, reacts to the aftermath of his own overwhelming spell. The professor yells at Aaliyah for destroying the testing ground despite being warned, as Helmut watches. Aaliyah angrily criticizes the professor for creating such a stupid test and making unreasonable demands, while the professor protests his rudeness. Helmut observes silently as the two argue amid the damage. Aaliyah notices Helmut standing there. Aaliyah walks out from the ruined arena to face the professor and Helmut. He passes by Helmut wordlessly, clearly displeased. Aaliyah confirms he has cleared all 10 stages and says he will decide on his artifact by tomorrow, while the frustrated professor grumbles. The professor mutters that if Aaliyah were not the academy's top student, he would not tolerate such behavior. Time passes peacefully at the academy campus. Asuka reacts in shock upon hearing that Helmut cleared all 10 stages. At the cafeteria table, Asuka, defeated, tells Helmut to take the top student position and asks what monster appeared in stage 10. Helmut explains that the test was less about difficulty and more about overcoming fear, implying Asuka could clear it if he conquered his fear. Helmut grows slightly awkward as Asuka questions what kind of fear he means. Helmut describes stage 10 as a mass of giant cockroaches that could swarm together and separate, horrifying Asuka. Their green-haired friend, queasy but not bug-phobic, asks if Helmut's mind is okay after such an experience. The green-haired boy takes a drink, trying to settle his nerves. Relieved, he thinks he is glad he did not make any bets with Helmut this time. Later, Helmut and Asuka walk quietly together in the corridor. A female classmate greets Helmut and congratulates him for being the first second year to clear stage 10. She points out that news of his feat spread quickly and that everyone in the swordsmanship department is watching him, while Asuka notes Helmut's lack of self-awareness. Helmut congratulates Asuka for reaching stage 8, which Asuka interprets as mockery. Helmut insists he is sincere and notes that reaching stage 8 is remarkable since most students only clear up to stage 4, leaving Asuka embarrassed. Asuka recalls their past life-and-death battles and silently contemplates his growth. He loudly proclaims that his improvement is due to his own genius, and not Helmut, leaving Helmut baffled. Helmut and the girl watch Asuka storm off, puzzled. They both wonder what Asuka meant by his dramatic statement, admitting they have no idea. Walking down the stairs, the girl asks Helmut where he is heading now, and he says he plans to return to the dormitory. She asks if he will go home during the school break. He replies he will travel instead, and she expresses envy at the idea of traveling. She confides that she also wants to travel because staying home all the time feels suffocating. Helmut listens quietly, considering her words. Helmut thinks about Charlotte, someone possibly connected to his birth. Helmut asks why she treats him more warmly than other second-year students. She apologetically says she hopes it does not bother him, but he clarifies he is not offended. She explains that talking with him puts her at ease and evokes a nostalgic feeling she cannot fully describe. Helmut looks thoughtful as he walks outside the academy. She apologizes for taking up his time when he should be resting and prepares to say goodbye. Before leaving, she says that after the school break ends, Helmut tells her that if she feels stronger after the break, he will accept her challenge to a fight anytime. She smiles happily at his offer. Waving enthusiastically, she makes him promise to spar with her in the future. Helmut worries inwardly about how Aaliyah might react if he learns about this promise. He concludes that Aaliyah would likely get angry again if he found out. Time passes and the academy moves into the school break under clear skies. Later, Aaliyah hands Helmut a magical bracelet, telling him to take it. Helmut is surprised as he examines the gift. Aaliyah explains that it is a communication bracelet, an artifact he received for clearing stage 10, which Helmut can use like a crystal ball. He further explains that infusing magic power into it will signal his own bracelet without any spoken words, prompting Helmut to ask why Aaliyah is giving him such a reward. Aaliyah says he had the artifact made specifically for Helmut, and urges him to contact him whenever trouble arises, since Helmut always attracts problems. Helmut points out that Aaliyah dislikes being disturbed, and Aaliyah curtly asks if he has a problem with that. Helmut agrees to wear the bracelet, and promises to use it only when truly necessary. Aaliyah watches him with a faint blush, silently reacting. Helmut then asks Aaliyah whether he himself plans to go home during the school break. Aaliyah replies that he will go home despite disliking it, and Helmut notes that many at the academy, including Asuka, seem reluctant to return home. Helmut reflects that it has been half a year since he left the Forest of Roots, and that he has gained many friends and acquaintances. He notes that the academy is now entering its first school break. Elsewhere, a bespectacled man writes a letter with a quill. As he writes, he remarks that he did not expect to hear from Helmut again so soon. His crystal ball glows as he speaks Helmut's name to establish contact. On Helmut's side, he stands before a glowing crystal ball, ready to communicate. The information broker greets Helmut through the crystal ball, surprised at the quick follow-up. Helmut calmly responds, identifying himself. The broker asks what Helmut wants, and Helmut explains that a fighting competition will soon be held in the Basor kingdom. Helmut requests detailed information on the influential figures behind the competition, including the king, royal family, and nobles, wanting every significant incident related to that kingdom. The broker confirms that Helmut plans to go to Basor and tries to probe his intentions, but Helmut reminds him that he is the one asking questions. Helmut clarifies that he wants as much information as possible, leaving the scope intentionally vague while hinting that sloppy work would make Black Hawk's intelligence gathering seem inferior. The broker's eye narrows as he realizes Helmut's shrewdness. He thinks Helmut is cautious, deliberately vague to exploit Black Hawk's strengths without revealing his own knowledge. Impressed, he decides Helmut is both fierce and cunning and agrees to prepare the requested information. He asks how Helmut wants to receive the documents, and Helmut answers that leaving them at the mercenary guild in Basor will suffice. The broker agrees, promising to contact Helmut when the documents are ready and giving him a secret phrase to use as identification. As Helmut starts to end the call, he adds one more comment. The broker offers encouragement, saying he will be cheering for Helmut in the upcoming fighting competition. Helmut ends the communication by touching the crystal ball. Exhaling in relief, he admits the conversation was draining because he had to stay on guard the entire time. He focuses his thoughts on the Basor kingdom, his next destination. Helmut hopes that Basor will prove to be a pleasant place to live. The scene shifts to a vast sun-drenched desert city that is part of the Basor kingdom. The blazing sun beats down from a clear sky. A traveler's boot steps onto dusty ground near Basor. The cloaked blonde traveler, Helmut in disguise, walks under the hot sun. Sweating, he looks up at the harsh light. He remarks that the heat is intense. He thinks it is already difficult even before reaching the heart of the Basor kingdom. He reminds himself that with so much desert he expected this climate. Comparing it to the always cold forest of roots, he notes he can handle cold but isn't used to such heat, and is glad his body can endure without suffering heat stroke. He also finds it strange adjusting to his altered appearance, musing about the communication bracelet from Aaliyah and the disguise artifact obtained as an exam reward, wishing he looked more like a swordsman. Looking at his reflection, he thinks the current face resembles Xian's more than his own. Accepting that the powerful, free disguise works well, he walks through the monumental gate into Basor. The viewpoint shifts to the sunlit streets and buildings of the desert city. The bustling marketplace shows townspeople trading and working in Basor. A signboard of a local establishment hangs outside, marking a building Helmut will enter. The tavern door opens inward. Helmut strides into the tavern, cloaked and armed, drawing some attention. Several patrons turn to look curiously at the newcomer. At the counter, Helmut orders a cold non-alcoholic drink, and the bartender agrees. Exhausted, Helmut thinks he still has many places to visit but already feels worn out. A stranger abruptly slams his foot on Helmut's table, interrupting him. Helmut glances at the threatening man who looms beside him. The men mockingly address Helmut as a young miss and young master with a sword, while another patron tells them to stop harassing the kid. One of the bullies orders the owner to bring him the same drink as the disguised Helmut, continuing to crowd his space. The cloaked swordsman swiftly trips the muscular man as he approaches. The blond man crashes to the ground while the swordsman stands over him gripping his blade. Furious and shocked, the fallen man curses at the swordsman. Realizing the danger he is in, the man's anger turns to fear. The swordsman looms over him with his glowing sword pointed threateningly. Annoyed by the city's heat and the troublemakers, the swordsman compares them to irritating mosquitoes buzzing around him. Nearby drinkers in the tavern turn their attention to the commotion. The man on the floor looks up nervously at the swordsman who defeated him. One of the onlookers smirks in amusement. The tavern patrons burst into laughter, teasing the fallen man Colt and praising the swordsman's surprising skill. Colt suddenly acts friendly, putting an arm around the swordsman, offering to buy his drink, while the swordsman coldly tells him to back off because it is too hot. The swordsman internally wonders if all people in Basor are this boisterous, finding their personalities exhausting compared to the Baden mercenaries. He doubts whether he can endure this atmosphere until the fighting competition ends. Time passes and we see the exterior of the establishment in the sweltering city. At a magic shop, the cheerful enchanter agrees to imbue the swordsman's space expansion cape with cold energy and tells him to return in 3 hours. The swordsman exits back into the glaring daylight. He notes with satisfaction that he has secured lodging and a way to counter the heat, deciding to rest at his accommodation before competition registration tomorrow. Something catches the swordsman's eye as he walks through the city. He stops before a grand statue of an armored warrior, clearly someone important to him. Looking up at the statue, he silently steels his resolve. The stone face of the revered warrior gazes down impassively. The swordsman muses that living in a hot place like Basor probably made this warrior, Darienne, so fierce and sensitive. Standing before the statue with hand on his sword, he prepares himself mentally. He asks the statue to watch over him. He vows to achieve results in the tournament that will not disgrace Darienne's name. The scene shifts to a large, elegant lodging complex where contestants stay. The swordsman quietly enters the building. Staff inside notice him and point him out as the customer. A dignified man with a monocle listens gravely as a younger clerk speaks to him about the swordsman. Seeing the important-looking man approach, the swordsman wonders who he is. The man confirms that the swordsman rented the emerald room on the 5th floor, and the swordsman acknowledges it, asking why. The man bluntly asks if the swordsman would move to another room. He explains that his master currently has nowhere to stay, implying the swordsman should give up his room. The swordsman reacts in disbelief at the unreasonable request. Angered, he demands the man repeat what he just said. The manager politely but firmly restates his request for the swordsman to move. He emphasizes again that the person he serves lacks a place to stay. The swordsman, incredulous, responds with a terse what. The manager suggests compensating the swordsman and argues that, since he is alone, a smaller room should be acceptable. The swordsman glares, clearly offended by being treated lightly. The nervous desk clerk watches the tense exchange from behind the counter. The swordsman thinks that guest information should be confidential, and wonders if he really seems that easy to push around. He states he paid fairly for the emerald room and refuses to yield it, telling them to find another room for their master. The flustered manager grabs his shoulder, insisting he can pay compensation. The swordsman warns him to remove his hand, threatening to cut off his arm if he touches him again. Frightened by the killing intent, the manager recoils in shock. A calm voice off-screen tells Robert, the manager, to stop his rude behavior. Robert steps back from the swordsman as a well-dressed blonde youth appears at the top of the stairs. The refined youth, clearly Robert's master, descends the stairs with a composed smile. The youth apologizes, saying his knight behaved like a typical hot-blooded Basorian. Robert, chastened, addresses the youth respectfully as Lord Mikhail. The swordsman silently studies Mikhail with narrowed eyes. Mikhail apologizes on Robert's behalf and explains that his poor health makes finding a suitably comfortable room difficult. The swordsman curtly ends the discussion, telling them to look elsewhere because he needs rest, while Mikhail calls after him to at least listen. Mikhail explains that all other options are exhausted and proposes a solution since they are in similar circumstances. He offers to pay all expenses if the swordsman agrees to share the room with him. Robert protests that sharing a room with an unknown person is too dangerous, but Mikhail sharply calls his name to silence him. With an unexpectedly cold tone, Mikhail asks Robert whether he prefers taking risky chances or accepting a sure method for their survival. Mikhail adds that he has no use for a subordinate who acts ahead of his master, leaving Robert speechless and chastened. Mikhail reassures Robert that the swordsman is not someone who would attack others without cause and boasts about his own eye for judging people. Robert reluctantly submits, saying he will follow Lord Mikhail's will. The swordsman watches all this, assessing Mikhail's character. Mikhail cheerfully returns to the swordsman and asks to resume their conversation about sharing the room. The swordsman thinks Mikhail is more accustomed to commanding others than he first appeared and questions whether all this is necessary. Mikhail promises not to intrude on the swordsman's privacy, saying they can add another bed and that he has no troublesome sleeping habits. Smiling disarmingly, Mikhail asks if the swordsman could really be afraid of someone as frail-looking as him. The swordsman inwardly notes he has never seen anyone with such little physical vitality. Observing Mikhail's slight frame, he feels the boy might crumble from a light bump and is surprised such people exist. Mikhail asks if the swordsman is warming up to the idea of sharing. The swordsman replies that money alone is expected and asks what unique benefit Mikhail can truly offer. Amused, Mikhail asks if the swordsman is testing him. The swordsman wordlessly waits for a serious answer. Mikhail reveals he deduced that the swordsman came to enter the Basor martial arts tournament, as no other reason would bring a foreign swordsman here now. He adds that he is also here to watch the tournament, and offers to enthusiastically cheer for the swordsman, arguing that support will strengthen him. The swordsman stands blankly, unsure how to respond to such a naive-sounding offer. He asks if Mikhail is serious, and Mikhail insists that his support is hard to earn and should be valuable. Exasperated but resigned, the swordsman gives in and tells him to do as he likes. Mikhail happily orders the staff to bring an extra bed, saying he knew the swordsman would agree. The young clerk reacts in surprise as the situation calms. Suddenly, the swordsman punches the clerk without warning. The blow sends the clerk flying across the lobby, crashing hard to the floor. Mikhail and Robert stare in shock at the unexpected attack. The swordsman scolds the clerk, warning him to be more careful about what information he reveals in the future. Bleeding and terrified, the clerk stammers an apology. The swordsman thinks he dislikes resorting to such violence, but in this country one must be assertive to get anything done. The scene shifts to the exterior of the spacious hotel as time passes. Inside the shared room, someone drops heavily onto the bed. Mikhail, now relaxed on the bed, comments that they have not properly introduced themselves and gives his name, asking for the swordsman's. The swordsman almost says his real name, catches himself, and instead introduces himself as Hyde. He reflects that he is not used to using a false name and nearly slipped, while Mikhail accepts Hyde as his name and asks his age. Hyde answers that he is 16, and Mikhail cheerfully notes Hyde is 2 years older than his own 14 years. Mikhail inquires if Hyde comes from a noble family, and Hyde evasively tells him to think whatever he likes. Putting clues together, Mikhail guesses Hyde is a noble swordsman from Baden Academy studying abroad. Mikhail says this makes sense because Hyde's arm accessory looks like a magical artifact and Baden is famed for magic, where nobles his age typically study. Hyde asks whether Mikhail is digging into his background, but Mikhail laughs it off, claiming simple interest in him. Mikhail admits he strangely feels familiar with Hyde, as if they share some connection. He wonders aloud why he feels that way and jokes that perhaps their faces look similar. Mikhail then says Hyde still has something he lacks, namely a strong, healthy body. Hyde considers this quietly, not quite sure what to make of it. Hyde asks if he may use the open courtyard outside, and when Mikhail realizes it is for training, he grants permission. Mikhail says he will not use the courtyard himself but asks if he can sometimes watch Hyde practice. Explaining that he is frail, Mikhail says watching energetic swordplay gives him strength and is why he came to see the tournament, but he will refrain if it bothers Hyde. Hyde again replies that Mikhail may do as he pleases and steps out toward the balcony. Mikhail thanks him warmly and calls Hyde a kind person, which catches Hyde slightly off guard. Hyde silently ponders this unexpected compliment. He concludes that Mikhail hides his true feelings well and that it is hard to tell whether his current friendliness is genuine. Hyde sums him up in his thoughts as a very strange individual. Night falls over the hotel complex under a bright full moon. In another room, Mikhail lies in bed, apparently asleep. Elsewhere in the building, a man sits on a bed, facing away, illuminated by a glow from a magical crystal. Speaking into the glowing orb, he reports that documents have been delivered and asks Helmut if preparations for the martial arts tournament are proceeding smoothly. Helmut curtly responds that it is none of the caller's business and complains about not being trusted while lighting a candle. Helmut then shares that among this year's participants one fighter stands out, having joined the Royal Knights at the youngest age ever and already able to manifest this at 18. Listening through his own orb, Hyde thinks that reaching this at 18 is not impressive since he managed it much earlier. Helmut adds a more shocking detail, asking how Hyde would react if told this prodigy is a descendant of the missing divine swordsman Darienne Depert. Startled, Hyde is asked directly whether that information interests him. Sitting on his bed with the orb glowing red in his hands, Hyde repeats Darienne's name in disbelief. He questions aloud whether they truly mean Darienne's bloodline. Helmut clarifies that the youth is said to be Darienne's grandson, explaining that Darienne's son, long thought dead after leaving Basor, apparently survived and had a child. Hyde recalls once hearing that Darienne had a late-born son, though Darienne said that son died without leaving heirs. A memory surfaces of Darienne in the Forest of Roots, where he had claimed his son was dead and childless. Helmut continues that the story was never made public and only high-ranking officials in Basor secretly know and conceal it. Hyde points out that since the son left Basor ages ago, he wonders how they proved the boy is truly the divine swordsman's grandson. Hearing Hyde's probing, Helmut notes with a sly smile that he is indeed interested. Hyde wordlessly fixes his gaze on the orb, waiting for more. Helmut says he only wants to understand what sort of opponent he will face and proceeds to explain that the boy looks exactly like a young Darienne and carries his father's identification plate and other evidence. Helmut emphasizes that the youth's most defining trait is his swordsmanship. He marvels that Darienne's legendary techniques, believed lost after the divine swordsman vanished, now live on perfectly in this mysterious young man. Hyde looks at the orb and repeats that Darienne disappeared, mulling over that claim. He reflects that Darienne never told him how he came to the Forest of Roots and, in the human world, is considered to have vanished as if someone erased all trace of him and hid the truth. Hyde feigns ignorance about Darienne's disappearance and asks what happened. Ethan explains the public story that Darienne vanished while defeating a powerful desert scorpion in Basor. Hyde, unconvinced, asks what the unofficial story about Darienne's disappearance is. Ethan's eye glows as he prepares to share a darker rumor. Ethan says rumors claim the temple eliminated Darienne because in temple-free Basor he was revered almost like a god and blocked their growing power. Hyde silently processes this disturbing possibility. Ethan offers to investigate further using another question, but Hyde declines, saying he is not that curious. Ethan agrees to rely on records for the rest, reminds Hyde he has 2 question chances left, and ends the talk. Hyde grips the glowing orb as their deal concludes. Later Hyde notes Darienne also vanished here in Basor. Hyde reasons Darienne would have known the temple opposed him and suspects a traitor inside Basor helped them. Hyde imagines that the betrayal may have come from within Darienne's own order, the Palma Knights. Hyde becomes lost in thought about this possibility. He wonders if Darienne would want him to take revenge for what happened. Hyde recalls Darienne meditating in their cabin, with his sword and belongings laid before him. He reflects that he inherited Darienne's swordsmanship and lifestyle and believes Darienne wanted him to uphold his ideals in the human world. Hyde concludes that avenging Darienne is part of his own mission. He resolves to make the cowardly traitor realize they cannot live peacefully forever. Hyde remembers that Luke is Darienne's grandson and that he is not Darienne's only successor. He guesses Darienne's son may have fled harsh training but passed the sword techniques to his own son. Hyde grows curious about the grandson's true skill. He admits to himself he genuinely wants to see how capable Luke is. Crowds gather at Basor's great arena for the Royal Martial Arts Tournament. The stadium fills with spectators awaiting the battles. A young noble and his attendants sit in the VIP seats to watch. An announcer welcomes everyone to Basor's Royal Martial Arts Tournament and instructs participants to move to their tents for the preliminaries. The announcement continues with seating instructions as onlookers doubt whether a kid like Hyde should be allowed to compete. Hyde stays silent amid the skeptical comments. 2 fighters mockingly tell Hyde this area is for participants, suggesting he go with the spectators. Hyde just looks at them calmly. A staff member calls into the waiting tent for Mr. Hyde, telling him he is up first. Hyde steps forward to answer the summons. Leaving his 2 earlier hecklers knocked out on the floor, Hyde tells the staffer he will head to the arena. Hyde casually claims the men showed heat-stroke symptoms and asks that their matches be rescheduled if needed, stunning the staffer. The roaring crowd reacts as the tournament floor is revealed. The young noble watches with interest from the stands. A staffer asks Hyde to remove his cloak and put on tournament armor. Fully armored with sword at his side, Hyde walks out as the preliminary matches are declared open. The announcer introduces Hyde as the tournament's youngest participant and pairs him against Jackal, the unbeaten back-alley swordsman of Basor. The attendant explains to the noble that Jackal is a gang captain who preys on the weak despite his undefeated reputation. The noble dismissively says he is not impressed by such an opponent. Jackal complains that facing a kid is disappointing when he wanted strong opponents. The rules are stated that matches continue until someone surrenders or can no longer fight. The announcer adds that any non-fatal injury is allowed, and Jackal gleefully warns Hyde that breaking his limbs carries no tournament responsibility. Jackal boasts that the tournament is for blooded warriors, not pampered nobles seeking thrills, and demands Hyde understand the danger. As the match starts, Jackal suddenly feels overheated and confused. Hyde, sweating, thinks about the 3,000 marks he paid to have a cold spell embedded in his cape and decides to finish the fight quickly to get it back. Jackal grins dangerously, intrigued by Hyde's attitude. Charging forward, Jackal vows to send Hyde home quickly. Hyde intercepts the rush and strikes Jackal with a powerful blow. Hyde watches calmly as the impact echoes across the arena. The clash sends Jackal flying while Hyde stands composed, having easily avoided his attack. Jackal, shocked, looks back at Hyde towering in the dust. Hyde stands with sword drawn as Jackal crashes to the ground, clearly defeated. Jackal screams in agony from his grievous wound. Spectators react in stunned shock at the brutal outcome. The young noble is delighted and impressed by Hyde's performance. The announcer declares that Jackal can no longer continue. Hyde is announced as advancing to the next round thanks to his overwhelming display of skill. Time passes and the scene shifts back to the city outside the arena. That evening, the noble hosts Hyde for a lavish congratulatory feast and praises his amazing performance. Hyde, a bit uneasy, reacts to the lavish praise. Seeing the massive spread of food, Hyde wonders if it is excessive, but the noble insists the swordsman must eat well and that he will cover all of Hyde's expenses. Hyde warns that if this is meant as leverage he will refuse, but the noble laughs that the cost is trivial to him. The noble clarifies he is not creating a debt but making an investment, believing investment accepts possible loss. When Hyde questions that idea, the noble explains that unlike debt, investment can yield much greater returns, calling it high risk and high return. He adds that even if he gains nothing he will simply lose his investment, though he has a feeling Hyde will be very helpful to him someday. The noble assures Hyde he will not ask for anything unreasonable, while Hyde remains wary and silent. Hyde decides that for now it is in his own interest to eat well and accept the hospitality. Night falls over Basor. Moonlight streams into Hyde's room through the window. A door quietly opens in the darkness. The noble sleeps soundly in his bed, unaware. Hyde watches him sleep and notes he is so out that he would not notice being carried away. Hyde retrieves a packet of documents left for him. He notes that the information from the Black Hawk agents is extremely thorough and realizes he will need the whole tournament period to read it. Hyde begins poring over the documents. He sits on his bed late into the night, steadily reading. Something he reads makes his eyes narrow in concern. He finds a page on the Palma Knights captain, Ludus Kikero. The dossier says Ludus became Palma Knights captain after Darienne vanished, has successfully led annual monster subjugations, and is widely seen as the rightful leader. Hyde studies the portrait of the armored, bearded Ludus. He muses that Ludus must be someone from Darienne's past and wonders why Darienne never spoke of the knights or of this man. Hyde wonders what relationship Darienne had with Ludus and thinks he would like to speak with Ludus someday. A sudden realization makes Hyde pause. He questions why Darienne sent him to Ethan instead of to Ludus Kikero, who had been Darienne's closest comrade and vice commander. Hyde reasons that if Ludus had been so close to Darienne, sending him to Ethan instead likely had a deeper reason than just school. He concludes Darienne would have mentioned Ludus if future plans depended on him. Hyde recalls Darienne's teaching that tragedy strikes without warning. In the memory, Darienne warns his younger self that caution cannot prevent all pain and urges him never to lose himself. Hyde's face hardens as he connects these memories to the present. From the documents he infers Darienne knew he was betrayed and left to die in the Forest of Roots. Hyde reasons that even a high priest would struggle to trap Darienne alone. He concludes it would have been easy only if Darienne's closest ally helped the temple. Hyde identifies that ally as the person Darienne trusted completely, and who gained the most from the betrayal. Putting it all together, Hyde decides that Ludus Kikero must be the traitor who betrayed Darienne. Hyde acknowledges this is still his own speculation, but vows that if it is true, he will not leave Basor until Ludus pays the price for betraying Darienne. As Hyde silently stands in his dark room, the nearby noble stirs slightly in bed. The noble opens his eyes, perhaps sensing something amiss. The story jumps ahead to the packed arena for the later tournament rounds. The announcer declares the first semi-final match is beginning. Hyde wins another bout decisively, earning the label of Rising Super Rookie. The noble enthusiastically cheers from his seat as the crowd roars. A staffer congratulates Hyde and informs him the final will be held 2 days later, while Hyde thinks victory may not be difficult at this level. Hyde leaves the arena planning to return home and continue studying his materials. In the corridor someone calls out to him as Mr. Hyde, catching his attention. Hyde turns, curious about who is addressing him. The next day dawns bright over Basor. At the arena, the noble invites Hyde to sit with him and watch the remaining matches since Hyde's bout ended quickly. Hyde asks if participants are allowed to spectate, and the noble explains it is permitted though locals consider scouting opponents unmanly. The noble adds that Hyde is strong enough not to need analysis, and suggests they simply enjoy watching. Hyde silently studies the arena, intrigued. The announcer introduces the second round match, starting with Kyle, head of Basor's famous Kendo Hall. The announcer then introduces Kyle's opponent. Hyde reacts with surprise as the opponent steps forward. Boots strike the arena floor as the newcomer enters. The announcer describes him as the youngest ever Palma Knight, a genius rising star. Luke Jagar, the young Palma Knight and Darienne's grandson, appears in armor. Hyde stares at him, realizing who he is. Luke looks calm and confident as he faces the crowd. Kyle politely says it is an honor to fight a Palma Knight, while Luke humbly replies that facing the renowned Kendo master is an honor for him and asks Kyle to go easy. Luke smiles faintly, ready for the duel. Watching, Hyde thinks Luke resembles how Darienne would have looked at that age and wonders just how strong he is. The fight begins with both men clashing swords, their power shaking the arena. Spectators gape in shock at the intensity of their exchange. More onlookers watch nervously, sweat beading as they feel the tension. Luke stands firmly opposite Kyle, sword poised. Kyle thinks to himself that, as expected of a Palma Knight, Luke shows no openings despite his youth. Luke notes that if they keep cautiously probing each other the match will drag on, and comments that he can already hear the crowd starting to boo. Luke cheerfully announces he will take the initiative in the duel as the junior. He rushes forward with a powerful sword swing at his armored opponent. Luke executes a precise, efficient low strike aimed at the opponent's leg area. The opponent, thinking Luke is looking down on him, powers up angrily. With a roaring counterattack, the opponent slams Luke to the ground in a violent exchange. As the man turns, he is shocked to realize Luke has already moved behind him. The opponent is suddenly slashed and begins bleeding heavily from his torso. Luke, spattered with blood, finishes his swift attack and looks back coldly. A blond boy in the audience stares in stunned silence at Luke's display. The defeated man lies on the arena floor, mortally wounded and motionless. Luke gazes forward calmly, unfazed by the outcome. He lands from his movement, while his opponent collapses nearby, the exchange already over. Spectators murmur in disbelief, commenting that Luke Jaeger disappeared and reappeared in an instant. The blonde observer continues to watch Luke with a thoughtful, serious expression. Luke apologizes to his fallen foe but states he must win this martial arts tournament at any cost. The announcer proclaims that Luke dropped Kyle with a single strike and advances to the main tournament. Later, the blonde boy broods while another blonde youth in a vest glances at him curiously. The vested youth notes Hyde looks troubled and asks if Luke is bothering him. Hyde acknowledges Luke's strength, calling him a serious contender for the championship. The vested boy is surprised that even Hyde praises Luke so highly. Hyde adds that Luke might win if he himself were not there, which the vested boy interprets as a rival declaration he finds exciting. Hyde reflects inwardly that Darienne's son clearly trained hard in swordsmanship, and that Luke's skill exceeded his expectations. He reasons that if Luke learned swordsmanship from Darienne, their shared teacher links them. Hyde tells his companion to return to their lodging without him because he has something to take care of alone. Left behind, the vested youth complains lightheartedly that Hyde is cold. The story cuts back to the packed tournament coliseum, emphasizing its massive scale and excitement. As Hyde walks, he wonders why his own footsteps keep speeding up. He reflects that although he has made acquaintances since leaving the Forest of Roots for the academy, he has not felt real kinship with anyone, but he and Luke share Darienne as a common bond. Hyde notes that Luke, like himself, inherited Darienne's swordsmanship. Elsewhere, two men in a hall look up in surprise as someone approaches. Hyde decides he will eventually face Luke in the arena anyway, so he wants to see what kind of person Luke really is. Afterward, Luke bashfully downplays the tournament, claiming it is not such a big deal. A blue-haired knight scolds Luke for his arrogance and for speaking so casually about the tournament, especially around people from Basor, and Luke hurriedly apologizes. Rubbing his slapped cheek, Luke remarks that apparently someone else had overheard them. Hyde is revealed as the silent onlooker, staring at them with a neutral, unreadable face. Hyde stands before Luke and the blue-haired knight, having come to speak with Luke directly. Luke studies Hyde and says he looks familiar. He remembers Hyde's earlier match, correctly recalls his name, and says he watched that bout. Luke explains that Hyde's fight was the only one that really impressed him, and wonders if Hyde sought him out to challenge the tournament favorite. He teasingly suggests Hyde might have been so impressed that he came to become Luke's fan. Luke jokes that only women can be his fans, while Hyde calmly asks if Luke is actually Darienne Depert's grandson. Luke reacts in panic, clapping a hand over Hyde's mouth to stop him from finishing the statement. A bystander who overheard looks horrified and shocked at what Hyde almost said. Luke frantically demands to know how Hyde figured out his secret. When the blue-haired knight asks what is wrong, Luke nervously claims Hyde just had something urgent to discuss and drags him outside. Outside, Luke forcefully pins Hyde against a wall to keep him quiet. The scene shows the two alone in a corridor, Hyde pressed to the wall as Luke confronts him. Luke, flustered, says he has never shoved a guy into a wall like this before and demands to know who Hyde is and where he came from. Hyde ignores the bluster and instead asks why Luke does not use the Depert name, while Luke protests that he is the one who should be asking questions and begs him not to mention the divine swordsman aloud. Hyde keeps a steady gaze, preparing to explain while Luke anxiously listens. Hyde reassures him he has told no one about the secret, saying he only investigated because he heard a rumor that the divine swordsman left a descendant, and that he is good at gathering information. Hyde then pointedly asks why Luke is hiding his status as the divine swordsman's grandson. Luke is taken aback, sweating as he considers how to respond. Luke explains that his father broke ties with his grandfather and left the Depert household, so claiming the family name now would feel wrong. Hyde presses further, deducing that Luke still inherited the divine swordsman's techniques from his father, which shocks Luke since even he had not known the style's origin. Luke clarifies that he is not rejecting his heritage. He planned to reveal it after winning the tournament, believing his own effort in mastering the style and earning a place among the knights justifies using the name. He confides that he wants to be recognized for his own skill rather than for his lineage. Hyde silently absorbs this sincere confession, clearly moved. Luke realizes he has shared very personal information with someone he just met, and warns Hyde that only the Basor knight captain and vice captain know the secret, insisting Hyde must not tell anyone. Hyde suddenly recalls that if Ludus Kikero, the captain, helped the temple imprison Darienne, then his accepting Darienne's grandson into the knights is suspicious. He wonders why Ludus would allow Luke to join the order despite that history. Heavy golden boots step into view, signaling a powerful figure's arrival. Luke and Hyde stand facing each other, then both turn as someone approaches. They look toward the newcomer together, tension rising. The imposing, bearded knight in gold armor appears before them. He greets Luke Yeager, saying it is good timing that he found him outside. Luke, startled, addresses the newcomer as captain while Hyde watches quietly. Hyde realizes with shock who the armored man is. He identifies the knight captain as Ludus Kikero, the man linked to Darienne's imprisonment. Ludus notices Hyde and asks Luke if the boy beside him is a friend, and Luke hurriedly introduces Hyde as another tournament finalist. Ludus praises Hyde's achievement despite his youth and apologizes for not knowing him earlier because he has been too busy to watch the matches. Studying Hyde, Ludus asks if he is using magic to hide his true identity. Hyde stiffens in alarm at having his concealment noticed. Ludus assures him he is not prying, saying Hyde is not the only finalist concealing who they are. He explains he only came to encourage Luke before the finals, then tells both boys to do their best in the upcoming matches as he prepares to leave. Walking away, Ludus promises he will definitely attend the final bout. Hyde and Luke watch him go, each deep in their own thoughts. Hyde observes that Ludus seems to care about Luke, while Luke explains that Ludus was the first in Basor to recognize him and encouraged him to seek acknowledgement through the tournament. Hyde wonders if Ludus is trying to atone to Darienne's family, or if he has some other motive. Luke assumes Hyde's appearance is being masked by magic, says he does not care about such things, wishes Hyde luck in the remaining matches, and asks him again to keep his identity secret. Luke adds that even if Hyde keeps quiet, he will have to resist revealing the truth at least until next year. Hyde replies confidently that there is no need to wait because he intends to win the tournament this year. Luke laughs and interprets Hyde's statement as a formal challenge between rivals. As he waves and leaves, Luke says he will look forward to facing Hyde. Hyde watches him go, still conflicted about everything he has learned. Hyde resolves internally that whatever Ludus Kikero is planning, he will not allow Luke to be dragged into it. He firmly vows that he will not let Luke Yeager become entangled in Ludus's scheme. The scene shifts to a daytime view of the city buildings, indicating time passing. Back at the lodging, the vested boy Michael asks Hyde if his talk with Luke went well. Hyde shows a faint reaction, surprised that Michael already knows he met Luke. Hyde suspects Michael might have had him tailed, but Michael says he only guessed, which Hyde's lack of denial confirms. Hyde grimaces, realizing Michael's intuition was correct. Michael asks what Hyde and Luke discussed, and Hyde curtly answers that he is not obliged to say, which Michael expected. Michael then poses a hypothetical. If the Palma Knights offered to recruit Hyde, would he accept? Hyde falls silent, weighing the question. He asks why they would want someone like him, and Michael explains that winners of the Basor Martial Tournament attract a lot of knightly interest, so recruiting Hyde would be natural if he wins. Hyde bluntly says he would never join the Palma Knights because Basor's climate is too hot, which Michael cheerfully says is good since his own homeland is cool. Michael watches Hyde thoughtfully, clearly pleased by that answer. He calls Hyde's name as if preparing to say something important. Michael then formally asks Hyde to join him after the tournament rather than joining any knight order. When Hyde wonders if this means becoming Michael's knight, Michael clarifies he wants Hyde simply on his side, someone loyal to him personally beyond titles. Hyde replies that he has no plan to serve anyone, but Michael only asks him to accept the offer in principle and think about it later. Hyde privately wonders what Michael is really aiming for with this invitation. Something occurs to Hyde and his eyes widen in realization. He then asks Michael to collect some information for him. Michael listens closely, ready to hear Hyde's request. Hyde asks for detailed information on the Palma Knights, including their commander, members, and the kinds of missions they undertake. Michael interprets this as Hyde wanting to compare the Palma Knights' working conditions against any future offer from Michael. Michael agrees to investigate and promises to report honestly, even though he might be the side being compared. He then casually suggests they go eat together. Hyde thinks that through Michael's investigation he might learn what Ludus Kikero is really planning. The narrative returns to the bright Colosseum on the day of the finals. A combatant grips his sword tightly, readying for battle. In the first finals match, Hyde swiftly defeats his opponent and advances to the next round. Hearing the crowd call him Blonde Hyde, he thinks the nickname does not suit him at all. As he heads back under the stadium, Luke teases that Hyde is boring for ignoring the audience and not even waving. Hyde retorts that Luke seems awfully relaxed and calls him a heartthrob in Basor, while Luke shrugs off the tension. Luke advises Hyde to enjoy the tournament instead of exhausting himself mentally before their eventual fight. Later, Hyde reflects to another man that his current edginess is mostly because of Luke and jokes that he feels like smacking Luke in the back of the head. Walking through the city, Hyde wonders if Michael has finished the investigation he requested. Spotting a familiar figure ahead, Hyde realizes Michael is already nearby. Hyde then discovers he has attracted a huge crowd of excited women begging him to share a cup of tea with them. Overwhelmed, Hyde looks deeply troubled by his sudden popularity. The scene shifts back to the lodging building as time passes again. Michael sips tea and waits, looking mildly concerned. Hyde staggers in, disheveled and out of breath, explaining that the women of Basor are chasing him. Michael laughs at Hyde's paranoia, saying it is natural for a tournament finalist to draw attention. He adds that Hyde's special popularity with women is probably due to his attractive face. Hyde is taken aback, unsure how to respond to being called good-looking. Hyde thinks back to how the locals often mocked his appearance and sword skills, while Michael muses that Hyde does not realize his own charm and feels a bit sorry for him. Hyde remembers that there was something he asked Michael before. Michael says he anticipated Hyde's question and prepared materials. Hyde takes the documents while Michael asks if this effort earns more of Hyde's trust. As Hyde reads, Michael explains that Palma Knights receive baron-like status and housing, though Hyde has no interest in such perks. Hyde quietly focuses on the information he is reading. The book explains that while the Palma commander stays out of politics, Ludus Kikero backs the first prince. It details that the first prince, son of a foreign queen, is a devout follower of the lumen religion and pushes to build a lumen temple in Basor. Hyde links this to Ludus Kikero, realizing the commander supports this first prince. Hyde continues studying the dossier. He reads about desert scorpion monsters in Basor, whose queen was slain long ago but whose offspring still appear. Michael adds that Palma Knights yearly subjugate monsters in the desert, including keeping the scorpion numbers down. A note indicates that this year's subjugation is special. Hyde reacts tensely to this timing. He learns the subjugation will take place right after the tournament ends. Hyde scrutinizes the page about Ludus Kikero. He deduces that Ludus refused Luke Yeager's entry into the order not to protect him but for another reason. Hyde concludes that people erase past mistakes and that Ludus likely kept Luke near to control a potential lifelong threat. He further infers that during the upcoming monster subjugation, Ludus will try to kill Luke and pass it off as a heroic episode. Hyde thinks it is fortunate he arrived in Basor now. He resolves that while he is here, he cannot allow Darienne's grandson Luke to meet the same tragic fate and vows to stop Ludus's scheme at any cost. Yet he recalls facing Ludus and realizing the commander is so powerful that even Hyde doubts he could win. Hyde decides that if necessary he might reveal the truth to Luke and seek his cooperation. Hyde glances toward Michael, who calmly drinks tea. Michael returns the look, smiling slightly. The scene shifts to the arena as the first semi-final of the Basor martial arts tournament begins with Hyde on the field. The announcer starts the match. Hyde's opponent, Hutton, greets him courteously. From the stands, Michael explains that Hutton is a first-class mercenary who previously defeated a Palma Knight after a long bout. Michael comments that Hutton still should not be a match for Hyde, though he notes surprises happen. The official notes that regardless of how Hutton won, he reached the semi-finals. Michael falls silent, watching attentively. On the arena floor, Hyde draws his sword, readying himself. He sharpens his focus, eye narrowing. Hyde notices the royal and knightly dignitaries, including both princes and the knight captain, now watching. He thinks that with the semi-finals underway, these important figures have finally appeared. Hutton calls out to Hyde to regain his attention. Hutton warns Hyde not to be distracted and says overconfidence can lead to defeat. Hyde tries to reply that he was not being arrogant, but Hutton accepts his own misunderstanding and apologizes as they raise their swords. Hyde assesses that a first-class mercenary might be around Fascio's level. Observing Hutton's aura, he feels it is not quite that strong. Hyde decides to test Hutton's style first rather than go all out. He rushes in with an opening attack. Hyde's swift sword stroke closes on Hutton. Hutton blocks the blow, sparks flying. The impact startles Hyde. The clash sends a blinding flash across the arena. Hutton immediately counters, forcing Hyde on the defensive. Hutton realizes Hyde's power and speed are higher than expected. Their swords collide again in an explosive exchange of strength. The shockwave pushes both fighters back across the stage. Hyde dashes forward through the dust, intent on regaining momentum. Hutton braces himself as Hyde's charge barrels toward him. One of Hutton's steps cracks the floor from the force. He surges forward in response, launching a powerful rush. Hyde blocks successive blows but feels their weight and precision. Hutton towers over him with a threatening overhead strike. The fierce back and forth continues, their blades flashing in rapid sequences. Hyde finally lands a decisive hit that forces Hutton to his knees. Spectators react in shock and excitement at Hyde's display. Michael and the official both stare, impressed by Hyde's strength. Hyde notes to himself that Hutton is more troublesome than he expected. He analyzes that Hutton had subtly delayed his attack rhythm, then exploited the opening with a sharp counter. Hyde also recognizes that Hutton's fundamentals were solid, proving he was not relying only on luck. Hutton admits aloud that even with preparation, he underestimated Hyde's reflexes and could not have matched them even in his youth. He reflects that while he normally wait for a better opportunity on a job, pride here forces him to go all out. Hutton powers up and charges again, cloaked in aura. Internally, he reveals his earlier display was partly a bluff and that his weapon hides a mechanism extending his reach. He plans to use a faster-than-expected attack to break Hyde's rhythm, confident Hyde will struggle against it. Hutton launches this extended-range thrust at Hyde. Hyde responds by unleashing a dark, powerful sword aura of his own. Hutton is stunned as the ominous energy rushes toward him. Hyde's empowered strike overwhelms Hutton's assault. Hyde stops his blade at Hutton's throat and apologizes, mentioning he was instructed not to kill him. Hutton nervously acknowledges how close he came to death, feeling the searing aura at his neck. The announcer declares the match overdue to Hutton's destroyed weapon and announces Blonde Hyde's advancement to the finals. Hyde offers Hutton a hand. They shake, and Hyde explains he ended the fight quickly because he dislikes the heat, while Hutton jokes that Hyde had aimed to cut off his wrist. Hyde replies that anything short of killing is allowed, leaving Hutton to call him ruthless. Hutton praises Hyde as a genius with terrifying technique, who may be remembered in history. Hyde counters that with more training instead of tricks Hutton could be stronger, but Hutton laughs that as a mercenary he values having many options in real combat. Hutton elaborates that for someone of average talent like him, clever strategy is his weapon against stronger foes. He admits that today showed him he collapses when facing overwhelming skill like Hyde's. Hyde contemplates the importance of strategy. The onlooking nobles and Lutus watch the arena below. A prince remarks on Hyde's exceptional skill and wonders if they could recruit him into the knights, recalling their earlier encounter. Lutus reacts thoughtfully. The second prince repeats Hyde's name with interest. On the field, Hyde looks up toward the noble seats. Michael, watching from above, wonders who Hyde truly is, remembering his strength and his nighttime investigations. He reasons that Hyde's goal must be bigger than simply winning the tournament, and questions what Hyde is really after. Guards shout as an older man forces his way into Michael's viewing area. Michael asks what is happening and is told a stranger insists on meeting him. A burly, red-bearded man breaks through the attendants and calls out to Michael, saying he has something to discuss. The servants call the man rude, but Michael calms them and asks the stranger to introduce himself. The man apologizes, explaining he is a Basor blacksmith whose forge supplies all swords for the Palma Knights. Michael asks his purpose, and the blacksmith says he heard Hyde is close to Michael. The blacksmith requests a chance to speak with Hyde to confirm a suspicion. He reveals his curiosity concerns the origin of Hyde's sword. Michael listens with sudden keen interest. Michael invites the blacksmith to explain further. Narration notes that in the other semi-final, Luke Yeager easily wins his match. Thus the tournament final is set between Hyde and Luke. Later, Hyde reacts as Luke approaches. Luke peeks into Hyde's room, looking uneasy. Hyde turns toward him, puzzled by the sudden visit. Time passes and the scene shifts back to the tournament venue under a clear sky. Hyde learns that the second prince is coming to see the finalists. Luke clarifies that although the prince claims to be encouraging finalists, he is clearly coming specifically for Luke. Luke explains the prince likely knows he is of the divine swordsman's bloodline and wants his support to secure the Palma Knights and thus legitimacy in Basor. Hyde summarizes that because the Palma commander backs the first prince, the second prince courting Luke would anger the commander, making the meeting awkward for Luke given his debt to Lutus. Luke, flustered, asks how Hyde knows all this and jokes that Hyde seems like a spy, while Hyde reminds him he is skilled at gathering information. Luke says he cannot flee from the approaching prince, and asks Hyde to cover for him by saying he is busy. The prince himself appears and, overhearing, lightly says he can come another time if Luke is too busy. Luke panics and stammers that it is a misunderstanding, while the prince laughs and admits he enjoys teasing Luke. The prince fondly recalls Darienne as stern and stoic, remarking that Luke's personality makes it hard to believe he is Darienne's descendant. Hyde watches the prince, intrigued. Hyde asks what kind of person the divine swordsman Darienne truly was. The prince notes Hyde's curiosity, compliments his impressive match, and praises his skill. Hyde listens seriously. The prince answers that he only met Darienne a few times as a child but remembers him as absolutely loyal and reliable. He especially recalls the resolute strength in Darienne's eyes, saying it embodied the spirit of Basor. Hyde silently absorbs this description. The prince then asks if Hyde's interest in Luke was simply curiosity about the divine swordsman's grandson. Laughing, the prince admits he overheard much of their talk but chose not to interrupt, and asks Hyde what else he wants to know. Luke nervously warns the prince not to reveal too much, calling Hyde a near-obsessive divine swordsman fan, while the prince insists Hyde means no harm. The prince philosophizes that a swordsman's heart shows in their blade, saying Hyde's pure pursuit of strength makes his fascination with Darienne natural. Jokingly, the prince relays that Darienne would have considered Hyde even better than Luke. He then straightforwardly invites Hyde to work with him, but Hyde politely declines, leading the prince to remark on his coldness toward royalty. Shaking Hyde's hand, the prince says he hopes for a great final match and encourages Hyde to learn more about who the divine swordsman truly was. Turning to Luke, the prince says he will summon Luke after the finals for a more detailed talk, leaving Luke surprised that a prince plans to call on him personally. Luke objects that appearing publicly with the prince will create awkward rumors for him and his commander. The prince explains his concern is tied to Luke's safety. Hyde is surprised to hear that Luke's safety is at risk. The prince tells them to accept that explanation for now and promises to summon Luke discreetly. He parts ways, telling them to take care. After he leaves, Luke and Hyde walk off in uneasy silence. Hyde notes Luke and the prince seemed close despite Luke's earlier anxiety, and Luke says the prince is kind and easy to approach. Luke admits the prince is a good person but says circumstances sometimes prevent him from acting on his feelings. Hyde silently reflects on Luke's words. Hyde advises Luke to accept the second prince's invitation, surprising Luke. Hyde recalls the prince's warning that only Luke can take responsibility for his own life. Luke looks at Hyde, affected by that thought. Hyde remembers Darienne's lesson that living passively makes you lose yourself when circumstances change. Luke is startled by the memory. Luke presses Hyde, asking what dangerous matter the prince was hinting at. Hyde recalls Darienne telling him to simply do what he can for now. Luke repeats that idea aloud, saying he will do what he can as well. Hyde jokingly tells Luke to blow off steam by flirting like usual, and Luke indignantly protests. Hyde internally wishes Luke would realize how perilous his position actually is. Time passes and the academy grounds are shown bustling. Later, Hyde quietly returns to his room. Michael greets him, immediately asking how his talk with the second prince went. Hyde reacts in confusion at how Michael already knows. Michael says he is no longer surprised by Hyde's connections and remarks that a prince's movements are hard to miss. Hyde starts taking off his cloak, revealing his sword. Michael, recalling something, says something interesting happened and asks if Hyde wants to hear it. Michael asks Hyde if he knows the name Leighton, and Hyde says it is unfamiliar. Michael explains Leighton was a legendary, extremely picky Western blacksmith who forged weapons only for people he personally acknowledged. Hyde comments that Leighton sounds eccentric. Michael says he met Leighton's apprentice Kevin, who told him Leighton had 3 masterpiece swords he prized most. Michael relates how Leighton forged 3 identical swords in one day, presented them to the royal family, and only one was granted for personal use for life. Michael adds that Kevin thinks Hyde's sword strongly resembles one of those masterpieces. Hyde silently turns his back, processing this revelation. Michael continues that only one of Leighton's 3 swords ever left royal hands. He names it as the famous sword of Darienne de Pert. Hyde, enraged, suddenly tackles Michael and raises his sword as if to strike. With a murderous aura, Hyde warns Michael to choose his next words very carefully. Hyde pins Michael down, covering his mouth with one hand and holding his sword with the other. Hyde repeats the warning, demanding Michael be cautious with what he says. Michael, shaken but still composed, looks up at Hyde. Michael infers from Hyde's reaction that his guess was right and begs Hyde to release him so they can talk. Hyde lets him go but stresses he does not want this secret spread, while Michael, still coughing, agrees. Michael says his men will soon silence the blacksmith Kevin, meaning only the 2 of them will know Hyde's secret. Hyde asks if Michael is trying to bind him with a favor, and Michael claims he dislikes debts and only passed on information that Kevin volunteered. Michael says he is offering goodwill and will keep Hyde's secret. Hyde solemnly makes Michael promise the secret will not leak. Hyde's eye shows intense suspicion and resolve. Hyde warns that Michael had better be telling the truth. Michael admits he was terrified by Hyde's killing intent. Michael, now curious, asks Hyde what connection he has to the divine swordsman, and Hyde admits he is Darienne's apprentice. Michael excitedly gushes about sharing a room with the divine swordsman's apprentice, while Hyde thinks Michael will be noisy for a while. Michael bombards Hyde with questions about Darienne and Hyde's reasons for coming to Basor. Hyde cuts him off, telling Michael to start thinking about how he will pretend not to know Hyde in public. Michael falls silent, studying Hyde's back. Hyde muses that trouble is likely coming. He decides not to get further involved and begins packing early so he can leave quickly if necessary. Hyde reaches for his sheathed sword among his belongings. Looking at it, he muses that he never realized the blade was so renowned, only that it was sharp. Hyde asks why, if the sword is so famous, no one has recognized it before, and Michael explains that only royalty would have seen it, and that it looks plain to non-experts. Hyde concludes he should avoid brandishing it around the king or princes. Michael shifts the topic to Hyde's preparations for the tournament finals and remarks that Hyde seemed wary of Luke. Hyde answers he was never wary. Hyde remembers that tomorrow he will finally fight Luke Yeager in the arena. He hopes their match does not end in an anticlimax. Elsewhere in the desert, strong winds sweep over sand dunes. A robed figure steps through the sand. The hooded stranger surveys the desert landscape. The stranger lets sand run through their fingers. Kneeling, the figure continues pouring sand, performing some kind of ritual. The sand around them begins to swirl unnaturally. A huge pit erupts in the sand where the figure kneels. The hooded stranger stands calmly amid the raging sandstorm. From the sand bursts a gigantic scorpion-like monster, towering over the robed figure. The robed person reaches inside their garments. They produce a glowing orb. The orb is revealed embedded in the monster's forehead, linking it to the robed master. The figure soothingly praises the creature for recognizing its master and calls it a clever good boy. The hooded man smirks, pleased with his control over the monster. Someone's voice declares that it is time to wake up, signaling the next day. The scene shifts back to Basor, where the colossal arena and city bustle in preparation for the tournament finale. Inside the packed arena, the crowd roars with excitement. The announcer welcomes everyone to the grand final match of the Basor Martial Tournament. Michael, watching from the stands, marvels at the unexpected matchup. The announcer hypes the duel between Luke of the Palma Knights, the hope of Basor, and the mysterious prodigy Hyde. Luke jokes that he feels cast as the villain, but Hyde tells him it is just for show. Hyde points out the pressure on Luke, warning that losing after being so hyped would cause backlash. Luke retorts that Hyde has a knack for provoking others and warns him not to beg for prize money after losing. The referee checks if both fighters are ready. Luke steels himself, taking his stance. Hyde does the same as the referee announces the start of the match. Hyde focuses, his eye sharpening. Luke activates Darienne's sword technique, his aura merging with an image of Darienne behind him. Hyde stares, recognizing the technique. Hyde smiles, thinking that confronting this familiar sword style stirs old memories. Above the arena, a bird circles in the bright sky. Michael notices birds overhead and wonders about them. The bird continues to wheel above the sun. One of the birds suddenly plummets toward the arena. Something crashes violently onto the arena floor between the fighters. Hyde lunges forward, sword ready, reacting to the impact. Luke charges as well, his blade raised. Both fighters and the spectators look upward in shock at what just fell. Luke and Hyde gape in confusion. They see a dark, mangled shape at the impact site. Spectators murmur, wondering if someone threw something into the arena. From the VIP seats, Michael comments that the object clearly fell from the sky. The nobles lean forward, realizing something is wrong. Hyde sees that a bloodied corpse has crashed into the arena. He looks up again, anxious about what is happening above. Overhead, a monstrous bird swoops through the sky. A spectator recognizes the shape and begins to shout. The monstrous bird dives toward the arena, and people scream that a monster has appeared. Other onlookers echo the panicked realization. The grotesque bird monster descends on the arena. Hyde sees the threat and identifies it as a monster. Luke also realizes in shock that a monster has invaded the tournament. Hyde shouts Luke's name in alarm. Luke jerks his gaze toward Hyde's call. Hyde suddenly charges directly toward Luke with explosive speed. Luke yells in confusion, demanding to know what Hyde intends to do in this situation. Hyde points upward, resolute, signaling his plan. Luke watches him, startled by his sudden decisiveness. Luke braces with his sword as Hyde rushes past. Hyde uses Luke as a springboard, leaping high into the air wreathed in purple aura. Propelled upward, Hyde heads straight for the descending monster with his sword drawn. His face darkens with killing intent as he unleashes his empowered strike. Hyde's sword cleaves the monster in midair with a massive cross-shaped slash of energy. He follows through in another sweeping blow, cutting the creature apart as he descends. Luke watches in stunned disbelief at Hyde's display of power. Hyde lands, similarly wide-eyed at what just transpired. The monster's corpse lies splattered on the arena floor while knights tend to the human body it had been carrying. Later, the commander reports that the dead person's tag marks them as from the southern Oasis village and orders the emergency night squad mobilized, deciding to advance an expedition, while Hyde wonders why a monster would bring a corpse all the way here. A knight reflects that the recent incident feels like an outright act of war. Hyde and Luke stand silently, processing what just happened. Hyde narrows his eye in tense realization. Hyde thinks of the slain creature and accepts that terrifying monsters like it will be his future enemies. Luke asks Hyde if he has any real monster fighting experience, and questions his quick judgment. Hyde insists he has fought the beast more than Luke, and Luke comments that Hyde's behavior keeps defying his appearance. Luke, staring at the corpse, asks if all monsters look like that, and whether Hyde has truly never seen one. Hyde explains he was a civilian until recently, and says ordinary people rarely encounter monsters. Luke describes monsters as mindless brutes easier to handle than humans and tells Hyde there is no reason to be scared, while Hyde loudly denies being afraid. Hyde thinks that intelligent monsters would be a different and far more dangerous matter, recalling a fierce leopard-like beast. An announcement apologizes for the incident and declares the tournament's final match suspended, ordering all participants to the waiting room. Hyde wonders why they are suddenly being sent to the waiting room while Hyde's companion stays quiet. Time passes over the Colosseum under a bright sky. Later, in a curtained room, Hyde appears, waking or checking on a resting Hyde. The knight captain notes that all key people have gathered. Luke nervously greets the captain, who says there is little time and they must speak directly. The captain explains that the remains carried by the monster were from a villager of southern Older, meaning monsters attack that region, so the Palma Knight Order has advanced their monster suppression expedition. He first orders Luke, as a knight, to participate in the expedition and be ready, and Luke accepts. The captain then addresses Hyde, saying it is unfortunate the incident disrupted the important final match, which will be on hold until the expedition ends, and asks Hyde to stay on standby. Hyde realizes the captain summoned him to negotiate, and pointedly asks what happens if he refuses. The captain offers that if Hyde declines, the final will be declared a draw and the prize split, even though no one wants that outcome. Hyde silently considers this proposal. Hyde instead suggests an alternative arrangement. Hyde proposes joining the monster suppression expedition alongside Luke and deciding the tournament winner by who slays more monsters. Luke is shocked by Hyde's proposal. The captain warns Hyde that subjugation is deadly serious, but Hyde says he understands and reminds them he already proved himself against the flying monster that attacked earlier. The captain is surprised as he recalls that feat. Acknowledging Hyde's strength as a Basor tournament finalist, the captain apologizes for underestimating him. He agrees and orders both Hyde and Luke to prepare and assemble at the plaza for the expedition by mid-afternoon, which they affirm. The scene shifts to the desert city and surrounding sands under blazing sunlight. As they walk, Luke asks Hyde if he really intends to join the expedition. Luke complains that deciding the champion by monster count seems skewed toward Hyde, but Hyde says fairness is limited because monster encounters are largely luck and adds he has another reason beyond winning. Hyde admits he suggested going because he's worried about Luke's safety. Luke is taken aback by Hyde's concern. Luke jokingly acts confident that no monster could kill him, and Hyde dryly agrees to treat it that way. Luke then says he was joking and assumes Hyde's decision is tied to what the second prince warned them about, confessing the matter has troubled him as well. Luke presses Hyde to finally reveal who is trying to kill him. Hyde hesitates, weighing whether to share his suspicions. Hyde thinks that naming his suspect now might make Luke behave suspiciously and cause complications, especially since he is not fully sure, so he instead tells Luke not to fully trust any knight for now. Hyde stresses that Luke should be wary even of the captain. Luke is unsettled by the suggestion but listens. The two regard each other tensely in the street. A young noble with a parasol and his attendant appear and greet them. The noble addresses Luke by name, saying this is their first time meeting outside the arena. Luke quietly identifies the noble to Hyde as merely someone he knows, denying any close relation. The noble politely asks to borrow Luke for a moment, and Hyde bemusedly agrees since Luke is free to go. Luke tells Hyde to head to the plaza with his equipment, and Hyde agrees. The noble comments that Hyde seems to have grown close to Luke. When Hyde asks what he wanted, the noble reveals he is leaving Basor that night, and says this may be their last talk. Then he corrects himself, saying they are sure to meet again someday so it will not truly be their last conversation. The noble notes that Hyde must be planning to accompany Luke on the subjugation, having noticed Hyde's interest in him. Excited, the noble connects Hyde's presence in Basor to Luke and presses to know what kind of person Luke really is, prompting Hyde to ask if that is his only reason for calling him over. The noble's eye glints with hidden intention. He reveals that 2 days earlier someone resembling a priest of lumen was seen in the southern Basor desert. He adds that he thought Hyde ought to know this information. Hyde realizes the noble also came to Basor for reasons beyond spectating the tournament. Hyde says he will remember the warning as he walks away. The expedition marches out of Basor's gates into the desert. Armored Palma knights ride in formation on horseback. Among them, Luke rides in full armor while Hyde follows nearby on foot or another mount. Luke feels uncharacteristically nervous about his first expedition starting so suddenly. Someone tugs on his armor from below to get his attention. A hooded stranger grabs Luke's arm and stealthily hands him something, startling him. The cloaked figure melts back into the crowd as Luke looks on. Luke finds a small white cross-like token left in his gauntlet hand. Hyde notices Luke's reaction from behind. The captain rallies everyone and orders all troops to march out. The army exits the city through the desert gate and heads toward the sands. Narration states that under the burning desert sun. The narration continues that an expedition destined to alter Basor's fate has begun abruptly. The image lingers on the blinding sun over the desert. The knights establish a base camp with tents and pack animals amid the dunes. In a strategy meeting, the captain indicates on a map that the attacked oasis village is Olde, south of Desert, and says they've received a detailed damage report. He explains that knights stationed in Desert responded early but were overwhelmed by the monsters and saved only one survivor, enraging his subordinates. He asks them not to blame the Desert knights too harshly, noting the enemy numbers were huge and that a particularly familiar monster was among them. The knights react anxiously, realizing which creature he means. The captain names it the Crimson Scorpion and says it has matured into its adult form without their knowledge. The knights are shaken, feeling their prior efforts to stop it were in vain. One protests in frustration that all their investigations were thorough, insisting the commander knows they were not negligent. Hyde internally realizes they are referring to the scorpion Darienne killed. A knight speculates that the famed divine swordsman might also have faced that creature alone, but the captain cuts him off, saying fear helps nothing. The captain contrasts that past battle with now, saying the divine swordsman once fought alone whereas this time the knights stand together. He admits he cannot match the divine swordsman's prowess but believes the Palma knights are stronger than ever because of his capable subordinates. He urges them to bravely wield their swords for the order. The knights are reassured and share determined looks. The captain resumes briefing, explaining they will first head to Desert, regroup, then split into scouting units led by captains to search southern Desert for stray monsters. He adds that his main unit will go straight to Older to defeat the monsters and aid survivors, while recon units must later regroup there for a joint elimination. He then begins listing which knights will make up the main unit. From outside the tent he continues calling names, including additional captains. Finally, he names Luke Yeager as the last member of the main force. As he offers to adjourn if there are no objections, Hyde raises his hand and says he objects. Hyde requests to be included in the main unit instead of being assigned elsewhere. The captain and Horton exchange surprised, wary looks. The captain decides Hyde will accompany Vice Captain Alvis instead, saying the main unit's mission is too critical to entrust to an outsider, regardless of Hyde's skill. Hyde reminds him of their prior agreement to decide the tournament winner by monster kills during this expedition. Hyde argues that for fairness, he needs equal opportunities to fight, and that if he is stuck in reconnaissance while the main unit battles, Luke should at least be stationed in the same group as him. Horton angrily calls Hyde an impudent child for trying to alter a vital mission for personal reasons, but the captain calms him, conceding Hyde has some point. The captain says the plan cannot be completely changed yet compromises by proposing that monster kills only start counting after all groups rendezvous at Olda, though Hyde protests that would wear Luke out and waste the knight's abilities. The captain ends the debate by firmly ordering Hyde to move with Alvis. Hyde coolly replies that he is not obligated to obey because he is not a Palma knight. The tense atmosphere fills the tent as everyone stares at Hyde. Luke looks anxiously at Hyde, caught between loyalties. The captain exhales, choosing his next response. He suddenly laughs heartily at Hyde's boldness. The captain turns to Luke and asks his opinion, catching Luke off guard. Luke, after hesitating, sides with Hyde by saying he also believes their contest should be fair. The captain then declares Hyde reassigned into the main unit, shocking Horton, who questions yielding to a child so easily. The captain counters that Hyde is a Basor tournament finalist, and adding one more fighter will not endanger the mission. He notes that with 13 members the formation will be uneven and therefore places Hyde at the rear, warning that protecting him there may be difficult, and asking if he accepts. Hyde calmly agrees, confident he can look after himself. The captain concludes the briefing and tells everyone to rest up for departure, and the knights answer in unison. As the meeting disperses, Hyde walks out with the other knights. Hyde thinks about how Commander Ludus Kikero opposed his inclusion less than expected and wonders if the man believes he can easily control a variable like Hyde. Hyde further observes that the knight's loyalty to Ludus is extremely strong, meaning outright conflict with the commander could turn the entire order against him. He resolves to stay sharp and keep his mind clear in the coming mission. Later, Luke rides under the harsh sun, still visibly tense among the armored column. The army reaches the fortress city of Desert on the desert's edge. Once there, the knights regroup with local forces as the captain prepares to lead them out again. The captain and a local commander confer over another map to coordinate movements. The city gate opens with a groan to let the unified forces depart. The main unit rides out from Desert into the open desert in formation. Hooves pound the sand as the column moves at speed. From a vantage point above Olda, the captain sees the oasis settlement below and remarks that something seems wrong. He notes that Olda appears to be nothing but ruins and that there are no visible monsters, wondering if they relocated. He muses that monsters rarely abandon their lairs, though the attacks on Olda and Basor mean movement is possible. Luke worries aloud that the Crimson Scorpion might be hiding beneath the sands, and the captain agrees this is plausible. The captain orders all troops to stay in formation and advance into the ruined village. As they move in, ominous noises rumble from the damaged buildings. The knights continue riding through the devastated streets. Amid the ruined structures, they pass grisly bloodstains and claw marks, evidence of the massacre that occurred in Olda. A nervous knight surveys the ruined, blood-stained surroundings. Someone notes the town is eerily silent, with no residents or monsters anywhere. A knight tells the white-haired captain he has a bad feeling and suggests retreating, and the captain ponders. Something suddenly strikes a knight's helmet, startling him. The hit knight accuses a comrade of fooling around, but the other insists he did nothing. The knights ride their horses through the dusty streets. A colossal scorpion monster looms over a mounted knight, revealing itself. The terrified knight begins to shout in shock. He yells that the scorpion is attacking as the beast crashes into the formation, causing chaos. The giant scorpion bears down on the knights, who are caught mid-reaction. The blonde youth urgently warns that multiple scorpions are attacking. The captain bellows for everyone to get down. The captain swings a glowing sword to shield his men. His powerful slash smashes into a scorpion and the surrounding structures. The shockwave blasts sand and debris as knights flee the collapsing street. The captain orders the knights to form ranks and prioritize escaping the area. The unit gallops away while huge desert monsters, including scorpions and snakes, chase them. A rider's horse stumbles as the ground caves into a pit ahead. The blonde knight Horton is thrown violently from his falling horse. A massive scorpion rises before the fallen Horton, threatening him. The captain shouts Horton's name in alarm. The blonde youth on horseback resolves that he must act immediately if he wants to save Horton. He steels his resolve, focusing intensely. Luke spurs his horse forward, racing past the youth toward the danger. Luke launches himself off his horse, sword drawn, toward the pit where Horton lies. Luke yells for Sir Horton to duck. His blade ignites with golden power as he prepares to strike. Luke's empowered slash crashes down onto the scorpion, spraying purple blood. The wounded scorpion reels, its carapace cracked and bleeding but not dead. Luke realizes in frustration that even his strong attack failed to finish the creature, and wonders why it is so tough. Luke urges Horton to remount so they can follow the vanguard away from the monster. Horton and another knight escape together on one horse as a giant snake closes in behind them. The blonde youth watches the fleeing knights, deep in thought. Luke reports that all units have successfully withdrawn from the city of Older. The captain calls out to rally the entire battalion. He commands the force to wheel around on their mounts and reform battle ranks. Declaring they will purge the monsters, the captain charges toward a gigantic serpent. The blonde youth reflects that Horton serves Ludus and might become his enemy, and that this thought made him hesitate to help. He notes inwardly that Luke, despite knowing there is a traitor among the knights, never hesitated to save Horton. The youth wonders if Luke is simply naive or genuinely kind. The battle ends under the bright desert sky. A serpent's head collapses in a spray of blood. The battlefield is strewn with slain scorpions and snakes while mounted knights stand among the corpses. The captain remarks that the fight seems over and admits he did not expect an ambush here, while Luke points out the unusually high number of scorpions. Resting by boulders, Luke tells the blonde youth this situation may be more serious than they first assumed. Luke exhales, still tense but calming down. The blonde youth offers Luke a water flask. As Luke drinks, the youth says he seems to be struggling, and Luke pretends he is only disappointed the battle was easier than expected. Luke then quietly asks why the youth chose to save the knights. The youth clarifies he means not just Horton but all the comrades who might later turn their blades on Luke. Horton concedes that might happen. Luke answers that even so, he became a swordsman to help people in need, not to stand by. The blonde youth listens, taken aback by Luke's conviction. Luke adds lightheartedly that Horton is not really a threat to him anyway and jokes that the youth should not tell anyone he said that, leaving the youth speechless. Elsewhere, the captain notes they have some time before regrouping and considers whether to contact the other units. He decides that no news likely means nothing serious has happened and says the unit led by Dassem and Romero should handle minor monsters. A knight calls out urgently to the captain. The knight presents a glowing communication orb, saying the captain needs to answer it. The captain asks if the call is from Dassem, and the knight nervously replies it is not. Introducing himself through the orb, the captain identifies as Ludus Kikero of the knights. A distant knight named Heinz reports from Desert and asks if everything is alright on the captain's side. Heinz, standing on Desert's walls, anxiously asks if something has happened. He explains that large numbers of monsters are gathering directly beneath Desert's walls. The captain and Luke are shocked to hear the monsters are heading toward Desert, and realize their earlier ambushers were not the only threat. Heinz says the monsters are just clustering at the walls for now, but with most troops away on expeditions they lack the strength to repel them. The captain asks if Heinz sees any red glowing scorpions among the monsters. Heinz confirms that no such special scorpions are present there. The captain acknowledges this and promises to send reinforcements to Desert. Luke quietly suggests that since the red scorpion is not at Desert, this build-up might be a ploy to make them retreat or split their forces. He doubts monsters could plan that far ahead, but the captain reminds him the creatures already managed an ambush, so diversionary tactics are possible. The captain decides they will not back down easily, leaving a small scouting force in place while sending the rest back to Desert as reinforcements. The blonde youth realizes this plan could isolate him and Luke with Ludus's loyal men. He thinks that if the captain sends everyone except his own henchmen away, he and Luke will be left completely exposed. He wonders if Ludus anticipated this situation but resolves that he will not be such an easy target. Ludus announces he will order unregrouped units, and that only he, Gorderic, and 5 others will stay while the rest return to Desert. He then adds that Luke and the blonde youth Helmut will also be heading back. Helmut reacts in surprise to being included in the returning group. Ludus reiterates that Luke and Hyde should ride back to Desert with the others. Luke and Helmut stare in shock at this unexpected decision. Luke protests, but the captain firmly orders him to obey. The captain places a reassuring armored hand on Luke's chest. He tells Luke he is not doubting his abilities, but is sending him back precisely because he trusts him. Ludus instructs Luke to return with reinforcements once affairs in Desert are settled, so together they can defeat the Red Scorpion. He promises Luke that he will help him avenge his grandfather's old enemy, the Red Scorpion. Luke silently absorbs the promise of vengeance. The captain declares that they will move out as soon as preparations are finished. Helmut watches Luke and the departing captain with a thoughtful, wary look. The column of riders splits, with a large group, including Luke and Helmut, heading across the desert back toward Desert. While riding, Helmut muses that this would have been the ideal chance for Ludus to trap him and Luke, so he wonders why they were sent away instead. He reasons that circumstances strongly suggest Ludus is the traitor, though he admits this is only suspicion since Ludus has never openly acted suspicious. Helmut considers whether the order might have come from the first prince but decides not to overthink it, focusing on staying alert. He reflects grimly that tragedy often strikes without warning, so they must not lower their guard. Luke calls out to Hyde to get his attention. Luke asks if, since Hyde respects the divine swordsman, he burns with a desire to destroy the Red Scorpion in revenge. Hyde listens carefully, expression unreadable. Luke answers his own question, saying that despite being the divine swordsman's blood relative and inheriting his style, he does not feel compelled to avenge him. He explains that he barely knew his legendary grandfather, so the captain's emphasis on vengeance earlier actually left him a little disappointed. Hyde admits it bothers him that someone who once told him to prove himself by his own strength still seems to see only the divine swordsman in him. Luke asks if that attitude is really so strange. Hyde replies that, given all the advantages Luke inherited from the divine swordsman, dismissing vengeance like that sounds a bit spoiled. Luke gives a sheepish smile at Hyde's blunt remark. As they ride, Luke says that talking with Hyde always makes his worries feel smaller, and Hyde answers that survival is what matters most right now. Hyde then remembers that someone handed Luke something when they left Basor and asks about it. Luke recalls the incident and admits he was too distracted to check the item, wondering aloud where he put it. He pulls out a folded envelope from his gear. Hyde notes that the mysterious item turns out to be a note. Luke says he can already guess who sent the message. Reading it, he confirms it is from the second prince and suggests they see what instructions it contains. The letter's narration begins, hoping Luke reads it in time and giving guidance for if he is in desert, while another knight scolds him for breaking formation. Suddenly a dark purple power erupts from Hyde's chest, engulfing him in energy. Hyde's eyes glow blankly as he falls into a trance. His perception distorts, the world around the galloping riders blurring strangely. Hyde, still on horseback, feels reality warp as the others race ahead in the distorted landscape. His eyes widen in shock as the vision or power overwhelms his senses. Snapping back, Hyde urgently shouts for everyone to stop their horses. He veers his horse across the formation, alarming the other riders. A massive attack erupts from beneath the sand, obliterating riders right where they would have been had Hyde not warned them. A knight screams out that it is an ambush. Enormous serpents and scorpions rise around the knights, surrounding them. Luke rallies the shaken men, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. He then hesitates as something ominous catches his attention. The knights look up warily amid swirling sand, searching for the new threat. A gigantic red scorpion bursts from the ground before them. Luke stares in dread, recognizing the creature as the legendary red scorpion. The red scorpion charges in alongside other monsters, ready to slaughter the knights. As knights are attacked and try to call the captain, they realize their communication signal is being blocked. Hyde and Luke leap into the air together, weapons drawn, to counterattack. Hyde's purple blade and Luke's golden slash cut through scorpion monsters in a synchronized assault. Hyde claims the first kill for his tally, and Luke protests in disbelief that he is actually keeping score mid-battle. Hyde jokes that he is tracking Luke's kills too, while they both dash toward a lunging giant serpent, with Luke shouting his thanks and the fight raging on. Hyde focuses intently, preparing for battle. Hyde faces a huge monster lunging at him with its jaws wide open. The monster's massive limb crashes into the ground, shaking the battlefield. A knight shouts Hyde's name in alarm as the impact lands. The monster's rocky body reveals a glowing eye-like core. The rocky limb becomes bound by glowing lines of energy. Hyde unleashes a powerful purple blast that shatters the monster's body. Spattered in monster blood, Hyde's eyes glow as he stands unfazed. Fellow knights remark that Hyde is reckless, even compared to themselves. The knights continue fighting giant serpents and scorpions amid the chaos. Hyde walks out of the crater of his last strike, sword dripping with purple blood. Hyde notes that a red scorpion has been observing instead of fighting and that all the monsters seem oddly restrained. He realizes the monsters act like they are searching for something. The red scorpion suddenly swells into an enormous, towering form before him. The crystal on the giant scorpion's forehead flares with light as it activates. Hyde looks up in shock at the scorpion's sudden change. He recalls a report that a man resembling a lumen priest passed through this desert just before the battle. Hyde's eye widens as he connects this memory to the current situation. The sun blazes overhead, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. A knight asks his captain if something important is being overlooked. The older commander's lips tighten as he senses something. The captain replies that he was just thinking their awaited guests should be arriving about now. From above, the battlefield shows Hyde, the giant red scorpion, and the knights arrayed around them. Hyde turns startled, sensing a new presence. Luke's comrade calls out Luke's name in shock. A colossal serpent tail erupts behind Luke, towering over him. The serpent's body whips around with lethal speed. Luke, astride a snake-like mount, is thrown off balance by the attack. Hyde dashes forward through the blowing sand toward Luke. Hyde watches as the serpent flings Luke high into the sky. Hyde dives in and cuts through the ground where the serpent struck, trying to save him. Hyde looks panicked as the situation worsens around Luke. Elsewhere, a hooded man reports that their sought-after target has been secured. The same man coldly orders that everyone else on the field be killed. The crystal on the scorpion's forehead pulses again, relaying that murderous command. Multiple giant snakes rise around Hyde and the knights as he braces to fight them all. The sky turns blood red, signaling a dark change in the battle. Footsteps approach across the sand toward Hyde. A robed priest appears beside the giant scorpion, taunting Hyde for being the last survivor. He calls Hyde an unfortunate lamb that somehow survived the slaughter. Drenched in blood, Hyde stares ahead, traumatized but burning with fury. Hyde now stands alone against the huge scorpion and the priest controlling it. Hyde reflects that the stabbing pain in his chest, which he thought was demonic energy reacting to the seed of darkness inside him, feels different. He realizes the energy from the scorpion's crystal and from the priest is not demonic at all but something otherworldly. Hyde identifies the power emanating from the priest as divine. The priest praises Hyde's unbelievable strength, and notes, he nearly wiped out all the summoned monsters alone. He adds that Hyde's strength far exceeds what his age suggests, and that he senses a faint ominous aura from him, wondering what Hyde really is. Ignoring the question, Hyde demands to know where Luke has been taken. The priest dismisses conversation as pointless. He declares that Hyde does not need to know anything and that all the Desire reinforcements must die here in a staged accident. Hyde's eyes harden with resolve at this revelation. Hyde deduces that to capture Luke Yeager, the enemy was willing to sacrifice countless subordinates, showing how much they feared the divine swordsman's heir. The priest realizes Hyde is not some random outsider. Hyde warns that this encounter will not end the way it did with the divine swordsman, and vows to pry the truth out of the priest, find Luke, and stop Ludus Kikero. The priest answers with a sinister chuckle. Then he laughs loudly, mockingly asking if Hyde is sure about opposing their chain of command. He reveals that Ludus himself is merely another expendable piece, and that the real mastermind is someone higher. The second prince appears in memory, and it is explained that High Priest Nardalos ordered both the divine swordsman and his grandson to be eliminated. The priest tells Hyde that saving the divine swordsman's grandson means making the entire Lumen temple his enemy. Hyde recalls the rumor that the temple directly arranged for the divine swordsman's death because he hindered their growing influence. Hyde grips his blood-stained sword and declares that he has changed his mind. He launches a ferocious airborne attack toward the priest through a spiraling vortex of energy. In mid-assault, Hyde amends his vow, saying he will still find Luke but will make killing the priest his first priority. The high priest calls Hyde reckless and muses that the second prince may have misjudged him. The desert landscape rumbles as their clash of powers begins in earnest. Rocks and sand lift under the overwhelming forces they unleash. A massive beam of light carves through the desert as their battle escalates. Elsewhere, a snake's tail slams another knight and horse into the air. Luke is smashed into the ground by the serpent's blow. Bruised and coughing, Luke struggles to breathe in the swirling dust. Luke pants, trying to push himself back up. A heavy armored boot steps down near him. Luke looks up to see the imposing captain standing over him. The captain greets him by name, confirming Luke Yeager's identity. Shocked and afraid, Luke addresses him as captain. The captain coldly asks Luke where the rest of their comrades are. He then gently urges Luke to stand and walk with him for now. They move toward a rocky area of the desert as the sun sets. Luke and the captain walk side by side into the fading light. Luke anxiously waits as the captain begins speaking about his grandfather. The captain says he respected Luke's grandfather more than anyone and worked over a decade to earn promotion under him. He reminds Luke that he once told him to gain recognition in Basor by his own strength. Then he cruelly states that believing effort alone can achieve one's ideal is childish nonsense. Luke is stunned by the shift in the man he trusted. Luke hesitantly asks to pose a single question to his captain. He admits he does not want to believe it but remembers having once been warned about the captain. Luke recalls receiving a mysterious letter during training. The letter had cautioned him never to be alone in a room with the captain. The captain's eye narrows as he realizes Luke knows something. Luke desperately begs the captain to deny the accusations and to say his trust was not misplaced. The captain's lips curl as he prepares to answer. He explains that this very place is where Luke's grandfather was last seen before he disappeared. Luke listens in horror as the implication sinks in. The captain openly confesses that he lured Darienne Depert, the divine swordsman, here into a trap, stripped him of everything, and buried him in the forest of roots. He ominously tells Luke that he will suffer the same fate. The ground trembles and cracks as power gathers for Luke's execution. Back at Hyde's battle, his sword becomes cloaked in roaring purple energy. Hyde swings that power in a great arc at the scorpion and the priest's holy barrier. Straining against the radiant defense, Hyde is buffeted by the clash of energies. The force of their collision sends the massive scorpion hurtling away. Hyde thinks that merely approaching the priest's power makes his heart ache, and that he must use even stronger viz despite his unstable control. He darts around the scorpion's lunging tail, using speed to survive. The priest wonders why someone so skilled is suddenly helpless before a single holy barrier, likening Hyde to a monster being repelled. Hyde powers forward again, purple aura surging from the seed in his chest. The seed of darkness pulses at his heart as he pushes it harder. The priest's eyes widen as he senses that dark power intensifying. A gigantic golden holy barrier erupts, blasting Hyde back. Hyde recovers midair, realizing some people can survive the temple's purges and that he may be one of them. The priest proclaims that Lumen clearly guided him here so he can destroy Hyde, whom he calls a monster bearing a forbidden seed. Far away, a grand academy-like castle stands peacefully in the mountains. Inside, a hand reaches for a large, ornate book. Fingers grasp the thick volume as it is pulled from the shelf. A girl with bright violet eyes holds the book, bathed in warm light. Her eyes widen as something catches her attention. Nearby on a desk lie an open grimoire and a silver circlet-like artifact. The girl sits in a library reading, surrounded by shelves of books and magical items. Back in the desert, the priest unleashes a colossal angelic beam while someone thinks that no news from the front must mean things are going well. Hyde blocks and survives the blast, his cloak whipping as energies collide. The priest jeers that Hyde is surprisingly good at running away. Hyde glares back, determined, his face streaked with purple energy and blood. Observing the fight, Hyde notes that the scorpion suddenly fights more passively, which seems suspicious. He deduces the scorpion is controlled through the forehead crystal, that its commands are simple, and that its controller's precision is limited. He further analyzes that the priest lacks real combat experience, and cannot even manage the red scorpion effectively. Hyde decides he has identified his optimal attack route, and just needs one more thing. Focusing on his sword, he concludes that what he needs is unwavering resolve. He slams a foot into the ground, sprinting forward with renewed determination. Cloaked in purple vis, Hyde rushes straight toward the priest. The priest mocks him for thinking a reckless charge could possibly succeed. Hyde dives through the priest's radiant magic while the priest commands him to return to Lumen's side in death. Hyde's eyes burn with fierce determination as he commits fully to his decisive strike. In a rocky wasteland, the stage is set for a monumental battle. A massive armored figure descends, sword pointed downward. A stern, glowing-eyed knight captain stands fully revealed with his blade drawn. The captain faces a kneeling, flaming swordsman amid the shattered ground. The captain acknowledges Luke Yeager's skill as impressive. Bloodied but resolute, Luke glares back while wreathed in flame. Luke tells the captain to stop toying with him, saying the last blow could have killed him. The captain wordlessly stares down at Luke with chilling intensity. Struggling, Luke admits he no longer recognizes the captain. The captain steps forward, signaling renewed aggression. He leaps high and dives at Luke with overwhelming speed. Their swords clash violently as Luke barely blocks the strike. The captain praises Luke for perfectly inheriting his predecessor's abilities, saying Luke reminds him of that man's youth. The captain abruptly shifts tone, preparing something more serious. Luke is shocked as another devastating blow slams into his guard. The captain claims a true divine swordsman would have deflected and countered instead of simply blocking. He insists Luke should have been able to strike back before the blow even landed. He further argues a genuine divine swordsman would not be hurt by such a minor attack. The relentless onslaught sends Luke flying under the captain's powerful swings. Luke takes more direct hits, his body battered by the captain's sword. The captain repeats that Luke cannot be the divine swordsman he claims to be. He abruptly halts his own sword mid-swing, restraining himself. Luke collapses to the ground, coughing blood while the captain watches coldly. Looking down in disgust, the captain calls Luke's state pathetic. He declares that Basor has no further need for a divine swordsman like Luke Yeager. Despite his injuries, Luke's hand tightens stubbornly around his sword. Shaking, Luke struggles back to his feet before the captain. The captain says he still cannot understand something about Luke. He answers his own confusion by brutally cutting Luke down again. Luke manages to catch the captain's next strike in a desperate guard. Empowered light flares in Luke's eyes as he launches a sudden counterattack. The captain's eyes widen, startled by this unexpected surge. Their swords collide again, sparks and blood flying between them. Luke grits his teeth and fully commits to the offensive. Luke's furious flurry of blows actually injures and drives the captain back. A glowing image of the original divine swordsman seems to loom behind Luke as he channels that legacy. The captain, bleeding, reels at the realization of Luke's awakened power. Snarling, he gathers his own aura and raises his sword overhead. The captain's unleashed attack explodes in a colossal pillar of light. When the dust settles, a huge crater shows both fighters still standing within. Panting, Luke asks the captain what he hates so intensely. The captain's expression hardens as he hears the question. He coldly states Luke will be remembered as a hero who died alongside the Red Scorpion. Boasting, he says this sword already betrayed the divine swordsman and will now kill his final successor. Luke hangs his head, blood dripping as if he accepts death. A new voice counters, asking whoever said Luke Yeager was the last successor. The captain freezes mid-swing as unfamiliar power interrupts him. Shocked, he turns toward a surge of ominous purple energy. A purple-shrouded swordsman crashes down with a massive, earth-splitting strike. The newcomer, eyes glowing with dark power, rushes forward brandishing twin blades. Luke stares in stunned recognition at the sudden savior. The purple aura user dashes so fast the ground tears beneath his feet. Luke watches as the purple-cloaked figure positions himself between them and the enemy. The newcomer activates a power named Ludus Kikero through a glowing bracelet. Transformed, he now stands composed with sword ready, wreathed in controlled purple flames. He calmly declares that it is time to bring everything to an end. The captain glares murderously, realizing this new threat is formidable. The purple swordsman's aura crackles while Luke looks on from behind. Luke recognizes the newcomer as Hyde and asks how he arrived here. Hyde, eyes focused, says nothing yet as his aura surges higher. Elsewhere, a priest of Lumen shouts for Hyde to return to the light god's side. Hyde charges straight toward the radiant priest through the holy blast. The priest answers by unleashing a gigantic beam of divine light at him. Smiling confidently, the priest believes his holy power has overwhelmed the darkness. A huge dust cloud rises from the collision of light and dark forces. To the priest's surprise, Hyde bursts through the smoke, still charging. The priest's confident expression falters as he realizes Hyde survived. Hyde, cloaked in purple flames, dives into attack again. Panicked, the priest insists this is impossible, since his spell should have burned Hyde's heart and the seed of darkness. Hyde reasons that because the blast missed his heart, and he focused all his vis into his sword, he could partially offset the damage. He explains he has stopped suppressing the seed of darkness, and is using the overwhelming divine power around it to temporarily hold it in check. Knowing this state will not last, Hyde decides that the short time it grants is enough to act. The recoil of his power hurls part of the red scorpion's armored limb away. His attack pierces the massive scorpion's shell, wounding the beast. Hyde identifies the priest of Lumen as the one who controlled the scorpion for his own ends. He reasons that such a man could never truly be on friendly terms with a monster like this. The priest, suddenly nervous, finds the scorpion towering and turning on him. A violent impact sends Hyde skidding across the battlefield. Hyde lies hurt, while the now freed scorpion clashes with the priest at a distance. Writhing, Hyde feels the unstable seed of darkness pulsing painfully in his chest. He recalls training with the original divine swordsman, practicing sword forms in the forest. His mentor had watched with quiet approval, recognizing Hyde's potential. Back in the present, Hyde narrows his eyes with grim resolve despite the corruption spreading. His hand once more closes firmly around his sword hilt. Meanwhile, the enraged red scorpion lunges at the priest with its massive tail. Outraged, the priest shouts that a lowly monster dares to attack him. He blasts the scorpion with overwhelming holy light, ordering it to vanish. Another catastrophic beam of light tears through the battlefield. Yet the enormous scorpion survives and looms behind the priest, crackling with energy. The priest sneers at the beast, preparing to punish it again. Hyde suddenly appears behind the priest, sword raised in a killing stance. Hyde's purple slash tears straight through the priest's body. Staggering and bleeding, the priest is left exposed beneath the scorpion. The scorpion's tail then impales the priest from behind, skewering him. The dying priest looks back in disbelief at his fate. The scorpion thrashes, throwing debris as Hyde hovers before it in midair. Hyde, engulfed in purple fire, fully embraces the seed of darkness's power. Crushed under the scorpion, the priest curses the inferior beings who defeated him. Hyde approaches and coldly demands to know where Luke is. Spitting blood, the priest snaps that Hyde must not look down on him. Hyde wordlessly drives his purple sword through the priest's mouth. Pinning him to the ground, Hyde remarks that torture for information is something he is quite accustomed to. With a terrifying, masked expression, Hyde threatens to start cutting off the least vital parts unless he gets answers, urging the priest to think carefully. Terror floods the priest's eye as he realizes how ruthless Hyde truly is. The camera pulls back to show Hyde and Luke within a vast crater, purple energy swirling around them. Hyde stands ready with his sword, purple flames steady as he prepares for the next battle. He internally notes that his previous prolonged fight increased both his vis and the seed of darkness within him. He concludes that now his vis is regenerating so fast it strains his body, but that same excess gives him the strength to continue. Aware it is only temporary, Hyde judges that in this empowered state he can still defeat his opponent. The captain invokes Ludus Kikero himself, cloaking his armor in golden divine energy. He demands to know how Hyde managed to survive the previous deadly place. Hyde answers that the captain, after besting the divine swordsman, probably never imagined losing to someone like him. The captain studies Hyde with a wary, focused stare. He unleashes another huge arc of radiant power toward Hyde. The attack detonates on impact, shattering rock and sending debris flying. Luke shields himself from the shockwave, stunned by the escalating clash. The captain vows to kill Hyde, attacking with full force. Snarling, he declares that whoever Hyde is, he will not leave this place alive. Their opposing auras flare as they lock weapons in a furious close combat exchange. The captain insists that as long as he eliminates Hyde here, all his problems will be solved. Hyde coldly replies that depends on whether the captain is actually capable of doing it. The two swordsmen clash again at close range, either giving ground. Shocked by the resistance, the captain wonders what incredible power Hyde is using. He manages to catch Hyde's blade on his own, barely holding it back. Hyde swings down with another devastating purple strike, forcing the captain on the defensive. Watching the technique, Luke suddenly recognizes Hyde's movement as that of the divine swordsman. The captain is knocked back by one of Hyde's powerful slashes. Hyde steadies himself midair, eyes calm and determined within the swirling purple fire. The captain hesitates, beginning to grasp the familiar style in Hyde's sword. Staring in disbelief, the captain demands to know who taught Hyde that unmistakable divine swordsman's swordsmanship. The purple-haired swordsman declares that his response to his enemy will be delivered through his sword. The older knight reacts in shocked disbelief. Empowered by Darienne's aura, the young swordsman manifests the divine swordsman's image behind him. The elder, wreathed in golden energy, refuses to accept what he is seeing. The youth says Darienne might not have cared, but he personally intends to kill the knight. The knight grips his sword hilt tightly, gathering power. Radiating holy energy, the knight prepares to clash with the purple swordsman. He frantically insists Darienne Depert cannot be alive, recounting how he ambushed and delivered him to the temple. The young swordsman says if this display is not enough proof, he has nothing else to show. The knight charges and swings his glowing sword at the oncoming youth. The youth moves swiftly as the clash of powers explodes around them. Their combined strike sends a colossal slash tearing through the sky and rocks. A wounded young knight watches the titanic duel in fear and awe. Golden and purple sword rays collide repeatedly as the two combatants trade ferocious blows. The purple swordsman stomps down hard, anchoring himself for another attack. Enveloped in violet aura, he rushes in and raises his sword to strike the knight. They cross blades at close range in a powerful exchange. The youth steps off the knight's armored leg, using it as leverage. Spinning in midair, The purple swordsman evades and positions for another assault. The golden knight unleashes a massive sweeping strike that sends the youth flying. The young swordsman twists in the air, readying his body and sword. Their next collision produces a huge shockwave of light between them. The silver-haired ally shields himself from the blast and debris. After the explosion, the two fighters face each other again amid ruins and swirling auras. The youth thinks that even with his current power he might not win and must finish the fight before his surge of vis ends. The knight stands calmly, energy roaring around him. He stares intently at the youth, reassessing him. The knight admits he now understands why the divine swordsman chose this youth as successor. However, he says that very fact makes it impossible for him to accept the youth. He declares that every trace of the divine swordsman's legacy must be wiped from the world. The young swordsman silently steels his resolve. He closes his eyes, focusing his power. A voice explains that the battlefield shaped by Ludus Kikero is like his own personal world, similar to what Darienne would have seen leaving the Forest of Roots. The youth begins another rapid advance, feet wrapped in purple aura. He sprints straight toward the knight, sword ready. The knight narrows his eyes, preparing to counter the charge. The knight's counterattack sends the youth flipping through the air again. Upside down, the youth's eyes widen in surprise. He regains control and slashes at the knight with a wide purple stroke. The knight swings back, refusing to yield. The two close in and clash at point-blank range. The youth angles his blade, beginning to change the pattern of his attacks. His altered strikes send the knight staggering. The knight retaliates with another enormous sweeping blow, trying to overwhelm him. The impact strains the knight's armored chest, showing the toll the fight is taking. Startled, the knight asks what style the youth is using, noting it is no longer Darienne's swordsmanship. The youth explains he mixed unfamiliar sword techniques to exploit the knight's knowledge of Darienne's style. Outraged, the knight calls him insane for tainting the greatest sword style with cheap techniques instead of using it purely. The youth starts to answer calmly. He says that the people he learned these other sword styles from are far more deserving of being called swordsman than the knight. The knight quietly questions this assertion. The youth declares that the knight himself is a fake as well. The knight screams that a true divine swordsman would never depend on another's power like a coward. The purple swordsman centers himself for a decisive technique. He tells the knight that he is not Darienne. He raises his sword high, gathering a storm of purple energy as the knight braces. The knight insists that illusions will not fool him. Peering through the dust, the knight senses something approaching. He launches a heavy attack toward the perceived threat. But the blow only severs a discarded boot. The real youth has slipped past. The purple swordsman appears right behind the shocked knight. A narrator defines strategy as a weapon that lets one challenge stronger foes. Using that strategy, the youth lands a lethal slash across the knight's back. Cloaked in purple flames, he follows through with his blade as blood spills. The scene shifts to Ludus's childhood city, setting up his past. A young Ludus happily plays swords with friends in the streets. The boys climb up to a rooftop, excited by something in the distance. From there they watch a grand ceremony at a vast temple plaza. A young Darienne depart bows a knightly greeting before the crowd. Child Ludus looks on in admiration, clearly inspired by Darienne. Years later, Ludus himself stands proudly as a knight, following Darienne's example. Ludus rides behind Darienne on campaign, serving loyally at his side. Darienne bravely fights a horde of monstrous beasts. He cuts them down with overwhelming skill while Ludus supports him. The younger Ludus gazes at Darienne in awe amid the battlefield. Later, someone presents Darienne's sword before assembled knights as if in ceremony. Darienne and another commander stand before the gathered order to address them. Among the knights, Ludus listens intently, full of respect. In private, Ludus respectfully begs the famed divine swordsman Darienne depart to teach him his swordsmanship. Ludus offers himself humbly, eager to become Darienne's disciple. Darienne remarks that such behavior is unlike Ludus, questioning his request. Ludus explains that learning Darienne's swordsmanship has always been his dream and he will endure any harsh training. Darienne silently weighs the plea, his gaze stern. He bluntly refuses Ludus's request. Darienne tells Ludus he may be a fine aid but that his sword style will go only to his own son. Ludus protests that Darienne's son already gave up on the training and could not handle it. Darienne coldly warns Ludus not to overstep himself. Ludus backs down apologetically while Darienne repeats he will not teach anyone else and orders Ludus to focus on his duties. Ludus silently swallows his hurt and humiliation. Time passes in the city and temple complex, emphasizing the distance that grows between them. Someone calls out to Sir Ludus in a garden pavilion, asking to speak with him. Darienne asks what Ludus wants, and Ludus asks him to simply watch. Ludus draws his sword with determination. He demonstrates a series of powerful sword forms he has pieced together. Darienne's eyes widen as he recognizes his own style being mimicked. Ludus ends the sequence with a heavy finishing strike. He proudly explains that he reconstructed the missing parts himself, and that the style is flawless and extremely strong. Ludus vows lifelong loyalty to Darienne and begs again for a chance to inherit his swordsmanship properly. Hearing his full name, Ludus looks up with hopeful surprise. Darienne explodes in rage, accusing Ludus of wasting his time on such nonsense. Ludus is stunned and fearful at Darienne's fury. Darienne says his earlier warning was ignored and now he will make his stance unmistakably clear. He declares that Ludus Kikero is utterly unworthy to inherit his swordsmanship, solely because he lacks talent. Darienne tells Ludus not to get conceited and to examine himself before daring to copy and alter another man's sword style. Walking away, Darienne orders Ludus never to bring up the matter again. Ludus trembles, deeply wounded by the rejection. Narration reveals Ludus only wanted to be a swordsman like Darienne and sought to prove himself. A dark image shows Ludus later turning his back and leaving Darienne to his fate. Back in the present, the gravely injured Ludus lies bleeding from the youth's blow. The youth steps barefoot into Ludus's blood as he approaches. Ludus kneels, mortally wounded, while the bare-footed swordsman stands over him. Ludus admits that Sir Darienne was arrogant, self-righteous, and uncaring toward those around him. The youth concedes that this assessment of Darienne is not entirely wrong. Ludus recounts how Darienne refused to teach him, called him untalented, and how that rejection led him to betray Darienne to the temple. He reflects that Darienne had sworn never to pass on his sword style except to his own blood, yet somehow chose the youth, and Ludus now thinks he understands why. The youth asks if Ludus has ever regretted betraying Darienne. Ludus laughs that he has felt no regret, instead devoting himself to erasing every trace of the divine swordsman from himself. Yet he now realizes he was the one unable to let go of his attachment to Darienne. He reasons that since Darienne did not come in person, the divine swordsman must be dead, which the youth confirms. Ludus, clutching his chest, asks if Darienne ever resented him. The youth's eye glows as he considers how to answer. He replies that Darienne never cared what became of someone like Ludus. Ludus quietly accepts this answer. He asks the youth's real name, and the swordsman identifies himself as Helmut. Ludus tells Helmut that if he is ever betrayed by someone he trusts most, he wonders whether Helmut will choose a different path than he did and says he will watch from beyond. Helmut ends the matter by cleanly decapitating Ludus. Blood on his face, Helmut looks back with a grim, conflicted expression. As Ludus's head flies toward the moonlit sky, Helmut thinks to himself that he will simply do as he wishes. The night battlefield falls silent, smoke and clouds drifting over the rocky terrain. Ludus's headless corpse lies in the dust amid a spreading pool of blood beside his fallen sword. Luke is shocked to learn that Hyde is actually the last disciple of the divine swordsman. Hyde confirms his identity but tells Luke to keep calling him Hyde instead of Helmut. Luke reflects that he must have seen foolish bragging about being the divine swordsman's grandson in front of the actual disciple, and Hyde quietly accepts it. Luke then asks Hyde what he plans to do next. Hyde states that although the knight captain betrayed the divine swordsman, he will not reveal the full truth because people might not believe it. Hyde pauses and thinks carefully about the situation. After thinking, Hyde says they will handle things a certain way and begins outlining a plan to Luke. In the distance, something rapidly approaches across the desolate battlefield. A lone rider on horseback races toward them through the dust. Luke recognizes the rider and reacts with surprise. Hyde senses that the approaching person might allow their plan to work. The horse stops nearby, signaling the rider's arrival. A high-ranking man in white, presumably a prince, appears before Hyde and Luke. The prince explains he heard the knight captain came here alone and demands an explanation. The scene shifts to the nearby ravine where the battle took place. After hearing their account, the prince acknowledges the situation. He surveys the corpses, including the knight captain's, and remarks that matters have escalated this far. Luke asks since when the prince suspected the captain's betrayal, and the prince admits he had only vague suspicions due to the temple faction's power. The prince apologizes for not telling Luke earlier, while Luke grumbles that it is too late now and is teased for his attitude. Luke, saddened, admits he had regarded the treacherous captain almost like a father. The prince silently studies Luke's reaction. He recalls that a knight captain must be the steadfast center of all Basor's knights, someone everyone can rely on. Luke adds that this duty holds even if the candidate belongs to the bloodline the prince dislikes most. The prince tells Luke that this responsibility may eventually fall on him. Luke is startled, thinking the prince intends to make him captain immediately. The prince scoffs at that idea, saying Luke is too inexperienced for such a position right now. Luke looks embarrassed while Hyde watches, slightly amused. The prince clarifies that Vice Captain Dasim Alvis will rightfully become the next captain and that this shift will help their faction gain influence within the knights. He reassures Luke that if Luke proves worthy in the future, he might become captain himself one day. Luke glances back at Hyde, considering that possibility. Hyde mentally proposes the cover story they will use, crediting the Red Scorpion and Ludus Kikaro's defeat jointly to Luke and Luke himself. Hyde adds that his status as the divine swordsman's disciple must never be revealed publicly. Luke worries that Hyde is giving up glory, but Hyde notes that if Basor knew his true identity he would be revered like royalty. Hyde insists that his role is to stay hidden as Darienne's heir in Basor, which he believes would also be Darienne's wish. He frames Luke's role as living in Basor as an unshakable swordsman upholding that legacy. Luke steels his resolve in silence. Aloud, he promises to do his best to live up to these expectations. Hyde smiles, satisfied with Luke's resolve. The prince says Luke's answer is the most encouraging thing he has ever heard from him. He then apologizes to Hyde for involving him and asks for his help until things are settled. The prince asks where the Red Scorpion's body lies, and Luke answers that it is about a 30-minute run away. Repeating Hyde's fabricated report, the prince summarizes that the Scorpion was controlled by the High Priest of Lumen. Luke was captured, and only the two of them survived a fierce battle. Luke internally doubts anyone will believe such a flimsy story and glances at Hyde. The prince pauses, thinking the situation through. He deduces that the original scheme was to lure Luke and the other sacrifices with a rescue request and let them die fighting the Red Scorpion. He continues that if Luke somehow survived, they plan to feed him to Ludus as well, then claim heroic credit for destroying both monsters. Revealing Luke's lineage afterward would have boosted the Knights' prestige as the protectors of Basor. Luke nervously praises the prince's insight, secretly relieved their fabrication seems accepted. The prince proposes that they recycle the conspirators' plan exactly as it was, but with their own spin. Hyde and Luke listen tensely, trying to follow his political maneuvering. The prince outlines the official story. The Palma Knights bravely fought the Red Scorpion and lost their captain, while a young knight of the Divine Swordsman's bloodline slew the beast and saved Basor. He remarks that such a version will sound like a very fine tale to the people. Luke notes that this narrative is somewhat cruel to the dead but does not object. He agrees to follow the prince's lead, and the prince asks Hyde to guide them to the Red Scorpion's corpse. Before leaving, Luke suggests they bury the knight captain here at the site. He argues that, unfair as it may seem, the captain's body would contradict their story and mere words will not convince knights or citizens. He raises two reasons to justify this proposal. First, the sword wounds on the corpse would show that a human killed him, not monsters, inviting suspicion and exposing their lie. Second, burying him will still give everyone a tangible belief in their narrative, and Luke vows to personally uphold that trust. The prince scrutinizes Luke, impressed by his determination. The prince stares keenly, reassessing Luke's identity. He suddenly asks if Luke is truly the Divine Swordsman's grandson, surprising Luke. Then he dismisses the question, saying it is nothing, and agrees to follow Luke's suggestion. Later, during a formal ceremony, Luke Yeager stands honored in front of everyone as a Palma Knight. Hyde watches him from behind, half smiling as Luke steps into the spotlight. The sunlit ravine where the battles occurred now lies quiet and peaceful. Hyde smiles to himself, reflecting on everything that has happened. Inwardly he apologizes to Darienne for what he is about to do. He acknowledges that in his eyes Luke has finally become his own person rather than merely Darienne's shadow. The scene shifts to a bright desert under a clear sky, signaling a new chapter. Time passes as someone walks purposefully across the sands. The enormous carcass of the Red Scorpion lies half buried in the desert. The prince arrives at the corpse with Hyde and Luke, confirming this is the slain monster. He asks where the priest's body is, and Luke answers that it is buried under the scorpion. They find the priest's mutilated corpse, and when the prince questions its condition, Hyde casually says he had some questions for the man. The prince laments that the damaged body weakens his leverage against the temple and jokes he may have to tear the priest's head off to use it. Changing topics, he mentions hearing of Hyde and Luke's monster hunting competition and asks if they will split the prize money now that they slew the Red Scorpion together. Luke decides he should yield the reward to Hyde because Hyde helped him so much, and the kill was not truly his. He adds that something matters more to him than prize money. The prince accepts this explanation with a neutral response. He congratulates Hyde on winning the competition and becoming rich at such a young age, and Hyde thanks him. The prince then leaves to summon men to transport the scorpion, asking Hyde and Luke to wait by the corpse. While they wait, Hyde climbs onto the scorpion and begins inspecting its body. Looking inside, he confirms there is no monster core remaining and suspects another creature must have taken it. Hyde reflects that a monster who eats another's core fully inherits its power, which is why monster numbers never truly decline. He foresees that the creature that consumed this core will one day emerge as a new threat to Basor. Suddenly Luke calls out to Hyde near the scorpion, catching him mid-investigation. Luke looks out over the desert with a calm, determined expression after everything that has happened. Hyde narrates inwardly that Luke Yeager's path is now set and will be filled with hardships. A sacred sword is transported on a wagon, symbolizing the Divine Swordsman's legacy. A solemn procession of knights on horseback escorts the sword through the city toward a grand ceremony. At a vast plaza before a crowd, a platform is prepared for the commemoration. The prince addresses the people, announcing that although the monster threat was repelled, they lost the knight commander Lutus Kikero. He reminds them that long ago they also lost another great knight. He names that figure as Darienne Depert, the Divine Swordsman himself, while the crowd mourns. The prince explains that both fallen knights sacrificed themselves for Basor against the constant monster threat, and that their deaths are tragic but not hopeless because their will lives on. Hyde listens among the crowd, taking in the prince's speech. The prince declares that Darienne's will now passes to Dasim Alvis as the new captain and eventually to any knight who proves worthy. He publicly calls Luke Yeager forward before everyone. Luke, dressed formally and armed with a sword, steps out from the ranks of knights. He walks alone across the plaza toward the platform as all eyes follow him. The citizens murmur in surprise at Luke's sudden prominence. Luke pauses, tense but resolute, under the public gaze. He grips his sword, preparing for what comes next. Luke then performs a powerful sword technique that shakes the ground and stuns the audience. The crowd recoils in shock and awe as dust and debris billow outward. Luke closes his eyes, focusing amid the golden aura of his power. He recalls how his father first taught him the sword, how he strove for the future with nothing but practice, and how he later learned these techniques were those of the Divine Swordsman. He remembers living in contradiction, denying his lineage while chasing Darienne's shadow, and how Helmut made him accept both sides of himself. Luke concludes that both the part of him that rejects Darienne's blood and the part that seeks to inherit his will are pieces of who he truly is. His swordsmanship erupts in radiant waves that sweep across the plaza. Luke, bathed in golden light, embodies that inherited will as he demonstrates his strength. The onlookers stare upward in amazement at the spectacle of power. The prince proclaims Luke's true name and status to the city, calling him Luke de Pert, rightful descendant of the divine swordsman. A temple official reacts in panic, shocked by this declaration. The prince explains to everyone that although Darienne's son once severed ties, his descendant returned as a Palma knight and helped land the final blow on the Red Scorpion, rescuing Basor. The crowd, including Luke's friends, are moved and proud as they hear of his deeds. The prince urges the people to believe that the divine swordsman's will continues through such descendants, and that as long as someone inherits it, Basor will not fall. The plaza erupts into loud cheers in response to his speech. Hyde smiles among the celebrating crowd, pleased with how events have turned out. One outraged official fumes and shouts in protest at the prince's announcement. The prince quietly tells Luke he can feel his brother's murderous glare, warning Luke that his troubles are only beginning. Luke replies that he is prepared to endure whatever comes. Life in Basor resumes under the bright sky as the city moves forward after the ceremony. Later, Hyde tightens the straps on his packed belongings, readying to depart. Luke approaches and asks why Hyde will not stay longer, but Hyde says he has other matters to handle. Luke watches him with quiet understanding. Hyde explains that since they shared the same master, he sees them as senior and junior disciples and considers Luke his brother. Luke warmly tells Hyde that if he ever needs help he should come to Basor, promising to treat Hyde's problems as the city's own. Jokingly adding that he hopes such a request never becomes necessary. Luke teases Hyde, who reacts in mock annoyance as they part ways. A nobleman arrives late to see Hyde off, remarks on the small farewell for a tournament champion, and checks that Hyde received his prize money. The noble invites Hyde to visit Basor someday, promising a proper champion's welcome there. Riding out, Hyde politely says he will think about visiting but considers Basor's climate too harsh for him. Hyde leaves the city on horseback through the massive gate into the desert beyond. Luke and the prince watch Hyde go, looking satisfied. The prince tells Luke he will be lonely now that Hyde, the other disciple of the divine swordsman, has left, and Luke admits he feels emptier. Luke silently reflects on the prince's words. Luke panics upon realizing the man beside him is actually the prince, who laughs that Luke's innocent reaction suits him. The prince explains he recognized Hyde's swordsmanship and the divine swordsman's royal sword because he idolizes that hero, unlike his indifferent brother. Luke is shocked that the prince saw through Hyde's identity. The prince reassures Luke he will not spread rumors, because he will not betray their bond of friendship. Looking after Hyde, the prince says he hopes Hyde will reveal his true name when they meet again. Time passes, and the scene shifts back to the academy city. Hyde returns to the academy dormitory, surprising the steward. The steward inspects Hyde's heavy bag of prize money, amazed by its value. Narration states that the incidents in Basor have ended. Narration adds that the day of the academy's reopening soon arrives. The quiet academy interior awaits the student's return. Someone's footsteps echo as a student walks inside. Helmut appears in uniform, now with darker skin, calmly heading through the academy. Aaliyah spots Helmut walking ahead of her in the corridor and calls out. Aaliyah stares wide-eyed at Helmut, clearly startled. Helmut continues ahead, unaware of Aaliyah's reaction. Aaliyah, blushing, prepares to speak. She smiles faintly, trying to compose herself. Aaliyah scolds Helmut for not contacting her with his bracelet if he was already at school. Helmut turns and greets her, surprised, saying her name. Aaliyah freezes in shock at his tanned appearance. Internally, she exclaims that Helmut is so dark now. Their classmate Xian also stares, stunned. Helmut stands there with his new look highlighted like a radiant reveal. Xian awkwardly asks what happened to Helmut's skin, and Helmut explains he only recently learned disguise magic keeps his apparent skin tone unchanged. Helmut reflects that showing his real appearance feels strangely new but refreshing, while Xian tries to be supportive. Aaliyah notes Helmut has grown taller over the break and says she envies his height, and he modestly wonders if that is true. Xian asks where Asuka is, saying Asuka has been training nonstop since the semester restarted and is now completely different. Helmut listens thoughtfully, taking this in. Aaliyah says she already packed Helmut's belongings because he returned just before classes start, and Helmut thanks her. Xian happily adds that Helmut, now top of the class, will get his own room and jokingly congratulates him for escaping Aaliyah's strictness. Aaliyah snaps at Xian to stop talking nonsense and return to his room, accusing him of feeling guilty about something. Terrified by her aura, Xian hastily apologizes and begs her not to blast him back to the dorms. Xian waves goodbye to Helmut and Aaliyah and heads off. Left alone together, Aaliyah and Helmut stand facing each other in the corridor. Helmut asks Aaliyah how she feels about his moving into a solo room. Aaliyah asks if he is relieved to no longer share a room with her now that he has his own. Helmut says he never claimed to be relieved and points out his new room is directly across from hers, flustering Aaliyah as she demands to know if he likes that or not. Helmut wonders why she is asking something so unlike her, and Aaliyah, embarrassed, retorts that she is allowed to ask. Helmut's expression softens as he considers her reaction. He admits a private room has drawbacks because he will miss her magic cleaning and convenient help, meaning life may become less convenient. Aaliyah gives up on the topic, saying she regrets asking, but adds that he can call her once for cleaning as a favor. As he turns to leave, Aaliyah calls out to add something else. She reminds him of when he secretly brought Asuka for treatment, and promised to grant her any one request in return. Helmut acknowledges he made that promise, and Aaliyah warns she plans to claim it soon. When he asks if she already has something in mind, Aaliyah says he will find out later and reiterates that since his room is across the hall, he can come by if he needs anything. As Helmut starts to go, Aaliyah calls his name again. Helmut responds by saying they should work hard together again this semester. From the doorway, Aaliyah answers that he should also give it his all. Outside her room, Aaliyah closes the door and covers her flushed face in embarrassment. She internally berates herself, wondering what she is even doing. The view shifts to the academy building under a bright sky, signaling a new phase. Helmut walks through his new room, finishing unpacking. He decides his unpacking is nearly done and thinks about visiting the academy training grounds again. Hearing noises from the training hall doors, he approaches curiously. He remembers Asuka should be training there and wonders if Asuka is still inside. Leaving his room, he notes he has not seen Asuka since returning and wonders what is going on. A flurry of wooden practice swords flies through the air in the training hall. One sword smashes into the doorframe right as Helmut opens it, startling him. He sees the door has been pulverized by the blow and realizes how intense the training is. Asuka quickly apologizes, saying he did not expect anyone to enter and asking if Helmut is hurt. Charlotte, flushed and breathless, recognizes Helmut and calls his name. Helmut calmly greets Charlotte in return. Charlotte yells instructions to hold her sword properly while another student complains Asuka is swinging like he wants to kill him. Asuka glances over, worried that he nearly hit someone. Asuka finally notices Helmut, surprised he is back, and demands to know where he has been all this time. He then comments that Helmut seems tanned and taller since they last met. Helmut asks if only Asuka and Charlotte are here. Asuka says others came but fled, criticizing their weak will. Charlotte nervously thinks people probably avoided entering because Asuka is too intense. Asuka, who has been sparring for 4 hours, asks Helmut to spar with him now that he has arrived, while Helmut was planning to use a private room. Asuka declares he has not been slacking during vacation and proposes a bet where the loser buys the next meal. Helmut considers this challenge. Charlotte objects, reminding Asuka she was supposed to spar with Helmut first, and insisting her seniority gives her priority. The two bicker noisily over who gets to fight Helmut while he watches. Seeing their familiar argument, Helmut feels like he has truly returned to where he belongs. He agrees to spar once, saying he owes both of them and will fight them. Asuka is surprised Helmut accepted so readily, and warns him not to back out. Helmut grips a wooden sword and admits he wanted to test his own growth as well. Power surges around Helmut as he activates his vis, proposing they fight 2-on-1 to finish the match quickly. Asuka and Charlotte gape at the overwhelming aura, asking what Helmut did while away to gain such power. Helmut charges at them wreathed in purple energy, beginning the fierce spar. The outside of the academy shakes from the impact of their clash. Night falls, and the full moon rises over the city. The moonlight bathes the academy buildings. The dormitory corridor lies quiet under the night's glow. Aaliyah steps out of her room in a cloak, looking tense. Helmut waits outside her door, already prepared. He asks if they should head out together now. Aaliyah silently agrees, facing him with determination. The scene shifts to the bustling night market of the city, where Aaliyah answers affirmatively. The camera pulls back to show the lively city under the moon as they go out. Helmut looks slightly uneasy amid the nighttime crowds. Aaliyah, walking beside him, points out various restaurants, explaining their styles and which suit swordsman students like him. She finishes by saying he can choose where to eat since he is paying. Aaliyah admits she does not actually know what one place serves, so Helmut suggests another restaurant he has tried and liked instead. Helmut quietly reflects on why things feel different around Aaliyah. He absent-mindedly agrees while wondering why he even mentioned such things earlier. They enter a fancy restaurant with a bright, elegant interior. Inside, Aaliyah hands Helmut the menu, enthusiastically recommending different courses and particular dishes. Helmut sits there with a blank look as he processes the options. Aaliyah notices his distraction, remarking that he has been uncharacteristically quiet today. She points out that unlike usual, no one is following or staring at him and reminds him he normally hides under a hood, concluding it took Helmut a while to realize this. Helmut asks why she thinks that is, and Aaliyah says his aura feels thinner now and wonders if he used an artifact. Aaliyah explains an artifact could never solve it. Instead, the attraction people feel is due to his mana's nature, and during the break he learned to suppress it somewhat. He remarks wryly that becoming ordinary is surprisingly difficult. Helmut agrees that achieving an ordinary life is not easy. Aaliyah studies him silently. She then asks if he really has nothing else he wanted to talk about. Helmut says he has no special topic. He simply arranged the outing. He explains he recently came into some money and, since Aaliyah has helped him a lot, he wanted to treat her, which surprises her. Aaliyah quietly accepts his answer. She concludes that because it is Helmut, she is not too surprised by such straightforward generosity, which confuses him. Aaliyah adds that most people treat her kindly because they want something, but Helmut is not that shameless, or she would never have agreed to meet him. Helmut listens seriously as she says this is why she accepted his invitation. Aaliyah then turns the question back, asking why Helmut would go out of his way to come into the city with her if he had nothing to say. Helmut hesitates, unsure how to answer. Aaliyah brushes it off, saying the question is not worth overthinking and urges him to pick a course because she is hungry. Blushing, she realizes she is flustered just by that line of questioning. Helmut muses inwardly about needing a reason for making plans and realizes he would not have initiated such an outing with anyone but Aaliyah. He wonders what exactly makes Aaliyah different to him. Before he can answer that, someone approaches their table, greeting him with surprise and calling it a coincidence to meet here. Helmut turns to see Serena, who cheerfully says it has been a while since they last met. Serena blushes and compliments Helmut, saying he has become even more handsome since she saw him last. Helmut sits quietly, looking indifferent and reserved. Teresa is shocked when Helmut does not recognize her again, so she reintroduces herself as a third-year magic student and complains about his unchanged reaction. Teresa tells a prickly Aaliyah not to interfere, while the male senior comments that Aaliyah is still as sharp-tongued as ever. Sophia, another third-year mage, cheerfully greets Helmut, confirms he is the boy Teresa mentioned, and gushes over how handsome he is. Teresa suggests that, since they met by chance, Helmut and Aaliyah should brighten the mood by dining together with her group instead of sitting gloomily alone. Aaliyah firmly tells them to leave, but Teresa ignores him and directly asks Helmut to join them, even offering to pay his bill. Aaliyah starts to warn Helmut not to respond to them. Helmut calmly refuses, saying he does not want to be disturbed and asks them to eat elsewhere without worrying about his bill. Teresa and Aaliyah's senior stare in stunned silence at Helmut's blunt rejection. Teresa assumes Helmut is just being considerate of Aaliyah and urges him to honestly say if he wants to join them, claiming a true friend would respect his choice. Helmut points to the menu to place his order and reiterates that he needs to choose his course meal, politely asking them to go back to their own table. Teresa blushes with frustration and embarrassment at being brushed off. She yells that Helmut is clueless and should accept a senior's kindness instead of refusing it. Teresa angrily argues that Helmut and Aaliyah are so close it looks suspicious and rumors might spread, while Sophia tries to calm her down. Aaliyah slams his hand on the table, deciding that mere words will not resolve this. Surrounded by ominous purple flame, Aaliyah coldly asks if he should force them to leave. Teresa, wreathed in fiery magic, accuses Aaliyah of becoming arrogant after the break and vows to teach him proper respect for seniors. A menacingly muscled waiter silently observes the escalating confrontation. The intimidating waiter looms over Aaliyah and the magic students, causing Aaliyah's senior to tense up. The waiter sternly interrupts, saying their quarrel is disturbing other diners and telling them to take any scene outside. Teresa and her friend back off, leaving Aaliyah's senior uneasy as the situation diffuses. The ordered steak dish is served, signaling the peaceful resumption of Helmut and Aaliyah's meal. While they eat, Aaliyah notes that the waiter seemed to be a graduate of the swordsmanship department whose presence exuded unusual pressure. Aaliyah studies Helmut and remarks that he has changed a bit. Helmut, mid-bite, is surprised and says he has not noticed any change in himself. Aaliyah clarifies he meant it as praise and tells Helmut to handle pushy people in the future the same way he did today, which Helmut agrees to. Aaliyah blushes to himself, quietly affected by Helmut's growth. Under the night sky over the restaurant, Aaliyah reflects that, for some reason, the food tastes better than last time. Narration explains that Helmut still cannot define his strange feelings toward Aaliyah, but soon he will face one of the Academy's most important events. A quiet doorway scene marks the transition to the coming event. A classmate grips Helmut's shoulders and, invoking their bond from outdoor camp, says he has a once-in-a-lifetime favor to ask. The red-haired cadet nervously begs Helmut to help out at his shop during the upcoming festival. Helmut looks a bit bewildered as the boy clings to him. Helmut internally echoes the word, realizing this is about the festival. Two mugs clash together as people celebrate the festival with drinks. Narration explains that the Greta Academy Festival is a rare annual exchange between the swordsmanship and magic departments, run mainly by cadets through booths and activities. Helmut listens seriously as the request continues. The red-haired cadet outlines their booth plan of selling red bean shaved ice, assigning jobs to his teammates, and calling Helmut the final key to their team. Bowing and pleading, he insists the team will be complete only if Helmut joins, prompting Helmut to ask what role he is needed for. The boy excitedly answers that Helmut will serve as their booth's attractive face. Another cadet mentions a rumor that Helmut rejected Teresa from the magic department, while Helmut denies it and is told everyone at the academy already knows. That cadet explains Teresa is adored by most male students, so Helmut refusing her made him a superstar admired by both genders for different reasons. He adds that with Helmut at their booth they are sure it will be the most popular, just as curious classmates arrive asking what is going on. The red-haired boy, startled by Asuka's arrival, trails off mid-sentence. He apologetically pats Asuka's shoulder. The red-haired cadet tells Asuka that, if Helmut had not accepted, Asuka would have taken that spot instead. Asuka grabs him by the head in irritation, clearly not amused. After apparently roughing him up, Asuka scolds them for gossiping that he is the runner-up while another teammate hurriedly insists they were only talking about the festival. A bright exterior shot skips ahead to festival time. Asuka complains that the others are twisting words, then asks Helmut if he is really going to help at the booth, while the bruised redhead mutters that he felt like he just visited his late grandmother. Asuka answers that Helmut has not decided yet, but emphasizes that training takes priority over free time, then orders the others to leave since Helmut is not participating. The red-haired cadet protests Asuka acting as Helmut's spokesman and argues that Helmut should enjoy his youth instead of training during the festival. Another classmate teases that Asuka's grades stagnate because of that attitude, and the group quiets down when someone warns that an instructor is coming. The instructor announces that the Academy Festival begins next week but reminds them they still have duties to fulfill. He outlines that midterms follow the 3-day festival and that afterward there will be a week-long training assignment. He further explains that at the end of the second semester there will be final exams along with a selection tournament, which surprises the students. When a student asks what the tournament is, the instructor says it is to choose representatives for the Baden Combined Swordsmanship Competition. Helmut focuses intently, repeating the name of the Combined Swordsmanship Competition in his thoughts. The instructor shows a map and tells them the event is a rare joint tournament between Greta and the other 2 academies of Baden, so instructors are expecting a lot from them. Helmut and Asuka listen seriously, realizing the importance of the coming competition. The instructor states that 4 representatives will be chosen in total, 2 from lower years and 2 from upper years, and that participation doubles as their final practical exam, which is unusual approval from the temple. A classmate asks why the temple restricts mages, and another explains it is because mages typically do not believe in the gods. The conversation continues that, from the temple's viewpoint, mages threaten divine authority, so one boy warns the other to speak quietly because not everyone present rejects the faith of lumen. Another cadet explains that political upheaval in Basor has strained its relations with the temple, so the temple is avoiding conflict with Baden by permitting this event. Helmut quietly absorbs this information, thinking about how it affects him. The instructor ends the announcements and sends everyone back to training. He adds that during the festival the High Priest of Lumen might visit the academy and instructs them to be respectful if they encounter him. Helmut reacts with alarm at the mention of the High Priest. Asuka scoffs about priests attending a cadet festival and wonders what they want to see, while Helmut remains silently unsettled. A flashback reveals that the High Priest Nardalos was behind burying the Divine Swordsman and ordering the death of his grandson. Helmut thinks back to confronting a man who also called himself High Priest and had immediately recognized the darkness within him. He worries that meeting the High Priest again could expose him, debates hiding in the dormitory or leaving the academy, but realizes he lacks a plausible excuse to disappear for 3 days. An idea occurs to Helmut as he considers a different approach. Turning toward the others, he decides on a course of action in his thoughts. The red-haired boy looks at Helmut curiously, not yet knowing of his decision. A sunset view over the academy marks the passing of time toward the festival. Someone knocks on a large double door. Aaliyah opens the door and addresses the person inside as Dean. The Dean welcomes Aaliyah in and says he heard Aaliyah had something for him. Aaliyah clarifies that the item is from Heike, who sent the Dean a gift, surprising the Dean. The Dean places a small wrapped box on the desk and explains that Heike wanted him to deliver it so Aaliyah can enjoy the festival. Aaliyah carefully takes the gift, eyeing it with mixed feelings. He nervously asks if it might be poisoned, but the Dean reassures him that Heike is his only blood relative, and that he has already checked the package and found nothing wrong. Aaliyah contemplates this reassurance in silence. The Dean mentions the High Priest's upcoming visit and notes the irony that Aaliyah came to Baden Academy to avoid the temple's attention, concluding that they can only prepare themselves now. Inside the box Aaliyah finds a bracelet along with a folded note. The note encourages Aaliyah about his studies, saying his talent should easily keep him at the top of the class and expressing trust in him. Aaliyah reads the letter, moved yet wary. The message goes on to say that festivals are for enjoyment, and that the enclosed item was made to help him do just that. The explanation reveals the bracelet grants temporary polymorph magic so even a high priest will not notice him unless examining him closely. The note ends by asking Aaliyah to thank the sender later and to have fun at the festival. Relieved, Aaliyah concludes that this gift gives him a way to survive the high priest's visit. He tells the Dean he has received what he needed and prepares to leave. The Dean solemnly urges Aaliyah to be careful. Aaliyah listens quietly, understanding the concern behind the warning. The Dean adds that Aaliyah should not worry too much. Aaliyah, determined, vows that the temple will never take anything from him again. The Dean agrees emphatically, repeating that it must never happen again. A bustling daytime view shows the Academy festival beginning in earnest. Students and visitors relax at booths, including one selling shaved ice, as the festival atmosphere livens up. The shop's elaborate strawberry and chocolate shaved ice desserts are proudly displayed. The red-haired boy, now in an apron, loudly calls out orders for shaved ice and urges customers to take them quickly because the shop is swamped. When he snaps at teasing friends, they boo playfully while eating their desserts, and he grumbles that they should just sit and eat. He remarks that business is insanely good and predicts their shop will top sales. He credits the quality of Andrew's shaved ice but hints that something else is the real reason for their popularity. Scenes around the booth show female customers blushing as they chat, clearly delighted. Other visitors gossip excitedly while watching the booth's attraction. A single step signals someone notable approaching. That someone is Helmut in a shop apron, calmly taking orders from admiring customers. With flowers metaphorically framing him, Helmut politely asks the customers if they are ready to order. Nearby women whisper that he is the swordsman rumored to have rejected Teresa, saying only someone like her could have approached him and that just looking at his noble face feels good. The red-haired boy smugly claims credit for recruiting Helmut, while Andro dryly notes that without Helmut agreeing midway, James would not be acting so triumphant. Andro then wonders aloud what actually convinced Helmut to participate. Helmut quietly writes down orders on a notepad. Observing the huge crowd, he thinks there are far more people than expected and believes his presence will be hard to single out in such a throng. He reasons that with so many overlapping auras even the high priest should struggle to sense him, and that he will detect any divine power quickly enough to flee if necessary. Still, he acknowledges to himself that things may not unfold exactly according to his plan. Another sunset view signals the end of the festival's day's shift. After work, teammates praise everyone for their effort and tell them to enjoy the rest of the festival, and Helmut thanks them. Asuka comes over complaining about the shop's lack of seating and asks if Helmut's shift is finally over. James urges Asuka to at least try some shaved ice, noting they serve the swordsmanship department for free. Asuka refuses, saying he dislikes cold food, and instead tells Helmut to come with him somewhere now that he is done, prompting Helmut to ask where. Asuka grins and says they are going to the men's games, an essential part of any festival. He proudly shows off a dart game, using it as an example of the kinds of challenges they can enjoy. Helmut effortlessly hits the bullseye in the darts game. He then wins another game involving guessing which cup hides a die, leaving the operator shocked at another loss. Helmut and Asuka stack mugs from yet another game, with Asuka amazed at Helmut's continued streak of victories. Someone slams a fist down in frustrated disbelief. Exasperated, Asuka yells at Helmut, demanding to know if there is anything he cannot do. Helmut, holding prizes including a teddy bear, wryly notes that Asuka is actually complimenting him, while Asuka insists he is not and calls Helmut a walking embodiment of unfairness. Asuka's friend warns him to avoid physical contests if he wants to win, but Asuka insists physical activities are his strength and asks what else he should do. The red-haired friend says only one contest category favors Asuka, prompting Asuka to ask which one it is. The scene shifts to the academy courtyard where event booths are set up for a festival. At a registration booth, a cheerful woman explains the Miss Greta Academy contest is only for male students who must participate while cross-dressing and asks entrants to write their name and department. The red-haired boy proudly presents this contest booth to Asuka as the opportunity that suits him. Asuka grabs his scheming friend's head in anger, while the redhead smirks nervously. Furious, Asuka yells that after being made to work and serve, now they want him to cross-dress, while another friend argues he looks less masculine than Helmut and would suit women's clothes better. Asuka shouts that this reasoning is even more insulting, but his friend tempts him by revealing the cross-dressing contest prize as 3,000 marks and insists Asuka would easily win. Hearing the amount, Asuka is stunned and repeats the figure in disbelief. Asuka silently trades looks with his friend while considering the offer. Resolute, Asuka slams his hand down to sign the application form. While filling it out, Asuka tells his nervous friend that he guaranteed victory, threatening him if he is wrong, and declares the form already completed. Nearby, Helmut watches Asuka from a distance, clutching a teddy bear. Helmut thinks about the expected visit from the high priest, worries he may not appear today, yet decides he must stay alert. Asuka comments that if Aaliyah joined the contest it would be over immediately, but his friends doubt Aaliyah would participate and call Helmut to the form to sign next. Asuka, holding the application, calls for Helmut, seemingly about to involve him as well. When Asuka looks up from the form, Helmut has already slipped away, leaving only an outline where he stood. The three boys stand in stunned silence, still holding the form, realizing Helmut vanished. Asuka rants that Helmut disappeared impossibly fast and begs the staffer to cancel his application, only to be told cancellations are not allowed. Time passes as the day at the Academy Festival continues toward evening. Blending into the crowd with his teddy bear, Helmut apologizes inwardly to Asuka, deciding to lay low and kill time among the festival goers. Helmut steps echo as he walks alone through the courtyard. He heads toward the dorms, planning his next move while carrying the bear. Seeing that his room's lights are off, Helmut concludes Aaliyah must be in the library again. Helmut looks at the teddy bear and seems thoughtful, clearly intending it as a gift. Entering the building, he reasons that because Aaliyah's pajamas have bear prints, she probably likes bears and wonders if he should just deliver the toy quickly and leave. Someone runs quickly down the hall toward the entrance where Helmut stands. A girl in a dress collides with Helmut, knocking them together. Helmut catches her, steadying her with his hand. Holding the flustered girl in his arms, Helmut tells her to watch where she is going, and she apologizes, asking him to let go. Helmut looks closer at her with sudden recognition or surprise. The girl, actually Aaliyah transformed, looks up at him with sparkling, blushing eyes. They stare at each other in a close, awkward embrace, both realizing the intimacy of their position. The scene cuts to Aaliyah's notebook flipping pages, indicating a shift to his earlier activities. Earlier, Aaliyah had been calmly reading in his bear-patterned pajamas in his room. From his window he had observed the bustling festival outside, full of tents and people. Remembering that the festival began today, Aaliyah notes that this explains the late-night noise. His gaze falls on a ribboned gift box sitting on his desk. Opening it, Aaliyah thinks he has no intention of enjoying the festival, but worries he could run into the high priest on the way to the library. He puts on the golden bracelet from the box to test it. With the bracelet on, Aaliyah inspects it, wondering what effect it's supposed to have. He initially senses no change and questions whether the item does anything. Suddenly the bracelet erupts in violet energy that engulfs his body, causing him pain and shock. Aaliyah cries out in confusion as the magic surges uncontrollably around him. Light flares from his window as the bracelet's magic explodes through the room. After the flash, the building exterior looks calm again. Inside, the room is filled with smoke and debris while Aaliyah coughs and struggles amid the aftermath. Looking at his unchanged hand but furious, Aaliyah curses Haika, feeling he was tricked by yet another prank. As his long hair settles around his shoulders, the reader sees that Aaliyah's body has actually shifted to a feminine form. Aaliyah turns to a mirror and sees his new female appearance for the first time, stunned. Blushing and stammering, Aaliyah begins to react to this involuntary transformation. In his mind, he rages at Haika, calling him insane. He rips the bracelet off and throws it to the floor, but the transformation remains. Staring at his female reflection, Aaliyah fumes that removing the bracelet did nothing and demands to know what magic was used on him. He checks his mana flow, relieved it is mostly intact, yet laments that he cannot go outside looking like this. More worried, Aaliyah asks when the spell will wear off and fears he might be stuck this way forever, cursing Haika for not explaining anything. He falls silent, thinking hard about what to do next. Aaliyah resolves not to accept being manipulated, deciding to undo the magic himself by going to the library for answers. Before leaving, he decides to change into the women's clothes he accidentally bought earlier, realizing they will help him blend in. Dressed in those clothes with a cloak and pendant, Aaliyah convinces himself that no one will recognize him now. He reassures himself he will be safe as long as he does not encounter Helmut on the way to the library. The narration undercuts him, implying he is about to meet Helmut despite that hope. Encountering Helmut at the entrance, Aaliyah panics internally, wondering why fate brought him of all people, while outwardly acting like a shy girl. Helmut studies the unfamiliar girl curiously, unaware she is Aaliyah. Aaliyah babbles nervously, inwardly certain Helmut must recognize him after a semester together, yet tries to stay calm and think of a plausible excuse. Helmut gently takes her arm, guiding her forward. He casually asks if she is only now going to see the festival and mentions she is late, treating her like a stranger. Aaliyah is shocked that this is Helmut's first question and remains confused by his non-recognition. Helmut wonders at her reaction while explaining that the main stage event has not yet begun. Aaliyah starts to suspect that Helmut truly does not recognize him. He confirms this suspicion, thinking Helmut has not realized who he is. Scrambling, Aaliyah claims he usually ignores festivals but got bored in his room, and Helmut accepts the explanation. Helmut then offers to show her around the festival, saying he knows good spots and extending his hand. Flustered, Aaliyah asks in disbelief if Helmut really wants to wander the festival with him, and questions why he would invite a stranger. Helmut's open hand waits patiently for her acceptance. Overwhelmed, Aaliyah blushes deeply, staring at the offered hand. He shyly agrees to go with Helmut and accepts his invitation. Their hands touch as they formally take each other's company. Helmut leads Aaliyah by the hand through the festival streets, while Aaliyah follows, cheeks glowing. Aaliyah reflects that being with Helmut makes him feel unlike his usual secretive self. His inner monologue admits that Helmut's presence makes the burden of hiding his identity feel insignificant, and he wonders why Helmut affects him this way. Night falls over the lively festival grounds filled with crowds and illuminated booths. Among the crowd, Aaliyah walks beside Helmut, clutching the teddy bear and glancing back thoughtfully. A game dart is prepared, indicating they are trying festival stalls. Aaliyah awkwardly throws a dart at a target, while Helmut watches from beside him. The darts miss badly, embarrassing Aaliyah and surprising Helmut. Later, Aaliyah happily holds skewered food, cheeks pink, clearly enjoying himself as Helmut buys snacks. The two walk and eat together, chatting as they explore more of the festival. Helmut gazes ahead, quietly reflective as they stroll. Aaliyah watches him with soft, affectionate eyes still flushed. They continue walking close together through the crowd, looking like a couple. A pink-haired girl notices them from afar and reacts with surprise. She points Helmut out to a blonde companion, who wonders who the unfamiliar girl beside him is. The blonde girl's expression darkens with shock and jealousy upon seeing Helmut with someone else. She confirms it really is Helmut and internally speculates that the mysterious girl might be his girlfriend. Bitterly, she concludes that Helmut must have rejected her because of this girl. Ignoring her friend calling after her, the blonde girl storms off toward Helmut's table. With a menacing smile, she decides that since Helmut already has someone in mind, she will personally assess how impressive this girl is by confronting her. The teddy bear Helmut won for Aaliyah is shown, symbolizing their budding connection. Aaliyah hugs the bear, reflecting on the gift and what it means. Helmut tells her there are seats available and suggests they sit, and Aaliyah agrees while still holding the bear. When Helmut offers to carry the doll if it is heavy, Aaliyah insists on holding it himself because he wants something to cling to. Worried about being found out, Aaliyah tells himself to act as though this is their first meeting and nervously asks Helmut why he is alone at the festival instead of with friends. Helmut explains that his friends are preparing for a cross-dressing contest later that night, and proposes they wait together until it begins, which Aaliyah shyly accepts while hiding his feelings. Aaliyah realizes he followed Helmut without thinking and now has no idea how or when to part ways with him. He notes that Helmut seems oblivious so far but fears that staying together too long will draw dangerous attention. Aaliyah's eyes widen as he imagines potential worst-case consequences. He specifically worries that lingering in public might allow the high priest to discover his transformed identity. A sudden hand slams down on their table, interrupting their quiet moment. Teresa, the blonde girl, dramatically appears before them, confronting Helmut and Aaliyah. With a sharp smile, she comments that Helmut seems to be enjoying himself and pointedly asks who the girl beside him is, accusing him of keeping emotional distance from her. Helmut looks displeased and wary at Teresa's intrusion. Sitting opposite each other at the table, Aaliyah clutches the bear while Teresa looms over them. Internally calling Teresa a leech, Aaliyah bluntly tells her she is being rude and questions whether nobles are taught it is acceptable to slam other people's tables. Teresa glares back, clearly provoked. She then speaks more politely to Aaliyah, asking if they are meeting for the first time and probing whether Aaliyah is a Greta Academy magic student because he seems oddly familiar. Narrowing her eyes, Teresa presses further and demands to know what Aaliyah's relationship with Helmut is. Aaliyah retorts that Teresa reminds him of someone he strongly dislikes and that her attitude is infuriating. Aaliyah's eyes sharpen as he steels himself against her provocation. Teresa turns to Helmut with a mocking smile and urges him to answer whether the girl is his girlfriend. Helmut, tired of Teresa's pestering, thinks she has been clinging to him for a while and firmly states that the girl with him is his girlfriend, asking Teresa to leave them alone. Aaliyah is utterly stunned and blushes fiercely at being publicly labeled Helmut's girlfriend. Teresa's face darkens further with anger and jealousy at this declaration. She sneers at the teddy bear, calling it cheap and mocking Aaliyah for treasuring a gift she assumes Helmut gave, saying it suits a commoner. Teresa's hand glows with crimson magic as she menacingly asks if she can examine the bear more closely. Aaliyah's eyes widen in alarm as Teresa's magic reaches for the teddy bear he is clutching. The bear is violently struck, beginning to tear under the magical assault. Shock and fury surge in Aaliyah's eyes as he reacts to the attack on the precious gift. Aaliyah erupts with overwhelming violet mana, creating a massive explosion of energy that blasts Teresa and others back. Bathed in the aftermath of the magic burst, Helmut stands in front of the devastated stall with glowing eyes, realizing the gravity of what just happened. Teresa braces herself, startled as purple magic swirls around her. Aaliyah calmly ignites powerful purple aura, preparing to intervene. Teresa realizes Aaliyah is also a mage and nervously questions her actions. Teresa angrily orders the dueling outsiders to take their fight outside the venue. Teresa rants that knowing a few spells does not give others the right to insult her, stunning her friend. Helmut grips his practiced sword, deciding to step into the confrontation. Surrounded by a surge of dark energy, Helmut walks between Aaliyah and Teresa as both girls watch warily. Aaliyah and Teresa stare at Helmut in shocked silence. Wreathed in aura, Helmut firmly tells Teresa he wants her to stop getting involved with him. He warns that next time their conflict might escalate beyond words, leaving Teresa shaken. Teresa holds back tears, deeply hurt by Helmut's rejection. Teresa walks away while her worried friend reaches toward her. Aaliyah and Helmut watch Teresa leave, both thoughtful. Aaliyah quietly exhales, relieved the situation ended without a real fight. Aaliyah's teddy bear costume piece drops to the ground as she prepares to fix the damage. Aaliyah apologizes for the chaos and promises to magically repair the ruined area, while the staff assent. Aaliyah reflects that she was careless to reveal herself so much and that she could have been in real danger without Helmut's intervention. Helmut checks if Aaliyah is okay and says he was deliberately firm with Teresa because her behavior has been recurring and irritating. Aaliyah, still using magic to reset the battlefield, thanks Helmut for getting angry on her behalf. Helmut silently acknowledges her gratitude, watching her. As they reset the grounds, Helmut tells Aaliyah he has something he has been meaning to ask. Aaliyah is stunned by what she anticipates he is about to bring up. She suddenly grabs his arm and drags him away. Aaliyah runs at full speed with Helmut in tow, desperate to speak somewhere private. She slams her hand against the wall beside him, cornering him. Flustered, Aaliyah demands to know since when Helmut realized she was actually Aaliyah. Helmut answers that he recognized her earlier during the festival, and she frantically questions why he pretended ignorance. Blushing intensely, Aaliyah panics, thinking Helmut might have discovered her true gender. Helmut innocently assumes she was only cross-dressing for the contest, and voices that guess. Aaliyah freezes, realizing he completely misunderstood. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Aaliyah can only utter speechless noises. She crouches and clutches her head, mortified by the misunderstanding. Aaliyah grimaces in red-faced humiliation. The narration shifts back to the festival, announcing the Miss Greta Academy event. An announcer calls the audience to take their seats as the pageant is about to begin. Students in uniforms head toward the stage area for the show. Two boys wonder if Asuka is getting ready properly and reassure each other about Dino's makeup skills. They recall Dino's makeup experience from being used as his sister's test subject, though one doubts that really qualifies. Spotting their approaching friends, they point out that the contestants have arrived. The two boys stare ahead in shock at what they see. Crowds gather excitedly around the brightly lit central stage. Helmut and Aaliyah arrive together to watch the pageant from the audience. They comment on how many people have shown up and wonder what exactly is drawing such a crowd. Aaliyah asks if Helmut coordinated properly with the event organizers, and he replies that the event can proceed without him. Internally, Aaliyah thinks she barely managed to make a plausible excuse to keep him from participating. In chibi form, Aaliyah decides she should withdraw completely because her presence would upend the contest, planning to cancel her entry. Sitting beside him, Aaliyah commands Helmut not to reveal that she is Aaliyah, especially to Asuka or Cian, fearing their reaction if they knew she dressed as a girl. Blushing, Aaliyah says she is fine with only Helmut knowing her secret. Helmut looks at her quietly, processing her trust. As cheers rise, Helmut notes that the contest is starting. The host welcomes everyone to the annual Miss Greta cross-dressing event and explains its odd but long-standing tradition. He jokingly disclaims responsibility for any identity crises before calling the first participant onto the stage. A contestant's red high heel steps dramatically onto the platform. The first cross-dresser, in a frilly red dress, strides confidently towards center stage. The male audience erupts with excited cheers and blushing admiration. The first contestant reveals a rugged, muscular face and body despite the feminine attire, striking a provocative pose. The crowd that was just cheering freezes in horrified disbelief. Helmut and Aaliyah also stare at the spectacle in stunned silence. Amid the chaos, Aaliyah notes that Helmut appears completely unfazed and asks if she is even supposed to be enjoying this show. The MC delights in the crowd's loud reaction, insisting this uproar is exactly the spirit of Miss Greta and reminding everyone it is just a cross-dressing contest. He quickly announces that the second contestant will come on without delay. Spectators gape as a figure with flowing blue hair walks gracefully onto the stage. The second contestant, Asuka in an elegant blue dress, appears strikingly beautiful. The crowd roars in even louder astonishment and admiration. Helmut and Aaliyah watch, impressed and somewhat speechless. Asuka's feminine outfit contrasts sharply with his heavily muscled physique beneath the fancy dress. The previously swooning boys recoil in shock and despair. On stage, the host, confused by the muted reaction, asks Asuka if he has any special charm to display. Asuka questions why only he is being asked to show off, and the flustered host insists that the script just tells him to demonstrate a talent. Asuka considers this request seriously. He suddenly draws his sword and performs a powerful, high-speed slash in full dress. The front rows clutch their heads in dramatic distress, overwhelmed by the display. Asuka swings his blade again with focused intensity. The sword wind tears through the first contestant's dress. The red-clad participant ends up half undressed, revealing his sculpted torso to everyone. Viewers react with physical revulsion and nosebleeds at the overexposed muscularity. Smiling confidently, Asuka asks if that swordplay was charming enough. The MC, dodging thrown objects, screams in outrage as the crowd demands protection for their eyes. Watching the fiasco, Aaliyah angrily scolds the audience for hurling things, asking if they want to die. Helmut remarks that Aaliyah staying out of the contest was indeed fair, since being compared to such acts would not have suited her. Aaliyah stiffens, taken aback by his casual compliment. She lightly punches his shoulder, and he notices something is off, asking what is wrong. Blushing, Aaliyah points out how casually he speaks about her appearance and involvement. Helmut looks aside, a little embarrassed by his own straightforwardness. On stage, Asuka continues raging with his sword while the terrified host flees, the audience in uproar. The narration states that the Miss Greta pageant ends safely but amid a chorus of boos. It adds that the unexpected winner is the comparatively decent-looking Cian in his own cross-dressed outfit. Night fully falls over the academy, the festival fading under the moonlight. Later, Aaliyah waits alone under a tree in her dress, looking nervous. Helmut approaches and asks Aaliyah how Asuka is doing. Aaliyah reports that Asuka is venting his anger by violently twisting Dino's head, which Helmut takes as normal behavior. Walking together, Aaliyah says she is heading for the library, while Helmut plans to go train, remarking that he watched an unscheduled festival. Reaching a crossroads under the moon, they agree to part ways for the night. Aaliyah watches Helmut, cheeks flushed, as if mustering courage. Helmut looks back at her, sensing she has something more to say. Aaliyah hesitantly calls out to him, beginning to address what happened last time. Helmut turns toward her, surprised by her serious tone. A sudden sense of danger or tension flashes in Helmut's eyes. He abruptly grabs Aaliyah's hand. Helmut pulls her along at speed, leaving her confused and protesting. Aaliyah yells in shock, demanding to know what is happening. He drags her into a narrow alley and pins her safely against the wall as they hide together. They peek out to see a procession of priests, and the high priest passing nearby. Aaliyah silently recognizes the high priest and is startled he is visiting so late at night. Helmut wonders to himself why the man's divine power feels so weak outside of combat. The scene shifts to earlier, showing the high priest approaching the academy with his followers. Back in the alley, Aaliyah nervously calls Helmut's name, reacting to his tension. Helmut clenches his jaw, clearly uncomfortable at the priest's presence. He apologizes for dragging Aaliyah away so suddenly, explaining that he wanted to avoid encountering priests. Aaliyah admits she also does not want to see them. Helmut is surprised by her shared aversion. Aaliyah smiles faintly, deciding to confide something in him. She reminds Helmut of her earlier promise that she would someday ask a favor of him. Blushing, Aaliyah says there is somewhere she wants him to accompany her. The view shifts to the illuminated academy buildings at night, setting up this new destination. Meanwhile, the priest's group walks purposefully through the academy corridors. A door opens as they are allowed into a reception room. The high priest enters with attendants, politely announcing his visit. The academy dean greets High Priest Miking and invites him to sit for tea. As they chat, Miking says he appreciates the warm welcome despite knowing his visit may be unwelcome to the academy. He recounts walking through the festival and observing many faithful, talented individuals, noting this contradicts his temple's old prejudices against Baden. The dean listens carefully, his expression turning grave. He explains that mages are scholars of nature who sometimes become theistic when awed by its mysteries. Miking muses that devotion among mages is nothing new. He then states that the temple is in political trouble since its royal ally in Basor lost power, so it now needs new sources of support. The dean realizes Miking may be eyeing their academy as that new ally. From outside the room, the gathering of priests and administrators is shown as the discussion continues. Miking remarks that Greta Academy is vast and therefore an ideal place to hide things beyond the temple's constant scrutiny. Offended, the dean demands clarification on what Miking is suggesting. Miking replies that every organization has its secrets, but assures the dean he will not pry, as long as Baden's academies become reliable allies of the temple. The academy dean listens tensely, wary of the visiting priest. The dean clarifies that the temple will stay out of academy affairs if they cooperate, noting this is how the temple makes allies. The priest reassures the dean he is overthinking and claims he only came to request a small favor. The priest smiles calmly, hiding his true intentions. Night falls over Greta Academy after the meeting. Walking with attendants, the priest thinks disdainfully that mages are always arrogant. He reflects that he still gained something from the visit which he kept secret from the dean. He recalls sensing faint demonic energy in the streets and decides, as high priest, to save this discovery as leverage for later. He views this demonic presence as a way to keep Greta Academy under his control. The next day, Academy students spar vigorously in weapons training. During practice, the blue-haired boy presses Helmut again about who he spent the festival with. Helmut insists it was just someone he barely knows. The friend accuses him of lying, citing rumors he stayed beside a girl all day, and demands to know if she is Helmut's girlfriend, while Helmut denies it. Helmut remembers Redina ordering him to keep their bracelet incident secret from Asuka and Sion, deciding to stay quiet despite knowing it will cause misunderstandings. Wanting to escape the topic, Helmut abruptly asks his friend about plans for the upcoming field training assignment. The friend explains he and Sion will go to a spirit gathering valley east of Baden and asks who Helmut's partner will be. Helmut replies he is teaming with Aaliyah, though Aaliyah has not revealed their destination, and the friend grumbles that top students always group together and predicts Aaliyah will choose a dangerous place. Helmut defends Aaliyah as not being reckless, but his friend notes how close the two of them seem. Helmut falls silent, thinking about Aaliyah. He recalls a private meeting where Aaliyah approached him alone in a quiet hallway. In that memory, Aaliyah nervously says she wants Helmut to go somewhere with her. Blushing, Aaliyah asks for Helmut's help as her partner for the field assignment. Later, on the road, Aaliyah reveals that their destination is the dungeon of the legendary mage Lamphion. Helmut reacts with puzzled surprise. As they hike through the forest, Aaliyah explains that such dungeons are subspaces full of deadly traps where eccentric mages hide the fruits of their research. She adds that Lamphion died without disciples, so his research is priceless and unattached to any successor. Helmut asks if they are effectively stealing that research, and Aaliyah frames it instead as a qualification test to inherit the great mage's knowledge. Helmut, ignorant of magic theory, asks what role he is supposed to play. Aaliyah says she can handle most traps herself, but notes that entire mage associations normally attack such places, so conquering the dungeon with just the two of them will be difficult. The narration shows how dungeons are usually raided by large armed groups facing powerful magical barriers. Helmut doubts he can do the work of 100 people, and Aaliyah proposes that if each of them does the work of 50, it will be enough. She praises Helmut as one of the best swordsmen she has seen and says she prefers trusting him over mercenaries who might leak the secret. Aaliyah states she wants to clear this quietly without anyone else learning of it. Helmut accepts her plan. Aaliyah suggests they avoid unnecessary risks since they can return later if they fail, while Helmut says he would rather finish it in one attempt. Reaching a suitable location, Aaliyah tells Helmut they are about to depart, and instructs him not to lose sight of her. Aaliyah activates powerful teleportation magic that engulfs Helmut in purple light. A massive teleportation circle flares, sending them away from the forest. Helmut closes his eyes as the spell ends. He opens them to see somewhere completely different. The pair now stand on a beach at sunset, facing the vast sea. Helmut, stunned by the scenery, tries to grasp where they have arrived. Aaliyah, exhausted from the teleportation, admits she may have overdone it and asks Helmut to take out a mat from her bag. Lying on the mat, she explains she used 6 stacked teleportation spells that nearly drained her mana but were the fastest way, and says she only needs a short rest. Helmut quietly watches her rest and reflects on the situation. Gazing at the endless water, he asks where exactly they are, thinking it must be a lake, while Aaliyah explains he is seeing the sea for the first time and notes most of the world is covered by oceans. Helmut is amazed that 70% of the world is water. Aaliyah says this simply shows how vast the world is and that their kingdom occupies only a tiny fraction of it. Helmut listens thoughtfully as the sky darkens. Aaliyah soon falls sound asleep from exhaustion. Helmut, now alone with his thoughts, keeps watch beside her. Hours later, Aaliyah's eyes open. She wakes fully, realizing it is already night. Sitting up under the moonlit sky, she looks around the empty beach. Aaliyah notes she slept until after sunset but decides this was only natural given how tired she was. She then wonders where Helmut has gone. Helmut returns, greeting her and saying his mana has mostly recovered and they can begin preparations after eating. He appears shirtless, carrying a large crustacean from the sea for food. Aaliyah stares, startled by his unexpected hunting and appearance. Embarrassed, she asks where he went, and Helmut explains he thought the creature might be edible, so he caught it and brought a stone to crack its hard shell. Helmut also mentions he searched her bag earlier and only found sandwiches. Aaliyah blushes in flustered realization that he rummaged through her belongings. Helmut apologizes for going through her bag, but Aaliyah insists it is fine and questions what is wrong with sandwiches. Helmut argues that eating only plant-based food does not provide enough strength and asks how she planned to eat the raw shellfish. When Aaliyah admits she would have eaten it uncooked, Helmut takes it, insisting on preparing it himself. He cooks the seafood over a campfire until it roasts above the flames. As they eat, Helmut brings up Lamphion's will. Aaliyah clarifies that she possesses not a simple will but a document hinting at the dungeon's entrance, which the Magic Association once monopolized before releasing it after failing to decipher it. Reading it aloud, Helmut notes the clue about starting where life is green and 6 stars guiding the way under a full moon. Confused, he asks what those words mean, and Aaliyah tells him not to overthink it and to interpret the passage straightforwardly. She explains that the light-filled place is the sea and that the shining full moon simply means a night like the current one. Helmut considers her explanation while holding the paper. He asks why, if the meaning is so simple, the Magic Association never solved it, and Aaliyah answers that they obviously understood but were hindered in other ways. Aaliyah points out that many parts of the world have seas under full moons, so investigating every such place would be practically impossible. Helmut realizes that the association likely kept searching for deeper hidden meanings, causing endless delays. Aaliyah reveals that this specific coast is where Lamphion gained crucial inspiration, making it the most fitting site for his dungeon. Helmut notes that the association did not even know such personal details about Lamphion, then asks how Aaliyah herself knows. Aaliyah evasively says she personally did a great deal of research to uncover that information. She points to the line about 6 stars and says this part cannot be taken literally. Aaliyah explains that starlight would be faint on a full moon night, so the phrase about stars lighting the path under a full moon contradicts normal astronomy. Helmut concludes that the 6 stars must refer to something other than actual stars. Aaliyah cites Lamphion's philosophy that while the human spirit reaches the sky, human existence belongs to the ground. She explains that Lamphion valued the earth where people build their lives, emphasizing his existentialist views. Helmut infers that the clue directs them to look at the ground rather than the sky. Aaliyah says they will understand once the full moon reaches its highest point, and they observe from there. Time passes until the moon stands high overhead, signaling the moment has come. Aaliyah says it will be faster to see for themselves and reaches out her hand to Helmut. She uses flight magic, lifting both of them into the air on currents of purple energy. Hand in hand, they glide above the darkened forest near the sea. Aaliyah tells Helmut to look ahead. Below them, 6 bright light points shimmer like stars across the mountain and forest. Helmut recognizes these 6 lights as the 6 stars mentioned in the clue. Aaliyah explains that the lights are reflections from hidden crystals visible only when the full moon is highest, and that they must use the inner and outer points of that light pattern to triangulate the dungeon entrance. Helmut doubts how useful he can be in this sophisticated magical task. Aaliyah assures him he has a role later and notes she already located the entrance on a previous solo visit. Helmut silently wonders why, if she already found it, she is explaining everything so excitedly, while Aaliyah urges them to begin and checks that they brought all needed equipment. They start walking toward the designated spot through the vegetation. The two arrive at a small clearing in the forest. Aaliyah touches the ground on the calculated midpoint, activating a magic circle. A glowing portal opens in the earth, revealing stairs descending into Lamphion's dungeon. Aaliyah asks Helmut if they should begin their exploration. They descend into a torchlit stone corridor deep underground. The path leads them to a massive sealed gate with a glowing central core. In front of the gate, Aaliyah explains that everything beyond is unknown and that she has never entered herself, conserving the limited entry chances. She muses that if each person can only enter once, it would be wasteful to use an attempt alone, while Helmut notes he did not object to her earlier decision. The gate's core suddenly flares as the dungeon begins reacting to their presence. The huge doors part, bathing them in bright light. The light forms a swirling golden portal, the true entrance to the dungeon. Aaliyah remarks that Lamphion seems less fond of elaborate entrance riddles than expected and tells Helmut they should go in. Together they step through the golden vortex. On the other side, they emerge inside the dungeon proper with the glowing portal behind them. Both turn in surprise as the portal and surrounding mechanisms start reacting again. A green symbol appears ahead, signaling the dungeon's first test. Matching green marks appear on Helmut's arm as part of the dungeon's system. The same glowing mark appears on Aaliyah's arm, linking them to the trial. Green light fills the chamber as the dungeon fully activates around them. They realize the marks impose about a 2-hour time limit that they instinctively understand thanks to the dungeon's magic. Approaching another door, Aaliyah says the first problem should be easy but warns against carelessness and assigns Helmut to guard the right side while she handles the rest. The next door opens, and they cautiously move into the following room. Inside, they see an eerie chamber with glowing panels and several human-shaped slots set into the floor. Both regard the scene grimly, sensing danger. One of the strange human-shaped indentations in the floor is shown clearly. Another differently posed human-shaped indentation is revealed nearby. Looking at the room and the glowing slots, Aaliyah nervously wonders what kind of mechanism they have encountered. Helmut notices text displayed above and points it out to Aaliyah. The glowing panel shows a numerical expression, presenting the dungeon's first question. Aaliyah deduces this is indeed the first puzzle and comments that while the question is simple, the person-shaped device below it is suspicious. Suddenly the dungeon begins shaking and reacting, startling both of them. The room starts activating aggressively, forcing them to decide quickly. Under intense time pressure, Aaliyah says they must choose between the two possible answers shown above the slots and enter the correct one to survive. Helmut rushes toward the puzzle gate, choosing the right side despite noticing the hole's odd shape. Aaliyah deduces the gate needs two people to match a human-shaped outline and hurriedly grabs Helmut's arm to cooperate. They awkwardly pose with Aaliyah holding Helmut like a dance partner to fit the silhouette. Maintaining the pose, they move through the glowing outline and successfully clear the gate. The massive stone doors open, allowing them to enter the next chamber. Blushing furiously, Aaliyah grumbles that the first question was simple yet humiliating for a trial set by Archmage Lampioni. As they leave the gate, Aaliyah complains the test felt like a joke and is relieved the correct answer was the right side pose. They advance into a new hall, wary of what the dungeon will present next. Helmut notes the new room appears empty, with nothing obvious to solve. Aaliyah reasons the questions are conditional puzzles that only manifest when triggers are met, and warns Helmut to stay alert. Helmut spots a slightly different colored brick and calls Aaliyah's attention to it. Aaliyah confirms Helmut's observation, impressed by his sharp eyes. He explains the brick hides a script that appears only under a specific light wavelength, like a secret message. Illuminating it with magic, Aaliyah reads that standing on the pedestal while exactly copying the image on the wall will summon the next trial. The glowing text on the stone activates under Aaliyah's conjured light. The revealed image shows one person carrying another in their arms. Aaliyah stares at the image, mortified at what it implies for their next pose. Helmut then carries a flustered Aaliyah bridal style to reproduce the carving. Burning with embarrassment, Aaliyah vows never to forgive Lampioni, even as an archmage, for forcing such indecent poses. The mechanism rumbles again, signaling another section of the dungeon opening. Another set of doors finishes activating behind the two as they prepare for more trials. Helmut observes they cleared 5 problems in about 30 minutes and asks Aaliyah if the pace is manageable, while Aaliyah still trembles. Remembering all the forced intimate poses, Aaliyah swears repeatedly to kill Lampioni, even posthumously. Aaliyah suddenly realizes something is strange, noting every puzzle so far has required exactly 2 people despite dungeons often being cleared by many. He concludes it is as if the dungeon knows there are exactly 2 entrants. Aaliyah recalls stories of dungeons that manifest the mental images of intruders and realizes all the indecent poses might have come from someone's imagination. Horrified, he wonders if those images were actually born from his own mind. Panicking, Aaliyah insists to himself that it must be Helmut's thoughts, not his, that the dungeon manifested. Helmut, puzzled by Aaliyah's behavior, asks what is wrong. Aaliyah blushes harder and cannot bring himself to answer. He brushes it off, saying they should keep moving and that the next test is probably just another pointless puzzle. As Helmut steps forward, the surroundings begin to change beneath his feet. His next step lands in grass instead of stone, completing the transition to a new environment. Aaliyah's eyes widen as he senses the shift in scenery. He finds himself in a bright forest, far from the dungeon's stone halls. Confused, Aaliyah calls out for Helmut. Realizing Helmut is gone, Aaliyah shouts for him and begs for a response in the empty woods. He speculates he is inside a powerful spatial illusion cast by the Archmage that he could not even sense. Reasoning it involves space separation magic, Aaliyah deduces Helmut must be in another dimension and that this trial is individual. Relieved to be alone rather than forced into more compromising tasks, he steels himself yet still worries about Helmut's safety. As he thinks, a huge shadow looms over him from behind. Aaliyah looks up toward the source of the shadow. A gigantic white leopard-like monster appears towering above him. The beast bares its fangs, snarling down at him. Aaliyah freezes, stunned by the sudden threat. Meanwhile, Helmut's foot appears in a different, cloudy realm, showing he too has been transported. Helmut walks alone through a monochrome sea of clouds. Noticing the changed scenery and Aaliyah's disappearance, he realizes he must be in a magical space alone. He reasons this is another dungeon test that separates them, but trusts that capable mage Aaliyah can handle himself. Helmut then wonders what he is supposed to do in this empty place. He pauses as something unexpected catches his attention. A distant, long-haired figure appears ahead through the mist. The silhouette of the long-haired person grows clearer against the clouds. Seeing her more clearly, Helmut wonders who the woman is. The woman turns slightly, her long hair and profile coming into view. Helmut's expression tightens, sensing something familiar yet off about her. Recognition or shock dawns on him as he sees her face more clearly. A woman with long pale hair and pink eyes, strongly resembling Aaliyah, stands before him. Helmut instinctively draws his sword, readying for potential danger. Sword raised, he faces her cautiously in the cloudy realm. He observes she looks like Aaliyah but realizes she is someone else and demands to know her identity. The woman's lips part as if to speak. In tears, she addresses Aaliyah by name, saying she cannot undo what she has done even if Aaliyah hates her. Helmut stays on guard but listens intently to her emotional confession. His eyes narrow, fully focused on her words. Internally he reacts sharply, demanding to know what she just said. Back in the forest illusion, the huge leopard watches Aaliyah from behind as Aaliyah stands tensely. Aaliyah glances back, still unsure whether the beast is hostile. The leopard now sits more calmly, observing him rather than attacking. Aaliyah wonders if the monster is another illusion and debates whether he should strike first. Deciding he cannot hesitate, he prepares to attack before the creature moves. He charges dark magic in his hand, resolving to defeat the monster and escape. Just as he is about to attack, a voice from the beast calls out Helmut's name. The leopard asks if he is not going to visit a certain human today, implying familiarity. Shocked, Aaliyah looks up at the talking beast that knows Helmut. The scene clarifies. The huge leopard stands peacefully beside him rather than threatening him. Aaliyah panics at the realization that this intelligent monster just addressed him as Helmut. The leopard, puzzled by Aaliyah's blank stare, asks if a human is causing him trouble. Aaliyah hears himself calmly answer that training is tough but that human does not torment him. He realizes in horror that his mouth is moving and speaking on its own. The leopard watches him, attentive and concerned. The beast questions whether he really wants to leave the forest, warning that the human world values more than strength and doubting he could be happy there. Aaliyah clutches his chest, hearing these heartfelt words come from his own mouth, as if he were Helmut. The leopard apologizes, acknowledging Helmut's firm resolve and asking him to forget the warning. Regaining composure, Aaliyah analyzes that this monster is intelligent, non-hostile to humans, and inexplicably knows him as Helmut. He wonders if this is a staged scenario and tries to grasp what test involves leaving the forest. The leopard says the human should pass by soon and tells Helmut to do his best before departing. Aaliyah repeats the words that human in confusion, trying to understand whom the beast meant. He watches the leopard walk away, then turns as footsteps approach from the opposite direction. A rugged man with white hair, carrying a bucket and a sword at his hip, appears on the forest path before him. The man addresses him as Helmut and tells him to follow, saying there is much work to do. Aaliyah automatically calls him Darienne, recognizing the name. Shocked that his mouth moved on its own again, Aaliyah realizes if this man is Darienne then something significant is being reenacted. He recalls Darienne as the famed divine swordsman and commander of the Basor Knight Order. Aaliyah notices Darienne's sword and recognizes it as the same type Helmut carries. This matching weapon deepens Aaliyah's suspicion and curiosity. He begins piecing together the implications of Helmut's sword and background. Comparing Darienne and Helmut, Aaliyah links the identical swords and Helmut's veteran reactions to monsters, questioning what this illusion truly represents. He wonders if this is not an artificial dungeon scenario at all but rather Helmut's own memory. Simultaneously, in Helmut's cloudy realm, he watches the Aaliyah-like woman standing before him as if reliving a separate memory. The woman tearfully apologizes to Aaliyah by name over and over. Helmut reasons that she resembles Aaliyah and knows him, so she must be a relative, likely part of Aaliyah's family. He starts to ask her directly who she is. Before he can finish, a surge of power erupts and the scene begins to violently change around him. Helmut is flung through the blast as the memory warps into chaos. He opens his eyes amid flames, his appearance now younger with orange hair as if inhabiting someone else's past. He sees a large building engulfed in fire, realizing he is witnessing a fiery catastrophe. Turning, he surveys the burning surroundings, fully immersed in the memory. He spots robed figures before the inferno and identifies their attire as that of lumen priests. Sensing no real divine power, he concludes it is a magical illusion and wonders what the woman is actually burning. A sudden recognition hits him as he realizes he has seen this tragic scene before. He identifies the burning house as Aaliyah's childhood home and notices two bodies dying in front of it. The flames consume the bodies at the priest's feet, emphasizing the brutality of the event. Tears pour from Helmut's eyes, though he senses the grief is not truly his own. Realizing the crying is foreign to him, he understands these tears belong to someone else. He feels a twisting pain in his chest and overwhelming sorrow that clearly are not his emotions. He understands that the anguish flooding him is Aaliyah's, tied to her childhood trauma. The priests order each other to find another girl, vowing to eradicate the bloodline of the temple's traitor Haika. Before one priest can move, a blade suddenly cleaves into him. Helmut, acting within the memory, cuts down the priest with a swift sword strike. A torrent of purple magic blasts through the remaining priests in a violent counterattack. Helmut's body is riddled with glowing wounds as he is struck repeatedly by hostile magic. His eyes glow with uncanny power as he endures, revealing an inhuman resilience. The Aaliyah-like woman unleashes more destructive magic, fighting to protect the child. Helmut looks at the magical sigils on his own hand, assessing his condition amid the aftermath. He gazes ahead, grimly resolved despite the devastation around him. He sees the woman embracing a crying young Aaliyah in front of the blazing ruins. Helmut deduces that this woman must be Heike, Aaliyah's grandmother and teacher who passed on her magic. He notes that Heike is now Aaliyah's only remaining family member. Concluding this scene is genuinely Aaliyah's memory rather than a fabrication. Helmut wonders how the dungeon is showing it to him. Aaliyah realizes that if he can witness her memories, then something more must be possible. She reasons that since the dungeon can read the memories of those trapped, and both of them are under the same spell, Aaliyah and Helmut simultaneously realize that each of them must be seeing the other's past. Time and scenery shift, indicating entry into a memory of the distant past. A younger Helmut appears, looking back anxiously in this memory world. Young Helmut speaks with Darienne, who asks if he forgot something, and Helmut stammers a denial. Aaliyah, in Helmut's body, tries to focus on clearing the trial but is preoccupied with what Helmut might learn from her memories. Darienne silently observes Helmut with a serious, thoughtful expression. Darienne asks Helmut if the talking cat said something, noticing Helmut looks uncertain, and Helmut is startled. Aaliyah reveals to Darienne that she is not actually Helmut and formally addresses him as the divine swordsman. Darienne returns inside and sits sharpening his sword, unfazed by her claim. Aaliyah notes his lack of response and concludes he only reacts to things Helmut would genuinely say. Taking that into account, she asks, as Helmut, whether he truly has to leave the forest. Darienne's back is shown as he continues working, not yet replying. Aaliyah is frustrated that even this indirect question got no answer and reflects that asking the exact location outright would be too blunt. She organizes the clues so far, recalling the talking demonic beast familiar with Helmut, and that Helmut has lived in this forest for a long time. She infers this long stay explains Helmut's experience fighting demonic beasts, yet remembers that he always said he wanted to leave. Therefore, she concludes Helmut is not in the forest by choice and wonders if something about the forest's size or nature prevents his escape. She also finds it odd that such a powerful divine swordsman lives here and muses that Helmut's sword teacher was never ordinary. Darienne approaches her slowly, prompting her to watch him warily. He stands before her with his large sword, making her brace for what comes next. Darienne calmly instructs Helmut to try lifting the sword. Aaliyah, in Helmut's body, takes the weapon and tests its weight in her hands. Outside, she hefts the sword, surprised she can actually raise it despite its size. Darienne remarks that Helmut is still too small and jokingly wishes he could grow as fast as a beast. Darienne gazes at Helmut with a faint, almost fond smile. Aaliyah, feeling Helmut's emotions, blushes as she looks back at Darienne. She reflects that despite being surrounded by huge beasts and a legendary swordsman, she felt unexpectedly at ease here. She realizes that although Helmut longed to leave, this dangerous forest and its inhabitants must also be precious to him. Darienne praises Helmut's luck and survival in the forest of roots and suggests he might even break through the divine barrier one day, which makes Aaliyah reconsider the implications. Aaliyah's expression stiffens as she senses she has overlooked something important. The view of the misty forest returns as she focuses on the name she just heard. She recognizes with shock that this place is called the Forest of Roots. The sword slips from her grasp and clatters to the floor as the realization hits. Aaliyah stares at her trembling hands in horror, fully grasping the meaning. She berates herself for not connecting it sooner, admitting she subconsciously avoided acknowledging the truth. She concludes that any human baby abandoned in the Forest of Roots must have been born with the forbidden seed of darkness. Panicking, Aaliyah turns to Darienne and demands to know if Helmut's forest is really that cursed place. Before she can finish, a violent magical force yanks her away, causing Helmut's body to reel. A swirl of images rushes past Aaliyah as she is thrown through Helmut's and Darienne's memories and the dungeon's magic. In that torrent she hears a memory of someone telling Helmut that his strange feelings mean he is gradually becoming human. In another memory, Helmut resolves that he must go beyond the Forest of Roots. Aaliyah snaps out of the visions, gasping as she awakens in a new, eerie space. She finds herself kneeling in a vast stone chamber dominated by towering statues and a central altar. Dazed, she asks aloud what this strange place is. A large hand suddenly reaches toward her, startling her. Helmut appears and offers his hand, addressing Aaliyah by name. Recognizing him, Aaliyah says Helmut's name in relief. Once she stands, Helmut comments that he arrived only moments ago and asks when she got there. Aaliyah, still shaken, asks if Helmut also witnessed something in the trial. Helmut quietly confirms that he did. He then notes that the hourglass indicator is still running, so the dungeon's test likely is not finished yet. Helmut turns his back, considering what to do next as the chamber looms around them. Aaliyah privately marvels that Helmut seems unbothered despite them having seen each other's painful pasts. They examine the chamber, noticing only two giant statues and a mysterious central structure. Helmut identifies the stone structure as an altar used for ritual offerings. Aaliyah reflects that something seems off, since this dungeon functions as Lamphion's tomb yet lacks records or a coffin, only this altar. She reaches out and places her hand on the altar to test her theory. The altar erupts with blinding light, violently reacting to her touch. Aaliyah is hurled forward by the activation, shouting in surprise as the magic engulfs her. A powerful vortex of energy wraps around Aaliyah and Helmut, drawing them into its depths. From the altar's light emerges the glowing spirit of an elderly mage with a long braided beard. The apparition addresses Aaliyah, recognizing her as the mage who has cleared his trial. He muses that even after his long life, the world still surprises him and notes that only 2 people have ever cleared his dungeon, one of them this unexpectedly beautiful young mage. Aaliyah stammers, confirming that this spirit is indeed Lamphion. Lamphion affirms his identity, and says he has come personally to guide her through the dungeon's final trial. Helmut, feeling sidelined, complains that he is being ignored. Lamphion apologizes lightly but explains that only one, the most exceptional mage, can complete the final trial. With a snap of his fingers he prepares to begin that final test. A surge of power slams into Aaliyah, sending her flying toward Lamphion. The magic vortex fully engulfs Aaliyah as Helmut watches, alarmed. Lamphion tells Helmut there is no need for him to go further, dismissing him from the remaining trial. Helmut is shocked and worried as Aaliyah disappears into the magic. He shouts her name, and launches an attack of his own at the magical sphere. Drawing his sword, Helmut steels himself to fight whatever enemies appear. The statues in the chamber stir. One grips its weapon, signifying they are now active guardians. A stone foot slams down as the colossi fully awaken. Helmut is shown facing the 2 giant stone warriors while protecting the glowing portal where Aaliyah vanished. Surrounded by dark energy, Helmut unleashes his own power, determined to break through. Fixing his eyes on the threat, Helmut vows internally to cut through something in his way. Within the magical sphere, shapes of shelves and books surround Aaliyah and Lamphion as a new space forms. The sphere solidifies into a colossal library where Lamphion and Aaliyah stand at its center. Aaliyah looks around in awe, trying to grasp where he has been taken. Lamphion proudly explains that this is his library, containing the entirety of his life's research. He says only a mage personally acknowledged by him can enter this place, and tells Aaliyah she should be proud. Aaliyah, still flustered, asks if it was really necessary to drag him here so forcefully, noting that Helmut is just a swordsman with no interest in magic. Lamphion teases that Aaliyah must greatly trust that swordsman if his first concern amid such knowledge is his companion. He concludes that Aaliyah cleared the final test not by luck alone. Aaliyah is struck by that remark, realizing the trial was measuring more than magical skill. He asks Lamphion what exactly the last test evaluated, since it seemed to only expose each other's memories. Lamphion explains that the trial reveals the deepest secret of the person you trust most, and only a group that maintains mutual trust afterward can endure. Unifying that shaken trust is the mage's role. He elaborates that a mage worthy of inheriting his legacy must be able to persuade and unite people even when secrets and weaknesses are exposed. Therefore, only someone who could still trust their companion after seeing such memories and touch the altar would gain access to this place. Lamphion admits the outcome is somewhat different from what he envisioned but accepts it. Aaliyah clarifies that the message is they must not lose faith in each other, and Lamphion affirms this. Aaliyah laughs nervously, relieved that her trust in Helmut passed the test. Lamphion studies her expression closely, reassessing this unexpected successor. He concludes that his idea for the trial was not entirely futile, since it led him to meet such a capable and charming mage, which Aaliyah politely acknowledges. Aaliyah then asks what further rewards await him, half joking about perhaps receiving ownership of the entire dungeon, while noting that reading every book would take more than a month. Lamphion replies that Aaliyah is impatient, and that there is plenty of time because they will become one being and continue research together forever. Aaliyah freezes as the phrase "become one body" echoes ominously in his mind. His expression darkens, realizing Lamphion's intent is dangerous. He carefully asks what Lamphion really means by becoming one body. Lamphion turns away, preparing to explain his true scheme. The two stand apart in the glowing circle, tension rising between would-be mentor and unwilling vessel. Aaliyah abruptly gathers mana in his fist, ready to fight if necessary. Both unleash magic simultaneously, Lamphion initiating a ritual while Aaliyah instinctively resists. Aaliyah is bound by luminous lines of magic and feels the ritual about to overtake him. He realizes with alarm that his own spellcasting is being sealed and he cannot activate any magic. Lamphion, speaking calmly, explains that he always regretted the shortness of human life compared with the endless path of study. He complains that even with life-extending magic he might die before finishing his research, but obtaining a young body would solve that problem. He gazes at Aaliyah with a calculating look, fully revealing his obsession. Aaliyah accuses him of trying to steal another person's body to prolong his life and wonders if this is black magic. Lamphion indignantly denies practicing crude black arts, claiming instead that his method is a refined soul transfer technique of his own invention. He assures Aaliyah he will feel no pain and calls donating his body an honor, since it will let Lamphion reach the true principles of magic. Lamphion presses his hand over Aaliyah's face to begin seizing control. Aaliyah's eye widens in terror as the soul transfer starts. Suddenly a backlash explodes from Aaliyah, blasting Lamphion away from him. Staggering, Lamphion demands to know how Aaliyah managed to repel his magic. Aaliyah, still bound but standing firm, coughs blood yet remains conscious. He admits he suspected Lamphion all along and mocks that the mage's plan has not worked. Lamphion, baffled, asks again how his spell was blocked. Aaliyah feigns ignorance, suggesting that perhaps Lamphion's magic was incomplete. Enraged, Lamphion lunges to attack, calling Aaliyah an insolent brat. The same mysterious repelling force hurls Lamphion back once more when he tries to approach. He panics, insisting the spell should be perfect and wondering what crucial element he miscalculated. A sudden realization dawns on him, shown in his shocked eye. He blurts out that Aaliyah might not actually be male, which would conflict with the conditions of his ritual. Aaliyah stays silent, but his expression confirms the suspicion, undermining Lamphion's assumptions. Aaliyah taunts Lamphion for carelessly rifling through others' memories without even understanding such a basic fact, proving that the dungeon master's preparation has been fatally lacking. Aaliyah explains that soul transfer must account for biological compatibility like chromosomes, so the old man would need to rebuild his magic theory. The old man suddenly grabs Aaliyah's face, startling him. Furious, the old man throttles Aaliyah and boasts that in this space he has ample time to adjust his magic. Aaliyah, unfazed, says the old man actually does not have as much time as he thinks. The old man tells Aaliyah to stop talking nonsense. The old man's eye widens as he senses something alarming. A glowing green magic core flares to life. The nearby golem's body is violently torn apart by surging purple energy. A golem's purple arm launches forward under the control of the intruder. The hooded swordsman charges past the shattered golem toward the battlefield. Surrounded by purple aura, the swordsman slices through the remaining golem parts in a powerful strike. Shocked, the old man exclaims that a golem powered by a magic core should not be disabled by a normal sword. The old man stares in horrified realization. Aaliyah, freed, looks toward the green core from the floor. He gathers purple mana in his hand, preparing to act. The hooded swordsman infuses his weapon with purple energy again. The swordsman dives toward the green core to destroy it. The surrounding library-like subspace begins to fracture with bright lines of light. The swordsman drops through the shattering space amid purple and blue shards. Aaliyah and the old man stand on a magic circle below as the ceiling of the subspace breaks apart above them. Aaliyah shouts to Helmut, ordering him to cut the old man down. The old man turns, clutching his chest with blue power as he senses danger. Helmut's purple slash severs the old man's head and body in one stroke. The dying old man stares in disbelief, insisting this cannot be happening. He laments that all his efforts toward eternal life are being destroyed. With the dungeon core broken, Helmut stands ready while Aaliyah collapses nearby. Helmut checks on Aaliyah, who thanks him and urges Helmut to hurry over. Aaliyah warns that with the dungeon master dead, the dungeon itself will soon collapse. Helmut looks around tensely as the surroundings begin to destabilize. The floating bookshelves of the subspace continue to disintegrate. Cracks of light race across the ground between Helmut and Aaliyah as the collapse accelerates. Helmut asks what happens when the dungeon collapses, and Aaliyah explains that they will be erased unless he constructs a new dungeon and tells Helmut to come to him. Aaliyah admits he is unsure if he has enough remaining mana to pull it off. Despite his doubts, Aaliyah resolves that he must attempt the spell anyway. Aaliyah channels a tremendous surge of purple magic through a glowing circle beneath him. His spell reaches the ceiling of the subspace, further fracturing the entire dimension. The collapsing dimension shatters completely into radiant fragments. A blinding burst of pink and blue light erupts outward. The remnants of the bookline space flicker amid clouds and cracks as reality shifts. The collapse halts, leaving Helmut standing while Aaliyah kneels exhausted on the stabilized ground. Helmut notes that the collapse has stopped and asks the weakened Aaliyah if he can stand. Aaliyah raises a glowing purple hand, casting another spell. He opens a swirling purple portal in front of Helmut. Panting, Aaliyah tells Helmut that the portal is an exit but its destination is unknown. Aaliyah asks Helmut to carry him through the exit since his mana is fully drained and he may soon lose consciousness. Aaliyah finally blacks out. Helmut calls out Aaliyah's name in alarm as he slumps over. Helmut looks down at his unconscious companion, worried. The scene shifts to a peaceful mountain range and forest outside the dungeon. A boot steps onto rocky ground, marking their emergence into the real world. Helmut carries Aaliyah on his back at the mouth of a cave overlooking the mountains. Helmut thinks that even Aaliyah did not know where the exit would lead, and now they have appeared in an unfamiliar forest. Aaliyah sleeps on Helmut's back while Helmut surveys their surroundings. Helmut decides Aaliyah cannot return on his own and resolves to find a safe place to rest until Aaliyah wakes. A blanket or mat is unfurled on the forest floor. Helmut gently lays the unconscious Aaliyah down on the mat. Helmut kneels beside Aaliyah, keeping watch in the quiet forest campsite. Reflecting on the dungeon's illusions, Helmut realizes he saw Aaliyah's past and is sure Aaliyah also witnessed his. He acknowledges that he cannot simply pretend nothing happened, because Aaliyah would not accept that. Darkly, Helmut wonders if killing Aaliyah now would be the simplest way to avoid future complications. The sleeping Aaliyah lies unaware of Helmut's grim thoughts. Helmut hesitates, conflicted as he watches Aaliyah's peaceful face. Aaliyah's stomach growls loudly, breaking the tension as Helmut blinks in surprise. Helmut wonders if Aaliyah ate his lunch beforehand and decides he will need to hunt for food. He then reconsiders, feeling that abandoning Aaliyah alone on a mountain path would be wrong. Helmut stands pensively beside the sleeping Aaliyah, uncertain what to do next. Helmut suddenly senses something and turns sharply. He grips his sword, preparing for potential danger. The seed of darkness in his chest reacts strongly, giving Helmut a suffocating, ominous feeling. Armored footsteps approach across the forest floor. A squad of holy knights appears, their divine power causing Helmut to tense. The knights notice Helmut and demand he identify himself and explain his presence in the mountains. Helmut weighs his options in silence. The knights introduce themselves as Holy Knights of Lumen, relax slightly on realizing the pair are children, and say there is no need for hostility. Helmut recalls that Holy Knights are the temple's sword-wielding armed forces and notes this is his first time seeing them. He feels the seed of darkness recoiling from their divine power but realizes that, not being priests, they cannot detect it from this distance, and considers using that fact. Helmut lies that he is a student from Greta Academy resting with a companion on the way back from training, and the knights remark that Greta is far away. When asked about Aaliyah, Helmut claims Aaliyah is also a Greta student and mage who has collapsed from mana exhaustion and will not wake for some time. Helmut thinks that if the knights simply let them go, he will have no reason to kill them or stir up unnecessary trouble. The knights, captivated by Aaliyah's beauty, marvel that such an attractive mage exists and even question whether he is really male, while Helmut awkwardly confirms it. One knight jokes that if Aaliyah were a woman he would be his type, while another mocks him, making Helmut listen in irritated silence. Helmut's eyes narrow in annoyance at their comments. A new robed figure approaches, repeating Helmut's claim of being a Greta student with a questioning tone. The arriving high priest appears with a benign smile. The knights address him as High Priest Mikeen and suggest escorting the exhausted students to the temple for rest and a possible blessing. The high priest agrees to inspect them and approaches with interest. As he draws near, he notes something unusual. His expression sharpens as he takes a closer look. Helmut lowers his gaze, his ominous aura rising as the high priest studies him. The priest suddenly realizes something disturbing. Horrified, he shouts for everyone to move away from Helmut at once. One knight, confused, hesitates and asks what is happening. Helmut instantly decapitates the nearby knight in a spray of blood. His eye glows with murderous resolve as blood spatters his face. The story briefly cuts to an exterior view of Greta Academy, signaling a narrative shift. Inside the academy, the dean sits in his office, unaware of the current events. The dean is shown in close-up, a serious older man with golden eyes. In a prior meeting, High Priest Mikeen tells the dean he only seeks the academy's permission for something before departing. Mikeen had requested access to an academy-owned forest northeast of Baden, asking leave to investigate it. The dean reflects that he granted permission because he had no grounds to refuse, yet wonders what Mikeen is really planning. He worries privately about Mikeen's intentions and hopes nothing troublesome happens. Returning to the forest present, we see Helmut standing over a dead knight with sword drawn while Mikeen and other knights face him. Narration introduces High Priest Alexander Mikeen as a widely respected, seemingly devout and upright religious leader. It then reveals that in reality Mikeen is a corrupt man driven by lust for other men. The narration explains he came to this forest suspecting Greta Academy was hiding something here, making his encounter with Helmut and Aaliyah coincidental. When he first saw Aaliyah lying there, Mikeen's attention was immediately drawn to the boy. His initial reaction was a dark desire to take possession of the beautiful Aaliyah. However, that lustful impulse was suddenly overshadowed by something else. His eyes shifted as he sensed a more pressing threat. He realized Helmut embodied something that should not exist in this place. Helmut now stands wreathed in dark purple power, fully revealing his connection to the Seed of Darkness. Mikeen identifies Helmut as a bearer of the Seed of Darkness, and orders the knights to form up and restrain him. Helmut retaliates immediately, cutting down another knight in a burst of purple energy. Empowered by the Seed, he launches a ferocious attack toward Mikeen and the defenders. The knights and priests brace as Helmut dives at them from above. One holy knight blocks Helmut's strike using radiant divine power, clashing yellow light against purple. Mikeen frantically channels more divine light through his hand to fight back. A massive explosion of golden holy power erupts toward Helmut and the knights. Mikeen looks up as Helmut survives the blast and dives at them again. The clash continues with Helmut slashing through the radiant defenses. Helmut thinks that extended battle against divine power will disadvantage him, so he must pour out his strength and kill the high priest quickly. He darts through the battlefield at incredible speed, closing in on Mikeen. The knights are shocked by how fast and inhumanly Helmut moves, attributing it to the Seed of Darkness and treating him like a demonic beast. Helmut's foot digs into the ground as he accelerates for another charge. Cloaked in swirling purple energy, he streaks toward Mikeen like a projectile. Mikeen and a knight raise a powerful golden shield to defend him. Helmut's purple attacks hammer the golden barrier from all sides in a relentless assault. Mikeen finds it strange that instead of being weakened by divine power, this seed bearer moves with impossible agility. Realizing Helmut will eventually break through if this continues, Mikeen decides he must escalate his magic. Mikeen unleashes a grand divine spell, summoning a towering golden guardian totem of the lumen religion to counter Helmut's darkness. The dark-haired swordsman desperately blocks a powerful glowing attack while being restrained. An older man observes with a troubled, intent expression. A pale boy with light hair lies unconscious and unaware. A high priest orders his knights to focus their assault on the mage. The mage's eye flares purple as he reacts in alarm. Armored knights charge across the clearing toward the sleeping mage. The mage dashes forward through the forest to intercept the attackers. The light-haired boy continues sleeping peacefully, exposed and defenseless. Blood splatters on the sleeping boy's cheek, hinting at nearby violence. The mage cuts down the knights around the fallen boy to protect him. Though wounded in the torso, the mage blocks another sword strike head-on. Surrounded on both sides, the mage raises his blade to withstand their combined blows. Multiple knights clash with the lone mage in a chaotic melee. The mage is besieged from all directions, trading furious sword strikes with the knights. A blinding golden explosion erupts as a holy attack collides with the mage. The mage endures the searing blast, grimacing in pain. He staggers yet continues to block another charging knight's strike. Exhausted and bleeding, the mage pants heavily as the fight wears him down. The narrator recalls a dungeon vision of Aaliyah's past, where Aaliyah wept because his grandmother Haika was condemned as a temple traitor. The vision shows young Aaliyah studying beside Haika, who quietly watches over him. The narration explains that Aaliyah's parents were killed, he alone survived under Haika's care, and this tragic childhood birthed his hatred of the temple. The protagonist reflects that although Aaliyah first just helped with an exam, unlike other friends, Aaliyah gradually became special to him. He wonders why Aaliyah, out of everyone, is the only one who feels truly important to him. He concludes that the dungeon vision of Aaliyah's past is what revealed the reason. Remembering this, he hopes that perhaps Aaliyah might also be able to accept his own hidden past. He admits he could not reveal that past even to Luke Yeager, doubting whether Luke would understand his desire to stay human. As the battle continues, a dark purple power cracks open in the mage's chest and begins to surge out. The narrator realizes he has not yet asked Aaliyah whether Aaliyah could truly accept him. The high priest insults the mage for surviving so long but declares that the mage has finally reached his limit. Pushed to the brink, the mage erupts with overwhelming purple energy that engulfs the surrounding knights. The high priest stares ahead in shock as the dark energy rises before him. Close up, the high priest sweats and trembles in fear at what he sees. Consumed by the unleashed power, the mage's eyes glow and veins darken as he insists that he cannot stop.